Are we live? Are we live? Are we live? I'm starting on time. I got to be here for 24 hours. I better start on dang old time. So are we live? Let us know if we're live for the next 24 hours. The Giants Nation Show, 24-hour live stream. How's everybody doing? Let me know if you're live in the chat. And then we'll kind of go through, let people get in here, and then we'll go through what this is all about. And let me actually pull this up so we can be ready. Let me enter the StreamYard studio with my other computer, and then we can have some context of what we're about to do. So, we are picking a live show location. So, last year, and let's get to 100 people in here or so, and then I'll kind of go through what we're going through. But we're going to talk a lot of Giants, right? So we're going to have some guests. We're going to do some watch parties. So we are going to do, and let me pull up the schedule that I have. So right now the only guest I have is 3:30 New York Revival. Grump, Cranky, and Danny will be joining at various times. At 11 p.m., which is when we will start the part 2. That's the other thing, is that this will be on 2 different live streams because YouTube doesn't what's the word, archive or whatever 24-hour videos. They stop at 12 hours, so we'll restart. When we restart that, we will do a watch party of the 2007 NFC Championship. Now, I can't show that on my screen, or all of this that we're doing gets demonetized. So we can't do that. But we'll just kind of watch and talk through it. And then at 3 a.m., we're going to do a Super Bowl 25 watch party. So I'm excited about that. And we're going to talk some Giants and get the guys on. I also want to figure out our Coney Island our group next year. I think we're going to do that. We're going to go to Coney Island. So yeah. Why that game? Well, I'll be honest, I was clipping up some stuff for the countdown, and I was like, you know what, we should do, like, we've all rewatched Super Bowl 42 so much, and Super Bowl 46. Let's rewatch the conference championship game. It's probably why that. And the Super Bowl 25, I have watched, but I want to like sit there and really like watch it like it's a live game. So gonna do that. So we've got 80 people or so here on the YouTube chat. It sucks that we can't link the Twitter to the YouTube anymore. It just kind of screws it up. But here's what the goal of this. It is to raise money for a live show. So last year we did this to raise money for our positive plane. And we did that, right? And it ended up that John Mara had cancer. And when that happened, I was like, all right, this is the obvious thing to do with this plane. Where at first it was going to be like some type of joke, like, here's your positive plane, or, let's go Jackson, or, it's going to be something positive. But so we did that. But we kind of stumbled into, I was like, hey, a way to get people to donate, we'll do a live show at a location. We'll do a raffle. It kind of turned into, that was what the stream became about. We forgot that it was about a plane. So we want to do that again. So we do these live shows, these live events. And there was a good question on Twitter that I want to kind of talk through as well too. But they cost money, right? They cost money, and we're not making any money off of them. So we're gonna do one. And this is gonna fund that live show. So how it goes, you can see the scroller at the bottom. We will have a wheel. Let me pull up the wheel. Okay, so you see this wheel, right? What's the best way to do this wheel? We'll put it like that for now. So you see this wheel. We will enter. So you say you donate $5. You comment with what you want to do on there. We're gonna, at the end of this tomorrow, we are gonna do eliminate until we get down to one last location on the wheel. With that, there's some rules though, that it will come down to a 50-50, right? It's going to come down to a 50-50. Like, so if we get down to the last 5 and it is 4 of one location and 1 of other, then we're just going 50-50 against each other. Because I don't want, as much as I would love for someone to spend $1 billion and just, Actually, you know what? I'm eliminating that. If you want to spend as much money as possible to make it sure your thing is a lock, then we'll do that. So I'm changing rules as I go. So it's $5 for one entry, $10 for two, $20 for five. So you get a little discount there. And then the big one is if you do $100, you get 50 entries into it. And a rule that we are changing this year too. Last year, the people who did it early got punished because every spin, we would spin the wheel like every 30 minutes to an hour, and we would remove them. So, but people at the end who donate at the end, well, they didn't have 20 hours of their location getting removed. So this year, to motivate people to do it a little earlier, or not just wait till the end and basically be a 2-hour stream that's wrapped up in 24 hours. Every 30 minutes before, whenever we do the wheel or whatever, we're going to be adding, right? So I'll spin it 5 times, and whatever it lands on those 5 times, they'll get added bonuses on there. Also, I put Venmo in it this time. Number one, because I feel like I tried to super chat somebody a couple weeks ago, and I was like, this is tough. I don't understand why this is hard. But just one, YouTube doesn't take a big chunk of that, but it does take a chunk of that. So that makes it a little bit easier for us on that front. But super chat is very much welcomed as well too. So let's get rolling. Let's get that first entry on there. And we can get rolling and talking Giants and everything that we're gonna do. So and then the Venmo is it's all on the scroll, and then I put a lot of times when I've had the Venmo people for like, hey, live show tickets or whatever, they're like, oh, it wants me to confirm the phone number. And I'm like, I don't know how great I feel about giving you, last 4 digits of my phone or whatever. So now it's just, you got let me remove the wheel for a second. You've got this, right? So that's me. Like, that's me. That's the picture. So also, international entries cost double. Okay, this is not going to get rigged to where I'm going to go. And I have the right to refuse any place, right? If you put Iran, I'm sorry, you have to pick again. You have to pick again. I'm not going to Iran. So we started player profile prep. I was surprised. Usually I wait to put these things out until the player profiles start rolling out as almost promotion. But I was like, what? This is a great post for middle of July. Drew Phillips had the most tackles for a loss for corners in 2025 with 9. And he was 6th most in his rookie year was 7, and he missed 3 games, right? So maybe you could have got an extra one in there. He was second out of all. The only Trevor Moehrig or whatever from the Panthers had more. I was really surprised. Like, I knew he was a good run defender and stuff. I was actually pretty surprised at the audio choppy. That's not good. My internet, I pay way too much on the internet that my audio choppy. I was really surprised to see he was that high, and I knew he was good. Also, some of them kind of came towards the end of the year. I think Drew Phillips is very much the player where, like, I think his range of outcomes with this new regime is so high. I can see them falling in love with him. And by the way, I don't have my lights. I'm not putting these lights on until it gets dark. I'm not driving my eyes crazy. I can see them falling in love with his physicality, his aggression and stuff. And I could also see being like, hey, he doesn't do anything as a zone corner, and we need guys to make plays from this spot in coverage. But I think that they'll like him, and maybe they go with our Darius Washington or somebody in that spot. But it'll be interesting to see how they try and use him differently, because it was like man coverage, it was a struggle bus, and then zone coverage, they just kind of put low responsibility on him, but he didn't make everything that was thrown his way was completed in the zone coverage. So I don't want to spoil the player profile. But I did put that out today that I was like, man, he had the most. Like, I was expecting him to be like top 5 or something. I was surprised to see that he was the most for corners in the NFL and second for all defensive backs. So there's that. So again, we'll have some guests and stuff. Other things in Giants land. There's something that came out last week that I wanted to address. Something with Joe Schoen, right? Oh, the Gary Myers thing, talking about what Joe Schoen's extension was. It is very, very funny the way things can get framed. And we'll read the tweet. We'll pull up the tweet from Gary Myers. is Gary Myers. Here's some Giants news on a hot summer day. According to a very reliable source, GM Joe Shane's recently signed new contract is a 4-year deal through the 2029 season. He had 1 year left on his old deal. John Harbaugh has a 5-year contract. Giants ownership made it clear that Shane was remaining as GM during interview process for new coach, but length of contract confirms that Harbaugh is very comfortable working with him, as he's publicly stated. There's a lot of layers to that tweet. Oh, and we just got a Venmo, so let me get it. I think we got more than one. Make sure you guys put your locations on it. Oh, I don't know if you guys put your locations on it. Hold on. And I got to figure out a way to okay, so all right, so Jane, and you guys can put like questions in there as well too. So let's do the wheel a little bit. All right, so we got Crofton, Maryland. We got 2 for Crofton, Maryland. I'll be honest, I was a little like, man, nobody's doing anything. And then I realized I need to put my notifications on for Venmo. So Croft, and we'll take at some point we will take a look at some of these. So thank you, James Busehold. I will like it once I've got it. Bam, beautiful. All right, and then we got Dave Del Cole. He gave a 20. Stowe, Vermont. So that is 5 entries. And remember, these people are going to have a lot less competition to get added bonuses on when we spin the wheel in 30 minutes. So we got 5 for Stowe, Vermont. Thank you, Dave Del Cole, who scouts on our show. And if you, and this is not going to be a chat that is, I think, super active. So if you did leave a Venmo, comment that you left a Venmo. So that yeah, not a super chat comment, just a regular comment that you left a Venmo. That way we can get to it, and also you can put some type of Giants question in there as well too. And I will star them and we'll get to it. May not get to it as super fast, but we've got that. So we got Dr. Green 1995, Bruges, Belgium. Oh, dude, making me go to Belgium after that game the other day is pretty rough. I don't know if I'm the most patriotic guy in the world, except for when the World Cup turns around. And then I am very much like USA. But so the international ones are double, like we said. So Bruges, Belgium gets 1 on there. Also, like, here's the thing about the international ones. And people are saying like Bruges is absolutely beautiful, though. That is not going to be your typical live show. That is going to be, hey, all right, you have decided where me and my wife are going to go on vacation for a few days, and we will set up a laptop and do a show somewhere there. So so people are saying it's beautiful and stuff, but I will have to wear my USA. I'll get a Flo Belligan jersey, and I will wear it for that game. Because you know what? That'll be a great conversation starter. So there'll be a lot of conversation. So I'm actually kind of excited for Bruges, Belgium. So Belgium as my favorite Instagram page over the last 2 weeks. Would pronounce it. So Dave Del Cole, Jacob Elam. He left a Venmo. Philly. Ooh, Philly's getting 5. So here's the thing is my goal for and this, and not saying, oh, you can't do that, is my goal for this is to do like, hey, a summer random location or whatever. If it is like Philly, Dallas, Washington or whatever, that is likely, okay, it's going to be an away game weekend, which may be a lot more fun for some people. But that is like, if you do an NFL city, it's likely like when the Giants play there next, we're gonna go and we're gonna do that. And last year we went to Binghamton. Binghamton was like kind of the perfect location for this, where it's like it's a city where it has some culture, some history and stuff, things to do there, but it's not overly big. The people there are very down to earth. It's easy to travel around. So Binghamton was like kind of a great location. So like Alex, you put a flag. Oh, he commented. Lexington, Kentucky. He put a flag. I was like, what are we going? So Alex Goggin, Lexington, Kentucky. Kentucky. So, and I think most people are just going to do where they live, which I think is very cool as well too. Like come to your city, and be a part of that. So thank you, Alex. We got Ryan Flanagan, Streeter, Illinois. I think I saw that in here. And then when we get through some of these first wave, we will Philly would be hilarious. Philly would be fun. That's the thing, is we would have fun messing with the other fans and stuff. As long as we didn't have to get into a fist fight. As long as we don't get into a fist fight, we could deal with as much shit talking and stuff. It'll be fun. What won't be fun is having to get into a fist fight, and if it turns into a 20 versus 5 or whatever. But they could say whatever they want. We'll have fun with that. But let's add Streeter, Illinois. So thank you, Ryan. As these are coming now, my Venmo is loading. A Giants Nation show live. That's the thing. Is a Giants Nation show, a Giants Nation live show brawl would feed families. Yeah, it really would. That's the other thing. Is that would be very funny too. So I'm even as I say, like that's the only thing that'd be bad. It would also be hilarious. So we got Ryan Flanagan in. What did Flanagan put? He put Streeter, Illinois. Michael Burkich. If you're in here, make sure you comment. Street Beef's legend will be, yeah, that's the other thing. We get Dirty D there because he's a Street Beefs fighter. So Miguel, Arizona, Zoria. I want to make sure I get this right, Michael. São Miguel. Is this in Portugal? Portugal might be easier than people realize. Oh, so this is Portugal. Portugal. Here, let me share my screen so we can look at this. So this is it's an island in Portugal. Portugal. Okay. All right. So he put $20 in. The international are supposed to be double. You know what? It's 20. I'll put 3 in for the $20 ones. So let's put this in here. I'm just gonna put Portugal for people that when it gets spinning, people know what it is. Thank you, Michael. Michael wants us to have a really good vacation. And then Levi Baum put Levi said, my mailman and I both listen to the show. I hear your voice booming from the truck while doing deliveries. For our sakes, let's go a show in Orlando. Awesome. Orlando would be great. And eventually, I was talking to my wife about this. Let's look at San Miguel a little bit first, too. Yeah, this would be sick. This would be very sick. So, wouldn't be opposed to that. So that's the wheel that we have right now. Eventually, we're going to do one in Brevard County, Florida. And that will be the biggest party of all the live shows. Because it's like, all right, this is my, So Michael says it's the Hawaii of Europe. Which would be awesome. Hopefully it's not as expensive as Hawaii, but still awesome. So good stuff. And I want to get back to that Joe Shane thing here in a second. Let me go through the chat a little bit. Obviously, there's going to be a big jump in the beginning, right? That's to be expected, and appreciated as well too. So again, remember, if you guys leave a Venmo, let me know. That way I can go check it. Nothing will beat the Jeopardy of Vietnam last year. Truly not. Binghamton is perfect and Speedies are amazing. Yeah, we all have opinions. You have a huge Giants fan population in the Poconos of Pennsylvania. I would love to do a show in Pocono. Home of Derek Jeter and Greg Janus, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Derek Jeter is invited to our Coney Island group, which I will be talking about later. Can broadcast from my roof. That'd be fun. Oh, Michael Birch says it's cheap. We got Stonehenge. So we get one in there for Stonehenge.
You can do that one day.
Why not?
It's a monument.
We could just go live on the phones. That'd be cool. I mean, that's probably something I want to see, before I croak anyway. So thank you, Chief Librarian Mayonnaise. So there's that. All right, so I think we're caught up on everything right now. Again, if the super chats, and then if you do a Venmo, let me know. Let me know so we can stop and go to it. Well, we're talking about this Joe Schoen extension, which very happy that someone, like, as much as I give Gary Myers shit, when he was doing the nothing's happening, it's just lawyer hours with the John Harbaugh stuff. I was like, dude, stop. Okay, stop lying to us. As much as I give him shit, I do appreciate him actually getting this information that we all wanted to know, which again doesn't change a bunch, but it's just I like to know these things, and it's good to look at it. So he said, here's some Giants news on a hot summer day. According to a very reliable source, GM Joe Schoen's recently signed new contract is a 4-year deal through the 2029 season. He had 1 year left on his old deal. John Harbaugh has a 5-year contract. Giants ownership made it clear that Schoen was remaining as GM during interview process for new coach, but length of contract confirms that Harbaugh is very comfortable working with him, as he's publicly stated. So, a lot of layers to this, and I think this is a good spot to go through some of those layers. So let's go. According to GM Joe Schoen's recently signed new contract is a 4-year deal through the 2029 season. So that is a little bit misleading. I will say that a little bit misleading, because it's a 3-year extension. Now he had a year left on his deal, so now he has 4 years left on his deal. But it's a 3-year extension. Usually the GM ones are announced as 5-year extensions, but that is interesting, right? That is flat out interesting. It obviously overlaps with 4 of John Harbaugh's 5 years, and we all know that if things don't go well, it shouldn't make a difference on what they're doing with him. But that is flat out interesting that they only added 3 years. They didn't do 5 years, which is normally typical for a general manager. They only did 3 years on it. So that's interesting. It's worded a little bit to where it's like, oh, see, it's a 4-year deal, but it's a 3-year extension when usually they're a 5. So it goes through the 2029 season. I had to literally in my head go like 26, 27, 28, 29. Oh, this is a 3-year extension, but now he has 4 years on his deal. So there's that. John Harbaugh has a 5-year contract. So like when you hear 4-year extension, you think, oh, they're perfectly on the same path with John Harbaugh, but he's not. John Harbaugh has a 1 year that Schoen is not contracted through. Obviously, if things are going good, Schoen will. Giants ownership made it clear that Schoen was remaining as GM during interview process for new coach. That's the next part. So that's the thing where I'm like, I spent a lot of time talking about this. Is like the idea that Harbaugh was going to come in here and fire Joe Schoen, I think, was kind of made up. Like, he could have done that, right? I think he had to pull if he really, really wanted to do that. But the reality is that I think if he really wanted to do that, he wouldn't have taken the job. You know what I mean? So I don't think he was totally anti-Schoen, where it's like, oh, if he wanted him gone, he could. But I think if he really didn't want to work with Joe Schoen, I think he just would have went and worked somewhere else. You know what I mean? I think he was open to seeing it. Probably would have been a little bit better, just like, hey, it'd be nice to do a clean slate, but let's see it through. What's the, it's, and we saw how involved Harbaugh was with draft and free agency. It was more involved. We knew he was going to be involved. It was more involved than I actually thought it was going to be. So, Harbaugh kind of owns this first year of roster building for a lot. But that's the thing, is like the ownership, this was always ownership. Ownership was going to keep Joe Schoen. That was an ownership decision, and it was ownership's decision to extend him. And so there's that. and this is where I think Gary Myers adds in is like length of contract confirms that Harbaugh is very comfortable working with him as he's publicly stated. Well, I mean, Harbaugh's public statement is not like this ringing endorsement. He was basically like, he said that's their call, they made it, and I respect it. I think it's a good decision. He didn't have like this big like, oh man, we do all this or whatever. And also the length doesn't confirm that. Like, that's just reality. The length does not confirm that. If they would have gave him a 5-year deal, that would have been like, hey, we really like working. This is what we give GMs when they're on their last year contract, 5-year deals. So the length, in fact, I think it goes to the other way of like, there is a little bit more of wariness of like, let's see how this year goes with it. And like Joe Schoen has said, it doesn't really matter what his contract looks like. You get fired very quickly in this league with a lot of years left on your deal if that's what teams want to do. But I did think I thought it was good that we finally got the information out on it. If you guys, and again, be part of the conversation. It's going to be 24 hours, so if you got something to say, let me know. So we do have some new entries. We got SWB 9288 says Charlotte, South Carolina. I almost went to college in Charleston. I almost went to college in Charleston, South Carolina. And then some other people saying they sent some money. Still got the drop the puck at a Utica Comets game ball. Yeah, I really want to do that. I've done the first pitch. Now I got to drop the first puck. Let's see. Transactions. Levi did one, right? We put Levi. Yeah, Levi put Orlando. Vincent Fabio. Vincent, you just said Giants Nation show for life. So I need you to comment on that and let me know what you're doing. So Vincent, let me know what location. I see someone saying Kalamazoo, Michigan. I don't know if that's you though, so I do that. We got Christina Main Wall, Kalamazoo. Oh, so there's Kalamazoo, Michigan from Christina. So I guess we can look. Does Kalamazoo, like you said, it has Derek Jeter and then somebody else. Do they have like a Derek Jeter museum? That'd be cool. Kalamazoo, Michigan. Looks like a pretty decent, it's a pretty good sized city. Let me look up Derek Jeter. They have Derek Jeter Field. So they have an athletic complex for Derek Jeter. But we would definitely go to Derek Jeter's Field. Maybe that's where we do the shows, Derek Jeter Field. But I would love to go to like a Derek Jeter museum. I feel like Derek Jeter is a good enough player to where he can kind of have his own little museum. Like you go to the Hall of Fame, like the player who's not most recently inducted, who has the most stuff there, it is Derek Jeter. I know people on Twitter like to be like, "Oh, his defense," but Derek Jeter was. I mean, he's like the baseball player of the last 30 years, right? Like since I think he's bigger than Mark McGwire, and maybe Shohei has actually surpassed him because of the international. But I thought this was the Vietnam. Hey, Vietnam could happen. This would have to be like in the millie. I would think about it. How do you feel about multiple ESPN writers predicting a breakout season for Alexander? Did you see anything last year that suggests he has kind of talent, or is that just because of no defensive tackles? Yeah, I saw Benjamin. I went and clicked Benjamin Solak's article today. I saw him mention like, oh, he had 3 sacks and 3 tackles for loss the last 6 games. Here's the thing: is Alexander was a person who had a lot of draft buzz last year, and I do think a little bit is like, hey, let's look like. They're not watching the film of like Alexander to see, and they're like, oh, I really liked him in the draft. He's got a lot of opportunity here. Dexter Lawrence is gone. Like he's got a lot of opportunity. Hey, and if there's anyone who we want to be that breakout player, it is Darius Alexander. So, and let me comment on the one. What location? But who would the other ones hall monitor? That's interesting. We need Alexander the breakout. It's just here's the thing where I'm at with Darius Alexander. He showed me so little in year one, and I don't want to hear like flashes is like the lowest form of like, oh, this guy's a good player. Like, there's not a single like if Elijah Garcia, was a rookie last year, but like, oh, he showed like that's just everyone shows flash. That's such a low bar for me. But he's long. He's like we know how talented he is. He is. We put together a player profile schedule. We put him at the end because I am using training camp and preseason to make a big judgment on him. Where with most players, I try to not let that be the big judgment, right? I kind of look at them overall as a team. What are they trying, with a new coaching staff? What are they implementing? That type of stuff. I don't try to get too over involved with individual players, except for like, hey, this guy's actually going to make the end of the roster. Those type of guys. But again, those aren't like Nick Jones last year. We're talking about him making the roster and talking about him being this big impact player because he had a good training camp. But Alexander, let's see it, right? If he's really bad, then it's like, all right, man. I mean, we're a 26-year-old year two player. We desperately need you, and you're not doing anything. Then it's like, this. You need to get good quick, or we're moving on from you. But we need it. We desperately need Darius Alexander to be that guy. Jake Elam's talking about Joe Shane. I'm not too worried about the length. If we don't start winning games after 1 or 2 years, Harbaugh has the pull to get his own guy. Yeah, absolutely. Delilah, I believe this is our. I can't tell if this. Some people are just commenting them. I'm not sure if you've donated, and I know we've gotten some donations as it goes. So again, if you do a donation, I don't immediately get to it. I will get to it. Don't stress about that. But Vincent Fabio, by the way, like you have to go comment on the Venmo post, and I will let you know. And we got Andrew Spagnola, who did a couple. Oh, he did 2 different ones. So let's add Andrews. We got Short Pump, Virginia, and then Knoxville, Tennessee. Cool. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew's a loyal listener. Andrew helped us out a ton on the 4th of July mailbag. And then Hayden Dillon, live show in Minoe, Nebraska, smallest town. So I've actually thought about Nebraska because, you know what? I'm going to admit something. I don't know what the initial for Nebraska is. Is it just NE? Nebraska initial. Yeah, NE. Okay. I figured. But we have Dave Tolson there. If we do a lot, if Minoe wins, that wins. We want to do like something with Tolson there. Maybe do some hunting or whatever, but that's something that we would certainly entertain. The Shane contract isn't concerning because it would stop the Giants from firing him. It's concerning because it indicates some amount of trust in Shane. Yeah, listen, I agree with that, but once they decide to keep him, you got to move forward as if you're keeping him. You know what I mean? Like I think it was Bomani Jones who made a good point. The year after 2024, when they kept Joe Shane and Brian Dable, and he's like, you know what, John Mara, like, don't keep these guys, and then in your press conference talk about how you better feel better and how's the team better. No, back them up, because what happened was, and this is true. Now they didn't. And my sister-in-law just drove by. She can't see me waiter. I use those words again in the sense where it's like, dude, how are you keeping this guy after these words? How are you possibly doing right? That whole last week, I put, I clipped up that press conference. Like it's just you lie to us. You lie to us to make you seem like you're more serious in the moment when you really aren't. Like if you're gonna keep them, back them up. Say, I'm sorry. Like I understand you guys don't see it. We see it every single day. These guys are the guys. Obviously, they're like, go back your guys up. Don't keep them and then throw them under the bus to make it seem like you're more serious than what you really are about their performance. So I actually thought that was a good point where it's like, if you're going to keep a guy, back them up. How much for an entry for Grump's bed? You got to ask Grump that. But yeah, so it's like if you're gonna keep the guy, back him up. That's been my whole point before the extension happened. It's like extend him. And having him work on a final year of his deal would be insanity. Unless your plan was to literally just, hey, let's get through this year and then get rid of him. Which, if that was the case, you shouldn't keep him. So like I agree with you in that sense, but once you kept him, you gotta back him up. Albany, yeah, hey, put some Albany ones in there.
The guy that
Hold on.
here is what is his
Where's Wally's season?
he's decent.
I need in the comment on the Venmo. You can comment on your Venmo post. I even commented on it. So just oh, here it is. Charleston, my fault. I joined the pod a bit late. Didn't hear the full instructions. Big fan of the pod. Dying for all. Okay, so thank you. All right, so let's add 3 for Charleston. Charleston, South Carolina. Charleston's got some good representation in here. Add 3 for Charleston, and we're at 12. We've over 30 minutes. We can do a wheel spin, and add some locations. Let's catch up with the chat, and then get here. And again, don't stress if actually at this point you should stress. I need to make sure everyone that has done something. Manoa, Nebraska is the smallest town in America with a population of 1. Oh my God, I want this to win so bad. Do you think the O-line will struggle a bit to start the year because of the new coach? No, because I think those guys are all veterans. The thing is just the rookie and I think Greg Roman and Patrick Card. So no, I don't. The issue is just the interior guys. Runyon and JMS struggled to start last year with Carmen Brasillo. Right, you remember that interior was so bad in that first game, run blocking wise. Pass blocking, they were fine. James Hudson was really the bad one as a pass blocker. And how does Francis Maui Noah look as a rookie? That's you know, and Illuminor said like you know, he's not going to look all pro from day one. I kind of hope he does look all pro from day one, but like that's also not you know, not a lock. So we got some good questions. I'm starting like Jake Island about Colton Hood. So there's some Giants questions in here to get to, but I want to do a wheel spin. Ben Gold said Bridgeport, Connecticut. All right, so we are going to do our first spin. So we're going to do 5 spins. And again, the difference this year where we're not eliminating them as we go. We're going to eliminate at the end. I also did think going down to the last minute, we just do one, like we keep everybody on the wheel and just do one spin wherever it lands on. The issue is that these are not random. But you know what? It's more fun to spend an hour eliminating them one by one. So, all right. So, and I got people saying Venmo. So I want to get all the live show entries in before we do a spin because that would not be fair. If Greg Brooks. All right. So post Texas. All right. That's the last one.
What's that?
Got the super chat. I see World OBG a major touchdown contributor this year for Dart. So I'll get to your question in a second. I got your question starred. All right, let's do a wheel spin. And let's add 5 locations to it. So first one, we've got Portugal. Get a bonus. I'm gonna have to put these in a dock as well too, just in case like this thing crashes. All right, that's the second one. Philly. It looks like Philly's getting an extra entry. I'll just do all that at the end. We got Philly, or at least 2 at a time, so I'm not having to take forever. Orlando. All right, so let's get Philly and Orlando. Philly or Orlando. We got Bryson City, North Carolina, just super chatted. Throw you in there, just, for these last 2. All right, so 2 more spins, and then we'll do it again in like 30, 45 minutes. Dude, or Stonehenge, dude. That's why you do it early, right? Like, Stonehenge did 1 entry. Now he's got 2 because they did it early. And then 1 more. Dude, is Stonehenge going to get it again? Oh my gosh, it's destiny. Like, you'll remember these spins if Stonehenge gets in there. And then we got my mom, Key West, Florida, which again, is close, but it would be a lot of stress for a trip that's not supposed to be inducing stress. Key West, Florida, baby. Yeah, I thought it was almost my mom on a burner when it started Bryson City. My mom loves Bryson City. So hey, that Bryson City, that's a what's the damn word? A selection that would get my parents on that trip. All right, so let's get some of the star questions I had about the Giants. What are your expectations for Colton Hood this year? Will you be concerned if he doesn't win the cornerback 2 job in camp, or are you okay giving him some time? Corner, okay giving some time. Like, that's the thing. I don't have expectations for Colton Hood as a rookie because you're a rookie playing a very tough position. You know what I mean? I would like that's what I would like him to win the job and get that experience playing. But if he's not good, like if he's not ready, you don't want him to lose his confidence. Bobby, how do you feel about Calvin Austin? At 372 yards on a team whose passing game played very close to the line of scrimmage. Many believe he could be our main option in the slot. I just don't see it. Well, I do think he's their main option in the slot. But the reality is I think they're going to be using Isaiah Likely as a slot as well, too. But as a wide receiver, I actually do think he is their main option in the slot. I like Calvin Austin. I'm not saying like Russ using like Russ used him in Pittsburgh. Where and my drink is condescending all over the place. I waited till late in the day to have my coffee. But I like Calvin Austin. I think he's like a solid player. Maybe I'm just totally overhyping him. Maybe this is like a Paris Campbell type of addition. But I think he's a solid player. Like I'm fine with him being out there. I do understand where you're coming at, where it's like, hey, Rodgers, who likes to use the slot, only 372 yards. Like, that is real. But like I think he's got decent ability to do some things. So good question. And then Greg said, I see a world where OBJ will be a major touchdown contributor this year for Dart. Limited his reps so he doesn't get injured, but give him targets in key situations. I don't. Like, I want to be a little bit more excited for Odell. But the reality is I went and watched watched every single Dolphins snap, every single snap, even the run plays. Like, I didn't just go through just targets, whatever, every single play. And he just looked really bad. And I just don't know if maybe having that year off really helped him. But here's the thing is older guys, they get re-injured and easily. I'm not talking about like a big injury, just banged up where it slows you down. And like, there's been some tough training camps and stuff. He's like, I just see it him having those issues again. Like, I don't see this world where he's this big contributor. Again, I think there's a role you can find for him if he's good for that role, right? You're not just doing it because it's Odell Beckham Jr. We're just giving him 10 snaps a game. Like, this guy be communicating and stuff. I just don't see it. I really don't. And I think since the excitement of him signing to him just being on the team has died out, I think the more it's like you kind of look at it with a sober mind. It's like I just don't know what we've got for him. I will say I did go and clip up some Odell plays for the countdown series. And my gosh, dude, where it was unbelievable how good like we all know Malik Neighbors is great, and I just don't think he's even close to what Odell was in his prime. Like it's just nuts so how good he was. Where it's like just throw the ball to him, and he'll make you right. Got some donation. Liam Sheehan, the originator of Vietnam, which Vietnam. That's the thing about like these Vietnam had one donation. So Chesterfield, New Jersey. I will say now maybe it gets bigger on. There's not a big New Jersey, New York presence, which I'm not complaining about. I actually almost prefer that because it's like we're going to do stuff in New Jersey, New York, like Albany. Like I expect to do something in Albany eventually, but not a big one. St. Augustine, Florida, from Mac. St. Augustine. Make sure I spell that right. We got two for St. Augustine. GNS 4L. Is it better to the super chat or Venmo for live show? It's better the Venmo because Venmo doesn't take fees. YouTube, it's not a huge chunk, but YouTube does take a chunk of the fees. And I'll check Venmo here in a second. I'm sure I've gotten some since the last. Actually, I haven't. And eventually there's going to be like 2 hours where nobody donates, which will be good for the conversation, I guess. Will Dart have more rushing touchdowns or Neighbor more receiving touchdowns? I would say Neighbor's receiving touchdowns. I don't know if they're going to use Dart like a battering ram down at the goal line. And I think Neighbors is great. And I think he's going to be the focal point of the offense. Like I think we've forgotten about that a little bit. I think Malik Neighbors should be back from his injury and will be the focal point of the offense. What's up, Dominic Zavada? Kadarius 2022 or 2022. Bobby really excited to watch the O-line this year and also to see more investment there. Aside from injuries, what is the scenario where the O-line doesn't perform to our expectations this season? Oh, well, besides from injuries, it's just the interior is bad. Like Runyon didn't have a great year last year. Again, he's a fine pass protector. JMS, like I think people are a little bit late to the curve on JMS, where in 2024, I voted him my most improved player. 25, I think he was the same player. He just didn't give up those some of those sacks that look bad where TV like, what's going on? And I mean, if you guys watch the O-line reports, we talked about it. It's like, this is something that they are having JMS do. I think it's dumb, but it's not his fault. And I think PFF is crediting him with these sacks that he's not giving up. He also had a couple plays versus like a guy like Vita Vea that really made him look stupid that stick out in your mind that year. I think it was largely the same player, which is a negative in the run game and an average pass blocker. And then Maui Noah being a rookie. Like, if Maui Noah is not good as a rookie, which is okay, like that's three guys who could be below average on the interior. I think that's the way. But the strength of the interior last year is even though it's like none of those three guys was like, oh, I really, really like John Runyon or Greg Van Roten. It's like half the battle on the inside is just being in the right spot. And those guys were always in the right spot. They made no mental mistakes. I think that's something you forget. Like, I remember the year after Jones got his contract and that first half of the season, people were talking about, oh, his pressure rate. I was like, dude, pressure rate is a good thing to look at. This is a different level of pressure. Okay, if you get pressured by two people at the same time, that's the same pressure rate as a guy getting in as you're throwing it. You know what I mean? It was unbelievable. It was guys with missed assignments, free rushers. It was a total mess. And guys just getting obliterated. So it's like the pressure rate, yeah, that's a good thing to look at overall. But it's like this level of pressure in these 6 games is unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, that Miami game was just like, what the hell are you supposed to do? That Dallas week 1 game was pitiful. You know, there was just some brutal moments to start that season. So yeah, let's check it out on Twitter and see what's going on in Twitter land. How many people we got in here right now? We have 150. Let's see. Oh, is Summer League starting today? Let me look up NBA Summer League schedule. I got Wimbledon on the TV. NBA Summer League schedule. Nope, they start tomorrow. And the Nets don't even play. So the Nets play Friday at 6 p.m.
Suck.
Versus the Knicks. So we can all watch that together. Zach Martinez says, I think you missed my super chat. I hope I didn't. Oh, I did. Thank you for pointing that out. Got 24 hours sharing my birthday. Best gift all day. Florida, Massachusetts for my entry. All right. So it's kind of a, we could pick anywhere in the locations. Thank you, Zach. If you want to give if you want to give us some cities in there, feel free. Summer League started a few games ago. No, I'm talking about the real Vegas Summer. I don't know what this whole thing is now. It's very weird. Maybe I'm just wrong. I remember the Orlando Summer League. I wish I would have gotten to some of that when it was available. Sorry, Florida, Mass is a town. Oh. Well, I got to look this up. Florida, Mass. Imagine going to Florida and Massachusetts. That'd be kind of zany. Florida. It's not showing up. There we go. Florida, Massachusetts. It is. It's a city in Massachusetts. It's right on the border of Vermont, too. By Stamford. That's cool.
I wonder.
Yeah, this would be a cool one. It'd be confusing for people, but it would be cool to do. Tehran, Iran. Well, Luke, I appreciate that you only gave $2, and you know I have the right to refuse any. I am refusing any Iran. If you want to give up that up to 5 and then put a real location, you're more than welcome. But we will not be going to Iran. Again, I have the right to refuse. And then we got Bridgeport, Connecticut from Ben Gold. Can you talk through the 2026 schedule and schedule out the pathway for us making the playoffs as a wildcard? Yeah, that's something we could do. It's kind of quick and easy. And this will be a very quick, like, how do we do it type of thing. Without being crazy. Don't want to get crazy. All right, so we got Cowboys week 1, Rams week 2. Let's say this is the path to victory. You beat Dallas week 1. They're not unbeatable. They're not a team that is flushing with – they're talented. Their offense, I just don't – I'm worried about getting into a boat race with them. I'm not picking the Giants beat Dallas, but let's beat Dallas week 1. You lose to the Rams week 2. Fine. You beat the Titans 2-1. Beat the Cardinals 3-1. You beat the Commanders 4-1. You beat the Saints 5-1. Right? 5-1. I don't think that's crazy. Then you lose to the Texans. We'll do the split with Dallas, Philly to make it, like this is a reasonable, like, get there. So you're 5-2. You lose to Philly 5-3. Beat the Commanders 6-3. Let's say you lose to the Jags. I don't want to get too crazy. 6-4. You beat the Colts 7-4. Lose to the 49ers 7-5. Lose to the Seahawks 7-6. You beat the Browns 8-6. You lose to the Lions 8-7. Lose at Dallas 8-8, and then beat the Eagles in the final week of the season 9-8. So there's 9-8. That's like that's not unreasonable. It's tough, right? You got to really, thread the needle. You can't lose to any teams that you're supposed to. You have to win. You have to win some games that you're not supposed to. That's kind of my way of getting there. What are the countries that are off limits? I think anything that's in a war right now. So like Israel, Iran, I'm not going to go to Israel and Iran right now.
Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine in a war, right? Diomede, Alaska. Oh wow. Closest town or closest US town to Russia. Let's do it. Diomede, Alaska. Some of these cities, when it gets like late night and this gets slowing down a little bit, and I'm not as tired as whatever. I want to kind of go through, look through some of these towns and see what we got. Let me check Venmo too. See if we got any new ones. First guess is 3:30, by the way. I don't know when Danny King or Grump or any of them are willing to join. Yeah, North Korea, I just don't see myself getting out there in the near future. Eventually, but not in the near, the immediate future. And so, and you got the instructions down at the bottom. Eventually, we do have to do Alaska. Oh, and that's the thing. Since we're talking about live shows, let me check my GNS notifications. By the way, Twitter notifications have been a pain in the ass a little bit. Where it's like it's filtering them. Where it's like I'm not seeing all the replies, and I don't need to see every reply, but I feel bad. Like there's been look, and I was like, hey, this tweet has 8 replies, and I didn't get any notifications. So I wanted to pull up the tweet because someone actually asked a good question about the live shows, and I appreciate this question from @GetYa Sports. He says, "Love the show, longtime Patreon member, but with no disrespect, why so much time spent / focus on these live shows that really only benefit 30 fans at a time?" That is a legitimately good question. I will say, we talk about them and joke about them a lot. We're not putting a ton of effort into them, you know what I mean? Like we're putting effort into them, but it's not like it's like, oh, we got to go the effort is mostly the day of, and then the money spent, right? And that's where you can say, hey, well, you spend your money in better ways. But number one, we like doing it. Like that is the main reason we do them. They are a lot of fun. We like doing them, and it's a lot of fun for us. And they make good memories and stuff. It gives me a reason to travel. So it's like that's the number one thing. I like doing it. I don't know if we're ever gonna do them forever. You know what I mean? I'm sure we'll do something for it, but I don't know if we're gonna be doing 3 or 4 a year forever. As just life and stuff changes. But they are something I just enjoy doing. And we are Giants Nation show. I would like to do a show around the entire nation. Number 2 is we do it in times of year that don't take away from the show. You know what I mean? So like let's look at the last year's shows. Outside of Charlotte Motor Speedway, we don't replace regular podcasts with them. So like none of these live shows are like, all right, this is the podcast for this slot, right? So in the off season, it's 2 a week. It's never replacing the Friday episode of doing a live show, except for Charlotte, because that was the first one we did, and it's Memorial Day weekend. So that's the only one. But let's look at the last year. Binghamton, it's just a live stream on YouTube. We didn't end up doing the LPG one, but that wouldn't have been a replacement of a podcast. Charlotte is south of the border, just a live stream. Sussex County Miners, just a live stream. And then going forward, Florida Gators, just a live stream. The next Sussex County Miners, West Virginia, that'll be a live stream. So it doesn't take it away. Now, if we were trying to do these in October, November, that would take away from the podcast because it would just it'd be too hard to not have it take away from the podcast. But we kind of do most of them where it's free time. Like Sussex is like, hey, we're gonna be up in New Jersey. We're gonna go to a baseball game and do a live show. You know what I mean? So they don't and here's the other thing is like when it says like only benefit 30 fans at a time. I like benefiting those 30 fans at a time. You know what I mean? Like I think we shouldn't forget our I think that sometimes people will do that. Is they will like, oh well, this is like kind of ignore their diehards in a way to just reach the masses, which I think one is making your content dumber. I don't ever plan on doing that. I'm not saying that live shows is a smart content or whatever. But I'm just saying like the general thought of that. We're not doing that. We're not doing clickbaity and stuff like that. Like we want to build more diehards instead of reach the masses as quickly as possible. If that means like I'm always about longevity with this stuff. And I think the diehard listeners deserve stuff like that. Like obviously you're gonna lose listeners who were once diehards. Like people who first listened to me and Danny. There's some people who loved us then probably don't like us now, right? We're way bigger homers at that point. They may be a super homer and just like, yeah, you don't favor the team as much as you did then. Where it's like, you know what? I was a little more delusional. I was living off the Super Bowls and really thought everything was just going to be fine. Things were going to turn around because they always did for the Giants. But like naturally that's going to happen. So we got a couple more. So Dr. Green did too. He did live stream run on his golf cart from the cart. I'll allow that one. Actually, that's too hard. And we have to get Dr. Green. And we're definitely not doing Grump's wedding. Leave another location or another 2 locations. And we'll get those in there because Grunt Weddings is not the run-on golf one is not the worst thing in the world, but I just think it'd be too hard and it'd be terrible. Like we wouldn't it wouldn't actually be able to be a live show. We could do like a live stream or whatever, but give us some locations and we'll get them in there for you. What teams around the NFL do you think are real sleepers this year? Says Dirty D. That's a good question. So let's go. Let me just kind of go. I'm looking at the ESPN page. Bills not a sleeper. Dolphins bad. Patriots not a sleeper. I almost want to. The Jets now. Their defense is too bad. I got to keep reminding myself that the Jets just cleared themselves of defensive talent. But offensively, it's like they kind of have some fun young pieces, and then maybe Geno can get back to what he was in Seattle. But you know what? The Jets are not going to be it. Dallas might even be a sleeper because their offense is so good. Like they'll be back. I think there's a good chance they're back in the playoffs. The Commanders, I don't see it. Eagles, not a sleeper. Ravens, not a sleeper. Bengals are not a sleeper. Browns aren't. Steelers, I don't think they're going to be good. Bears, Lions, Packers, Vikings, none of those guys would be considered sleepers. Maybe the Vikings, with Kyler being, a good bit better. Texans, cool. You know who I think? The Titans. Defensively, I'm not sure where they're at talent-wise, but I like Robert Saleh. He added some of the guys that he likes. I like Cam. I still do like Cam Ward. And I think even though I don't agree with some of the team-building stuff, they had a lot of money to spend, and they spent it in decent spots. I actually think the Titans could be that. The Falcons, no. Panthers, no. Saints, no. Bucks are what they are. Broncos, no. Chiefs, no. Raiders, I don't think so. The Chargers – would the Chargers be considered a sleeper? Like, I think them with adding Mike McDaniel with Justin Herbert could be pretty nice. And I think people forget last year, like, their whole O-line got hurt. Maybe that happens again, but I like the Chargers. Cardinals, no. Rams aren't. 49ers aren't. So I guess I came at Chargers and Titans as my 2 sleeper teams. Look. I think the Chargers, yeah. So there you go. Some of you guys are just saying locations, and we don't just, Here's a good. Is the 24-hour stream a locked and yearly tradition? I don't think so. Like I think there's a good chance this is the last time we do this because it is a mental load on you. Like here's the difference between this year and last year. Last year I kind of was like, all right, let's start 11. This year, like I mentally prepared myself. Like I got an extra hour and a half of sleep. Put my alarm back. Had breakfast. I waited 2 hours to have my coffee to make sure I can, it hits me a little bit better and doesn't, whatever the whole thing you study about not drinking coffee in the first hour or two, you wake up. So I think I prepared a little bit more for it this year. I'm waiting for Dr. Green, London, UK. Okay, there you go. So international is double. So London, London. There you go. Thank you, Dr. Green. Edison, New Jersey. Hey, that's where I was born. Maybe do it at the hospital. What about a show in front of Babe Ruth's childhood home in Maryland? That'd be cool. I keep seeing the Giants as one of the more likely teams to go from worst to first. What's your thoughts on that considering our division? I mean, I don't think it's likely, but like you really got to look at like the year 2 quarterbacks because those, or rookie quarterbacks and year 2 quarterbacks. That's where you see that happening. Or, brand new coach you have a lot of faith in. So I think the Giants could go from 4 wins to 9 wins, which is literally a double plus some win. I don't see them winning the division. I just think the likelihood of the Eagles and Cowboys being good is there. LeBron. Where's LeBron going? Dude, I thought it was just the Warriors. I thought he was going to do it on July 4th. But I don't know. The more and more I think it's just going to be Cleveland. I saw the thing yesterday. It was a Shams or somebody who said like he's not going to go to Golden State without Anthony Davis. So Tyler Comas, who writes for Ole Miss, New Orleans, Louisiana, specifically at Manning's Sports Bar and Grill, if possible. By the way, how optimistic are you that Bo could be a camp standout and be a factor come the fall? All right, so let's add New Orleans. I would love to do it at the Manning Sports Bar and Grill, if possible. And I'll even put in Manning Bar. I'll put Manning Bar in parentheses. We're over an hour in, by the way, which is nice. I think Bo will be a standout in camp and stuff. The issue is he's not taking a starting job. It'll be interesting to see what he looks like when he plays, though. Like, did he get he mentioned, I need to get stronger and play strength. I need to get play strength. So I am one of the people who's like, I would have liked to see him get a shot to compete on the inside. And if it didn't work out, you move him back out. But I wanted to see him compete on the inside because one, that's part of his drafting is I think inside may be his position, right? Like, go listen to me with James Foster last year at this exact time, this exact week on that episode where I had Trevor Sikkema and Nate Tice. And then Foster and then somebody else on that too. I'm going to feel bad that I forgot the fourth person on and then Bingle. Talking about Jackson Dart, and we talked a little bit about Bo, and he's like, yeah, I think so. Like, that was a conversation a year ago. So, and I'm excited about his player profile. I think that's going to be one of the more interesting ones, but I also would like to see him get a chance to play more consistent right tackle too. So, but I think LeBron goes out to Cleveland. Do you think Giannis really changes a lot for Miami? Obviously, he's a massive upgrade, but I don't think him alone makes him a contender. No, but the East is in a spot where it's like, man, if you get to the finals, you got a chance. I think Giannis gives you that. And I trust the Heat in the way they build things around guys, where I think it does make them a contender in the East. Like, right now in the East, Knicks fans, who do you think is your biggest contender? Like, the Pistons, it seems like they're getting rid of their guys, and I like that they're not settling it with it, but it's technically the Sixers, but again, until Joel Embiid gets out of the second round, I just don't have any faith in them. So it's the Sixers. I'm not well versed enough on the Raptors to know what Kawhi does for them. And then you got the Heat, and then the Pistons and the Cavs. So that's your competition right there. So. Is there any legit concern over Harbaugh's issues in the fourth quarter? Ravens fans claim he won't help the team at all. Bill, give us the location, brother. Because I appreciate you leaving a question with it. But put a location. So let me, chat. Bill, put a location to put in there. Is there any legit concerns over Harbaugh's issue in the fourth quarter? So I went and looked at this, and actually, the Ravens fan did something on Reddit about this. There was 1 year, I can't remember, it might have even been 2022, where there was a year where it was really bad, right? It was really bad. I think it is more a product of the Ravens being good for a long time, John Harbaugh being the coach for a long time, and you just give up some fourth quarter leads eventually. You know, I will say that's where it's like he hasn't done anything. He's it's been an issue enough to where the idea like, oh, the Giants just got to close out close games, and that's where coaching comes into play. Like, well, John Harbaugh doesn't necessarily fix that specific issue, make them better on defense and offense and stuff. He doesn't give you the, oh, they finish out close games. But I think that is more a product of he's coached a lot of games, and they've led a lot of games, and some of them have just not went well. 2022 being a year that stands out where it was an actual issue where they're just blowing fourth quarter leads. But I think it's actually a little bit more of a inevitability. Alexandria, Virginia says. Thank you, Bill. But I'll say it to this point, and is we shouldn't expect John Harbaugh. Like John Harbaugh's the guy I wanted. Clear, like again, he was number one, right? Jesse Minter might have been like a little bit of a 1A for me, but I just wanted John Harbaugh specifically for the Giants. Or a 1B for me, Jesse Minter. But there was really no number two after that really got me excited. Or number three, I guess. He's not perfect, like he's not going to fix every single issue. I understand, like, and if Kevin Stefanski is the coach, I think people be saying this like a very similar thing. That's just new coach disease within fandom. But I do think there's going to be some legitimate like changes to the team, the way they practice and stuff. And it's not just the cycle of like, oh, tough, like it is funny where it's like 4 years ago we're talking about, oh yeah, man, they really take care of their players and they were overworked before. And now we're like, hell yes, 10 practices and 11 days to start camp. Which I've always felt fallen under, for the most part, fallen under the side of like, hey, you need to practice. But I think there's gonna be legit change, but he's not gonna he can't fix everything right away. And he's also not like the best coach in the NFL either. He's not like, if we got Sean McVay, then it'd be like, all right, yeah, I think it's very easy to pick ourselves for the playoffs because of how great of an offensive mind he is. And that being a great offensive mind just raises your floor so much. I don't think what Harbaugh necessarily does is like, oh, this floor raiser because of his scheme or stuff. I think it's more just like he's going to put together a winning culture, and eventually have to win games for it to be a winning culture. But I think Zach Morris, my Venmo isn't working. Wanted to throw in Shaniko, Oregon, or one of many ghost towns out here. You should do a trip where you go to several. Yeah, we definitely we will do some type of ghost town eventually. Like we want to do a Route 66 tour. We're not going to do only part of me is like, you get these Instagram reels and it's like all these ghost towns. It's like, well, we do want to go to some places that have people, but we will do some type of live show in a ghost town. Kind of did that south of the border. Jameis Winston is my favorite backup we've had since the Hefty Lefty. Dude, so I was putting together the countdown, and I had a very should I do Steve Smith or Hefty Lefty for the 12 days till Giants football? I mean, I remember him coming for those QB sneaks. It was electric. Sixers got finals MVP Jaylen Brown. Yeah, that's why I say the Sixers, not because I believe in Joel Embiid, but he can almost like Jimmy Butler them, where they were a bounce away from going to the conference finals. And Jaylen Brown may not be like that level of player, but he clearly does drag you along a little bit, and raise your what he did last year with the Celtics, I think was pretty phenomenal. And then he did win, won the finals MVP. So I actually think that was like a reasonable move they could do that actually probably made me take Philly as serious of a threat since they had Jimmy Butler. And even at that point, it was like, we didn't know Joel Embiid was such a playoff choker. And Ben Simmons hadn't fallen apart yet either. So I think I'm taking the Sixers, I think, are more real now than they have been since 2018. Yeah, the West is ridiculous. Are we going to check in on Supervisor Bradford? I thought about running that back and hitting him again or hitting somebody new. Where last year we went and just found some local politician and harassed him about poisoning the water. So maybe we'll do that at some point. We're an hour. Let's see. We've been hour and 15 minutes in. So we'll spin the wheel in about another 10, 15 minutes. Let me check Venmo as well too. Oh yeah, we got Jason Cole World. Austin, Texas. Maybe during an away game to Dallas from Spicy Clone. So Austin, Texas. Dude, you know that song with like I drink and jack all by myself? How is that song so popular? When anytime I think of the jokes about like how it's pronounced. But it's pronounced. I do not know, man. I should keep track of like what we're making. I guess not. It's fine. Do you think Ja Morant is cooked or will a fresh start be? So that's one of those things where it's like I am a little bit not as in tune with the NBA where I'm like, wait, Ja Morant's just done? Like it's over for him? Do you know what Giants game you're going to this season? Yes, the 49ers game. And I would assume we'll do some type of Breaking Big Blue the Monday after. Where would you rank Kyle Busch and Jimmy Johnson comparatively? Jimmy Johnson has 7 championships, so I feel Kyle is way more talented. I mean, as much as Kyle Busch is great, I don't think you can put him above Johnson. Yeah, maybe but like Johnson won more races, like 20 more than 20 more races in Cup. And you know, they were largely together for the same amount of time. Kyle Busch probably has more years of Cup racing at this point as well, too. You know, Busch was in and Hendrick and then Joe Gibbs equipment. Obviously, didn't have Chad Knaus, but I think it's just got to be Jimmy Johnson. It's not even just like, oh, the champion, you know, the 7 championships. But do you sing it the right way? The Choosing Texas. Getting Las Vegas on the board. Hey, dude, I'm waiting for Victor. Not that I'm gonna expect, you know, I don't want to feel like I'm like where because Victor was a big donator last year. He almost got us to Las Vegas. But I told him if we do it Las Vegas, we are doing it at Victor's house. I want to talk about our Coney Island group. Holy crap! You guys should seen the local reports from the job. Or are they really? I would assume they're super positive. But yeah, Las Vegas on the board. Las Vegas is the one where I'm like, I don't know where do we do it. That's why I said we'll just do it at Victor's house. You know what I mean? So yeah, Las Vegas on the board. I want to say nobody, but definitely not Kyle. 49. So that's when I realized 49ers game is one of 2 home games this season where resale ticket prices are. But I always do end of year because like, oh, tickets might be super cheap. And then I realized like, oh, 49ers took over the stadium. But you know what? Eventually you got to just do what you want to do. So December 6th, 49ers. One of the Oregon reporters had to issue a public apology because Zach, can you tag me on that on Twitter or whatever? And I want to read that because that sounds hilarious. That's crazy. Thank you for watching all that film, bro. Where do you see Neighbors at the end of the season? I do not see him coming close to rookie season numbers, even if he plays full year. Woodbury, Connecticut. All right, let's get Woodbury, Connecticut in there. Connecticut was the underrated place last year. where it's like it became like Las Vegas, Binghamton, and then Vietnam got a lot of shine. Connecticut had a very strong showing last year, which it makes sense for us to do. One, if you ask like what state that you haven't done makes sense to do next, it is Connecticut. The numbers I don't know because I think the numbers actually will be similar. I think I do as long as he's not missing a ton of like a good chunk of games. If he's missing 2 games, like I think he's going to hit 1,000 yards. At 1,200 as a rookie, he only had what 7 touchdowns as a rookie. I think. I say only, like that's not the Giants' best like receiving touchdown mark since Slayton's rookie year. How many touchdowns did he have as a rookie? Might have even been 5. No, he had 7 as a rookie. I was right. So like I still think he's gonna get 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns or so. Like if he's missing 2 games, I'm predicting comfortably 1,000 yards and like 8 touchdowns. Yeah, I'm really hoping the Giants win some games and ticket prices come back up. If resale is below face value game, that's a recipe for other teams' fans every game. We saw a ton of dude. I don't know what it is about the last week. Actually, I know what it is. I have really grinded out since I got back from Spain the countdown videos, and that includes that's clips of good Giants football and winning games and stuff. I want to win so bad. Like I genuinely feel like Mr. Brownstone in Charlotte. It's like I just want to win. I want to win games this year. I just don't want. I can't do another year like last year and the year before and the year. Like I just win games, please. Like let's get back to just a floor, and then let's get back. And then in 5 years we can be fans who's like, hey, if we go 10-7 and then lose in the wild card round, we're unhappy about that. Like getting back to that point is somewhere where we should be. Where I'm like, I don't even know. Like I think Knicks fans are in this a little bit too, where it's like, all right. They won the championship. So that's the ultimate, like, hey, how can you complain that much? But like, I want to get back to the point where it's like, we're not happy with just getting to a wild card or divisional round. You know what I mean? So I was like, I just want to win so bad. And if that means when I have to go to a game, the ticket prices are double or triple, then so be it. Like, I just want to win games so badly, man. Like, we were good, man. We won Super Bowls. We won games consistently. Like think about the Giants. 8-8 was like a really bad, year. Like, since, let's go backwards from the, 2012, 9-7, 2011 won the Super Bowl at 9-7, 10-6, 8-8, 12-4, 10-6, 8-8, 11-5, 6-10. Eli's rookie year, 4-12. That was Fossil's last year. Got fired. He got fired. The 3 years after going to a Super Bowl, and a year after being in the playoffs, 10-6, 7-9, 12-4, 7-9, 8-8, 10-5-1, 6-10, 5-11. Those are the Dan Reeves years. 9-7, 11-5, 6 and like Ray Handley is widely known as like the worst coach, and he is terrible, right? He had a great team, and they were bad. But 6-10, 8-8, like, and then this last 10 years is just miserable. Like last year we started this tweet series, and you'll see the tweet today around 2:30 or whatever. We have them scheduled for the next 2 weeks of like Giants stats leaders over the last 10 years. And I put interceptions up yesterday and be like, oh, this sucks. I was like, I put this first because it's the best. I didn't want to start off with the negative. Like some of these are like, just depressing what these last 10 years have looked like. I just want to win so bad. I'm guessing the company took his report down, but I tagged him. All right, so let's read this Ja Morant thing. All right, go to my Twitter. See, here's the thing: is I got to check. I had to click mentions now because I literally don't. I don't think I got it. I didn't get it, Zach. Did you do my account or the GNS account? Maybe did you DM it to me? I'm not seeing it. What do you think the odds Colton Wood is one of the starting cornerbacks week 1? I think it's probably a little bit less than a 50-50. I think they're going to give it to Greg Newsome. His immediate reference to the trade was something like "bring back the jail." Has John Morant went to jail? I'm actually asking because I that's what I said. Where it's like I haven't paid attention to that enough. Has he been like arrested or anything? I know he had the thing where he was like pointing the laser at people and stuff. It was definitely being stupid, but has he like committed crimes? I'm looking up John Morant jail. All right, let me go look up arrested. He's never been arrested. Yeah, so he's never been arrested. Now I can't pick a driver. You got to pick. What you got to do is you got to pick a team. Like that's my thing. Is I was a Jimmy Johnson fan, and as Jimmy Johnson, I was like, I really like the Wood brothers. I've always kind of liked them. And then when Ryan Blaney came around, I was like, you know what? I'm a Wood brothers guy. Dude, the Yankees, by the way, like I don't understand how they've been so bad. So Shane just Harbaugh's yes man at this point. I really do think so. Like I know I didn't play into that in the first month. The stuff that came out, like one free agency, you see it. The stuff that came out of the draft that the Giants put out themselves was like, oh my gosh, this is like we always knew he was going to run the first round. We always knew that. The second round, it's like I'm sure that's I do believe the second round was collaborative in a sense where it's like, hey, that you guys are scouting a lot of those guys, but it's like I expect the coach to be pretty involved in the top of the top of the second round pick. That's the top 40 pick. The coach can be ready for that. And then you see the Malachi, like he's like, all right, now let's trade up for Malachi Fields. Like that was quick. So I genuinely think he is. Like I'm not saying that just to even like put him down. I genuinely think he is. When you come to West Virginia as a West Virginia native, I implore you to go to Tudor's Biscuit World. I promise it'll be one of the best, if not the best, breakfast sandwich you ever had. Well, I think someone recommended that. So we'll do, and then boss, give us a location. Boss JBO, give us a location. Because we're getting ready to do another spin as well too. So give us a location. Someone just sent Venmo. Okay, cool. Let me check that. Let me check some. Yeah, let me get some of these last ones in here. Andrew was at the Binghamton show. He was very fun to talk with. Very knowledgeable fan. I accidentally spun the wheel. We'll just whatever it stops. It stops. And honestly, like I wish they were in Albany. It's not even just like for me being in West Virginia compared to New York location wise doesn't make much of a difference. But it's like the fans who go to Albany Giants training camp are generally, I think, some of the most enjoyable people to talk with. Because like one, they've seen the old stuff, so they have like a standard. They know what good football looks like. They went to those training camp practices, so they were big time fans. It's like the Big Blue, Rich and Ed from Big Blue Huddle. I think that just not to offend it, but like the people I probably enjoy talking with the most are the people who just been to those training camps. Like they just speak my language of like Giants fandom. Over under Matt Nagy OC for 3 years and Harbaugh over under 10 years as head coach. The Republic of Malaysia. Oh wow, the Republic of Malaysia. Malaysia. Well, here's the thing: is international ones are double. So I'm going to ask you. I'm going to look this up first. We'll look this up and see if this is a place. Oh, it's in Nevada. Oh, it's in Nevada. It's like this own. If they'll let us, hell yeah, let's put it on. Let's put it on. Republic of yeah, fine by me. If they'll let us there, we'll go. Under for Matt Nagy, and I made this point, is either he's going to be fired or he's going to get a head coaching job, right? You know, in 2 years. So I'll say under for Harbaugh 10 years. 10 years is a long time. And he's, you know, how old is John Harbaugh? He's 68, right? You know, so 63. So it'll be 73 in 10 years. There's going to be an ownership change at, you know, at some point. So I'll say under, just because 10 years is a long, long time. Ain't that right, Joe? Favorite body armor paint scheme that Blaney has ran. The body armor chill one last year for the Coke 600 was pretty cool. I do like this one. Biloxi, Mississippi. Let me spell that right. We're bottom of the league in rush defense. Can we get above middle of the league average? Who's a big X factor in the rush D? Well, the X factor is Darius Alexander, I guess, but I don't think they'll be above average. If they're average, I think it'll be a miracle. I went from Rusty to Kurt once he got into the 2 with Penn. So you got to stay with the 2. Go back to the 2. Go back to the 2. I know it's tough with Cindric right now, but go back to the 2. So yeah, you got to go back to the 2. Go stay with Penske. Is John Harbaugh any good at scouting wide receivers, rest of his history? Yeah, I mean, that's if there's one position where you say, hey, the Ravens are really bad at that, it is wide receiver. When is the Sussex County Miners game? August 14th. Out of the wide receivers that we have outside neighbors, which one gives our cornerbacks the highest level of competition? Either Slayton or Mooney. You know, Fields is not like, you know, he's contested catch guy. You know what? I will say Slayton because cornerbacks don't get the benefit of wide receivers dropping the ball in practice. So I'll say Slayton. I think he's a better overall route runner. Where Mooney's like really good at the few routes that he runs, but Slayton I think is very much a run every route guy. If it's not Albany, I hope it's Austin. I hope it's Albany. That's where I'm from. Get 2 birds, 1 stone. 2 birds stoned at once. For shits and giggles, I just tag. Yeah, we'll read that after we do some wheel spins. The closest tutors in Bryant is in Lewisburg, which is like 20 minutes away from there. I think we're even staying in Lewisburg. So yeah, we'll definitely check that out. Also, the Giants practice being at 1:30. I hate the practice being in the afternoon, but it does give us the morning to go and, you know, get breakfast or something like that. But I hate them being in the afternoon. Morning practices are so superior. Are we in full Dex hate watch mode where we'll be happy if he's bad? I'm not. Here's the thing is, a player has to do something for me because I'm so involved in like the business side of this and stuff. That player has to really bother me while he's on the Giants for me to hate watch or go to a rival, right? Or say shit publicly. As much as Dex hasn't done the thank you or whatever, I don't have that hate for Dex. He's on the Cincinnati Bengals or whatever. Obviously, I know he didn't play his best last year and he came into camp out of shape, but I also I'm just as mad as the Giants. Like, why'd you give him training camp off then? So I'm not. I think a lot of Giants fans are. I'm not with him specifically. I think the players who I've hate watched is Saquon. I went to the Eagles. Who are Giants hate watch players? Odell. I was really mad at Odell at the end. I mean, I was just like, I feel like because I felt like he was sabotaging the Giants, and that shit drives me nuts. There was times where McKinney bothered me, but it was never to the point where I was like not rooting for him. I also really wanted to re-sign him, even though I knew he wasn't, the greatest, personal leader in the world. Ingram was a nice guy, but I wasn't rooting for him to do well. Like you just drop and turn players into turnovers and stuff. I wasn't necessarily rooting against him, but I wasn't like when he dropped passes in Jackson, I thought it was funny. So I know it won't happen, but I hope Penske picks up Dodge. Yeah, so then Woodrow's could get away from them. That'd be nice. Do you think the Giants could still sign Debo or Diggs? No, I think they're done at wide receiver. PM Heat will benefit conditioning. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, that's true. But I also think AM practice, like, it's better to do practice in the afternoon. Waking up and being like practice is going to start in a few hours, or stuff. That's not fun. That's not a lot of fun. Like I like as a player, I dislike morning practice when we did 2 days more so than the afternoon practice. And maybe because we're in Florida, it was still humid as hell in the morning. But I always enjoyed the afternoon practice better. You forgot about Tony. Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is I was rooting for him in that Super Bowl against the Eagles. Eli. Oh yeah, I hate watch Landon Collins because it's when you leave running your mouth about stuff. That's the type of shit that bothers me. Like that's the type of shit that bothers me. That's what like if I was starting to not like you at the end of your Giants run, and then you immediately leave and just start bashing people, that's the type of stuff that really bothers me. Dex hasn't said like a word since it happened. He didn't do the thank you, which it should have done. It's an easy dub. But he hasn't said anything that has pissed me off. You know what I mean? And it's also been Dex's personality forever. Like Justin interviewed Dex, and it was the worst interview ever. He was like, dude, can you answer a question? Okay. Like, we're here to do your promotion. Rich Jr. just checking in. Is Supai, Arizona doable? I mean, it's in the United States. Again, there's a minimum of 5 for those. So if you want to do another little $3 one, we will get it in there. Carl Banks is an announcer. No. I enjoy arguing with Carl sometimes. And I also don't listen to the radio. Like, I've literally never listened to a Giants game on the radio. Never. Why would I when I have a TV? Who's your favorite non-Giants player of all time? Dude, there was just guys I like. Like, I like James Harrison, Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Troy Polamalu. It was just defenders who played like that. I fell in love with those guys. I was in on Tebow Mania. So that's probably like a good group of 5. I love Rex Grossman as a young Gators fan. He just sucked, but they did go to the Super Bowl. All right, let's do some wheel spinning. So Rich, if you want to get your city in there, I'll go put it in, Rich, right now. If you don't do another 3, I'm going to take it out, though. You know what I mean? Just so it's in on this wheel spin. Let me check Venmo. Yeah. I also hated the way Tony people around him were. Like, I hated Tony's trainer. He came at us, and it's like, dude, get him to the fucking events. All right, nothing on Venmo. All right, let's do some spins. But Google the route to get there. Hey, just put it in. I mean, put your, put another $3 in. We'll get it. All right, let's do some spinning. All right. Again, we are adding locations. No, let me mute this. Charleston, South Carolina. You get an added location. So again, we are trying to give some benefit to donating early. Where last year it was you got screwed by giving early. So now when we spin the wheel every 45 minutes or so, if we add location, we take locations from the wheel, land on, and then they get bonus entries. And this is to do a live show. So good stuff. All right. Look at that. See, like we got one entry for New Orleans, they get another one. All right. So this is the benefit, man. All right, let me do 3 and then we'll add them all to you. Okay, Rich. You only have to do $3 more, but very much appreciated, Rich. Philly. I feel like Philly's gotten 2. This is their second bonus. All right, so we got Philly. Las Vegas. All right, so Philly, Las Vegas, and then one more for this cycle. Philly, Las Vegas, and Portugal. Yeah, so this is the second bonus for Portugal too. I'm going to look up something. Let's see how far this place in Portugal is from my in-laws. São Miguel. Same Miguel. Directions. Let's see, how far is the drive? It's only a 3-hour drive, dude. Hell yeah. I'm kind of rooting for this. If we're going to do it international, I kind of want to do it there. I know Albany got so close. All right, let's check on this John Morant story. Zach, I don't know what it is. Maybe you have a private account or something. I'm not getting the notification. Do you have a private account? Let me try the Giants Nation Show account. Yeah, I'm not getting it. Let's look at some of the stuff we put out yesterday. Giants interception leaders of the last 10 years. Is it too late to add a place? No, it is not. It is not. So give us a place. Do you want to do Richmond? Oh, Bergen, Norway. So I need to figure out. I got to do the let me do money conversions. Money converter. Let's see. Let's all see together how we can do this. So it's 119 NOKs. NOKs. Where's NOK? Norway bucks. I'm going to guess that's Norwegian krone. So, all right. So we got 2 for Norway. So Bergen, Norway gets 2. Or no, 1, because it's double for international. Thank you, Evan. Evan Jelevold. Evan Javon Holland. Is it too late to add place? No. So you put $5 in, Crispy. So let us know what place you want to do. No, Zach, I'm not getting the notification from you. I don't know what it is. Fonda Speedway, New York. All right. I'm assuming that's a racetrack. Hooters on West Broad Street in Richmond, Virginia are the NASCAR. All right, so let's go Richmond 2. Actually 3, because you did it again, Chris. Damn you, Chris. Alpharetta, Georgia. I've never heard of that city. Is there any significance or just where you live? Also, if you guys want to tell me Richmond, I don't need to know if they're like Alpharetta, tell me the lore. It's like, hey, I live here or wherever. We see Dirty D's banned from the Hooters on West Broad. Also, certain locations, it's like I don't know if we got to get them to host a live show, but Richmond would be fun to do at but we'll just put Richmond on there with those places in mind. You guys know that I did add these places, dude. I'm like the Manawi, Nebraska. I am like so rooting for that. Like there's one resident and they're also the mayor. Like this we have to do that there. I wonder how many people go through. You know what? It's a little early for this, but let's go on a little tour. Let's go on a Google Maps tour. This is the one place. How we'll do that? Where's the little guy? There's like a store too. Is there like cities around it that like? Dude, there's one car. This is so cool. And they have a hotel. You could stay somewhere. Oh, they got some stuff going on. Dude, we have to do this here. Home of the Night Owls. What is this place, dude? This has to win. We might have to do this here even if it doesn't win. I had the Wikipedia. It's the least populous incorporated village in the United States by having a population of 1. It is in Boyd County, Nebraska, United States, and received a national and international attention after the 2010 United States Census recorded only one resident in the village, Elsie Eiler, who serves as his mayor, librarian, clerk, and treasurer. According to the 2020 census, Manawi had a population of 2. That was later confirmed to be an example of a different privacy in the census data. Eiler remains the town's sole resident. According to traditions, the name Manawi means flower in an unidentified Native American language. Manawi was named after the many wildflowers growing at the original site of the village. So at one point, there was 150 people living there in the 1930s. Let's look up Elsie Eiler. So she's been in office since 2004. She writes the permits for her tavern's liquor license. Dude, we'll pay for her whole year if we go. We'll get Dave Tollefson out there. Hell yes. I'm rooting for this. This is the first city on the location I'm genuinely rooting for. Does anyone know if the Dolphins joint practice will be open public? Yeah, they haven't put out their thing yet. Which I am in like a war. I like to try and figure out how to get credentialed for this crap. It'd be nice if the Giants could just credential us. I might even just show up, especially because they haven't responded to it. You didn't respond, so assume that you guys did your job and you allowed a person covering the New York Giants full time for a media organization to be at the practices. You know. Oh, That's probably the longest I just went without talking there for a second. 2 more for Sepai, Arizona. Check out the lore in this place. All right, let's check it out. Now, you said how to get there. Like, are we going to die? I don't want to die. You know? Oh, this looks cool. Looks like it's very hard to get to, but let me look it up. So, census designated place in Coconino County, Arizona, with the Grand Canyon on the valley floor. As of the CDP had a population of 200, the capital of. Okay, so it was an Indian reservation. Mail is carried in and out by mules. Most remote community only by a helicopter, on foot, or by mule. Supai is 8 miles from the nearest road and has no automobiles in the community. Did we do this? I mean, if we have to rent mules. Can you rent mules? 8 miles isn't a crazy walk either. The only thing is they might like want to kill us. Like, can you visit? What the hell is going on here? Requires an advance permit. You cannot visit for a day trip. You must stay a minimum of 3 nights at the campground for the village lodge. Getting there requires driving to the remote and hiking 8 miles into the Grand Canyon. All visitors must register and purchase permits on the official website. Permits go on sale months in advance, usually early access in January and January. Sell out instantly. This is gonna be an expensive one, dude. You might have to donate some more money for this one, but hey, it's on there, you know. So let's try it. It's on there. How about the red zone lot at Northwest Field? Especially, what is this in Richmond? Here's the thing: is we can't do in cities. It's very like last year. Like I was thinking about this. I don't know like specific locations because it's just like all right. Then we get locked into like having to try and figure out something with that location. Like can be recommended. And if Richmond wins, Chris Peace, I'll be talking to you about locations. But we can't just like last year Russ Hut almost won. That is like a place where I'm like, all right, I know that we could do something there, even though I don't fully know. So, but hey, Supai, but I just put one for Richmond on for you, Chris Peace. I have to stop sharing this so you guys can see the wheel. But Supai, Arizona, it has 3 entries right now, so it's got a chance. It has a chance. Wonder how many does it say? Does this thing say? Right now we have 87 entries. It even shows the results of like what. Oh, that's cool. You can see which of the places who have gotten bonus. We've done 11 actually. Maybe we didn't. Maybe we accidentally. Oh yeah, we did one on accident. So which one did we do the accidental one? Philly? Yeah, so we did an accidental Philly. So that one didn't get added. But those are the places that have had bonus. So Stonehenge twice. Philly twice. I know it says 3 times. Portugal twice. Yeah, that's cool. You can see that. Northwest Field is where the Commanders play. Yeah, that's the other thing. We could, if you want me to put Landover, Maryland? do a like again. I've also said like, hey, if it's Dallas, Philly, Landover, um, we'll do it as like a road show for like a road game. What exactly does Danny King bring to the show? Or is this your little cousin or something? No, Danny King is our number one. He's our weatherman. He does our trivia. Danny was the co-host of the show for me full time in 2019. He contributes a mock draft every year. He's a good third person to have on live streams. Danny King contributes a lot. He runs the socials on game day, right? So during games, basically every tweet from Giants Nation show is Danny King. So contributes a good amount for someone who doesn't do this full time. Not sure I actually want to put it on there, but what would be the interest level in a live show at the Giants and Seahawks game? Here, I'll say this. These are not likely going to happen this year. You know what I mean? Because, in fact, I'm going to say it's not going to happen this year. It's not. So, like, yeah, this live show is likely going to be next summer or whenever. So, so I would not expect these to be in the very near future. And also, it's like this is one of those live shows where it's like this is the one you got to plan for, and it's like we build up to it, like Binghamton. What punishment does Snacks get for missing the mailbag? I wanted him on the mailbag because I wanted someone to fight me on the New York sports thing. Because I'm not sitting here saying, "Oh, I'm right." It's not about me getting. I wanted someone to argue every point that I make, and I don't think Cranky or Grump or Danny were going to do that. I think they saw my points and were like, "Ah, that's reasonable." Where Snacks is just like, "No, you're wrong," and I want to argue with him about it. So it's a real shame. It's a real shame the Knicks won and he missed it. It's an actual shame. I know some people don't ever want to listen to Nicky on a podcast again after he screwed up that top 20 Giants thing. But I was looking forward to having him on, and we missed him. Let's check Venmo, see if we got anything there. But I don't think I've missed any. So eventually maybe me and him just do that segment somehow, somewhere. Out in Arizona. Let me clear out some of my tabs. At 3:30, New York Revival will be joining us. 11 p.m. we'll be doing a 2007 NFC Championship watch party. That will be on a second stream. We'll have to do a part 1, part 2 because YouTube does not archive anything more than 12 hours. And then 3 a.m. we're doing a Super Bowl 25 watch party. Boss JBO says Prabhu's Palace of Gold in New Vrindavan, West Virginia. You should check it out. So, boss, I'm going to say this. We are going to do a live show in West Virginia. We have like 3 locations that we could do it at. I would pick a different location because I mean, I could look up what that place is and where it is. One, it sounds very specific, which again is just, it's more of putting locations and not, or cities than more so than like singular places. Like I'm looking at this place, it looks pretty cool. But it's like this place may not host us for a live show. You know what I mean? And also, we are going to be doing a live show in West Virginia. So you can still put a city in West Virginia, but we can't have like specific locations like that. It's also 4.5 hours away from where training camp is. Nicky Snacks is great. He was a great part of Simulated Radio in 2020. He was. Simulated Radio 2021. We actually put a lot of effort into it, and it was fun. What team do you fan more passionately for? The Giants or Wood Brothers? Definitely the Giants. But there is a difference where now where now I'm totally involved in the Giants. Well, the Woodward's like, I'm just a fan. So I'm pissed when they're bad. I'm happy when they're good. And that's it. I was surprised to hear Illuminor say he was staying at the hotel in West Virginia. Yeah, I didn't understand what that was all about. It's like, what do you think the people in West Virginia like? Did he think? Does he think they're staying in like a clan city? Like, I didn't know what he was thinking. I didn't want to like. What do you mean by that? Is Danny gonna hop on the stream? Yes, he will at some point. Details on West Virginia live show yet? Location, after party. So here's the thing: is I'm gonna try and get the Cavern. But I think we're just going to do it at some bar. There was, I think, a place called the Varsity Club. I need to contact them. So I think we're going to try and do it at some local establishment. It's not going to be anything crazy, but I think it's just it's going to be August 7th. That evening. So that'll be the final Giants open practice, and we'll do a live show. I think that's going to be a very fun one too. So what was the reason for ending Soul Man Radio? Juice just wasn't worth the squeeze. Yeah, but it's more so doing other things. You know what I mean? Like it takes a lot of effort to like produce an hour show. And the other thing is, I don't think Justin was full time at that point. So that would, so just, and then Snacks, he had a job. Danny was in college. So it's just hard to get people in the midday. And that's not something you wanted to put in the evening and stuff. So there is a world where it's like if Grump became full time, where it's like, hey, we should once a week do this. And we had someone who's like kind of, pushing topics and stuff, but it's just kind of hard to do consistently. Also, the thing is too, is the more you do that, you chart into waters that it's like, you don't want to alienate your audience that's there for the Giants. And it's never going to be like some moneymaker. It genuinely was just fun. Superman Radio was fun. What is your realistic outlook on the Nets becoming good again? Mikael Brown being good. You got to just hit pretty good on a few of these draft picks, and then make a trade for a decent player, and then you're good. Like it's not super hard. Like I do have some hope for the Nets. I haven't lost total faith in them. Illuminor watched Deliverance and was told it's based on West Virginia. Who's your most unlike current NASCAR drivers? That's actually a good. Let me go look through it of guys I just don't like. Let's go through the top of the point standings. So, and these are guys I just dislike. Like if they win, I don't like it. So we got Hamlin, Reddick, Blaney, Ty Gibbs, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe. I am starting to not like Hocevar as much. Like I understand, like, and I think NASCAR fans are like, oh, you need the, people that have personalities and they don't like them. It's like, well, part of having personality is some of the fans not liking you. Like you have to have that. There is a little bit of him that annoys me. But I don't like Christopher Bell for some reason. I think it's genuinely he just looks like a child to me, and I'm like, you shouldn't be good at racing. Let's see. I don't dislike Cindric, but I'm also like, can we get somebody else in that car? Riley Herbst, another one, falls in that category. Alex Bowman. I desperately want someone out of that car. I like Noah Gragson, but his thing with Kevin Magnuson was like, dude, what are you stupid? Like, what are you crying about? So that's basically, I don't have a lot of guys I just dislike. It really is like Alex Bowman, Riley Herbst. And part of the Alex Bowman is like, I just would like someone in that 48 that's at least fun. But let's not do. We could do this one, but this gotta be a super chat question. I'm not doing that one for free. It's not going to be an exciting answer, but won't do it I'm not doing that for free. Yes. Ask Terry McLaurin. See, Austin Hill is like, That SVG wreck the other day was so funny. Because it was so blatant, and that's where like we didn't have evidence that it was like, yes, you did. But also I have the type of thing where if someone is hated on by everyone, I almost start to like them a little bit. Like, and that's where I'm like, oh, he's not as bad as you guys all say. Let's see. Here we go. Wilmington, North Carolina, $20. So five additions for Wilmington, North Carolina. Thank you to Mark. Cool. Thank you, Mark. Wilmington. I feel like Wilmington's a pretty nice city, right? I don't think I've ever been there, but I think it's a nice city. Anything? Let's check socials. No, that's why. Let's look at this. Giants interception leaders of the last 10 years. I forget which one we have coming out later today, too. Janoris Jenkins, 12. Xavier McKinney, 9. Landon Collins, 8. James Bradbury, 7. And then Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie, 6. Alec Ogletree, 6. Dane Belton, 6. And then Julian Love, 5. Can I tell you something? I didn't think James Bradbury had that many. But I guess he did, right? Because you forget James Bradbury only played for the Giants for 2 years. It was like a very weird, like, hey, reasonable contract, really good player. And he was just a cap cut when 2022 started. Jenkins is on there because he consistently he's won 2016 is when this starts, the last 10 years. He consistently got interceptions every year. McKinney had 1 year where he didn't, and he missed half his rookie year, so that hurt him. Landon Collins, Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie. Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie was probably first a year ago when we did this because he had that 6 interception season. And he probably has the most over the last 12 years, but, last 10 years. Ogletree had that 5 interception season. Belton is the funniest because it's just like no matter how little he played, he just got 1 or 2 every single year. And then Julian Love had 5. I really wish McKinney was still a Giant. It'd be really nice to have him specifically on with this defense. I think they would love him. I got to see. But yeah. What? Yeah, because I remember James Bradbury, he made the Pro Bowl his first year. But he actually had more interceptions his second year. He wasn't as good his second year, but he had 4 interceptions compared to 3. See if you can remember. Let's see if I can remember every James Bradbury interception. His first one was against Allen Robinson and the Bears, where he just it was like a back shoulder ball and he just fought through it and caught it. He had one on a really nice design against the Commanders and Kyle Allen. So that's 2. And then he had one against Carson Wentz that he just threw it up in the end zone on that Thursday night game. Let's see if I got that right for 2020. I'm going to pull up his let me share screen here. Let's go 2020. Let's see if I got that right. Bears week 2. Commanders week 6. As this thing is freaking out. And then Eagles Thursday Night Football. All right. So 2020, what was his interception? So Denver week 1 did not have one. Week 2 was that Commanders game that they lost on Thursday Night Football. Did he have one in that game? I don't think so. Week 3, Falcons. Don't think so. I'm trying to remember. I'm blanking on when his 4 interceptions were in 2020. I mean, I would assume we got Jalen Hurts in like 3 interceptions in one game. Darnay had 1. McKinney had 1. What games did Bradbury have interceptions in 2021 is such a blur, dude. What? Because McKinney had 5. What games did they beat the Raiders that year? Did he have one in that Raiders game? McKinney had 2 in that Raiders game. The Rams game, I don't think he got one. The Saints game, I think he got one in the Saints game on Taysom Hill. I remember Taysom Hill threw a deep pass, and I think they got Taysom Hill, so that's 1. And what were the other games? I'm really blanking on what games these were. I'll say he got one on Philly, so that's 2 on that game after they fired Jason Garrett. He definitely didn't get. I don't think he got one on Mahomes. He forced a fumble against Travis Kelce that year when they have him covering, which was a great game plan fight. Patrick Graham. Patrick Graham that year, the defense wasn't that good, had some great game plans. And so what were his other 2? I'm really blanking on what all right, let's just look. So I'm pretty sure he got one in the Saints game, right? Yep, I was right about that. Oh, he had one week 2 Washington. I don't have any memory of that interception. The Panthers, I should remember that, a revenge interception. Oh, now I really remember that. That was Sam Darnold running a post wheel against cover 4, and Bradbury acted like he was going with the post, and I should remember that because that's an interception I remember pretty strongly. And then he got one against the Bears in the year. I don't feel bad for forgetting that one at all. But yeah, that was fun. James Bradbury. Outer Banks of North Carolina. I remember Mr. Brownstone last year put that in there. So I don't remember that. I saw 2 of those interceptions. I don't remember. I remember the New Orleans and the Carolina one. Did you think the Giants could go on a run in 2016 pre-playoffs like the national media? Did I? Oh, I believe we would. So here's the thing: is that defense was really good. Odell was unbelievable. Tom Coughlin is still, or no, that was Ben McAdoo, idiot. But it's Ben McAdoo year 1. Eli did not have a great year that year, but Eli in the playoffs is a different animal. I 100% believe it. And I hate to be this guy. If Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie doesn't get injured and our receivers don't drop the ball like assholes in that Packers game, I actually think they might have done it. Like Eli is just like Eli showed, like you go look at the numbers and you say, oh, they're 1 touchdown to Zavarsky. Eli, and I thank you for this quote. Eli showed up in that playoff game. He was money, and Odell and Shepard were just bums. I mean, Shepard dropped a touchdown on the first drive. Odell dropped a touchdown. Like they just suck, dude. And then Rodgers-Cromartie getting injured, and then I think Randall Cobb had 3 touchdowns in that game. Absolutely, because that defense was really good, and it's not a joke. Defense does win championships. So you have a defense that was that good, and then a quarterback who will step up in the playoff moments, and a receiving core that should have been so much better than what they showed in that Packers game. Yeah, I would 100% believe they had a chance. They probably didn't, but and here's the thing: is like let's go look at this is a good exercise. 2016 NFL playoffs. Would they have played the Cowboys in the second round? So let's see. So yeah, they would have played Dallas in the second round. We beat Dallas in both games. It's hard to beat a team 3 times. But hey, and then you would have faced Atlanta in the conference championship. Maybe that offense, tears us up defensively. But that defense wasn't that good. And then the Patriots in the Super Bowl. I'll never be afraid of the Patriots in the Super Bowl. I absolutely did. And I still think, again, but if Rogers Cromartie doesn't get injured and the receivers don't drop all those passes in Green Bay, I absolutely believe it. I 100% believe it. Yeah, and you had the Hail Mary, which is like, oh god, that was when I was like, it was. That's when I went from like still believing to like, oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. So yes, I 100% believed in that team. What do you think about the Galladay? Galladay may be the most wrong I've ever been about a signing, even though I do think he was much better his first year than people give him credit for. But yeah, I celebrated the Galladay signing. I was reading one of the 2007 chapters of Ronald's book and completely forgot Eli threw 20 interceptions. Yeah, that's the other thing. Sometimes when you look, when you go and 20 some of these countdowns, Eli did put the ball in harm's way a lot. Sometimes it worked out, and then other times it didn't, or other times you have to pay. He did put that ball in harm's way a lot. Like he had a true gunslinger mentality, which is like very much appreciative of that. But the NFL also, like the NFL has changed so much where guys just threw way more interceptions back then. Guys just don't throw interceptions anymore. Like it's rare for a guy to throw 15. Like let's look at we'll look at 2011 and then 2026. So 2026 passing stats. This is not the page I was looking for. Okay. No data available. Well, that doesn't make any damn sense. I'll refresh the page. Or, you know what? Because it's last year's 2025. That's why. All right. So, 2 guys threw 15 interceptions last year. Geno with 17, and then Tua with 15. Let's look at 2011. Or let's even look at 2010. No. That was the year Eli led the league with 25. 12 guys threw at least 15 interceptions, right? And then you have 13, 12. Like, there was, 22 with 10 or more. But, you had Bradford, Fitzpatrick, David Garrard, and Donovan McNabb with 15. Jay Cutler was 16. Matt Hasselbeck was 17. Peyton was 17. Chad Henne with 19. Brett Favre with 19. And you also forget that, like, people threw more interceptions than touchdowns. That never happens with QBs anymore. Carson Palmer with 20. Drew Brees with 22. And Eli Manning with 25. It's just guys just took more chances. It's more fun. It's one of those, it's like every sport now where it's gotten smarter, but it's not as fun. Guys just took way more chances. Yeah, Eli's willing, and that's the other thing of like Kevin Gilbride's offense, where I'm like, it was frustrating and led to interceptions. But in the playoffs, I think people have to realize these players are human. Not everybody prepares like the quarterback every week. You know what I mean? Guess what happens in the NFL playoffs? Every player is preparing way more than they did. They're doing more film study. They're more dialed in. You're doing so it's like things just get so much tighter in the playoffs. And Eli not being that tight in the playoffs and having an offense that's like, hey, if you see this is the way we're going to do it. So the offense is having an offense react to a defense. I think it led to that success. It led to sometimes the ball landing at the defender's hands. But like the playoffs are just a different animal, and I think that's where Eli had, better, playoff times than Peyton, where Peyton was so like pre-snap oriented, where Eli obviously pre-snap was good, but like they were very much a post-snap offense. Teams seem to have way less patience with QBs now. Daniel Jones might have been the last. Yeah, Daniel Jones is like actually kind of one-on-one with that. And that's basically because the contracts have the rookie wage scale now. Had to leave for 30 or so. Did we look at the locations outside of the one population town. We looked at Supai, Arizona. So let's see. We're at 2 hours and 20 minutes. So I said every 45 minutes. So I guess we could do another spin. And what we'll do is one of those 5, if it's an interesting one where it's not like Philly, we'll take a look. Let me check Venmo before we do a spin. I think we got a new one. Travis Jones, defensive tackle for the Ravens. Okay, so he's got Maine. Requested in this order, but understand logistics. Mount Desert Island, Bangor area, Portland. Okay. So those are cities, you know what I mean? Like that's logistics and stuff. So what we'll put in, Travis, if you're in the chat, could you comment if you wanted me to put 3, one of each and then 2 more, or do you have, Mount Desert Island being your number 1? You know what? I'm just going to go off what you said. So we're going to go Mount Desert Island. I'm going to guess the initial. So this is where I'm like, Minnesota's MN. Massachusetts is MA. Michigan is MI. Is Maine ME? Yeah, okay. So we're going to put 2 for Mount Desert. Two for Bangor. And then 1 for Portland. All right, thank you, Travis. We got it. Thank you very much. If you want to change the last second, you can let me know. Oh, Mount Desert Island is definitely not a city. Let me Google it real quick. Oh, but it's a place we could go. Yeah, no, that's totally fine. Mount Desert Island is totally fine. Let me close some of these tabs out. We're having some fun conversations about like the old Giants. Let me ask what this actually. I actually want to talk to Sorsy because I was in Spain. I didn't really talk about it. All right, let's do 5 spins. Let's add 5 more. And if you want to go look, these are the locations who have gotten bonus additions. Let me just do one last check, make sure we don't have any new ones. Don't want to leave anybody out if they've given before this. Drop my phone. Mike. Let me close that Venmo. Restart it. All right, so none on Venmo. Make sure we got all the super chats. Yeah, we got them all. All right, let's spin the damn wheel. So these are the places they got in bonus locations. Richmond or Alpharetta? Richmond. Let's see if I can copy this. Okay. All right, so we'll just do the 5 and then I'll copy them at the end. Richmond, you got a bonus. There you go, Chris Peace. Supai should have 3. No, there is 2. I'll show you in a second. Here. Las Vegas. I'll show you. They're not next to each other. Look. So we got Supai, see 2 right there, and then we go up, and then another one. See? All right, 2 more. Richmond and Las. All right, 3 more for this round. Richmond again. Heck yeah. All right. So Richmond's just got 2 bonus ones. Las Vegas got a bonus. And Alaska? Diomede, Alaska, the closest U.S. city to Russia, gets a bonus. And then fifth on that list, the final one for the next 45 minutes is, dude, Stonehenge. Oh, it's Orlando. I got close. I was going to say Stonehenge has been just getting their freaking money's worth. So I'm going to copy these 5, put it on the entries. I'm also going to copy and put them all in a Google Doc too, just in case something crashes out. Just in case we get a crash out. All right, cool. So we did we said we would look at one of the new 5. The issue is that Richmond, Diomede, Alaska got on there. So let's take a look at Diomede, Alaska. Diomede, Alaska. All right, let me share my screen. All right, so let's look at the Wikipedia. Is an incorporated island city in the U.S. state of Alaska. Little Diomede is the smaller of the 2 Diomede Islands that are located in the middle of the Bering Strait. The largest of 2 islands one is part of Russia. As of 2020, the population number is 82. The nickname is the native name means the other one, the one up there. That's some good lore. Their current location city, believed by some architects, have been inhabited for at least 3,000 years. It was originally a spring hunting camping site, and the early explorers from the west found it. All right, let's look at some photos. Let's look at the population. Oh wow! So on the 2020 population, there's two whiteys, 72 Native Americans, 1 Asian, 1 other guy, 7 Mixies, and then 2 Hispanics. I would assume the Mixies are like half Native American, half, I don't know, half Native American. Let's see. The median age was 29. 40% of the was under 18. 7% of the residents was 65. So it's all right. So it's 50-50 male. So it's a pretty. Let's look up on a map and see where it is. Oh boy, this really is an island. So we're not even like on Alaska. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the ass to get to. Oh my gosh. This really is just right next to Russia. This might be this year's Vietnam. I don't think we're going to be welcome here. I mean, this does not look like, hey, come do a live show type of village to me. I guess if we paid someone though, like, hey, could we give you $500 to do it in your trailer? I don't know. This looks like the village that get hit by a tsunami in a movie, right? Like that's just like it's just ready. It's like come hit me. Like this is the first one before it gets to the mainland. Why would Key West be stressful? It's not Key West stressful. It's just Key West supposed to be just pure vacation. Let's see. How expensive is it to get there? Yeah, let's look at travel. Um, travel. Trevor. It's only accessible by boat and helicopter. Just Bering Air. Got a nice little gas. You got a lot of peanut butter. Oh yeah, we can go. Dart over under 22 passing touchdowns. So we're going to do our over under episode in a couple weeks. So he did 15 last year. The issue with the over under with total is like, what if he misses 4 games? You know what I mean? And so last year, and he missed 5 games and he hit 15. And you got to assume they're going to want. I would just say under because one, I'm like a let me see it first type of guy. And number two, I expect the Giants to get a good amount of rushing touchdowns, especially down at the goal line and stuff. And if it's just passing touchdowns, I would just say, let's see how many quarterbacks. Let's look at 2025 passing stats. How many quarterbacks had 22 passing touchdowns? So like, what is the likelihood for everybody? Let's see. I guess a lot had that. Let's see. 17 or more. 17 quarterbacks had 22 or more. Mahomes had 22. Bryce Young had 23. Jordan Love. Jordan Love's like he only had 23. But there's it's not like they're blowing it out of the number, right? Only 5 had more than 27. So I'll say under right this second. And I think he's going to get rushing touchdowns and stuff too. So, yeah, this is basically it. There's 2 options when picking a location. Number 1, where you live, and number 2, the hardest place to get to on the planet. Parking passes for training camp. Yeah, I think you have to pay for them if you're not a season ticket holder. So I might try and get a season ticket holder who's not going to get them for me instead of just paying $120. Staten Island. Bam. Welcome to the club, Staten Island. Let me share the wheel so people could see. Let's do an exercise. This does not mean anything. I was going to say, let's spin a wheel and say if we just did, where does it land to do a live show? But I guess that doesn't. Most recent one we landed on would be Orlando. Would be very funny for it to be a place that, we plan to do one eventually. But hey, if you can't get someone that's going to get you free parking passes, go get them now. I think they're $20 a day, which is actually pretty, it's kind of crazy to think you have to spend $20 to go to a Giants training camp practice. Which I actually don't. I wouldn't actually no. Here, never mind. Totally wrong. I was gonna say I wouldn't mind actually if the Giants if teams made their practice passes $5, not because they need to make the money, but who did it? Oh, someone was talking about kids. Even Slayton was like, oh, these players pay for their kids' camp. It's like, dude, if you make it free, you have no idea how many people are going to show up. You could have so many people there. And you have a lot of people who would get tickets but not come. Making something, $20 whatever, put some hey, we paid for this, we got to go. And it's only serious people sign up for it. But the issue with training camp practices is that there's a limited number. It should be free. And the issue is people would buy them and then resell them. So, King of Prussia, PA. The hell is that? What the hell is even that? I'm going to look this up before I officially put it on. All right, yeah. This looks like this is a real city. King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. Imagine trying to tell people you live there, though. King of Prussia, PA. But making people spend $20 on a parking pass is kind of bullshit. You know, like you're already screwing over fans, making them now spend $20 on a park. Like if you want to go to training camp every day to spend $120, like you're already spending money going to West Virginia. Like that's actually kind of bullshit. KOP, I guess that's where you tell people. Oh, that's where Kobe's from? Hell yeah, that'd be cool. I could see this. I've seen well, that's for the games. I'm talking about for training camp. And also the game parking is crazy expensive. I mean, we have 105 entries. I can check Venmo and stuff too. And the Venmo, little QR code is the top right if you guys want to use Venmo. Which do prefer Venmo because there's no fees taken off from YouTube. Second biggest mall in the country. Wow. That sounds awful. All right, let's check Twitter. Oh, parking pass are now available. It'd be funny if we'll load as many people into the tail, the bed of my truck to get to these practices. We bet 20 people in there. There is no Alabama locations yet. Eventually, we should do something in Mobile. We've always said that one year we'll stay for the game. Do something there. Let's see. Let's see. Nothing. Oh, there was the Chase Swordsby question I wanted to get. So what's your thoughts about the Brendan Swordsby situation now that it's pretty wrapped up? I think it's extremely fair that he's not entering, that he can't play football anymore for a year. I think that's actually kind of like, I have no problem with a hard and fast rule. Like if you gambled on your own team, I don't care how little, I don't care if what you pick on the win. If you bet on your team, I don't care if there's a lifetime ban. Just I have no problem with leagues having a hard and fast rule with that. I understand it's like, hey, there are things that are worse that don't get that type of punishment, but that's not the integrity of the league type of thing. I don't understand why the NFL didn't allow him to enter the supplemental draft and then be suspended a year. That is always what the supplemental draft has been. I don't understand that. I think what the reality is that no team wanted to draft him and then have him suspended for the year. And so the NFL is like, hey, we don't have to do this. But the precedent has always been like to have the supplemental draft. The whole thing of the deadline and the just get, the NFL could have gotten it done. So I think that's dumb. You should have put him in, had him suspended for a year if a team signs or whatever. But I think the issue is no team wanted to have him fresh off of this and then not even have him on the team for a year. I think it's just easier for teams to draft him in the 5th round or the 7th round or have him an undrafted free agent next year. Whereas like if the Jets did it, he's suspended for the whole year. Well, then what do you like? It's like it's a waste. You almost want to let it be teams that like next year don't have the quarterback and want to take a shot at it, Whereas like next year you expect the Jets to draft a quarterback in the 1st round, So I think there's some of that to it. But I also do think like, and I can say this from someone who doesn't take the gambling sponsorships, which would be a number one sponsor if we decided to take on gambling sponsors. The way that he was betting little bets and he wasn't playing, and it's an idiot test, but I don't think it was this like very like this act with like malice of like I'm doing something bad. I think he just was stupid, which again I don't want my quarterback. And eventually we have to just come to it's like we are inviting this, where it's like it used to be like, hey, someone that got involved with gambling, like you had to be a real shady person, you had to be in a bad like you had to go through loops. Now it's so easy to bet $5 on whatever that like you're just gonna see more and more of this. And it's what he did is not essentially it's not really that big of a deal when you think about it, but you have to set hard and fast rules. And it's just like that's the thing is like I'll take like a beer sponsorship, and I know like some of this is hypocritical, like because I think that's more about brand awareness. That's beer is where it is in our society or whatever. Like it just is. Gambling is so new that it feels like when you're advertising, you genuinely are getting people involved in this that might not get involved before, like even for me, like before gambling was legal, I never thought about gambling in my life besides like, betting with your friends $20 here or there, whatever. Now that like it's legal, whenever we're in, I don't download the app here in Florida for Hard Rock, even though I could because I just don't want to because I know I'll end up losing money. But when I'm in New York, I'll throw a few bucks on DraftKings and stuff. And I would have never done that if it wasn't legalized. So that's you're inviting way more people, and 18-year-old me would have been probably gotten addicted to gambling. Like that's the thing is I it became legal when I was an adult and had gotten past some vices and learned how to deal with things. 18-year-old Bobby would have 100% been addicted to gambling. So if it was legal. So that's why it's just so new. And the prediction markets, those companies are just like scumbag companies as well too. So it's not even like, oh, I'm just so anti-gambling or whatever. It's just more it's like, man, I generally like feel like kids and that's the thing, it's kids listen to our pod. If our podcast was, whatever for 50 and up. So it's just I don't know. Obviously, you could find something that I do that's hypocritical to that. So it's like I don't point fingers at other shows that take gambling sponsorships. I don't fault them. But like the NFL, that's the point I was gonna make. I understand, and I even understand like smaller leagues taking it. The NFL is not in any need of extra money. They could have been the one league to take a fast and hard rules. Like, you know what? We're not getting involved with these people. We're not taking their sponsorship money and all that stuff. And they do. So I'm almost happy that they have to deal with this so much more because it's like, well, you guys did not need to do this. Like that's the thing is we learned advertisers, like for us, it's like, hey, we're trying to get sponsorship. The NFL is everyone's begging to be the sponsor of the NFL. Like the companies are dying to become a sponsorship of the NFL, and there's so much competition that the fact that they got involved with DraftKings and all that stuff. I don't know. So I think the NFL didn't have to do that. Whereas like if the NHL, like I don't like the NHL, like yeah, they got to get whatever money they can. Body armor is addictive and makes it being hydrated. Amen, brother. Like I need a body armor water. We're at 2:15. I was thinking of doing lunch at 3. Do a late dinner. Won't eat on camera, so I'll hide it. Go like that. So I'm responding to this text, but I knew we'd do some type of gambling talk for there. I'm going to do this Josh thing here in a second. All right, I'm going to stand up and get a water. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'll put the last year we had all the body iron waters. I see the grease. I want to talk about something. So I just looked in my garage and I forgot I have a bunch of leftover fireworks. Maybe we get like a biggie donation. If we get a $500 one, and it has to be on Venmo too. Then the fees from YouTube would be a pain in the ass. We'll do some midday fireworks. Cheyenne left the Venmo. She said, "I don't know, Fire Island." I feel like I know that. Fire Island. That's in New York. Okay. And she did 50. So that's the biggest one so far, right? Looks nice. So let's see. Let me do the math. So we did for 20, it's 5. So it'd be 10. Let's see. So 10. So when we do 20, it becomes $4 an entry. When we 50, it's $2, or 100, it's $2 an entry. So let's do let's see. This is where I'm like trying to talk. I'm trying to not stop talking while also do math in my head of what the number we should be doing. So it's obviously we do 10 at 40. I guess let's do 13. Let's do 13. So Fire Island. And very much a big thank you to Cheyenne, Simple Man, the radio listener, A1 from day one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So Mr. Trashman says, how much for the fireworks? And Josh put Santorini, Greece. So let's get one in there for Santorini, Greece. Remember, internationals are double. And I'm going to answer Josh Murphy's question. The issue with the fireworks is that they're expensive by themselves. So it's like I got to make. We'll do a firework. Piss off my neighbors, but I don't even care. We'll do 500 for a fire. And let me go pull the firework to let you guys and let you know which one it is. Hold on. So these is the Star Spangled Swagger, and they even have a QR code on. You can YouTube them. Let me close the wheel out for a second. So if you want a QR code to see what they look like, I'm probably not going to work, but the Star Spangled Swagger. And you can also, so 500 for that, and you can decide when we do it. You're like, hey, we'll do it right now in the middle of the day. We'll do it anytime. I'll say we'll do it anytime. So 3 a.m. we'll do it. Gotta run back in the house if we do it 3 a.m. But or we could do it for the finale, but we will so we'll just leave that right there. That's our $500. Maybe I should even put a sticky note on it, like $500. Not in the house, by the way. It will be outside. Make that clear, mate. So $500 for fireworks. And thank you, Cheyenne, for our biggest donation so far, $50. $50 for Fire Island, New York. We got another big one. Sandra Mitchell just doubled it. So we're about to get 50. She said Sandra Mitchell, but it's from her husband, Jay Mitchell. So he doesn't have a Venmo and watches you religiously. So thank you, Jay Mitchell, and your wife, Sandra. Naples, Florida. So that is the first. So with 100, you get a 50 thing. So you're going to see the wheel change. And let's put University of Buffalo here first. Thanks you to Nate. I feel like if we can't do it actually at the University of Buffalo campus, we can do it somewhere next to it, like at some type of bar. So that's fine. So watch what we just do with Naples, Florida here right now. This is how you get a location. So we have right now, without Naples, Florida, 120. So they are about to take on, so let's do it, 50 divided by 170. They're about to have 29% of the wheel. So that's Naples, Florida. So let me copy. 2, 3, 4. Crap, I accidentally spin. All right, where am I? I'm at 16 right now. Come on. Stop so I can keep going. 16. 20. I'm realizing at 25 I should have just copied. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Let me look at that. Look, I'm going to spin the wheel right now just to see. Let's see if it lands on Naples. Yeah, 50 Florida's on the wheel. That's easy to plan. Let's see if it lands on Naples, Florida. Bam, Naples, Florida, right? Let's just give an example. So University of Buffalo. So thank you to Jay Mitchell. I guess I got to start checking Venmo a little bit more. So you guys have been awesome so far. In reality, I think $2,000 is like a nice budget for a live show. Unless it's, this Alaska one, that one puts us in the hole. But hey, that's the game that you play, so I'm not complaining about that at all. But $2,000 is a good, is like, all right, it's hotels or Airbnb for us, Grump, whoever wants to go, travel. Obviously, traveling to Naples would be a little less expensive than traveling to Binghamton. Equipment, rental we use, do some type of thing where we, host people or whatever. So I want to watch this shit shoot off, Bobby, and please get a good shot of it, please. Yeah, here's the thing is I don't know how much the microphones don't pick up fireworks very well. So I'm just being real with you guys. But we'll do it. So again, you could pick. We could do it middle of the day, which is probably the most nuisance time to do it. We do it late at night, do it 3 in the morning. We'll do it whenever for 500 for the fireworks. How much to do it in the house? Like 3,000? No. I love this, Mrs. Trashman. I hope we're going to the next live show wherever it is. Wherever it is. Yes, absolutely. You guys kind of have to go. Can we crowdsource the fireworks? No. No, it has to be one thing. No, if you go to your people at work and get 500 and send me 500, fine, but can't be crowdsourcing within the chat. So big shout out to everybody. Golden, Colorado says Big Giant 65. Get 2 for Golden, Colorado. Chernobyl would be a nice. It'd be so nice. It's $23.56 per day for the parking pass. Yeah, so I'm going to try and get some type of season ticket holder to help me out, just because if I could save $120, I'll save it. But it's insane that they're making people pay that much for parking. Again, like I said, if it's a $5 thing, just because you don't want to give out parking passes and the people not use them, but yeah, go check. I'll even put the link in the chat for that for people. Oh, we have a new daily tweet out. We could graphic that. Let me find the link for that for people looking to get the tickets. And let me know if anyone sees when the Dolphins put out their training camp. That would be nice. Johnson City. That'd be well. That's next. Are you talking about the Johnson City next to Binghamton or the Johnson City, Tennessee? From Old Crow Medicine Man. I missed the 4th because my wife had COVID and pregnant, and my son had 101 fever. Now I have a fever and didn't do shit. Dude, I'm sorry to hear that. Number one, all those things on any day sucks, but on the 4th of July, that's like the worst day for things. I had that thought. Actually, my brother and his wife were sick, and I was like, dude, you guys can't be around me this week, 4th of July. I cannot be sick on the 4th of July. Any week other than this. Oh, I did forget your question, Josh. Thank you for reminding me. Discuss each scenario for the Giants for April 2027. The Giants are coming off a 10-7 season with a wild card win and close divisional loss. B, the Giants just went 5-12 and have a top 5 pick in the draft. So 10-7 with a wild card win and a close divisional loss means Jackson Dart did pretty good. It means Joe Shane's keeping his job. Vibes are very high. Very high. I mean, isn't even 10? Like I think 10-7 is like actually a pretty big difference to 9-8. I know it sounds stupid, but like that's a big difference to me. So you're just drafting the guys that you think are the best. O-line, D, like basically whatever you want. Went 5-12 and have a top 5 pick in the draft. Well, Joe Shane's gone. And the question is, what did Jackson Dart look like, and what are the quarterbacks available to you? Because that will be part of the conversation. You may not think it now, and I remember after Daniel Jones' rookie year, right? 24 touchdowns in 12 games. Actually, 26 touchdowns in 12 games, right? Almost, like if he played an extra game or two, which, he missed 4 games, and it was a 16-game season, he would have set the rookie touchdown record. And he had some big games, and there was 0 garbage time stats either, right? And I said Dart had some garbage time stats. Jones had none, maybe a touchdown against the Lions. And that defense was so horrid, where now he had the fumbles were the difference. Like the fumbles were so bad where Dart didn't have turnovers like Jones did. Even interception wise, Jones had 12 interceptions in 12 games. But the conversation was like, hey, do we replace it? Like if they were picking top 3 or whatever, there'd been a conversation about replacing him. There wasn't. And they finished strong that second. I think they finished what? Because they started off like 1-7. I think they finished the season 5-3 or whatever, so that changes things. But I think it's very, very, very unlikely that like the Giants will be drafting a quarterback next year. Very unlikely. Even if Dart doesn't play well, they'd have to be like in a spot where it's like, hey, we're picking 2nd or whatever. I don't think picking 5th puts them in a spot where they feel the need to draft quarterback. And I understand how the Giants operate. I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback anyways, even if it was right for them to. So, good stuff. Dude, if we did Johnson City right next to Binghamton, that would be so funny. It would suck, honestly, but it would be funny. Let me get back caught up in the chat. And it's fine. It was easy math. I was just deciding, I was like, what should be the number? Should I change the conversion or should I just do 13? I was like, 13 is technically a little bit more bang for your buck. Um, visit the Dick's House of Sports. I don't know what that is in Johnson City. Someone thought you and Grump weren't together anymore on his YouTube channel with the crank. I told him you two were together. Oh, really? Yeah, I will say it has been like me and Grump haven't done shows together, and that is purely because of when I take 2 weeks off, that becomes very interview. And the reality is Grump has a full-time job, and it's either, hey, do we try and schedule interviews for when he gets off work, or do I just do the interview? And I just do the interview, right? You know, so it's just been timing. But you're gonna starting next week. It's back to full go. I mean, we got next week is way too early draft preview week, and then it's over unders and mailbag, and then you're in camp, and but I could see how people being like, Grump's been on what, one show in the Grump, you done with GNS? Said to someone. Nope, just on a break from Bobby. He got wedding stuff. Bobby just back from being out of the country, I'm pretty sure. Don't worry, I'm cranky. Just doing Giants. So I hope you like it. Yeah, and we just did the 4th of July podcast. That's true. Good point. Watkins Glen would be fun. I mean, that's the thing. We could do a live show even if we weren't connected with the track, because we could just do it in the campgrounds. Oh, that's the other thing, though. If, like you said, it's in the playoffs, that's in the NFL season. So yeah, like being in the final 10 is not in training camp, Trash Man. It is either the Labor Day, the week before the season starts, or in the NFL season. And they're not going to put a road course as the first race. So the likelihood is that, unless we got lucky where the Giants played on Thursday night or Monday night or had a bye week, that actually the only way that'd work is if we did on Saturday, which I'll be honest would really suck to go to Watkins Glen and not go and watch the race on Sunday. This year would have made sense to do it. Pocono actually makes more sense. Bob, is there any in camp that you personally take as a good sign we might have a good season, or is there nothing that could indicate that until the season actually starts? Dart. Dart looking good. This is the tough thing about training camp is like Jones's 2023 training camp was amazing, and then the defense was bad, and it was just like kind of bullshit. So it's like if Dart's balling, it's almost like, oh, this defense is going to be really bad. So you want like a middle ground there. I would say if the run, like I'll say in 2022, we realized like, hey, this run game could actually be pretty good. Like the Giants should just run the ball, right? Like we run the ball 2022, and they did, and it led to win. So if they're really drilling in the run game and it looks good and explosive, I think that's a good sign. It's also a bad sign for the defense and stuff. So it's one of those things. You're really looking at individual performance more so than team performance. It really is hard to get a good gauge, and even preseason. You ever been to Gatlinburg, Tennessee? You might have to put that. That'd be a good one. My brother and his wife were just there a couple weeks ago. Hudson, you're gonna have to put a real one. It'd be very funny, but we just can't do North Korea. So let me know, Hudson, when you're with your real one. What are we talking about here? Block. What's going on?
Do you answer this question? In your question?
I just did that. What is your expectation on which week Evan splits more than a lazy Neil gets cut? That'll be a cut down day. NASCAR moving Watkins Glen to early May is malpractice. I don't care. I don't think they even did get lucky. Didn't they have to have like a tractor pulling out campers and stuff?
Ohio. The guy is from Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio's Hudson. Okay, there we go.
I like that.
Columbus, Ohio. I think that's the first one for Ohio. How do you analyze the run game in training camp when they're running those run stalls? And it's hard unless if they're popping off big runs, then you could tell. And in 2022, they were popping off big runs. So you've been watching the World Cup? Yes, I have. USA really pissed me off. Losing like that pisses me off. Like you say, it's like, oh, would you rather lose like that or in heartbreak? For USA, that didn't really have expectations to win it. Losing like that is 100% worse. That was embarrassing, and especially because it's like I became like everyone's like, oh, I think they would have overturned it anyways, but like Trump getting involved, like, oh, now you got political figures getting involved, but I'm happy, and the other people are like, well, whatever. That pissed me off, but at least I could just root for if I had to play Spain, me and my wife would have. That'd been an intense 2 hours, so at least I could just fully root for Spain. And I always root against the team that beats USA. And like 2010, we lost to Uruguay, rooting against them. Belgium, I'm rooting against Belgium so hard. And it's mostly because that overturned that tweet they did afterwards. Which hey, that's trash talk, which is good. But I hate you now. I hate the country of Belgium, even though we're gonna do a live show and we looked at the place and it looked really nice. But yeah, so I'm rooting for Spain. Do you think Odell makes the team? I do, but I don't think he has a huge impact. Have you been watching that summer league? I have not been. I have seen some of the highlights from Markel Brown. King Pulp, what's your thoughts on Trina saying that Neal and Falele have a genuine shot of a Runyon because he's not a mauler? Neal, no chance. Falele, I could see that being a surprise thing, but I still just don't see it. Would you come to Canada? But yeah, but it counts as international. And also, if we go to Canada, it's just very much like, all right, well, we're just still near the States, and now it just becomes a little more pain in the ass. But we would do it. We would do it. We would do it. Yeah, we did. With Niagara Falls, you do something in Niagara. How are things going with Jordan? I'd imagine you're boosting his Breaking Big Blue audience. Seems like a win for both of you. Plus, I really enjoy it. Yeah, absolutely. We are in a weird time right now where it doesn't make sense to like do 3 episodes on our channel a week and stuff. So we did the Jermaine Illuminor interview together. And there's just nothing to talk about. And I don't want to just do and you can only do so many interviews and stuff. But it's going really well. And obviously it'll kind of kick back up once training camp starts. So yeah, I think that went really well, and that's not what originally I wasn't supposed to be on the show. We just kind of did, and I think it's went really well. I think year 2 will be bigger. The Giants, if the Giants are good, it'll definitely be bigger. Do you see Pinnock taking starting safety spot from Newman if his regression continues? That is something that I can actually see happening. I don't think that's crazy. So New York City Chris said, would there any other shows you consider doing on the channel? No, because it'd be too much for me. But would like to do like some other show. We talked about it on the 4th of July mailbag. We'd have to create a new channel. It doesn't make sense for us to do it. It's just to crowd the channel so much where it starts to hurt the content. But obviously would oh my gosh. Joe did Joe Mitchell do it again? Am I seeing things here? Oh my, we got Joe Mitchell. I'm gonna make sure I got that right. Joe Mitchell. Jay Mitchell. Sorry, I need to get this right. Jay Mitchell, another $100. So we are going to put another 50 Naples, Florida on here, which I can literally just copy the last. Let me put the wheel on the screen. That is insane. And we're getting ready we should do a spin here, right? I'll count the time in a second. Dude, Naples is. So last year we got a good amount of hundos, and I'm not being like I think that's what won Binghamton. You know what I mean? Was having those amounts. So it was like Binghamton and Vegas, and then New Haven had the most, and it kind of came close down to that. Where Dallas had a shot in there. Sheesh, Jay Mitchell, very much appreciative. Naples, Florida, dude. I remember when Naples had an amazing football team. Their tackle, he committed to the Gators. He was like the number one O-line recruit in my class. They are very, very good. They will do it at Naples High School. Sheesh. So Naples is probably like 3.5, 4 hours from me. Let me look it up on Google Maps. Yeah, 4 hours. Let's see where we're at time. So we're 3 hours and 10 minutes in. We've done 3 rounds of wheel spins. That's 45, 1.5, 215. Oh, yeah, it's time to do a wheel spin. I mean, I think Naples is going to get right now. Naples, Florida has 100. I bet you they're going to have like at least 102 by the time we end this. So let's add some. Let's do some double checking. Make sure if anyone wants to get our last ones in before we do some wheel spinning. But Naples, Florida is in there now. Hey, someone buys that fireworks. That's 250 entries and fireworks. You know, so they could get you right in there. Here's my thing: is the one reason I started at 11:30 instead of like 10 a.m. is I want people to be awake when we're spinning the wheel. And because we're not eliminating, we're gonna have to spin the wheel a lot because we're eliminating it one by one. So, so I think we'll start spinning the wheel at like 9:30 to eliminate.
You need to put a limit on like close donations too.
So we'll probably end donations around 9:30 and start spinning the wheel then. Home of the Chicken Riggies, Utica, New York. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I can deal with another, upstate Western New York terrible chicken meal, but we can do it. And that should be the thing. It's like we go to the live shows where they have the worst, their worst food, like their cultural food is just the worst. So Utica, New York gets in there, baby. Here's the other thing: as much as we're doing this, and it's very much like you're signing up for it or whatever, it is very much like I don't want anyone to feel pressure to do whatever. But hey, we only do it once a year where we're like this, so and it's very straight up. We're not Matt Miller, which isn't that crazy. That Matt Miller story, where the guy was just like I never really liked him as an analyst. But he lost his arm, and I saw people like, "Oh, I didn't pay." I was like, "Dude, leave the guy freaking alone." Like he just lost his arm. He was, he didn't pay you out on time or whatever. Then it turned out I was like, no, he might have been like scamming like over 100,000 a year. I'm like, oh yeah, losing your arm does not absolve you of that. So, all right, let's do a spin. Let me check Venmo one more last time. I need to comment on Jay Mitchell. I'm just gonna comment, y'all crazy. Because they are crazy. Y'all is crazy. All right. So I think no more Venmos in that time. No more super chats. All right, let's do this. Let's add 5 more to the wheel. Spinny, spinny, spin. Spin, spin, spin. I don't really like doing the FMKs because it's just like, oh. Here we go, baby. Chesterfield, New Jersey. I think it has 1 in there. Like Chesterfield, New Jersey, getting in there, getting itself a bonus 1. I freaking love it. Good job, Chesterfield, New Jersey. Number 2. And remember, these are bonus. These are getting bonus entries. Fire Island, New York. Cheyenne's coming in clutch. Number 3. Doesn't even look at the Las Vegas. I can't believe Naples hasn't gotten on this. I almost feel bad. Like, as much as Naples has such a great chance, I almost feel bad if Naples doesn't get any representation here. Here we go, Naples. And then the final one of this 45 minutes. We'll do a spin. The next spin we'll do when the Revival guys come on. So be on about 45 minutes. Staten Island, New York. All right, let's add these bonuses. So a good showing there for the Northeast, for the tri-state area. So good stuff there. Always gritty, never pretty. What's good? How we doing, my friend? Good to see you. All right, what was I going to do before this? Oh, that's what I was going to send the invite link to the Revival guys. I invited some other people, and they just were like, yeah, not going to respond, which I get. It was kind of last second. Oh, that was the thing. We put out our daily tweet. Let's look at the Giants sack leaders over the last 10 years. Let's pull that bad boy up. So let's look at it. If you haven't seen it, who would you say, who would you say is number one? If you haven't seen it, if you've seen it, don't comment. If we raise $1 million, can we hire Nick Falato? Yes, we will do that. If we raise $1 million today, I am telling you, we will hire Nick Falato. That's a guarantee. Okay, that is a 100% guarantee. I don't like poaching talent from other Giants, shows and stuff or whatever away from them. But Dan Snyder, I'm gonna have to apologize. Nick Falato is coming over. Okay, sorry. So if we raise $1 million, we will hire Nick Falato. Which it all it takes is one person. Which it would be very fun. Let me do the convert. How many entries would $1 million get? And can you even Venmo $1 million? Let's see. So if it's $100 gets 50, 1 million. Just do it on my calculator just to get a chance. That'd be 500,000 entries. I'll be honest. I love this wheel. I love everyone that's contributed. If we just got $1 million entry, we won't even put that on the wheel. They get that live show. We hired Nick Falato. And then we'll pick another live show location somewhere else. So that is a good name. Oh, dude, Nick should start an auto body place, like a Nick Falato's Full Auto. Oh my gosh, next time I see him, I have to do that. Thank you, Breakfast Boopin. We got someone on Venmo. Brian McGee, old Brian, Long Beach, New York. So 5 for Long Beach, New York. Me and old Bobby McGee. So 5 for Long Beach. Thank you very much, Brian McGee. Very much appreciated. So right now the favorite is Naples. After that is Fire Island, New York. And then after that, I would say like between Philly, Vegas. Probably after that. You have to type every entry, no copying. I might do it, just take some of that UConn money and hire Nick. Yeah, imagine if the other Bobby Skinner, just donated to us. I do think it's very funny. If you don't know the story, is there was a donor who donated like millions of dollars to the UConn basketball team, for NIL. His name was Bobby Skinner. And so I just quote tweeted it like Locked On UConn, just as like a joke. And I got a couple hundred people that followed me from the University of Connecticut after that, who thought that I actually was the donator because the donator didn't have like a public profile or anything. And then later that night, there's a Bobby Skinner that has like 20 followers who was like getting mad. He's like, I thank you. like getting mad that I was getting the credit for it. And I just thought it was very funny that a guy had just donated millions of dollars to UConn, his basketball team, his college. And he's mad. He's mad online because some random idiot named Bobby Skinner who does a Giants podcast. I wonder how many of those UConn people still follow me, by the way. Like, there had to be a good amount who unfollowed. There's still some UConn people who follow me who just think they, think that I am the guy. I'm like, just guy with the Giants podcast, really loves UConn. 24 hours. Why? Mr. Trashman asked, why not? Is Bobby fully aware why Fire Island news? I am actually not aware at all. We looked at the pictures. It looked nice. Which basketball coach would make the best football coach? Dude, here's the thing. That's one of my things where I'm not locked into basketball as much as I used to be. I don't know the new coaches. All I know is the NBA seems like everyone's coached 5 different places. Cruz went to UMass, not UConn. With Liam Cohen as quarterback. Oh, okay. That's why Fire. Oh God, if we go to Fire, like what? Really, you guys are going to Fire? That's very funny. That's hilarious. If that wins, Grump is going. We're putting Grump's beautiful face with his mustache and his bald head. It is front and center on the show poster. Front and center. Hey, I bet these guys will stream for 24 hours and not once mention that the team is still owned by the biggest pedophile still alive on. Well, Stitch is not the biggest, but he should not be able to be involved with the Giants. So there you go. You're wrong. Yeah, we are 100% putting, or even Danny, not me. I'm just that's the control I get. I get to make those jokes, so I control it. But that would be hilarious. Oh, that's funny. Where even is it? I'm gonna get like some weird ads now because I'm googling Fire Island, New York. I know it. You guys have. I'm gonna get some weird banner ads now. The place does look nice. I'll say that. Oh, that's funny. But favorite basketball Hurley would be good. I actually think Hurley would be good. I'm trying to think of the NBA, what coaches are out there. Let's see, NBA. What are the NBA coaches out there that would be a good NFL coach? None of the international guys would be good. I'm sorry. It's just you just don't know football enough. Let's see. Doc has become a bad NBA coach, but he might be a good NFL coach. Let's see. I don't. Let me just Google list of NBA coaches. I can't do college. Let's see. Joe Mazzulla, he'd be a good one. He might burn them out quick, but he'd be a good one. Nick Nurse. Rick Carlisle, maybe. Let's see. And again, Spoelstra, I actually don't think he was supposed to be a good NFL coach. Doug Christie would be one. Reddick, definitely not. I don't think Ty Lue would be one. Ime Udoka would be a good one. Jamal Mosley be a good one. But I'd have to go Mazzulla would be the one, right? Like he could flame out quick and it could be over, but he's going to come in and get you rolling. Did you have a favorite number while you played football? Yeah, 58. Well, here's the thing with the Tish, and I can't believe we're doing this, but you know what? Until the Giants do something about it, it doesn't specifically say that, so that's true. But here's the thing: he was a known, I don't even want to say words that like get this thing like where it's like, what is this stream about? Because that's the way they scan. But like, it was known who Epstein was at that point. They were borderline at best, and that's still illegal. Like he should be out. Like he should be out. Like you just don't get the benefit of the doubt. Like that's the thing. You just don't get the benefit of the doubt. So storm chasing in a Giants Nation show van in Oklahoma would be sick. The only issue is like we wouldn't know when to do it. Tibbs would be a good NFL coach, but here's the thing: is I think he might burn people out too quick. Well, I didn't think of. I was thinking current coaches, but yeah, I'm sure. Bobby Knight would be a good NBA coach. It is kind of crazy. That Bobby Knight. Did some of the shit that he did. He was nuts, dude. But I also am like, even though it's all bad, it's like, yeah, it's not good and stuff. I also am like, you know what? Kind of like it. Live show at my uncle's house in Long Beach. Would be totally down for that. Totally down for that. Oh, Dave Del Cole with a new one. Stowe, Vermont. More for Stowe, Vermont. Thank you, Dave Del Cole. Let me just copy and paste. So 5 entries for Stowe, Vermont. Bob would lose his mind on. He'd be yeah. Thank you, Dave. Dude, Bobby Knight throwing the chair on the court is just so iconic. Just fucking flings a metal folding chair. Here's something that it's not them. They're not the actual Giants, but they handle the New York Giants yearbook advertisement. And I told them, I was like, yeah, this year is probably not the best year, but next year they contact me. They have some like discounts or whatever. I almost want to be like, I am not advertising with the Giants if they won't give me credentials to training camp. Just seeing what could happen then. But that's not them. Oh, we didn't do the top 10 sacks thing. There's one name on there where it's like, oh, that's kind of cool. He's on it, but even though it's so the Giants top 10. Let me share screen. Giants top 10 sack leaders of the last 10 seasons. Dexter Lawrence is first, which is a little bit surprising. He does have the benefit of being on the team the longest during that period of time, but he didn't have a single double-digit sack season. You know, he had 9.5 or whatever it was, and then had so many years of like last year only a half, other years before of like 3. I was actually surprised he was there. Brian Burns is number 2 with 25. Kayvon is third, 23.5. Leonard Williams, 4th, 22.5. Olivier Vernon tied Azeez Ojulari, 6th. JPP, 7th. I think that's only like 2. That's 2 years of JPP, right? 2016, because he got traded before 28. So that's 2 years of JPP. Lorenzo Carter. That's like, I mean, let's like even look at Lorenzo Carter's like, and then Marcus Golden had that 10 sack season, so he's 11.5. But Lorenzo Carter, I mean, that must have been like the most evenly split seasons. It's like 3 every year. Yeah, it was his first year, he got 4. Second year, 4.5. Third year, 1, and then 5 his 4th year. So yeah, pretty split out evenly. And he didn't really do anything with Atlanta. He did have a touchdown, pick 6 for them. Aziz surprising, but no, because Aziz produced fairly decent consistently as well too, and he had 8 as a rookie, you know. So, and then Olivier Vernon is only 2 years. It's 2016 and 17. No, he was there for 18 too, so that's 3 years of Vernon. So, but yeah, so Burns, when we do this list next year, Burns will go to the top. And here's my other thing: Abdul will be above, only behind Aziz, I'll say, at this time next year. How about that? How about that? Let's see what the replies are to it. Giants legend Marcus Golden, that one Microsoft. See, there's only 2 replies. Are there any quote tweets? No. All right. All right, we got Revival guys coming on in 30 minutes. I actually have no clue when Grump, Crank, or Danny is jumping on. They kind of gave me like around this time, but I don't know exactly when any of them are joining. Adil can be above Aziz this time next year. That would be insane, though. So he would need like an 18 sack season to do that. Yeah, I'm going to say he won't be. He won't be. It's not impossible, but he won't be. Any thoughts on Warren Sharp having Giants O-line at 20? No, not really. I don't really like him. Who is spiritually the most Dave Dollefson player in the NFL right now? In the NFL, I don't know. Oh, man. On the Giants, I could probably give you an answer. Is there any Dave Tollefson player? It's funny, I was thinking of like that. Like, who are those? Like, we need those types of players on the team. The issue is we don't have enough good players. So the Dave Tollefson's roles are bigger than what they should be. Let's look up Giants depth chart. Who's the Dave Tollefson of the current Giants? They're Scoutaboo personality wise is the closest, I would say. Yeah, there isn't one. There just isn't. There's no Dave Tollefsons on this team. How do I feel about DJ? I really like DJ Reader. I still think he's a pretty damn good player. Maybe not the same guy he was a couple of years ago. Drew Phillips. Yeah, that was the only guy who I thought maybe could fit that role. But I feel pretty good about DJ Reader. Here's the thing. When I think about the defensive tackle room being bad, DJ Reader's, it's not because, DJ Reader's, it's like, no, it's everything else around him. The issue is everyone has already been signed. Maybe you get some cuts or a trade or something, but it's just unless Darius Alexander is good, it's a terrible room. Like Shelby Harris being your number 2 with your number 3 through being what it is really bad. It's really bad. I'm inviting somebody. I put out Darius Alexander is the longest tenure defense tackle. It's technically true because Roy Robertson Harris is on the roster and they haven't IR'd him, but tore his Achilles. I was like, let me just put it. I didn't feel like putting a disclaimer. I've actually sometimes it's like I don't need a disclaimer of like technically or whatever. Like for the Giants season, he's their longest tenure, even if he comes back for 2 games at the end of the year. Would you want Eric Armstead? Yeah, I mean, I'd take anybody. You know what I mean? Croc says DJ Johnson of the Commanders is the closest. That's not DJ Johnson from Oregon that the Panthers overdrafted, right? That'll piss me off. Hell no, that guy sucks. That guy sucks. He was since we've been the Commanders drafted the Panthers drafted this guy in like the top of the 3rd round, 80th overall, and he has a half a sack. That was a guy who I was like borderline UDFA on my write up on him, and then the Panthers drafted. Like what? Like that makes no sense at all. Which it's always like weird when whenever it's like you have like a 7th round grade on somebody and it happens. If it's not happening to you, you're not actually doing real write ups, and they get drafted in like this 3rd round. Like, wait, what? So you have this like, who is the idiot? The Carolina Panthers or me? And I will say, more times than not, it's the team. But that's the other thing too, is like even if like 3rd round picks don't work out all the time, so it's like that's a guy I thought was a 3rd round or whatever, but that's just sometimes what happens. So it's like, maybe whatever. Would you be down to take a fitness gym app sponsorship? Yeah, absolutely. I need to get in better shape and use it a little bit too. So I don't sound totally hypocritical, but yeah. Is LeBron going to sign with Philly? I got ESPN right on there. They're saying 76ers potential lineup if LeBron signs with Philly. Ramses Barden or Sonoris Moss? That's actually a great question. I'm going to make that a Twitter poll, and we're gonna dive deep into this question. Ben Gold, we are diving deep. We're going to look at numbers, look at career best. Who would you want? I'm putting this as a Twitter poll right now. In my head, I say Sonoris Moss, right? So I just put that as a Twitter poll. Let's do some deep diving. Sonoris Moss. So the thing is, I don't think Sonoris Moss had the It's probably Ramses Barden, right? So let's look at it. So this is Sonoris Moss. God, what an underwhelming career. This sucks. It's Ramses Barden. I mean, Ramses Barden had the Panthers game. But what were Ramses Barden's overall stats? Oh my gosh. So he had 421 yards, 3 touchdowns. Oh God. Ramses only had less yards, but he had that game against the Panthers. So we'll look at game logs. Where's the Panthers? 9 catches, 138. It's that one game, dude. Oh, this is tough. Now, dude, we drafted him in the 3rd round too. Sometimes I forget. Sometimes I remember Ramses Barden as like a 5th round pick. And Ramses Barden was the ultimate, like, I'm doing a creative Madden. I'm starting a Madden team. I'm trading for Ramses Barden to be my wide receiver 3. Yeah, so 9 catches for 38 yards. All right, let's go back to Sonoris Moss. So Sonoris Moss had more yards and more touchdowns. He had 30 more yards and he had the 3 touchdowns. Let's look at game logs. His best game was 46. That's so embarrassing. Like, it's so embarrassing to be a second round pick, brother of a former NFL of a good NFL player, and your best game is 46 yards. Let's see. He did have the returner ability. Dude, why is NFL Pro Football Reference doing this? It's crazy to me. He did have that returner ability. Let's see what the Twitter poll is saying. Hey, right now it's 57%. So no, Ramses Barden. So I'm gonna go vote for Ramses Barden. I'm gonna put that in the YouTube poll as well too. Right now, Sonoris Moss is taking the lead back, 60%. So let me pull up the YouTube stream so we can put this as a poll. They're also both bad, so I might pick Ramses Barden to make Nacho Libre jokes. Ramses is the best. All right, let's see. So, I mean, Ramses has that game where Sonoris Moss never had a game. But also, here's the thing: where Moss has a chance is the fact that Moss slot, you can throw a guy in the slot, and he can kind of like so. You know, there's that. And I had, Moss, I liked him coming out of Miami. So I like both guys, and Ramses Barden, we all fell for. Where are they now? Let's look up Sonoris Moss on Twitter. Even though he's probably not active on Twitter, he's probably on Instagram. Let's see. Sonoris Moss last tweet was June 18th. Phenomenal. Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Obama Foundation. June 13th, it's all about the U. Because they did it 83 days away until Hurricanes football with him. Good morning, beautiful souls. May 20th, TV off. Kendrick Lamar, May 17th. All right, let's look up Ramses Barden on Twitter. Which does he even have it? Is Ramses shine? Yeah, this is him. I'm looking at him. Quote tweet: grateful for the men in my life that remind and inspire me to better husband, father, friend, man. He tweeted a high school player's highlights huddle film. I like that. I love you, Cal. We love you forever. Thank you, Calvin Ramsey. I guess someone, a coach. We're gonna have to clean it, and then so this is 29. He's barely tweeted when we got 2017. Both had like takes on presidents. He said president in 2017 presidential address to pull out of climate deal. Progress if chemical testing, bioengineering on citizens is also eliminated. We're going to have the cleanest air and the cleanest water. Citizens, executive administrator, president, please define clean people. So both are into, tweet about politics. So right now, Sonoris Moss has got the vote on YouTube. Let me check with the chat. I haven't checked the chat since we did this. Darius Slayton is currently underrated. Changed my mind. I actually agree because right now he's treated like the most useless player ever, and he's not that. But that does not mean that he's going to be a starter for this team either. It's between him and Mooney and Fields. So I agree with you that technically is underrated right now, but that also may not matter. Yeah, Barden is the one I'm talking about with the Panthers game. But their stats are similar. Barden didn't get any touchdowns. Are there any players on this roster worth drafting first or second? I mean, only Malik. So let's see. Let's see what the poll is at. Right now, 86 votes. Norris Moss has 65% of the vote. I'm Ramses Barden. Maybe that's a bias. I always started my NFL, my Madden, teams like, hey, he'll be my wide receiver 3 to start when I'm, tearing down a team and building it back up. So I always at that. I'm actually not a big size guy when it comes to my receiver flavor now, right? I very much am not. I don't need you to be 6'3", 6'4", whatever. Not saying that's bad. It's just like, but I used to value that stuff like crazy when I was not doing a podcast. So there's a little bit of bias in there for Ramses. But I think Sonora's probably got more opportunities. So I'm going to go Ramses. Here's the thing with this. Slayton has only had 2. He's had 7 years in the NFL. He's only had 2 years without a drop problem. His rookie year and then 2023. So those are outlier years. And so he's had one of the more consistent drop problems in the NFL, if not the most consistent drop problem in the NFL. I just did my player profile notes for him yesterday, and it is genuinely consistent. Slayton has been fairly consistent with who he is. And the only years we like him a lot are the years he doesn't drop. We loved him after his rookie year. He also had 8 touchdowns. And then after 23, people really were high on Slayton at that point because he didn't drop the ball that year. Would you rather get trucked by Brandon Jacobs or popped by LT? Trucked by Brandon Jacobs because he's hitting me, but he's not. His goal is not to take me to the ground. So you're getting similar violence, and one doesn't have to hold on to a football while he's doing it. Who's the best NFL brother duo? Tiki and Rondé, JJ and TJ Watt. It's either Peyton and Eli or JJ and TJ Watt. As much as I love Tiki and Rondé, but I think JJ and TJ are better. They're genuinely 6 players who should be in the Hall of Fame. Right? Peyton is in the Hall of Fame. Rondé is in the Hall of Fame. JJ Watt will be a first ballot. And then TJ Watt, Tiki probably will never get in, even though he has a very deserving case when you look at it. Eli will get in, and I'm sure TJ Watt will get in too. And I'm sure there's another brother duo I'm missing. Most forgettable, notable Giant of these 3: Terrell Thomas, Michael Boley, Matthias Q. It's probably Terrell Thomas. Kiwanuka is the most memorable just because he was a first-round pick. But I like Boley. Boley I'm a big fan of. Boley also, there's some guys who have a celebration that just a big, like when he has that pick 6 against the Rams and throws the ball at the cameraman. And it's just, I'll always remember him. So I would probably say Boley. It's definitely not Matthias Kiwanuka. It's either Boley or Terrell Thomas. Let's see. I need to catch up on the chat a little bit. Shannon and Sterling Sharp, that's 2 Hall of Famers, but I think Sterling Sharp isn't, again, he is in the Hall of Fame. He just got in, right? Like he got in this year. I think his career is too short to be on with those other guys. I mean, he was great, but I think his career is too short to be in the mix with those other guys. I guess you could say Tiki's run was fairly short too, but I didn't say Tiki and Rondé. Carson City, Nevada. I forgot that we were doing this. Let me add the wheel to this so you can see. I'm not lying. Wasn't that due to injury? Yes. But I am a believer. Like, I think longevity matters. You know what I mean? Kelsey's do have 2 Hall of Fame locks. That is true. And hey, out of the names we said, Travis is definitely a first ballot. Is Jason Kelsey a first round? I think Jason Kelsey is because one of the personality he has. But if he wasn't the personality that he was and he was just the center player that he was, does he get in on the first ballot as a center? You know what I mean? That's a good one too. So there's quite a few. That might be it, Travis and Jason. The issue is Peyton is so freaking good. So, you know, as much as I love Eli, it's probably not Peyton and Eli because Eli's not a top 10 QB of all time. And then Kelsey's a top 10 center of all time, and then top 10 tight end of all time. And then Rondé was a late to get, he didn't get in right away to the Hall. Tiki's still not in. The Watts are, I guess it would be the Watts versus the Kelseys. And I'm not writing off him. I'm just saying we're comparing him to greats. It's not a write off. It's just it matters when we're splitting hairs of this great player versus this great player. So the New York Revival guy should be joining us fairly soon. Like someone just replied to the poll, like Barden stunk. Well, so did Sonoris Moss, dude. He's a second round pick at 400 yards. Let's see what the poll is at on. Let's just end it here for YouTube. 53%. Sure, Sonoris on YouTube. On Twitter, it doesn't end for 24 hours. YouTube, it's 62% Sonoris Moss. It'll be interesting if Tiki gets in eventually. The issue is Tiki doesn't have the love from, like, I think most Giants fans respect Tiki now. There was a time where we all hated him, right? Like, he was shit talking Eli and stuff. And I forgave him. But Tiki's not the most, like, Tiki just, he's not the most likable person to a lot of people. And even like someone like this, I think he had run-ins with certain writers and stuff who handle the Hall of Fame and stuff. So I just subbed to your Patreon. Thank you, Jared. We'll be sending you a message asking for your address to send you stickers. Do you think Hyatt survives cut down? That'd be the shock of the NFL season. But yeah. But Tiki was so good, dude. Like, it's crazy how good he was. He was already good, but when Coughlin came, he was just on another level. All right. I'm going to need a pee break here. I almost want the Revival guys to come on and talk while I take a piss. Do you think there's a chance Slayton gets cut? No. But I'd wonder if they were trying to trade him. But I think they also want to see training camp will happen. Big Blue Goonie's going to come on at some point today or tonight. So get that to look forward to. Let me check Venmo. I have been saying to do Venmo instead of super chat. Actually, I'm gonna text somebody real quick. I don't want to say it out loud just because. Yeah. And let me respond to a text message I didn't. Oh, I need to do lunch too. I forgot about that. My wife just texted me. What about lunch? We're gonna eat dinner pretty late. Banks probably will make the team. Hyatt literally has no shot. That's the other thing about Tiki. You usually only think about turnovers when it comes to quarterbacks. He was a running back who had a terrible turnover problem. Let's look at what Tiki's fumble numbers were. And that's what I'm talking about. I was talking about with Trashman about Southern. We are splitting hairs and stuff here. It's the Hall of Fame. Hairs should be split. How many fumbles did he have? Dude, he had 53 fumbles, dude. I mean, there's 4 years in a row of 9, 8, 9, 9. That's insane. Think about Tom Coughlin's Tom Coughlin fixed him. He had 5 fumbles that first year. He had 1 the next year and then 3 his last year. That's crazy. 53 fumbles. And I'm just saying, again, I love Tiki. I think he should be in the Hall of Fame. But yeah. Deontay Banks needs some joy. Banks so talented that it's you just forever never want to quit him. But I'm also view him as just he's a returner. Mr. Glass half full is here. How we doing, my friend?
My dude.
Oh, I gotta put my headphones in. I haven't had headphones in all day. Where's Jeffy?
My dude. I don't know. Let's get him up there.
It's fine. I just want. I haven't had anyone to talk to verbally in 3 hours. How are you doing, my friend?
Good. How you been, man? How's the summer treating you?
Good. A lot of travel, and now it's all right, I'm spending these 3 weeks. It's all right, getting things done and then getting ready for training. Are you guys are trying to get down to training camp a little bit, right?
We are. I've been burning on both ends with the fam because of this Knicks stuff with the U.S. soccer stuff, and I'm treading carefully. But my plan is at the very least, I think me and Eli might be trying to make a move to get down there for at least a night, a day and night. So we'll see. We'll see about it.
If I could suggest a day to go, we are going to do some type of event August 7th, the last night that it happens on Friday.
Okay.
So,
okay. That's noted. It's good to know because rather
now you guys got to do your
guys
content and stuff or whatever.
No, listen.
Saying, if you're totally open, I just want to throw that out there. We will be doing an event.
You know us. We're in the mix. We just want to hang out with everybody. So we're not doing anything crazy other than.
Well, I mean, even if you're not there, we'll still do something regardless.
Yes.
We got to go flip a car and all that stuff too.
Exactly. So what's up, man? How you? So we're getting locked back in. Both as a show and personally on Giant stuff right now. So I'm very excited. And I'm reinvigorated right now, to say the least.
Me too. So I like I said, I was traveling and stuff, and then it's I get back into it. And one thing I've been doing is, I do the countdowns 65 days until Giants football, and I've always puttered out around 45. And the issue is the first ones are all the defensive ends and stuff, and then 45 through 65 is very much old school, guys I didn't really watch a ton.
Yeah,
I have gotten 44 down to I'm down to 12 and 11, And so I'm getting a lot of guys who won Super Bowls and some cool highlights and going back and looking at certain things.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, this was so much fun being good at football.
It
It was
was
so
nice.
much fun being a fan of a good football team to where I was just like, oh, dude, I miss this so much. And I'm just like, please, Harbaugh, fix this. Please, Jackson
man.
Dart be good and Harbaugh fix this. Like, you think about like the Giants, like how much better are they than they were, like dysfunctional? Like it was kind of like Coughlin and Eli kind of helped them be functional, and then they got 2 Super Bowls out. It's like I'm basically like, all right, football's tough, but if you get head coach and quarterback, man, that's just a nice little floor for you to be good. I want to be good so bad, and I'm very excited to see what John Harbaugh brings. And I think the biggest thing, we haven't talked about it a lot, but the biggest thing about this year really is, what does Jackson Dart look like in year 2? There has to be growth. He doesn't have to take some astronomical step forward. We're not talking about a guy who had a bad rookie year and it's like, wow, we're just hoping he's better in year 2.
Right.
We're talking about a guy who had a good rookie year, but still you have to be better than what that was. And that step is not a given, but it's certainly what I'm living and dying for, like to see what we got for this guy.
Well, to your first point about Harbaugh, I think you need a culture changer, right? And it started off right away with how many practices he's going to go through, and like you see instant like gratification. And from my standpoint, I know these players might they might say, "Hey, we went from Dable to this now. It's a little bit of an adjustment." But hey, it didn't work under Dable. If you want to win, let's see what the other side of it is, right? And every time the Giants have a nice stretch of play, it's because of a disciplinary coach, right? It's Parcells, it's Coughlin, and now we got Harbaugh.
Joe Judge.
Like a guy who knows football. So yeah, I'm excited. I know Jeff's excited, but it all comes down to Dart at the end of the day. Like you said, build off that last year. I know there's a lot of footwork stuff he's going to be working on. New offense coordinator, whole new transition on that front. So it might take a month, but I expect the best out of this kid. He just again, we say it all the time. He has that it factor that I trust him back there. I just trust him, man. I know he knows how to play the position, and that's what I gathered from right away as an increase over our number 8 former guy.
Well, and that's the thing. It is changing to a new offense and stuff is going to be tough, and we also don't know what this offense is going to look like. Like I think we all kind of have a feeling of what the defense is going to look like scheme wise. Offense is totally an open book, except for the run game. We know it's going to be a Greg Roman type run game. I know it's easy. It's one of those things where we all say stuff in July and then the season starts. And we're like, what the hell? Like think about last year. We're talking about like, what game does Dart play? Week 13? And it's like, are you guys morons? You guys think we're not going to be calling for him to play week 3? Yeah. But I also am like, all right, what do you look like in the second half of the season? And that's what we're really working with going forward. Of like investing in you, or are you getting another year because it's, hey, we want to just give you a shot and see what you are, or is it because like, all right, you're the dude and there's very clear signs and evidence that you are that guy, or at least it's debatable that you're the guy. So, Jeff, how are you?
Hi guys. I'm a terrible manager of time. Sorry about that.
Well, no, here's the issue: is Spiro got in here early, and I was like, person, put him on the screen. I wasn't waiting for you to show up.
If you're not early, you're late, buddy.
I don't expect. Hey guys, hit that Venmo, guys. Hit that Venmo.
Yeah.
We're going. So that's the thing is, by the way, and we put your link, the link to your channel in the chat. Go subscribe to New York Revival. So let's get this out of the way. Since you mentioned it, we are doing a live show somewhere. Any guest gets 5 slots. So you guys are 2 different guests. You get 5 different slots on the wheel of where we're going to do a live show. So
that
you can do different places or 5 of the same. 5 of the same is probably the smartest thing to do, especially we got someone from Naples that is very invested in us. I'm in the Naples, Florida.
Okay.
But and so Spiro, you got to give us 5 locations. It could be some random city. It could be where you live, wherever.
Okay.
For us to do a live show.
Let's do. Is Nashville in there?
No, it's not.
Let's put Nashville in there.
You want to do 5 in Nashville, or you want to split it or spread it out?
Let's do 3 in Nashville.
Okay.
And then let's do two on the east coast of Florida. I'm saying like Delray, Florida.
Delray Beach.
Let's get crazy.
Okay, cool. The Florida ones would make my life a lot easier. So that's
what I'm saying. I was thinking of you in that. I know you're not East Coast, right?
I'm East Coast, yeah.
Oh, you are. All right, so they're even better.
Yeah. Actually, let me see how far is Delray Beach from me.
I got a place around those parts. Deerfield Beach.
Yeah. You also, if your choice wins, you have to come. By the way, it's 2.5 hours away from me.
Don't twist my arm, okay?
Oh, and yeah, let's get some of these, and then we'll do some spinning as well too.
Yeah.
Once Hefe gets his computer.
I like the Venmo. I like the Venmo thought because YouTube, man, they get you on any kind of super chat. So I love the Venmo idea.
We got two.
Hey,
William Barrett, 100. Live show location, Pottsville, PA.
Okay, Pottsville, huh?
So, and there's another one that we're gonna get to. So Pottsville, PA.
Yeah.
Whenever. So that means we got 50.
Pottsville, PA. Where's that at?
He wants us to hire Nick. I said if we raise $1 million, we will hire Nick Filato.
I think that's a lofty goal, and I love setting the goals high, real high.
Yeah. So I'm copying. All right, so that's 10 for Pottsville right there. Let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 10. 1. All right, so that's 50 for Pottsville.
Okay. I like it.
And then I think Gil is somebody else. Gil Martinez.
$2. I like it.
Okay, so this one's a little different. He said North Korea if you're tough. Or Vietnam if you're scared.
Damn, he went straight out, like long flights and everything.
So now international is double. So that would be 50 for Gil.
Yeah.
Gil, you could do 100 somewhere that you would actually go to the live show.
Yeah, come on. Like, unless he's from.
I'm assuming Guillotine 08 is Gil.
Yeah.
Pottsville ain't nothing in Pottsville. That's fine. That's great. That's a great thing. That's part of the live show thing. So I just before I put Vietnam on here, just want to make sure you confirm you're in there.
Before I put.
So give me a confirm. Can I do my living room for the 200?
You know what? And if you do it in Pottsville, I'll join you, Bobby.
Well, Gil's not Pottsville. Pottsville is somebody else.
Yes, he's the Vietnam. I mean, that's not.
Here's the thing: can other people come, Gil?
Yeah,
Gil. Can other people come? And we got Hefe in here too, by the way.
He's back.
We can't see you. You're blocked by the super chat or the chat.
I see his forehead.
We can hear you. What city? What city are you in, Gil? You get to tell me what city you're in. Because part of this live show is going and experiencing the city for the day, and then we could finish off the live show at your house or wherever. Yeah. Like we could have that conversation.
Right.
Austin, Texas.
Ooh.
Austin, Texas is actually one city where I wouldn't mind showing up at someone's house at the end of it.
That would be dope.
So, so I'm going to give you 3 options. A, 50 for Vietnam, Gil. This is, as we got a banana coming on the screen. B is 100 for your Austin, Texas with the show. You know what? I'm going to cut that out because I don't want everything being like, oh, our house, and it's about a live show. It's either A or B. A, 50 for Vietnam, or B, 100 in Austin, Texas. But we would communicate with you about setting up the event. You could spend the whole day with us, all that type of stuff. So,
that sounds like a deal.
So,
wait, do we get to put some entries in there?
Yeah, you get 5. Spiro did 2 for Nashville and 3 for Delray Beach. So you could give me your 5 real quick.
You can make it all the same.
Can I go the Jersey Shore?
Yeah.
Shit, yeah, you can.
You want to give a specific cities or just the Jersey Shore?
The whole thing.
There's no other Jersey Shores, I assume. Like,
No.
Can we move this chat yet?
Yeah. Okay. Here, let me put this one in there.
All right. What was wrong? Yeah. Hey.
Okay.
Maybe I
I'm
could
back.
change the way this is set up a little bit. Nope, that's just me.
Much better.
There you go. That's something. Now my
That
head's
worked.
up.
But I need to have the wheel here too.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Nice
we won't
works.
have the chats up for a second.
We'll pop them in and out.
Yeah. So I'm waiting on Gil. Option A, 50 for Vietnam. Option B, 100 for Austin, Texas. But
Two very
you would
different
be
places.
included very much in the planning process. and just the reality is we'd spend the whole day with you too. Wherever we do during that day would be with
I
us.
love that.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I'll say Seabright. Like you could do Jersey Shore or Seabright, New Jersey. Either way.
All right, yeah, let's do
Whatever.
Seabright. So do you want 5 for that, or do you want to split yours up or anything?
Yeah, just do 5. Keep it easy.
Seabright.
Actually, do 4 for Seabright and then 1 for my backyard. Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Yes,
or did you say-
absolutely.
Yes.
Yours is.
Okay.
Yes. It's hosted many events.
I mean, a lot
So
of things
you
have happened
would
back
be-
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should do one there eventually. So Hefe's backyard. So we got
We're all
another.
about
You inspired a Delray Beach, Spiro.
Yeah. Let's go. More words. I'll be down there. I promise you, I'll be down there.
Yeah, if
This
it's
is a
Delray, you
this is a
have to be
very
there.
good idea. So people are
That's-
Venmoing like options to do the live stream, and then it's getting paid for by the collection of Venmos.
Yeah. So last year
Exactly.
we did it for the plane, and then like the live show was just so I ended up losing
Yes.
way more money. Like we raised them. We did pay for the plane, and then had to pay to go to Binghamton and all that
The
stuff.
rest.
So this year is very clear. This is paying for a live show. Now there's this
All
one
right.
place in Alaska where we will lose money if it lands on it, but we'll see. So
Yeah.
Gil
Yeah.
is doing Austin, Texas. So we're gonna do 100 of Austin, Texas. CD.
Oh man,
I don't even know if Jordan has a backyard where he lives. So you're gonna have to give me a different location than that. So
Jordan,
all right, so
Jordan's
I'm about to put
bedroom.
100 Austin, Texases in here.
Texas's.
Texas. Texas.
What's
My
that- what's
backyard
this-
would be fun. I mean, there's only one entry, so I don't. What a small percent chance I have, but I mean, we could invite a lot of people back there too. That could be fun.
I think we
Set
should
up.
do some type of show in your backyard, regardless. At some point,
I agree.
Yeah,
20.
I could
30,
get a band set up,
40.
get a tent, do it right.
I mean, now you're the
Now
wheels
the
are
wheels
spinning.
are turning.
now.
Wheels
Yeah.
are spinning. Yeah,
I
you're
just
right.
put 100 in there for Texas. Right now we have 405 entries.
Wow.
And we're waiting on CD to give his entry. Let me double check. And I want to spin the wheel with you guys. I also want you guys to talk to each other at some point while I pee.
Yeah. We'll carry.
All right, so Gil Martinez was the last on Venmo. Waiting on CD to do his one, and then we'll spin. So last year, also what I did is we spun and eliminated as we went, and I realized that wasn't fair to the people who donated early because they were getting eliminated, while people at the end didn't have anything eliminated. So this year we're spinning like every 45 minutes or so to add to the wheel, and then we'll do one big spin off at the end. So I'm waiting on CD to give me his location. OC Human, your mama is in here. All right, CD, you got 30 seconds before we spin the wheel, and then I'm going to go pee, and then I'm going to come back and talk with these guys for another 15, 20 minutes.
You've been live for 4 hours. Is this the first bathroom break?
Yes, 4 hours, 15 minutes.
That's a lot of. He trusts us a lot to keep the show
love that
going.
effort.
I do. That's actually a good point. You guys could just totally ruin this. Like, start playing team up.
I mean, we could do anything. We
Just
could
don't
get
play
you fans.
music. Don't play any music, and I'll be
I know,
okay. Because I can't fight those battles with YouTube or
No,
fight
no,
anybody
yeah.
else. But
We understand
YouTube's not cool about that.
Um,
I'm tweeting that we're on with you right now.
hell yeah. Good call.
all right, let's spin the wheel. We're
let's do
adding
it.
5. So, and this is the benefit of doing early. You get the bonuses.
Come on. Let's go.
There's so many entries.
So many entries. 400. Oh, there we go. Pottsville.
Pottsville, PA, baby.
Where was last year's, Bobby?
Binghamton, New York.
Okay.
And it was a great show. Like, Binghamton was the kind of like a perfect live show location where it's a big enough city where people are going to come. Naples, Florida. Big representation from Naples, Florida, from Jade.
Yeah.
And then, but it wasn't too big where it's a pain in the ass to be there and stuff. We got to do the they have a minor league baseball team, which is perfect for the event. So Binghamton was great. Speedies suck. Philly.
Just Philly. Okay.
Which that would be for like a pregame thing.
Yeah.
All right, 2 more spins.
Now, why are we spinning right now? What's happening?
We're adding bonus spots. So like these 5 that come up, they get extra bonus spots. So
nice.
it promotes giving early. Naples again.
Naples again.
I'm gonna feel
Naples
bad
is
if
hot.
Austin doesn't get one of these bonus spots.
Come on.
Austin's got 100 entries in there.
Yeah. So does Naples though. So
Battle Royale.
Richmond.
Richmond. Okay.
Can we copy and paste?
Pottsville. There it is.
All right. Added it. All right. I'm going to leave. Who do you guys think will be the best player in the Giants secondary this year?
I like that.
Okay. And he's out
Jeff.
just like that. So what do you really want to talk about?
Yeah. You know what? I'm an open book right now. I'm an open book. I was telling Bobby that, I'm just getting locked back in here. I'm getting locked back in. Go ahead.
100%. Jumped on with Coach Gene yesterday, and it was the first time I feel like I put the Giants hat back on and turned the page.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Really?
I mean, it's good.
Since the draft, maybe.
Right.
Like you had free agency draft, and then I turned it off for a while after that. The Knicks carried us, which was glorious. World Cup carried us. And then the morning after the World Cup, U.S. team got eliminated in embarrassing fashion. It was like, okay,
Flip the page.
it's back to the Giants now. Let's.
Yeah. Let's how about this?
Yeah.
Give me a guy in the secondary you think is going to bounce back the most. Like there's a lot. There's some talented guys. You got Nubin, you got Holland, you got Deontay Banks still, and a Debo. Out of those 4, who's the guy that you trust the most to bounce back?
We went out and chose a Debo, paid him. Like I would like to see him be a guy that was worth the nice cup, by the way. I would like to see him be worth the investment. Like go out and be a stud that we paid you to be. And maybe it was an overpay, maybe it was desperate. But I would love to see him be like a force, be something, be a dude that they don't want to throw at. But like any 3rd and long on defense was just miserable. Like
automatic.
The pass rush is going to help. Like last year it was scary. Granted, we're like minus Dexter Lawrence, you're plus Sarvel Reese, but like now, I still think this pass rush is going to be nasty.
Oh,
like
it
nasty.
It should. I think Abdul Carter woke up when he got called out, and it was a combination of that and the switch off of Bowen, in my opinion. But he's gonna be locked in. But for my guy, the biggest bounce back I'm looking for here, Javon Holland. I want to see some plays be made by Javon Holland. I think that we paid this guy big money to come over here, and he was kind of a just non-factor. But like when you talk about, Darnell Wilson getting the best out of his secondary, I think that Javon Holland getting back, and he's clear removed from any injury. I want some plays being made. I want some interceptions, some game-changing plays being made in the safety position. And I think that Holland's got the talent to do it. And now we have a better defense, a little bit better pass rush. Mistakes happen. Turn that ball over. We need that.
Yeah, and this defense is going to kind of require it too. Like Holland's got to lock in. Like Holland has been just kind of a preventer for 3 years now. Like Vic Fangio is the best defense coordinator in the NFL. He celebrated when he got fired by man. Like I like that was always one of those things about Holland that were like, why doesn't he? Why are you celebrating that guy getting fired from your team or whatever, even if you didn't get along or whatever? Like there's no reason for him not to be that guy. The issue is he really hasn't been for a few years. So
I know.
Like I that's the thing too, is like we paid Holland money. Like we should have higher expectations for him.
That's it. I guess same for Adebo. Like so at the end of the day, who's our starting CB2, Bobby, by October.
October, I'll say Colton Hood, but I think Greg Newsom will probably be at the start.
Okay.
You look
So
like
you're-
you're struggling over there, Hefe.
he's having a whole lot of headphone issues. We've been going through it. with him.
How? I know you guys
I
use
know.
StreamYard.
I think he hit this like some virus got into his freaking software. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. So you think that Hood's gonna take a jump? Greg Newsom's gonna get the first look. No credence to Deontay Banks. making
No,
some noise? Okay.
I'd have to see it.
See it the blue.
Yeah, even like training camp stuff. I'm like, I just don't
Yeah, I hear
believe
you.
it. Like,
Okay.
I got no. Now he could stay as a returner. Like he's the rare like bust who's like you do actually have a role. Like we're Hyatt and Neal. There's just no role for them.
Right.
Banks you can hang, and Banks is the most talented of them. You know, so it's
Sure.
like, you could have him as a returner while you hang on to like maybe.
Yeah.
So there's
You're
that
doing
with
something
Banks.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And I will say, as much as bad as Banks is, Banks probably has had the best, like, decent football. Like, Hyatt's had a couple
Yeah.
100-yard. Hyatt's had a couple 100-yard games. If you feature him, you can get some big games against some bad teams, but that's kind of it. Or at least
That
I've seen
first
Banks do
season-
good against DK
yeah.
Metcalf for a game. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Right. That first season for Banks was, I'd say,
I don't think it was
Very
very good, but he's
promising.
had a game or two. You know what I mean?
yeah, there was promising games there. Hyatt, you could count on one hand the amount of plays that he's made, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, this pass rush getting there is going to be key, especially this year. And again, there were so many quick passes that totally negated last year's pass rush, which I think will be taken away this year with the deception and that Denard Wilson will employ, and also a little bit more press. This off-man stuff just got me so angry last year with Bowen. I think that kind of goes away.
So
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do because, like you said, the secondary is this. Every single player in the secondary, except for Holland, is like they could just be really bad this year. There are also guys who's like, hey, they could have a good year as well too. And if you don't want to have 3 weak links of the 5 secondary positions, which last year you had 4 of 5 are weak links, and then Holland was just his normal average self or whatever. You 1, maybe 2 weak links. Drew Phillips again is another big like swing player. Like I could see this. I could see this regime hating him or loving him because of the way physical, and I could also be like, hey, we don't play a lot of man coverage, and he doesn't do anything in zone coverage, like type of stuff. So it's like it. They'd be like, hey, we just like our Darius Washington better. So he's probably the returning starter who I think has the widest range of outcome of like the new coaching staff. You know what I mean? Like Newman, I think we all see it's like he'll either good or they're going to bench him quickly. Phillips is the guy where I'm like he could be their favorite player and that secondary, or
He's
they
got
could
the
bench him
attitude.
for Darius Washington. Can you hear us, Hefe?
yes, sorry, I'm back. I'm just having a world of issues today, but I'm back.
But I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, thanks, man. Good to be here.
Hold on 1 second.
Speaking,
Where
you
you-
hear me okay?
Are you? So you're
Oh,
not
yeah.
coming to any camps, Hefe?
Unlikely. I think Eli's trying to get there. There's a chance, but are they there for 2 weeks?
Yeah, 6 practices open, which is so dumb. They're going to
So-
have 10 practices there, and only 6 are open to the public.
Yeah. What are we doing?
There's a chance we get sent with Fanatics, so we'll see how that turns out. That would help. And then it just depends. We'll see how it shakes out. But I will miss having them in beautiful East Rutherford, New Jersey.
Me too. I wish they would just went to Albany if they weren't going to be able to do it in East
Yeah.
Rutherford.
Right.
Um,
That's gonna be.
On one hand, I'm trying to see the benefit from like a team perspective, like a little bit of a business trip. You're all going there. Granted, you could find fun anywhere, and I'm sure they will if they want to get into some trouble. But maybe just getting away from home and focusing on football for 2 weeks can be good for the team. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, I think it will be.
Feels-
I'm excited for it. Every time we've asked a player about it, they're like, "Yeah, I guess we are going to West Virginia." They don't seem excited about it, but I'm almost like, okay, I kind of like that. It's like cool, uncomfortable for a couple of weeks. Training camp is supposed to like. If you're a player, you should not like training camp. If you don't, if you don't dislike training camp, your training camp's not a good training camp.
100% agree.
So
It feels like remember the Titans ish. Like they got to come together as a team. Like just strip everything away. I mean, they just need a full cleanse. Like there's like Harbaugh's going to baptize them while down there, and they're going to come back hopefully a new and galvanized team, man, because they lost their way. They lost their way.
yeah, my thing is just like how do we get through health wise? Because I am fully in on tough practices.
Yeah.
But when you do, like, you will have some guys banged up and stuff. Like, that's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
I think it's a worthy, like, one of the things that kind of drove me nuts about the Giants is like with their injury prone players, they're like, all right, and Grump has pointed this out. Like, let's baby them. Let's give them the week 1, and then they get injured in week 3. Like Graham Gano.
Yeah.
It's like, why are we not testing the shit out of Graham Gano to see if he can hold up? Why are we just holding out till week 3 and then he's injured? There's different cases, right? Thomas, I don't need Thomas being pushed to the limit.
We know what he's got.
Or like a Darren Waller a few years ago. Like there's certain guys where it's like, hey, their history, you don't need to push them to the limit or whatever. But that always drove me nuts. Like these guys are going to get injured eventually. Like you got to do what you think is what makes you best as a football team without killing guys.
100% agree.
Dudes are going to get hurt either way.
We're gonna.
It's the worst.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
Yeah, like dudes, you see it all over different teams, and it happens everywhere. Like dudes are like freak accidents are going to happen. Dudes collide by accident, even without pads. Shit just happens. So just stay healthy. Get out of camp. And I think we already asked Bobby the $100 million question, but I got to confirm.
Yeah, you guys have asked me the $100 million question.
Yeah.
Which I have said, if someone donates $1 million, they said, will you hire Nick Filato? And I said yes. Well,
yes.
Nick Filato will be hired. Gives him great negotiating tactics power if that happens, but we'll figure out a way to get Nick Filato
hire
hired.
us too if you get $1 million.
Yeah. Eventually, one day, I do want to have a Giants pre-game lineup where it's like at 6 a.m. replay of the Giants Nation Show preview. So that's from 6 to 7:30 a.m. 7:30 to 8:30, 7:30 to 8 is whoever. 8 to 8:45 is New York Revival guys, or 8:40, 9:45 or whatever. Then it's whatever, and then me and Grump come on for 30 minutes, and then then it's noon and you're going again. I want to have a whole morning. It's extremely impossible. It's so impossible to do. Can't get all those people to sign up to do that for 17 weeks in the season, but it is in my mind. If I ever, I can't get rich enough doing this, but if I win the lottery or get some type of $1 billion idea, we will be having an entire Sunday morning lineup for Giants Nation Show.
Me and Jeff will be there with the mimosas and everything. It doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll be ready.
On a lighter note, I did say if someone donates 500, we'll do fireworks on the stream. Wait,
So come on, somebody buck up for a good time.
The Star Spangled Swagger.
Ooh,
you want to go to YouTube and see what it looks. And I said you get to pick what time it goes off at. So it could be middle of the day type of guy. It could be 3 a.m. Like either way, it's going to piss off my neighbor. So like, why not? Give you that person the freedom of what time it's at.
I like that. I like your style.
What time would piss people off the most? Do you think?
Oh,
3 a.m.
3 a.m. would definitely be the one.
Midday is like, what are you guys doing? Like, that's like, why are you annoying? Why are you scaring my dog in the middle of the day? 3 a.m. is you woke me up.
That's causing some conversations the next day for sure.
I don't know how much it is, dude. So, you know what? I'll pull a video of it too at some point. We got the big roll of firecrackers. It's insane. But
did you get after that?
I saw an Instagram reel. It's like, hey, I got these leftover fireworks. I will do them sporadically for the next month. I don't know if it's like that in Jersey, but it is like that here, where it's like you just random, like, oh, someone's doing fireworks at 2:00
Just random.
In the afternoon.
I'm gonna start doing it now. I have to. I think just like random, keep everybody on their toes on the block.
Yeah.
I'm into it.
Let them know who's boss.
Exactly.
Where are you at with the wide receiver spot? Like, give me your Malik Neighbors is the wide receiver 1. Who is your 2, 3, and 4 in order? Because you can make an argument for a lot of different guys. Jeff.
I think Juju is probably going to earn some playing time just based on his experience. And like, he wasn't a game breaker with Kansas City, but he was kind of productive, like, at times. Like, he was, as soon as you forget about him, he's catching like that big third down pass when you need him. And then I think Fields is going to earn his spot as the season goes on. Like, I'm high on him. I would love to see him emerge as like a surprise guy. And I don't know. It's just a mess right now. I can't even rely on Neighbors right now. So it's going to be interesting. Let's just hope the run game is really powerful. So that, but like Dart is going to want to ball out at some point. So you're going to need these receivers to step up. So it's a mess. But I think Juju, Mooney, and then Fields takes over when one of those dudes gets hurt.
Yeah. What about you, Spiro?
I'm a Mooney fan. I think he got a raw deal at a couple of, like, in Atlanta. He didn't have great quarterback play in Atlanta, but his best season, was under our guy, our offensive coordinator. So I think that this is going to be a big move for him. I think he's going to be what we wanted Darius Slayton to be, in that he'll catch the ball and he'll provide all the stuff that Darius Slayton could have been. I'm a little excited about Calvin Austin in the slot, but I agree with Jeff in that Malachi Fields, I believe by the time the bye rolls around, he's going to be a guy. He's going to be a red zone target. He's the big body that not that this team is lacked, but also that Dart needed. Like, he was throwing it up to little Jordan Humphrey, and that's he throws a catchable ball. It's not always going to be accurate, but he's going to give his wide receiver a chance. So who best to be able to take advantage of that? I think that Fields will be able to do that. And I'll say this: I think Odell. What we need Odell to do is just contribute long enough until Neighbors is back, right? Like, if you have 1 month in you, let it be that first month, right? Like, just give us that burst, and then be the glorified cheerleader in the back, whatever, until you have to. But that's Mooney's my guy, though. Mooney's my guy to carry for the early part.
I think I land on Mooney as like the second guy.
Yeah.
I think him and Slayton are so similar. I think the fact that Mooney is new helps him, and Slayton coming off a tough year. The other thing is, like you mentioned, like Malachi Fields are going to want to play event. It's like one of those 3 guys is going to be totally left out, I think, unless there's injuries, which I hope there's not. And so I kind of feel like Slayton ends up being the guy that's left out, even though you can make an argument he ends up being the top of those guys. And then I don't know if I'm overrating Calvin Austin, because here's my experience with Calvin Austin. The Senior Bowl, where a guy like him shines. His best game of his career was against the Giants. So I'm like, oh, this guy's good.
Right.
And he's like the slot receiver on the team. So I like Calvin Austin. Maybe I'm overrating him a little bit, but for a guy who hasn't put up any production really. But I like Calvin Austin. So I kind of end up with the same of like Mooney, Austin, and then Fields, because I think Mooney and Slayton are so similar. You're never really subbing one for the other.
Right.
But Fields is one they're going to want to play him. And Fields is that jump ball guy that is not anybody else on the team as well. Obviously, when Neighbors is down, like all 3 of those guys are going to get good playing time. But if Neighbors is healthy, I do think it is Mooney, Fields, or Mooney and Fields is the starters, and then Fields is the guy that they sub in the most. Slayton will get a snap here or there. And then it's crazy, like you mentioned, Juju and Odell. Like then you get the guys like Juju and Odell.
Right.
After talking about all those guys,
I threw darts at those guys. Like, why not? Like juice up. I'd rather you juice up the back end of the roster with some vets. The rest of the guys are so young. Like put some guys that have done it before and see who has the most juice left. There's no contract issues there, and then let him fight it out. But like, I think Austin also got the raw end of the deal again with quarterback situation. You've got Pickett and company throw it to him. Then Rodgers in and out, and if Rodgers doesn't, you don't like click at Rodgers right away, he writes you off. Like, so I think there's upside there, Wandell upside.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think Austin's going to get a lot of production. I just think he's going to do solid in his role.
Chain mover, yeah.
Like even like struggles, like you're going to see a lot of two tight end stuff too. So like the slot's not going to be featured. Like,
right?
Really, no offensive coach featured the slot the way like Dable did, and we had 4 years of a guy who was just very much like, I have a type. They literally called them the Smurfs. Like they had a nickname for the type that he had. Whereas like we had 10 5'8" wide receivers that could have played slot for us, or 5'10" receivers for us for 4 years. Obviously McVay does, but it's very different. So like I don't think the slot's not going to be as featured, but I just think Austin will have 300 to 400 yards, but it'll be kind of like you're happy with it though.
Right.
Does OBJ make the team?
I think he makes the team. Here's my thing with Odell is I went back and watched him in Miami and it was terrible. Like it was like worse than what I even realized. He's had a year and a half to get healthy, but old guys get banged up quick. You know what I mean? Like, so I just don't think he's going to be fully healthy. And then there's like, what is even the role? So I think he does, but I do think there's a more of a willingness to cut him if it doesn't make sense. But right. I think they'll get through camp and they'll have one guy who's banged. Like, there'll be an excuse to keep him. If everyone's fully healthy, I don't think there's really a good case for him. But
no specials.
The reality is that not everyone is going to be fully healthy, probably.
Yeah, right. That's why I'm saying, like, just get us through October, Odell. Like, get us through. Not even October. Like, get us to like mid-October, and I think that's where you see Neighbors starting to hit up his get into full stride again. Whatever you get from him after that, it's whatever.
It is going to be fascinating though, having like Odell being a part of training camp, and it's like, he's second string. Like this. It's going to be very weird.
I wonder if he just takes on like pure leadership role. Like I think the best case scenario for him is a red zone threat here and there, because I feel like the hands are the last thing to go. And I think he could, if he has a little wiggle and can get open, you throw it near him. I could see him catching 3 or 4 touchdowns. But as an old guy, you're right. We do get banged up very quickly, and there's just 0% chance he makes it the whole season.
Yeah, I mean, you say we. Where I'm now at the point of my life where it's like hotel beds is like first thing. How is this gonna, have me, feeling a little sore in the morning or not?
Right.
Like that shit. Never thought about that in my life before that.
Yeah.
Bobby, I have indoor sneakers, Bobby, because it's just better. It's just better support, and I don't wear them outside the house. If I'm inside the house, I'm wearing them. I don't walk barefoot anymore. Like that's as bad as it gets right there.
I'd never heard of that. I never even heard of indoor sneakers.
If I'm going to be on my feet for a while, I can't do sandals. I need the support.
Dude, I used to be a sandals every day. Now I just feel naked if I'm wearing sandals.
I went to CVS yesterday, and I got last week, and I got a strap for my arm because I got a tennis elbow for golf, mind you. Golf. I'm wearing straps for golf. That's how
my dad does that.
like,
yeah.
We're in the old phase of our lives now. I'm looking at all the knee straps and
when's
straps.
the last time you ran full speed? Was it the 40?
It might have been. I've been gun shy ever since. So
I scraped up my knee pretty bad a couple months ago. So we were playing football on the kids playing football on the street, and I go out there. Yeah. I would go against my buddy. I was like, I'm going to hit him like a. And here's the other thing. You watch football like I do and stuff. It's like, hey, this is how you run this route and stuff. And I forget. It's like, yeah, dude, you're not Sterling Shepard. And so I try to run a whip route where I just like go and hard pivot off my right foot and go to explode out of it, and then just bam, knee on the ground on the street on asphalt and tear my knee up. I was like, yeah, that's why you were an offensive lineman, dude. And you're older now. You can't like. You don't just run a whip route. You have to have the skills to run a whip route, dude.
You're lucky you just got scraped up and your knee didn't twist and
that does seem like a knee injury.
So, by the way, you guys can go whenever you want. I just want You can stay as long as you
Well,
want and go whenever you want. So
Yeah, I got to pick up my daughter in a few minutes, but I'll go. I'll give
Yeah,
a couple more
just
minutes.
just keep it live while you go. We'll go to school with you.
Oh.
All that good
All
stuff.
right.
Listen, what we did want to say is, I don't know if Jeff has kind of mentioned this a little bit, but we are teaming up with Fanatics. We are going to Fanatics Fest next week, and we are going on the day the Giants will be there. So I'm gonna try and get with Hakeem Nicks, man, because that's my guy. I saw that he's gonna be there. But we're gonna try and film as much content as we can. Talk to Giants fans, boots on the ground kind of stuff. So tune in for some content coming out on that front.
Have fun, dude. I did that a couple years ago. Didn't really we were with John Boy, so I was kind of just like standing around like with the other John Boy Media people, but so we didn't go there and make content or whatever. But yeah, it is kind of insane. Like you just walk up from the outside and like, what do we expect? And it's like, oh, this is like just a ton of people in here.
Was that the same place, the Javits Center, when you went?
I think so. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Is it like a warehouse type situation and it's all like blocked off, or is it like I haven't?
No,
gone yet.
it's but there's not a lot of foot traffic in that area. You know what I mean? So it's not like it's not hard to get to.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna be posting all day from there, and we're there on the first day, the 16th. So follow Revival for Fanatics updates.
At New York Revival, and I just let me put your link to your YouTube again in the chat. Go subscribe.
All right, so let's so Bobby told us end of training camp, last day over there. If we can, let's try and swing it. We're gonna talk to the bosses, trying to make something happen. Me and Eli maybe at worst. If Jeff can get all three of us get down, even better. If
we raise $1 million, I won't hire you guys. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not. I can't. I can only hire so many people. I will get you guys to Giants training camp for August 7th if we raise $1 million.
Well, that is just as good as being able to quit my job. So I'm
in. So as I was saying, you guys need to figure out your travel. So appreciate you guys. Are you guys heading out?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, buddy.
Love
I
you
feel
guys.
like I have like 20 and 18 more hours. I'm just like, don't go.
Maybe
have fun, guys. We'll talk soon. I hope to see you guys in West Virginia.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good, man. We'll try to get there. Thank you, buddy.
See you guys
later.
All right, that was good. It was good to talk with human beings for a little bit. The New York Revival guys. I'm not sure when the GNS guys are jumping on. I invited a few people and stuff, so we'll get some other guests on here as well as we're going. I think I ordered lunch, right? All right, so I should be having lunch soon, which means I'm going to be like this, because I don't believe in eating on a camera. Are we not humans? You are humans, but the issue is I cannot see your face or hear your voice. You know what I'm saying? But I will say, good job on the chat because you guys have piqued my interest on a few things that have been good. Potter House, that was one of the places that got put in, or Pottsville, PA. There was mixed reviews. Let's do a little Pottsville, PA tour. All right, let's share a screen. All right. Pottsville, Pennsylvania. I kind of like some of these pics. This looks like this looks like Binghamton. Famous. This looks like Binghamton. What's the popular? 13,000 people. That's a decent little chunk. This is a good live show location. I don't know how many Giants fans are going to show up. This picture looks like it's very old, from the olden days when it was probably a little more rustling and bustling when the trains were coming through. But Pottsville, PA, this looks like a decent little live show location. Let's do a Google Maps. Pottsville, PA. Where's my little guy? Let's go right in the middle. Let's go right in the middle. See what we got. Dollar General, of course. People forget we interviewed Ryan Dunleavy. Oh, there's a cop. The cops' cars look like my city's cop cars. Sunoco, 7-Eleven. Yeah, we could definitely do a live show here. What does this big sign say? AAA. Big AAA sign. Eagle Tavern. Let's go to Eagle Tavern. Century 21. Remember when they had the home run balls that were like $21,000 each? Good stuff. All right. Bobby, is the max entry 50? No, it's not. It's just that's when the conversion stops. I guess I could do like if you give 1,000, it's yeah, but that so no, the max entry is not 50. In fact, we've had people do more than that. It's just that's where it stops at $2 per entry at that point. So, oh, that's Gil. Gil's the one who freaking did 100. Oh, I think we got somebody. Oh, we got a couple people. We got Maxwell Smith. One for Ballard, Washington, and one for Cream Ridge, New Jersey. Let's see. Ballard, Washington. Let me put the wheel on the stage for you guys. Cream Ridge, New Jersey. Thank you, Maxwell. And then Jake Adelroy, Chicago, and it's 50. So 50. So we figured that out. That's 13. So Chicago. I have friends in Chicago that I'm looking for an excuse to go visit. So it'd be cool to do a live show there. So Chicago, we're gonna do 13 of these bad boys. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Cool. Chicago is on the wheel thanks to Jake. Thank you, Jake. Shout out, Jake. See, we're 5 hours in. Hang with me. I'm going to do a little counting in my head, and I can't talk and count in my head at the same time. So, oh, we missed one. Chris Peace, Richmond, Virginia. See, Giants Commanders round 2. When is that game this year? Richmond, another one for Richmond. Eventually, we're going to do something in Washington. So, all right, let me do math in my head. All right, cool. How many entries so far? 426. Do a show on the grounds of DEI. How do you think that? I know she let those people on, but I don't think that happened. By the way, and I went and looked at your YouTube channel. I went and subscribed. Go subscribe to our guy. I'm going to put the link in the chat. So, guys, support other Giants content creators out there. Um, talking trash about Chevin Wade, fair. Is South Africa somewhere that could pique your interest? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know enough about it. Isn't, again, if I'm wrong, tell me. Isn't South Africa extremely like racist? Or am I getting this wrong? But I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna Google South Africa issues and see if there are issues that would is facing us. If you, now I gotta look up words that are in their issues. What does this mean? Oh, they're very xenophobic, have an extreme fear, dislike. I had to look up what xenophobic was. Dislike or hatred of foreigners or people pursuit of strangers. Yeah, no, it doesn't pique my interest. Violent crime, political corruption, and hating strangers. I don't know about setting up a live show there. Draft a football on him using only Giants content creators. I'm putting myself at left tackle. That's a good one. Let's do that. Oh, and you guys can see so these are these you're going to see my notes for this this stream. How prepared I got for it. These are the notes for the stream. You guys like that? 3:30 to 4 New York Revival, the watch parties, and then we got I think we're going to Coney Island next year for the hot dog contest. We got to see Joey Chestnut before he retires. Which that I actually had that thought too. What happens first? Joey Chestnut dies or retires? Because he's obviously at risk for early death. So we got QB. All right, so left tackle is Bobby Skinner. We're only going to do offense. Who's quarterback?
Nate Tice.
I'm going to put. He's not a Giants creator. I'm going to put Spiro at left guard next to me. We'll have good communication. South Africa issues be a good rating. All right, so we'll put Spiro at left guard. Hefe did good. You did good at our old combine and talking Giants, didn't you, Hefe? Tell the truth. You threw the ball well. So Hefe is in play to be a quarterback. This is also going to be like the whole joke is like these guys who talk about athletes for all the time are so unathletic. Does Bingo count? Say what didn't Authentic played wide receiver, right? He's kind of tall. I'm going to put Authentic at wide receiver. I might put Kid Blue at running back. He's kind of like a little jit, Yeah, Kid Blue is at running back. Who are some of my big boys on the old end? I'm going to put Bad Dog at tight end. He's got muscles. He works out a lot. Bad Dog at tight end. Maybe I'm gonna put Big Dash at right guard. He's got some beef. Actually, no, I'm gonna put him at right tackle because I think he's got good height. I'm gonna put Diggy at wide receiver. I'll be honest, I've never seen him do anything, but he likes the wide receiver position. So I'm gonna put Diggy at wide receiver. He's an LSU guy, so I kind of got to put him there. Does Brandon London count? No former NFL players. People saying Panic at center. All right, screw it. Let's put Justin Panic at center. Where are we putting Grump? Grump has got good arm length, so I'm going to put Grump at wide receiver.
And then Snyder. And Falado.
Ah, but yeah, we got Snyder and Filato.
And Eli Rex.
Filato's short. Eli, I don't what position. So I got some length with my wide receivers. Like Authentic's tall. Grump's got long arms to pluck. I got to figure out my right guard position. Can I put Sean Marash there? Nah, Sean Marash is not making the team. Be funny if I was just like, yeah, Tiki at running back. Who's my right guard? Maybe I should look at the chat. Filato's short. So I don't, and Grump's got to be on my team. Diggy. Maybe I just got Dan Snyder. I don't count Clem. I'm thinking they do specifically Giants content. Bob Brooker. Bob Brooker was a very nice guy. You know what? Coach is Nick Filato. He's a good head. He'll be our head coach. He's calm, cool, collected. Dan Schneider is gonna. Let's go. Yeah, offensive coordinator. Can I make myself a player coach? People are honking like crazy. Wonder if you can hear it. So I've never seen the Eli Rex move though. So tell me, would it be? I put Kid Blue there. There's a lot of guys that kind of just fall into that role. It's like I can only pick 3 wide receivers. You know what I mean? Bad Dog is locked in at tight end. Authentic locked in at wide receiver. It's just this is a tough thing. You got to make cuts. So I'm just gonna go with size. With I think I've seen an Authentic highlight before, and so I think Kid Blue plays he's a little jit, so he could play flat. He plays flag football. He's my running back. So I'm staying with my lineup. I got to find my OC and DC. You know what? Who I'm going to put here at right guard? Actually, no, I'm putting Copizzle at defensive coordinator. And so now is Snyder going to be my right guard or offensive coordinator? He'd be a small right guard, but I'm going to put him at offensive coordinator. And now I got to figure out right guard. So, there's just too much competition for the receiver position. Does Jordan make? No, beat reporters don't count. Now I'm only doing offense. Defense becomes too complicated. Marshall Green, right guard. There you go. Marshall Green's my right guard. All right, there you go. I feel good about that team. I feel very good about that team. The only thing is, as I've seen Hefe throw, can you process, right? I've seen Hefe throw, but at the same time, we're playing other content creators. Probably give them some simple concepts.
Eli Rex needs to be the team.
You hear people honking? Yeah, I hear people honking too. So obviously there's going to be some snubs. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And then here, special teams coordinator. Danny King. There we go. Clip it. That's a roster right there. Here, let me increase the size for you guys. There's our roster right there. Grump is a great name for a diva wide receiver. Should have shot the fireworks. Yeah, that'd been a good funny. Be reporters on defense. That'd be good.
It was your mom beeping.
I know. All right, let's do. We're at 5 hours now. I'd rather Evan Neal at guard than. Well, yeah. I mean, as much as Evan Neal's bad, he's an NFL offensive lineman. Yeah, he was pretty good in college. All right, let's do. Let's add some to the wheel. All right, so it's been 45 minutes since we've done it. AJ Brown should be named Grump. I like that. So the positions I feel the strongest about is my tackles, my tight end, bad dog, authentic at wide receiver, Kid Blue at running back. Again, I've seen Hefe throw, but until I see you complete passes and not just have an arm, it's going to be a question mark for me. So we got to get out there and get 11 on 11. We'll play the Jets content creators. We will beat them, by the way. There's no way we don't beat them. They got Will Parkinson. He'd be pretty good. All right, let's spin this dang wheel. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure we don't have anybody on Venmo. Once. Okay, we're good. All right, Austin, Texas. Yeah, the chat. I bet you our chat. I don't actually know. Not out of these, because it's not a big chat right now. It's a love chat. It's only 160 people. I bet you we would beat them. Naples got another one. No. Fire Island. The people who like a good laugh, I think I know what they're rooting for. I'm not an elite processor, she got me there, but bring athleticism, mental and physical toughness this team needs. I will lead this. Yeah. The more I say that, is like, you know what? We're not playing NFL defenses. So we're gonna run slant flat. We're gonna run, all 4 verts. We're not putting too much on your plate. Austin, Texas. And so let's see, I think we got to do one more, right? So Austin got 2. Yeah, one more for the bonus round, or for the bonus editions. So Austin, Texas got, they're pulling off Crofton, Maryland. So Austin, Texas got an extra 2. Naples got an extra 1. So I mean, obviously the people who have high representation are getting involved here. So, yeah, you know what? The more I feel like I'm very confident in my Hefe at quarterback. Do a little zone read with Kid Blue. We got a big offensive line, so like keep the mesh point, good, kind of use their, lack of height to our advantage. I live in Austin now. You got a good chance of us, coming to your city next summer. So, he just said he couldn't get off work or whatever, or was late coming back. Oh, look at this! I just pulled up Twitter. Hefe played D1 soccer. Hefe played D1 soccer. What the hell? Yeah, I feel good about him as our quarterback. I feel good. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that decision. By the way, that's another thing. So we put together our soccer lineup, And then you had a bunch of people being like, or even Jermaine Illuminor, you're too small on the back end. Now, I didn't love our defense. That's where I let the other guys make their decisions. I would have not put Deontay Banks or Cam Scatterbo. I would have had Tyrone Tracy, who I think played soccer, and then Patrick Ricard out there. And then I would have had Colton Hood and Drew Phillips. I had Drew Phillips and Cam's Patrick Ricard as my outside backers, and then my inside backers was Colton Hood and Tyrone Tracy. You don't have enough. Dude, I went and looked at these soccer rosters. I understand there's some. These guys are not littered with these 6'5". Like, they're all like 6 foot. They're all 6 foot. So these guys are small football players. They're perfectly sized defenders in soccer. So I don't want to hear about our size. Our soccer lineup was great. Anyone shitting on it is dumb. Like, if you want to move Jordan Stout or whatever back or whatever, I get that. But our soccer lineup was very good. Maybe not Deontay Banks and Cam Scatterbo. So I knew there'd be disagreements on like moves, but the idea that this is terrible. Get lost. Okay, I thought about this way more than you. I'm right, you're wrong. Like, Jermaine Illuminor, do you want us to put offensive line in that defense? I just don't think that works out for us. I don't think that works. James Skinner, 2 spots for Heber Springs, Arkansas. Sounds like a shithole. Is it? I'm just kidding. Arkansas. Heber Springs, Arkansas. Bam. How about that? How about that? So, been over 5 hours now. I don't know when our next guest is. People that have been invited have been invited. In fact, let me send links to people that have been invited. If I did not send the link to everybody that has been invited. All right, 5 hours down, 19 to go. Full delusion mode upside case for Arvel Reese. Well, there's just no limit. I mean, he's a 6'4" freak. Are we building money for another positive play? No, we actually are. We are literally we're funding a live show. That's what we were doing. Last year we did it. We raised money for the plane last year and then had to spend the money for the live show, which I'm not complaining about. But this year it is to do it. What's the plan for 3 a.m.? Do I need to pull an all-nighter? The plan for 3 a.m., actually, we do have a plan for it. It is, we're going to rewatch Super Bowl 25. So it's on YouTube, and we're going to watch the Super Bowl 25. And my lunch is here. My lunch is here, Mike. Huh? I do. So I'm not going to eat on camera, but I will be eating like this. Actually, I have a question. Can you guys hear me? Say yes. Can I hear you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I have Chipotle for lunch. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Oh, you guys can hear me? This is beautiful.
What would you like for drink?
I got water. So ask some questions. So I got Chipotle. What's my order? It's the honey chicken, white rice, verde sauce, corn salsa, cheese, sour cream, and black beans. It tastes like it always does. Got a little spice to it, though. Maybe the way I ate it. How's that? I guess you can see me in this little window right here. Damn, none of this is for yeah, that's true. Maybe I could put something on the screen while you guys while I do this, so it's not just you looking at a wheel. Do like a replay. Actually, I want to see something. If you guys can hear audio. I want to see something here. Let me know if you guys can hear this actual video. Miami offensive lineman. So do you see the reaction, or you can only hear? We're Caleb Downs boys, but I've been beating the Francis Maui Noah drum. He is a guard. Grump, I did a mock draft on the 2nd of the month, right? And I said I'm between Maui Noah and Caleb Downs, and I went Maui Noah there. I kind of want to come out of this with Downs and Maui Noah. They go Arvell Reese. This guy's a guard, and I'm pulling up my write-up on him because he's a guard. I know I'm freaking like going over myself. It's not just because the Giants tackle situation. And I love this because I think he's worthy, right? He was my 3rd best player available overall in this draft, Grump. And the Giants need to take the offensive line serious, right? They want to have a real deal run game with Greg Roman and Patrick Ricard and Jackson Dart. Have that. What's the most important thing for Jackson Dart in reality to help him grow? Keep him protected. That's what we saw last year. That's what we saw the flash last year. He was protected, unlike he was at Ole Miss. So I certainly love Caleb Downs. Francis Maui Noah, those are my 1 and 2 in this draft. And the New York Giants, offensive line, taking offensive line serious, baby.
6'5", 329 pounds, really, really strong footwork, but a little bit lacking in foot speed. But that's not why he moves inside. He moves inside just because he could be elite on the inside, whereas he could just be good at tackle. And you know, I think that's kind of the trend here. We went over before the stream started. You know, the last couple of years, that's sort of been the thing. You know, this is kind of Elijah Vera Tucker all over again, which is something Bobby said to me off the record kind of a while ago. That was just like, I don't know if this is really where I'm going to go with this, but I'm sort of getting this vibe. Elijah Vera Tucker is someone that we wanted to sign, and then he hit a huge payday to play guard in New England. New England? New England.
Yeah, New England. And again, he was injured. Like, again,
yeah.
And here's the thing. People, I'm glad I went and looked at this today because people are like, oh, why do you want to take a tackle move in the guard? That is standard for the NFL draft in the 1st round. Peter Skoronski, Tyler Smith, Zach Martin, Brandon Sheriff, Elijah Vera Tucker, Gray Zabel last year. That is standard. You know what's even also standard? You know, people say, oh, we should take Vega Ioane, is guards being bust. And Vega Ioane, I like him. He just does not have the lateral movement to me to be a top 10 pick as a guard. So now there is some type of back issue. We don't know what he is. He hasn't missed any time. But I love this. I think this is taking the Giants' offensive line serious without reaching, right? Like he was literally the 3rd best player in the draft for me. So I'm pumped about this. They get Francis Maui Noah out of Miami, and I'm excited about Grump. Do you have anything else on it? We can run the ball with our offensive line. We're taking steps towards that. We're taking steps towards doing that. So I'm excited for it, baby.
As a run blocker, super fast out of his stance, engages head up, you know, with a little bit of head dip and sometimes some waist bend, but very, very rarely. He has very good pad level. He lifts his opponent and drives with rhythmic feet. Rhythmic feet. He has really, really exceptional natural full body strength already, right? Just the way he's built rock solid. And he's able to drive people with ease, bury opponents, and, you know, he can turn and wall off. He is a very, very good run blocker. So this is going to be huge for Jackson Dart in the run game, and it's going to be huge for Jackson Dart in the pass game because he is a strong pass defender too. The back issue thing, I mean, I'm not a doctor. That the way that popped up and the timing of it popping up sounded like alarm bells that not fake, but maybe exaggerated.
You never know. You never know. We're not doctors. He didn't miss any games, right? So it's not like a Jordan Tyson situation. But I got so excited I didn't read my write-up on him. Let me pull it up. 6'5", 330. Good offensive tackle prospect who could be a great guard prospect. Good athlete for the offensive tackle spot, but great for guard spot. Strong base, upper body, and leg drive, but not a mauler. Great balance. Opens hips up on pass sets gradually. Will overset once connected, leaving vulnerable to inside counters. Little passive with his punch, inviting pass rusher to start the rep. Moments of lean and pass pro will get him on the corner. Again, this is tackle stuff. Good grip strength while extended. Works independent hands really well. Feeler hand to replace and gets great placement. Fires in the run blocks with poise and urgency. Really gets movement on doubles, combos, and down blocks. Creates gaps. Needs to keep pads down and more drive in his single blocks. Has torquing power to pin out the defensive end. Does a good job in outside zone to get the spots and flips hips. Pulls with speed and authority, but misses kick out at times. May have some mental lapses with blitzes on pickup. Again, this is my fallback on him. I do have questions about moving him inside, right? It's not as easy as I make it out to be sometimes. But those are a little more in the run game. In the pass game, his pass protection skills, I think, are going to translate day one. So I think, this is – I love this, and I think we got a lot of potential here. So that's a clip. Francis Maui Noah to the New York Giants. So there's that. We do the burnout video. So what's up? I was muted. Is Elijah need to play record Elijah? If I stay on the screen. If I stay on the screen, it does. The issue is trying to send videos to my computer or my phone is a pain in the ace.
Local SIM.
See if I got this one.
How long have you been going?
5 hours, 20 minutes. Here's another one. Come on, load for me, mate.
Bye-bye, Mr. Potato Head. See you later, Tomato Head.
Oh, I didn't show the full video. I gotta take a little breaks. You guys got Giants questions. How big of a super chat would it take if you to pull out a gun on stream? I think that gets demonetized. I don't own a gun either, so that'd be tough. I have to borrow one. What's like an old thing you got? Like, what's an old video you want to go get a clip of? I'm trying looking back. You do let's see. See our reaction to Marcus Bow being picked. Or Cam. Let's do our reaction to Cam Scab. I'd actually interested to hear this. Here's the issue: is I can't watch other videos or we'll get demonetized. Like, it'd be fun to go, like the watch parties. We're not. I can't actually put it on the screen. You're gonna have to pull it up on like another tab or something. So I would love to go back and like look at. Hey, let's go watch the Joe Judge press conference stuff. The issues will get demonetized. So yeah, that would be great. Like if we could do stuff like that. It's just we can't. So it does kind of limit what you can do. But let's see. Let's go see what our reaction was to Cam Scatterbo. With round 4, pick 105. Let me put my hat on. Where's the coconut?
Victor Cruz, come on, coconut up.
They're selecting Cam Scatterbo, running back out of Arizona State. So
This is fun.
One of the two guys that we wanted. I wanted Marcus Bow. Cam Scatterbo was number 2 for me. This is the most fun pick for the Giants here, because he's just a real deal tackle breaker. And I'm going to try and pull up my notes on him. And you saw him in the playoffs just go off. He had 1,700 rushing yards, 21 touchdowns, and 600 reception yards, right? Because he's not this athlete, you think he won't be a receiving value. But if you give him the ball and like every time Cam Scatterbo has a one-on-one in the open field, he just breaks tackles. He's a downhill runner. He like knows one speed at the start of the rep, but he just breaks tackles consistently. I really like Cam Scatterbo. Like, again, there's red flags of like his athleticism and stuff. But you have Tyrone Tracy who gives you that, and now you have Scatterbo who's just going to break tackles for you.
Yeah, I actually think you look at his style of running and you think between the tackles like road grader style guy, and I'm not saying that's not what it is, but he actually does have pretty soft hands. So throwing the ball to him in the flat and getting him one-on-one against a defensive back is a mismatch. He's not going to outmaneuver them, but he is going to run through them. I said it like 5 minutes ago. Like, very few DBs are going to bring him down. The only time really is when he's already kind of off balance, but he has such good contact balance. Like, I mean, you see the highlights, he just gets bounced around, and he's strongly built all the way around. He's not just a big guy up top. He's not just a big guy. He kind of has like the same, he's taller, but he has that same sort of body type as Maurice Jones-Drew, who was another one of my favorite running backs to watch, just pinball around and never go down. We were talking about last night, like sometimes just randomly for fun, I'll throw on a Mike Allstott like highlight film, career highlights, and just watch it because it's fun as hell. And that's like a huge comp right here. I love this pick. I think this pick is fun. I think it pairs with Tyrone Tracy. I think it's not necessarily the same thing as Devin Singletary, because I don't think that the burst is there. The initial burst and explosiveness through the line, it's not amazing. You know what I mean? You were saying the athleticism isn't really there. So this may not be a long-term thing, but for a short period of time, this could be a really fun 1-2 punch with Tyrone Tracy. And I think in year 1, immediately, this might be a short yardage
just give him
asset.
the ball though. And like he makes people not tackle him. He breaks tackles, right? And he was like the 4th best available for me after Shedeur, Bow, and Aeneas Peebles. And I'll just kind of go through my write-up on him. It's like below average athlete at running back spot, but plays on fire. Long speed isn't there and lacks the burst to get into the hole quick. Contact balance is good, just stays up. Never willing to go down. Fights for every play. Downhill runner, knows one speed at the start of the rep. Lacks patience, allowing linebackers to declare early. So again, there's issues with that play style, but if you know what he is, jump cuts are emphatic but are clunky and slow out of them. Doesn't string together cuts. Cuts bring him too horizontal, losing downhill. So there's all these negatives, but doesn't work moves at top speed, needs to slow. rushes too wide off his blockers, feels leverage well, and cuts off of it. Open field sets up blocks and always breaks one tackle, consistently wants to put a shoulder through you, dips into contact and explodes out of it. Solid receiver, but more about getting in space. Has nice grabs downfield, strong blocker, but has whiffs throwing his shoulder. I had him as a late third, Grump.
Yeah, and at the top of the fourth, that's awesome. He's also a smart player. I don't remember the game, but his breakaway run had actually iced the game, could have scored a touchdown. And I think normally the safety in the corner chasing him, he would just barrel through and try and get to the end zone. And he smartly slid at like the 10 or 5 yard line. Just advanced IQ, knowing the situation, knowing the game. Don't do anything silly. Game's over. Slide in bounds. Don't stop the clock. That sort of thing. Smart guy. I love this pick. I think that this is, and right here, this I wouldn't say is a steal or anything like that, but this is good value.
Yeah. Again, like it's you're bringing him in to be a 1-2 punch. This is not a come in, be your lead back for 4 years. This is to pair with another running back in Cam Scatabo. So he plays on fire, and he breaks tackles. It's as simple as that. All right. That's a reaction. Cam Scatabo to the New York Giants. How about that? All right. Let's do some questions. Can you rank the beat from biggest homer to hater? No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. If you could add any player from any team and put them on the Giants, who would it be? Only stipulation, they can't have any awards. Pro Bowl, All Pro. Oh. Here's the hard part about that. How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know who doesn't have awards without guessing someone? I guess that could be kind of for the fun, is I have to guess someone. I have to guess. I can't just like look at a database and just pick the best player who hasn't had. Let's get rid of. Pro Bowl is tough because so many guys have been in the Pro Bowl. That's dude, I don't know. Everyone's either been in the Pro Bowl or an All Pro. That's anybody that's worth anything. I guess it could be like a second-year player who didn't win, like a Pro Bowl or anything. Who the offensive, McMillan probably made Pro Bowl or something. You could just swing big and be like, hey, I'll take Travis Hunter. You know what I mean? That might actually be my answer. I'm gonna say Travis Hunter, and I'm having him play cornerback. Focus on playing cornerback. So that's again, it's hard to. I don't know who hasn't. There's so many, and I can't Google NFL players who haven't made All Pro, Pro Bowl. That list is not available, but good question. When do you expect to hear about credentials for West Virginia? So I'm trying to pull out every stop. I've went to different outlets and been like, hey, I've tried to work out a deal. It hasn't worked out, to be honest. But I'm still trying. We're gonna do everything we can. And here's the reality: is I cover the New York Giants full time for a sports media corporation that covers the Giants full time. And I'm not allowed in. Why? So, Dash, you're my right tackle. How did you get back on Pat Hamlin's good side? I didn't. That's the issue. My right tackle, Big Dash knows. I actually sent you a DM, Big Dash. I feel like I've hit a little bit of a wall. I need one of my GNS guys right now. You ever done an Immaculate Caribbean? Yeah, you could do that. Oh, let's do 82 and 0. That's actually a good. Oh, that's what I did last year. Did a helicopter game. Let's do a helicopter game and then let's do 82 and 0. The noise is so. Okay, that's. All right, let's see. Hopefully this works out. Used to be so good at this game in middle school. Just in the computer library during class and do all this. It's lagging. It's lagging too bad for me. It's lagging so bad. Now it's terrible. It was very funny playing this game while I almost went to Vietnam last year. All right. Now let's play 82 and 0. Okay. All right. Stats hidden, drafted by memory, and your ball knowledge. Okay. Yeah. Not doing the cheating one. All right. You guys ready? We can work together on this. If you want to make the big fuss at the credential thing, you have more. Was I not sharing my screen for helicopter game? Big enough audience to back you. Here's the thing: is I don't want to do that though. Like, you know what I mean? And they don't care. That they don't care about that. That's the other thing. They would not care. How happy that you don't have to watch USA Spain in the next round World Cup. I mean, I'm not, because I wanted to root for USA, but that is the consolation prize. Am I using the right microphone? I hope so. Yeah, I am. I'm probably just a little backed up to it right now. Did you think the Nets team that made the finals was winning it all in the moment when they were on the heater? I did in 03. The Lakers year, I did not. I do suck at the helicopter game. All right, let's do 82 and 0. We can work on this together. All right, spin. We got Philadelphia 2020s. Do any of these guys get us there? You know what I mean? Like, the answer is Joel Embiid. Right? I mean, Joel Embiid is the guy we want here, right? Much as I hate him. All right, so, I mean, Joel Embiid. All right. Let's see. All right, now we got Sacramento 2000s. Chris Webber is their best player. You know. There's no, like, surprise. You know, I love guys I love from that team, Peja, Mike Bibby and stuff, but Sharif Abdur-Rahim, you know, got some good. I don't think he did what his numbers were with Sacramento. With Portland, I really liked him. Yeah, so let's just go Chris Webber. Houston 80s. Who are we doing with this? Rick Barry is right. Not Rick Barry. I know Dunleavy is a good coach. Lionel Hollins, former Nets coach. I almost want to respin. Like nobody's helping us get even. Like we're not going to get 82-0, but let's respin this.
Oh, it's not too-
Should we do team or era? I feel like we should do Houston. I mean, you could get Harden. We can't do Yao. We already have a center. Get Clyde, Hakeem. Actually, we can't get Hakeem. We got freaking a center already. If they go, I'm going to do team. Portland, 80s. I think we're screwed here, fellas. Should we just spin again? Let's spin again. Let's spin the air. You know, Portland doesn't have a lot of Portland 90s. Clyde. So right now it'd be Clyde at our 2. Right? That's the only, yeah, Clyde. All right, the spin. So we'll do this everyone. Houston 60. See, this is where I'm screwed. I don't know any of these guys. Pat Riley low-key sucks on all these things. I'll go Rick Alderman, my point guard. And again, we'll do this every once in a while, see what will be our best team. So OKC 2020s. Okay. Does Shea count as a small forward? Oh, he doesn't count as a small forward? I guess Jalen Williams is. Where's Jalen Williams? Dude, how does. Okay, so Jalen Williams and SGA are on the field on the court at the same time. This sucks. This is terrible. Gordon Hayward. I guess Josh Giddey. Lou Dort. He doesn't have the numbers to do it. I mean, we're we got to look at numbers. I guess I'll just go Lou Dort. That's probably the worst player I've ever picked in one of these things. 56 and 26. See playoffs. So we'll come back to this at another time. Yeah, Rick Alderman was terrible. Yeah, Rick Alderman was terrible. And Lou Dort, pretty damn bad too. You can move it afterwards? I didn't know you could do that. Here, we're going to get Big Dash on the show. I just sent you a link, Big Dash. Yeah, I'm the same way, dude. The DMs, I don't get the notifications the way I used to. It's a pain in the ass. Do we got any? My brother put my sister-in-law's house, or not house, hometown, and I made the shithole joke. She texted me rude. I hope she's joking because I was clearly joking. Let's check Venmo because we're gonna have Big Dash on. Who? Yeah, we got one. We're gonna have Big Dash on who's gonna put his entries, and we'll spin the wheel. Nelson Gonzalez, Ruts Hut. Ruts Hut, New Jersey. That, again, where specific locations is tough, Ruts Hut is one of the few that is acceptable. So thank you very much, Nelson Gonzalez. Your donation is very much appreciated, and we hope to see you at a live show. We now welcome the man who knows, Big Dash. What's up, brother?
What's going on, Bobby? How you doing,
How you
man?
doing? Good, good. Just, I hit a little bit of a wall here as we come up with 6. So you're a guest. Every guest gets 5 locations to put on the live show wheel. I need your 5. You could do all one. You could do all different. Whatever's on.
Yeah, I got
your
one
heart.
for you. Union, New Jersey, all 5 times.
Okay, Union, New Jersey. All right, we're staying close to home.
Shout out to Union. Shout out to the fighting farmers, man.
Staying close to home. I like that.
Yeah.
So we actually tried again. I'm the same way with the DMs where it's like it's the new Twitter where it's like I don't get the note, like they're there, but I don't get the notifications. So I'm like, oh man, I messaged, I think it was like Flauto the other day, and he messaged me back like instantly, and I didn't realize till like a day later.
Yeah, I turn the notifications off, man. I'm in so many different chats, like my phone will be going off like every 30 seconds. Yeah.
There is 2 players from this draft class that we did not have write-ups on live. That's people who watch our live streams and stuff. They know like I want to have write-ups on every single Giants draft pick. The fact that Bobby Jameson Travis was a top 30 visit and not reported drove me nuts.
Yeah, had no clue.
One of them was Jack Kelly. He was somebody that you had liked pre-draft. So we can go wherever we want for the next 30 minutes, but I want to hear your thoughts on Jack Kelly because he was someone who pre-draft you liked.
Yeah. So for me, like my background is linebacker, right? And as far as New York Giants go, I've been looking at linebackers for years. Like every year, I take special time to just dedicate to linebackers, and I like BYU because I like their coaching staff. I like the head coach. For a team that has, I would say, like no superstars for the most part, as far as superstars go, that category, they're always well coached. The guys that do make it end up being, quality players to a certain extent. But for me, it was how he played and just the various positions. They use him off the edge for blitzing. He got home, dropped back in coverage. Not saying he's a coverage backer, but he was able to do that too. So he just was all over the place. And I always appreciate a linebacker that is exactly that, backing up the line. And so I liked him a lot. He wasn't in like my top 10, but I always look at like later round picks and possible sleepers, and he was one of those guys that was a sleeper.
Well, it's funny. The like when they drafted him, like we have write-ups on Fields and JC Davis and stuff. So the first thing you look up is like, it's linebacker. I'm like, wait, is this guy a defensive end? He has 10 sacks and 16 tackles for a loss. Yeah. He just plays on fire, and they like you said, they used him like in like a lot of those Karl Stog blitz and stuff. It'll be interesting to see how he translates to an NFL defense. Yeah. One thing you could say positively about the Giants is, guess what? They drafted a linebacker in the 6th round. He's not one step away from playing, right? You have Arvell Reese, Jermaine Edmonds, Micah McFadden as a backup. Some good place, some like good, good names above, so he doesn't play. And then, they mentioned specifically special teams. The special teams coordinator was part of drafting him. So it'd be interesting to see, like, it'd be nice to have like, hey, preseason, we're going to see how you do.
Oh yeah.
And then next preseason, when we revisit and see if you got, linebacker playing chops while you do the,
if everything,
or he could just be a good special teams player like Cam Brown and Carter Coughlin, who was like late round draft picks, lasted all 4 years. Happy with that draft pick type of player.
Now, to your point, if everything works out the way that it's supposed to and everybody stays healthy, we probably won't see him outside of special teams. Right now, I like him. I think he's going to have a better impact than Mursal for sure. But I still like Micah McFadden, before him. I know a lot of people might try to throw him into that rotation right away, but I don't think that's, how the Giants do it. But I am very, very happy with the way the linebacker room is shaping up right now, especially with what we've been dealing with. But we still got to see it on the field, man. We still got to see it on the field.
What is like your big thing that like, it's not, I'm not asking you to say what don't you know, but what is something where it's like I could see a few different outcomes with the Giants this year that I'm really paying attention to early year?
Defensively, offensively, it don't matter.
Either way.
Wow. I would love to say that, we might get more interceptions, but I was looking at some of the results from Tennessee last year, and they didn't have a lot of interceptions. But I hope for more turnovers on the defensive side. Like, we had that whole turnover chest gimmick for no reason, for the most part.
Yeah, that was the worst T-shirt we ever made. We're like, hey, it's a new slogan, and I'm like,
I thought the idea was cool though. I like, because I see college players that Miami had the chain and all that stuff. I'm like, okay, they're bringing some type of energy, and we did have.
But the thing is, you got to do that early and often and once you don't get an interception until week 5, and it's like, oh yeah, you guys remember that we had that turnover chest.
You got the one scoop and score
Be
all
a
year.
damn pirate, or whatever.
Yeah.
But
offensively, I'm just hoping that the run game ends up being what Harbaugh wants it to be. I know a lot of people are excited about Pancake Pat, and I'm actually high on. I haven't asked you as far as the running back room, because I'm getting a lot of, some people that I listen to and I watch, they're down on the running back room. I think if everybody's healthy, I'm actually pretty high on the running back room. I like the way these guys fit. I know you had a segment just with Cam Scatterby that you just showed. And when we first drafted Cam Scatterby, like, again, I'm in Arizona, so that whole ASU Cam Scatterby thing, it was real. I got neighbors that I haven't spoken to since I've been here, and as soon as the Giants drafted Scatterby, I got them coming across the street to me because I wear Giant stuff every time I'm outside of the house. And but Tyrone Tracy, man, I thought Tyrone Tracy was still the better back going into last year, but just the impact alone from Cam Scatterby is just different. So I'm hoping that the running game is exactly that, and then we make plays off the play action, man. Finally, like, you got to be able to be successful for the play action to work. So that's my surprises, man.
I'm fine with the running back room. Like, and
me too.
Like Cam Scatterby. Like, you look at his numbers and it's like, are we overrating this player? Like, because his numbers aren't amazing. The touchdown numbers and the amount of, but like, it's like, I averaged 4 yards a pop, never had to run more than 20 yards or whatever. Then I went back in March or whatever. And I watched every Jackson Dart play on broadcast version. So it's like, get a little feel for it, to do a third down thing. And besides watching Jackson Dart, one thing I remembered was like, man, Cam Scatterby actually was moving the chains on this offense. Like, it wasn't always seeing the numbers, but it was underrated. And then the touchdown numbers, like him taking some drives that, like, the Broncos game, they're dead in the water on a 3rd and 8. He takes a screen pass, breaks some tackles, turns it into a touchdown. The Eagles game, the impact he had in that, like, he really did move the offense. So I like Cam Scatterby. I don't have these delusions of him being like a top 5 back or anything. No. And I do think eventually the Giants are going to want to get that type of guy. What I'll be most looking like question mark wise for running back room is, can we get Tracy back to getting some explosive runs? Because he didn't have it last year. But this new run scheme is built to get those explosive runs. Can Tracy have some of those breakaway long runs? That's what I want to see out of this running back room that I'm not like 100% confident in. But I'm fine with this running back room, especially year 1 of a coaching staff.
The funny thing about Tracy to me is he always looks like he's jogging. Like, is there a top speed there? To me, he never looks like he hits top speed, even though he's running away from people in certain occasions. But to your point, no, we don't have that breakaway guy that a lot of teams are looking for. But I do think that the running back by committee, I do like the way the running back room shaped up. I can't remember the whole Jeremiah Love thing. I know a lot of people wanted Jeremiah Love. I didn't want Jeremiah Love because I felt like there were other positions of need that were higher than running back. I forgot where were you at with the whole Jeremiah Love thing?
I kind of was like, maybe next year, like that's kind of my view. Is like, you know what, we have like to get the run game going. We did this for Saquon, right? And Saquon, obviously with the quarterbacks that got drafted, it was a bad pick. But like when you talk about the running back conversation, it's like, what would have not been maligned as much if other things worked out in Saquon? Because guess what? They signed Nate Solder. They drafted Will Hernandez. They signed Patrick Omameh. The next year they trade for Kevin Zeitler. They drafted Andrew Thomas, drafted Matthew. Like the first 3 years of, or the first 4 years of Saquon on the roster, they invested into the offensive line heavily. The issue is every single investment went wrong except for Andrew Thomas. So it's like, if those investments went well, those big investments, I bet you we wouldn't be talking about like the Saquon pick. Like we would talk about, versus Josh Allen and Lamar.
Yeah.
But like, you know what? Forget the whole running back conversation because like this guy is producing big time. But then he got injured and then playing behind bad lines and stuff like that. But we have Greg Roman. Love that for the run game.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We have Patrick Ricard. I want to build out the run game offensively, offensive line wise, a little more before we add the running back to it. And if you want to have a top 10 running back in the NFL, you kind of have to draft him in the first or second round. You go look at the top 12 rushers in the NFL, it's almost exclusively first and second round picks. But I would love to take the guy when the Giants are drafting 15th, like 15th or top of the second round or whatever. More so than 5th overall.
So I got a question for you.
It would have been exciting, and like it would have been a lot of. I think it would have been a lot of fun, but I don't think it would have been the right pick.
No, I got a question for you, and I know you just did the interview with Thomas, and you got Illuminor. I don't know who's left on the slate if you're interviewing any other offensive linemen. How do you feel about Runyon? And
Runyon?
If you got Runyon coming in for an interview, you can avoid the question or not. How do you feel about Runyon though? That's my question.
I think he's so amazing, and no, we don't have an interview with Runyon coming up. Runyon's fine, like he's I want to improve from that position. Like I said, like if you want to get cutthroat, you cut Runyon, save the money, and sign Kevin Zeitler. And maybe Kevin Zeitler's washed, right? I'm not going to sit here and pretend I watched Kevin Zeitler with the Titans last year. But he was good with the Lions the year before. The 2 years before. He was good with the Ravens before that. Mm-hmm. I think he's a guy who could still play. So I always want to improve the offensive line, but I also am like his contract is what he is. That 3-year, $30 million deal. That is what he is. He hasn't outperformed it. He hasn't underperformed for it. I'm actually a little more worried about JMS.
That was going to be my next question.
Because if you're going to want to do the under center run game and stuff, your center getting pushed back is just not good. You can put your left guard out and pull him or run to the opposite side. The center is a big part of the under center run game, and JMS, that is where he is the most negative of getting pushed back like that.
And that was a disappointing thing for me because as you know, I still get jokes to this day. I was willing to take him at 25 that year. We ended up.
I wasn't that high, but when we got to the second round, I was like, "Hey, we got to trade up for a few spots."
And listen, and when we got him in the second round, I was excited because I liked him at Minnesota. It was nothing spectacular; it just was solid, all around solid. And then things start to show up here. I thought, leverage wasn't going to be an issue for him because he's not like he's the tallest guy either. But I thought he was strong enough, stout enough, and you saw him get pushed back. You're like, okay, maybe it's just a rookie deal. Then you realize how old some of these guys are too, man. When we got him when we drafted him, like he was an older guy.
Yeah.
Tracy is an older guy. Cam Scadaboo's an older guy too. When you think about the running backs too. So we have drafted some of these older guys. Alexander's another one.
Which is funny because the first draft class was like, we only draft 20-year-olds. And then like you said, it got a little bit older.
It got a little bit older. But I'm sitting here for JMS. It's just like I'm still holding on to hope that maybe it's not just him by himself. Maybe it was the guys next to him, the left guard, the right guard next to him that that caused some of the struggling too. But just a lot of the one-on-one blocking. You see, he's getting pushed around too. It is a contract year, so hopefully, that means something to him. He's a new father. I think I saw that too. So maybe he has something more to fight for. To try to stick around.
And he was a lot of people's like, hey, I think he might have even won most improved in our end of year awards.
To me, yeah, I think so.
I voted him the year before that because I think from year 1 to year 2, he made a significant jump. I think last year he stayed the same way he was. He just didn't have some of the ugly sacks, and I'll even look it up because I do think he won that award. Actually, no, Cordell Flott won it. It was an easy year.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
but let me look up, and I think JMS might have gotten second. I keep track of all of this stuff. Let's see. Look at 2025. Let's see. Tony Award, offensive most outstanding, defensive most outstanding. Tracy most. He didn't. He only got 10 votes. He got third, but it's only 10 votes. So never mind. But and there's some people who I'm going to put on the wheel here in a second, but we're having a good conversation. We'll get to those in a second, and we're going to spin and add some more too.
Yeah, man. Don't slow the show down, man. Keep it going.
Well, no, it's good because Hilton sent me a Venmo, and I'm going to put it on there. But I think I got to take advantage of when I got guests on. what were we saying? Oh, I think Jameis kind of stayed the same. He pass blocking wise, he's smart. He knows where to be in the right place. He's average, right? If he goes against like the elite guys, he'll get bullied around a couple times, but he's an okay pass ball. And then the run game just consistently gets pushed back. And like you mentioned, he's older. I just don't know how much faith I could take him a step up. And that's why I kind of wanted to try Bo at center, because like, you know what? Like, but his strength issues won't be as big of a deal, and you can use that athleticism and reach.
That's the one thing.
That hand usage where it's like, oh, dude, like Tyler Linderbaum's not the biggest play strength guy, but all the athletic stuff that he does, that's pretty interesting. That's why that Kansas State center, Sam Hecht, I think it was, where I'm like, maybe that they go after him in the mid rounds.
So you brought up Marcus Bo, right? For me, I was against moving Bo because I liked his feet so much, man. And then we went out there, we re-signed Illuminor, you got CC, and it's like, okay, yes, you still have Bo as your swing tackle option. But to your point, you made me change my mind about it. It was like, can he take the step up and move to the inside for necessity at the end of the day?
Yeah, and I just wanted to try it because he's not going to be a starter this year at tackle.
No.
And I think he's so like his technique and stuff is so good. Excuse me.
You got to eat when you can, man. Go ahead, take your.
Where I'm like, if he spends an offseason working at center,
and
it doesn't work out, I don't think sending him back at the tackle is going to be this big. Like, oh, let's get back used to it. He's done it his whole life.
Yeah, no, I would take.
Also, play strength is issue, like you mentioned. His footwork is good. His hand use is good. It's just the length and strength, which he may get to work around and stuff. And so I haven't given up on him at tackle. I just thought there was an opportunity to get your 5 best on the field, and Bo possibly being one of the 5 best. That
was my thing too.
And Nick Gates was different player, but Nick Gates was very similar to me. We're like, he's not a tackle, but last year when he was on the field, he was their best offensive line. And speaking of 2019, I don't understand how a guy, or he wasn't better than Zeitler, but I was like, he did halfway decent at tackle, better than Mike Remmers and Nate Solder.
Yes, he did.
He came in at guard against the Dolphins, played really well. I was like, he's one of the best 5. Put him in, let's try him out at center. Spent the whole year, and the Giants didn't. So ever since then, I've been very much more open to like, hey, let's try and get the 5 best. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
It was just unfortunate with Nick Gates, the injury, because I loved everything about him. His attitude, blue collar, lunch pail guy.
I voted him most offensive, most outstanding in 2020, which sounds crazy when you hear it, but then you think about that year and it's like,
and then I think in college he played a little bit of tackle though, right?
Yeah, he was a tackle. He played tackle at the beginning of his NFL career. He got injured his first year.
Yeah, right.
And then he played tackle in 2019 in relief of Remmers. And then at the end of the year, he played guard. And I think Zeitler might have got injured at the end of the year. But yeah, that's why I'm just a little more open to it. Even though I don't think Bo is like I think his play at tackle got very overrated, and he got a little bit lucky because we generally face some like the worst defensive end teams in the NFL when he got his ability to play. The Cowboys, 49ers, Raiders. But like you mentioned, his feet are so good, his handwork is so good, he's athletic. I don't think it's out of the question that he can play right tackle in the NFL. Left tackle is not happening, but I don't think it's out of the question that he can play right tackle in the NFL. It's just we just signed Jermaine Illuminor, so that won't be the plan for at least 2 years,
And then also you got CC, which I believe the same way you believe, like him at guard it just makes a lot of sense, and it seems like he can almost be all pro level as a guard.
Yeah, I wanted him as guard. I said, if I was the Arizona Cardinals, I'm drafting Maui Noah to be a guard.
And then when I had you on my show, we talked about CC being the guard, and was that before we made the trade? It might have been before we even made the trade.
I think it was. I was. So when we only had pick 5, I was like, hey, either Maui Noah or Caleb Downs. Those are my 2 guys there.
And I didn't see your live, so I didn't see your reaction to Maui Noah, but I can imagine. How people were,
and here's the thing: is I don't trust people with the draft, but people still do talk to me. So it's like even if you tell me like I don't trust what you're saying, it still leaks into your head. People are telling me now they're not in on Maui Noah. I was worried about Spencer Fano, and maybe that'll look. We'll look back.
I didn't want him.
that'll be like me, saying I don't want Charles Cross, I want Nealer or Kwanu. Like maybe that ends up happening. But
now, why didn't
I
you
was
like
very
Fano?
much like I did not want Spencer Fano in the top 10. I just
My
didn't.
question-
Like he's not. I don't think it's impossible for him to be good, but I just did not view that guy as a top 10 pick in any draft class.
Oh, I still catch heat on that too. The Charles Cross versus Evan Neal thing too. I was.
Which I
totally
will say,
wrong about
I don't
that.
feel bad for being anti Charles Cross. It was the pro Evan Neal stuff.
Yeah.
I know Cross got paid fairly well, and he's been a solid tackle, but I don't think he's a top 10 left tackle in the NFL. Maybe I'm wrong if I went through rankings one by one, but
Yeah.
Here, let's do a left tackle ranking. ESPN.com. Let's go quick. Let's see. Bills, not better than Deion Dawkins, better than anybody in the Dolphins, Patriots, Jets. Who's the Jets left tackle? Olu. I'd rather have Olu. Cowboys, their left tackle sucks. Giants, Thomas, Malata, Tunsil. That's 5 just in the AFC and NFC East. Ravens, probably best. Bengals, I don't know who their left tackle is. Browns, better. Steelers, better. Bears. Who do the Bears have at their left tackle? I know Darnell Wright's their good right tackle. Anyways,
can't remember.
Penei Sewell, left tackle. Green Bay Packers. Ooh, do you go Zach Tom or him? I don't know.
Did they keep
Actually, no,
Tom?
Rasheed Walker was their left tackle, and he sucked.
They kept Zach Tom, right?
Yeah, Zach Tom was their right tackle. Vikings, Darisaw better. Texans, he's better. Colts, better than Bernard Raymond. Jags, better than whatever they have. Titans, better than whatever they have. Falcons, better. Panthers, who's the Panthers left tackle? Better.
And
They just drafted the dude from Georgia, who another guy I
Aquanu?
was like, this guy's a first round pick.
it's Aquanu, right, for the Panthers?
Yeah,
NC
I
State.
thought they might have moved him or whatever. Saints, better. Bucks, worse. That's 8. Bulls, better. Chiefs, better. Raiders.
No.
Who is it still
I don't-
Colton Miller with the Raiders?
He
Chargers,
gotta be there.
anyways. Chargers, Joe Alt. Cardinals, Paris Johnson, I'd have to go and look. And then Rams, Trent. So he's not top 10. He's like 12th or 13th. Anyways, back to the
Still.
conversation.
Still better than what we had.
So let's do the wheel a little bit and then we can get back to conversation. So we did all right. So Eli Ray said, love the show. Conway, Arizona twice. Let's do Conway. And then we got Patreon. Well, he said I'll subscribe on Patreon once I actually remember login. So appreciate you. And then we got a Venmo, which again, Venmo is good because it doesn't take the cut that YouTube does.
The
Which I didn't
30%.
realize until last year that YouTube even did take a cut of super chats.
What? 30%.
It's crazy.
Yeah, 30%.
Let's see. Champlain Valley Fairgrounds, Essex Junction, Vermont. That seems very specific. Let me just put Champlain Fair, Essex Junction. What was it? I'm sorry. This is very boring.
And then while you're doing that, like, what are the cities for? Again, I was off and on.
So we do the live shows that we do.
Yeah.
So last year we did this for the Pause at a Plane. And then this year we did it. But we ended up losing money because it's like, hey, we paid for the plane, but
Yeah.
we did the live show element from it too. So this year it's just simply like, hey, to fund a live show. And so
I got you.
tomorrow, starting at like 9:30, whatever, we'll start eliminating one by one for the wheel down till we get to 1, and then we'll do a live show at that place.
Okay.
Likely,
I thought you were
next-
picking them out of proximity to where you were or where you were going to be. At the
Yeah,
time.
no, this is listeners are donate whatever they want and they get to put live shows. So Mike Nicola, Bowling Green, Kentucky. I like that. And then Grant Mintz, we got the National Mall, Washington, D.C. So I don't know. I'm just gonna put Washington, D.C. because I don't know if we can actually do it at the National Mall. So Washington, D.C. All right. So, and what we do is like every 45 minutes or so, we spin the wheel and doesn't Venmo tax you on transaction server? No, Venmo doesn't. As long as you do like a regular transfer, not an immediate.
I can't even get Venmo. because
Why?
my wife registered for it under my phone number,
Yeah. Okay.
and you can only have one phone number tied to it. So I remember like coworkers for like, you know, the monthly birthday pot, and they're like, "Oh, just Venmo me." But, you know, it's like I can't even Venmo you.
Well, they just got to
Take
Venmo your
Zelle.
wife and hope she gives
Right.
you that money. I mean, that's one of the persons, Jay Mitchell. You know, he's probably
Okay.
our biggest donator. He's his wife. He's like, yeah, my husband really wants you to come to Naples, Florida. So,
Nice.
so
Is that far from where you are?
No, it's like 4 hours. So what we do is we spin. Last year we eliminated as we went, but it was not fair to the people that donate early because it's like, all right, well, they just have way bigger chance of being eliminated.
Yeah.
So every 45 minutes we spin and add 5. So here's the 5 that we get bonus selection. So let's see if we get Union, New Jersey on this. Long Beach, New York.
Oh boy, that's a trip.
If it ends up in Union, New Jersey, you have to come, by the way, too. Like any other one, you don't have to show up. Union, New Jersey.
That's a flight for me, man. That's a flight.
I know, but you put it on and you got to show up. Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm excited for whenever we do the Tennessee show because I love this song, Tennessee by Arrested Development. Pottsville, PA. Pottsville, PA has got like a nice little, underground swell. Naples, Florida. That's what I was just talking about. Jay Mitchell. And then the final one for a little bit, which we've hit 6 hours. So less than 18 to go.
Congrats.
And then Stowe, Vermont. Let me add these.
Never been to the great state of Vermont.
I don't think so either. Did we drive through Vermont on the way to Massachusetts?
Hell no. You have to drive past it.
What do you say?
The same. Did we drive through? I'm asking my wife. Did we drive through Vermont?
No, I wish.
No, I haven't been to Vermont
You
either.
said it's beautiful up there.
Stowe, Vermont. Let's go. We'll check it out a little bit too. So
I got a question for you.
go hit me.
Back to the offensive lineman. So you said you're going to West Virginia, right? For the
Yep.
So I noticed in pictures that JMS looked like he got a little bit bigger as far as stronger wise. I know it doesn't, strength or I should say weight doesn't always equal strength. I'm just hoping, man. I want to solidify this offensive line so bad, just to get it over with, man. But that's why I'm hoping for somebody like JMS. As far as running goes, to your other point about cutting them and saving $9 million, I have a quiet competition theory with the whole Daniel Faalele and Runyon thing, and I don't think Faalele is any good, just to be honest. And I do apologize because I know some people might be watching the show that are fans of Faalele.
He's not good.
Yeah. So, but in order to save that $9 million, if you end up needing it, I thought it was pretty, interesting that they moved him to the left side, left guard. He was getting some snaps at left guard. I thought that was pretty interesting. As soon as they drafted CC, because I remember some of the OTAs or whatever's happened or the voluntary.
He was the starting right guard for those.
Yeah, and then they switched him to the left side. He started getting snaps to the left side. So I'm thinking that's like a quiet, don't say much, but everybody might be thinking it a competition between Runyon and Faalele because of that $9 million possible.
Well, here's the thing. I don't mind it being a competition. If they're just cutting Runyon to save money, because even if Faalele wins the job, you still keep Runyon. He's going to be your best backup interior guy.
True.
So that would drive me nuts if they cut Runyon just for the money. And I already see it. We cut him. I'm pissed off. Like, it's not worth the money. And then, like, it's a new regime. You think this guy is freaking, Bart Oates or whatever? It's like, no, I just think he's, should be on the fucking team. I can already see that. But it's like, I would be mad if they cut Runyon just to save money. Like,
just for the money.
Don't tell me you're cap healthy, right? You can't. Eventually, like, you're gonna all this cap healthy. You can stop telling me you're so healthy cap wise while you're making decisions only for cap space. I'm
that creates another question.
If you keep doing that,
that creates another question, and I apologize for all the questions picking your brain. I go back and forth with a lot of people about Kayvon and me saying that we can't afford Kayvon, and my pushback against that is we're not paying anybody right now. And by the time you need to pay people his new contract, whether it's a 2-year extension, 3-year extension, it would be up. How do you feel about Kayvon?
I would pay him. Like you said, it'll be uncomfortable when you see the number too, right? It's gonna be uncomfortable. It's gonna be like 25 mil a year or whatever. And you're like, is he really worth that or whatever? And I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that, hey, he is 100% like you're gonna love this contract. There's gonna be times where you're gonna be pissing and moaning that he's overpaid or whatever. You got to have some overpaid players on your team, right? You can't just sign bargain guys and then top 5 at their position guys, top of the market. Like you've got to have some overpaid players. You got to keep some of your own guys. And like you said, they have so much money going forward. Use it. You just traded away Dexter Lawrence. Use some of that money to keep a strength. Don't create a hole because you don't need to. So in fact, I can't sit here and say I know all the negotiations and stuff. I would like him to be locked up before we kick off week 1, and sometimes you see those contracts happen the week before the first, game. I'm rooting for that for Kayvon because I don't think his contract gets any cheaper the longer you wait. The closer he gets to free agency, the more he gets to getting a hit the open market with that name recognition and top, 5 pick recognition.
Just think
closer you get him having better statistical output. Like, I just think it's all the reason in the world. Like, let's get this done now. If you like him as a player, you want him around, let's get it done now.
I mean, if you rewind time back to last year around this time, I was thinking getting ahead of the Cordell Flott thing, the Wan'Dale Robinson thing, even the Jermaine Illuminor, if they were willing, to negotiate it at the time. And you see what happened at the end of the day, end up not being able to afford these guys when you kind of could have got the thing done, like being proactive instead of reactive. So for me with Kayvon, it's like, what's the Steelers just re-signed a rotational outside linebacker, Nick Herbig, right? I was a Herbig fan coming out, and he's a 4-year, $25 million. That's what he's getting. And I'm sitting here like, I mean, it might, to your point, it might make you uncomfortable when you see the numbers, but when you really think about what these guys are costing now, it seems like it's about right.
You can't look at every single contract on your team and be like, man, that's really great value. You just can't. Like, you can't. You're gonna have to some players like, man, that's a big number for what the production he's putting. But you gotta have a team. You got to put together a full team. You can't put together a full team of just like, hey, top of the market, bargain. Top of the market, bargain. You got to have some in the middle. And here's the thing: you spend money on free agents contracts that don't work out. Take a risk on a guy that's been with you and you know what he is with you, instead of paying Paulson Adebo and Isaiah like those guys are just as much at risk with their contracts as Kayvon Thibodeau is what he is with his. So,
and you look how people feel about those contracts now too. The Paulson Adebos and the Hollands. It's like, are they going to ever turn into those people that they used to be, players that they used to be? Yeah,
and even I'm way more comfortable paying Kayvon than those guys. I know exactly what Kayvon is. I don't see a world where I think Kayvon's a totally different player this next year. Obviously, he's can have improvement, but I don't think he's going to take this crazy step. Statistically, yes, we know he could do more statistically than what he's done the last 2 years, but I still think overall he'll be a similar player. So,
True.
And like, GM misses need to keep our strength for the long term. Like you have one spot on this team where like, man, really good depth, and high end talent. Keep it that way. Don't be in a rush to move off of that.
That's the thing, creating good depth. Like we've sat here and complained for years as Giants fans about the drop off from the starter to the second guy in the rotation. And you finally have that, to your point. You finally have that now with Kayvon. Again, it's unfortunate we have to pay him now, but it's just something that you're going to have to deal with. Yeah.
So, I really hope they keep Kayvon. And it's like you said, it's like who is being signed? Who is a pending free agent next year? On the offensive line, it's John Runyon and Jameis. Okay, we're not giving any big money to either of those guys. Mm-hmm. Nobody in the wide receiver room. Nobody in the tight end room. I'm talking about like guys that get money. Get real money.
Big money. Big money. I got you.
Or even like at least a minimum of $10 million per year. Nobody in the defensive tackle room. Nobody else in the outside line. Nobody in the inside linebacker room. Nobody in the secondary. Like there's nobody that's becoming a pending free agent who's like, man, you're gonna have to give them big money
Yeah.
to come back. So it's like has re-signed the one guy that to re-sign some, and then you just still have a ton of money to play with next off season.
And then you can sleep well. You know what I mean? You might be mad at the initial, reading of the numbers, but then you can sleep well because you have that guy in the rotation.
Yeah. And it's like nobody from the 2023 draft class is being resigned. So let's just assume he's the best player from that class.
Tay Banks not getting a $20 million.
Yeah. And it's, the 2022, like you can't walk away from the 2022 class and not resign any, because it wasn't the worst class ever. You had Flott, Wandale.
Mhm.
You can't have none of them get re-signed except for Mike McFadden on a 1 year of $2.5 million deal. Which it's funny. I keep track of this stuff. Slayton's the longest tenured Giants player.
Mhm.
Andrew Thomas is number 2. Number 3 is Kayvon, Evan Neal, Josh Azudu, and Micah McFadden from that draft class. Those are the third longest tenured players on this roster. It's crazy to think about. So how likely is it that Reese, CC, or Caleb Downs is better talent value on their rookie contract than Dex over the next 4 years? Over the next 4 years, I still believe in Dex. So I think that's tough because if Dex is motivated and playing right, it's hard to find a player like that. But it's not just about the next 4 years as well, too. It's about
the Dex situation broke my heart though, man. Because again, I was defending Dexter Lawrence, and then I made it a point to say, well, if he's done with the Giants, then he can kick rocks. And then he was absolutely just done with the Giants. So,
well, and I wanted, like, I was very pro keeping Dex, but getting the 10th pick was kind of like all right, like you can do this, I've said this line a bunch. If they traded with the Bears at 25th, I'm like, all right, what you guys made what you think is the best of a bad situation. I don't have a lot of faith that we're looking back at this and without the context and being like, man, look, that really worked out. With Francis Mauigoa, I said, like, there's a player at 10 I'd be happy that they make this get this done. And Francis Mauigoa was someone who I wanted at pick 5, so I was certainly happy with that. Obviously, he's got to go out there and do the damn thing. He's can't crown him, but I could see myself being happy with that. We got Waterbury, Connecticut as a new selection. Thank you to Dylan Chow or Kalo.
Shout out to Waterbury, Connecticut. Is the pizza good in Waterbury like it is in
Everyone says I don't know about Waterbury specifically, but people say the Connecticut pizza. Connecticut gave a strong showing last year. They haven't really started yet this year, but you never know.
Have you been out there? You've been there, right?
Just driving through.
In
fact, my mom's family is even from Connecticut. I've never been there besides driving through.
Yeah, if I ever make it back to Connecticut, I got to try the pizza because I didn't know Connecticut pizza was a thing until after I moved away from the East Coast, and I found out how popular Connecticut pizza was. So,
and eventually, we're gonna do one in Connecticut. It just makes sense. It's so close.
Yeah.
There's a
lot of Giants fans out there too.
So
you probably got some stickers in random places in Connecticut.
Oh yeah, I know we do. In fact, I think we put some in there while we were driving through at a Dunkin' Donuts.
Nah, that's great.
Yeah, so we're currently 6 hours and 15 minutes in.
Shout out to Charlotte.
There was a couple of questions I started that I want to get to. Hey, I'm going to training camp this year. Do you have any advice? So for West Virginia, I'll say this: make sure if you're pale, put sunscreen on because I don't think there's gonna be any cover from the sun, and it's at 1:30. And bring a raincoat is what someone from West Virginia told me. Like they're gonna get a lot of showers and stuff, so bring sunscreen and a raincoat. I would.
How many days you gonna be out there?
All the open ones except for one because Grump's wedding falls on that day. I'm working my hardest to get out there for all of them. Like I don't want. I hate saying this, but like it is ridiculous that like, you know what? I have a media corporation. It's literally a media corporation. I cover the Giants full time. To not have me credentialed, I think. And I'm not asking for the world. I'm not asking to get along. I just want to. It's simple. I want to view.
Wait a minute. This is news to me. So you didn't? You applied and didn't?
I haven't heard anything back, and they denied me last year. So
wait a minute, man.
It's just at some point we all need to be grown ups and realize like this is a little bit more than just some BS or whatever, So I'm hoping they do the right thing and do it, because if not, I'm going to be, it's going to drive me.
Despite what some people might say, right, in media, when I don't want to start trouble.
Yeah,
I remember the voice of the New York Giants having some things to say.
Yeah, again, I don't even care about that. Like, I'm not asking. Tell me I'm an asshole. Say it to my face. I hate you. I'm fine with that. Just do your job and credential me. That's all. Don't do me any favors. But it's at this point, what this is something that should be credentialed when applying.
100%.
If I moved to New Jersey and wanted to go to all the practices, I should be able to do that as well too. Like and like you said, I don't want to say talk about any other outlets. There are certain other outlets where it's like, how you tell me that's legit and what I am is not? Tell me the difference. Besides the fact that they write words a little bit more, and have 10 bloggers underneath them or whatever. So
how many of those bloggers are real? That's the other thing.
And I'm not saying those people shouldn't. I'm just saying, like, at some point we gotta,
and then
up.
Also you have to look to where the fan bases goes to get their news too, man. Because
that's the other thing is you're just pissing on your fans too. Like, again, I've said in this, if we do something wrong, we mess with the players, say something stupid or whatever, or take video where we're not supposed to, take them away. But the issue is they know that we won't do any of that, so they don't have any legs to stand on besides the fact, like, oh, your podcast, we don't credential.
Put it this way, Bobby, when you look at YouTube, and the funny thing about it is that it's not just like you're on YouTube. No, everybody's on YouTube. As far as even the Giants are on YouTube, and when you look at the number of people that are tuned in, GNS is beating a lot of the quote unquote official channels.
Yeah, it is, and that's the thing. It's like I
to say it nicely.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't feel like going like, oh, I deserve. Like I don't want to whine about this shit. But it's like, you don't, like, just don't force my hand.
Let the people say that for
because
you,
I like, and that's the thing. I'm going to be there for the open practices. Why can't I watch the other practices? Tell me what's so bad about me watching the other practices. Again, if I do something stupid, if I'm asking players for autographs, if I'm asking Brian Daigle, if I'm asking John Harbaugh, hey, what's your favorite kind of pizza or whatever, which even though other beat reporters ask stupid shit all the time, like, fine. And that's what I told them before, like, I won't ask a single question. We are there to watch practice. That is it. It's all we're there to do. So I might just walk in the first day and see what happens.
It's gatekeeping at the end of the day. It's a lot of gatekeeping happening because, again, you're a professional now. You know what I mean? What you started 2020, 2019, something like that, right?
2019, yeah. Like, this thing has it's changed to what we were when we first started.
No, I get it, but you built this whole platform. You know what I mean? And you built a following, and you do good reports, news, this, that, and you've done interviews. You haven't asked anything crazy from anybody.
Yeah,
so just like that alone,
if you want to, you can always go find some dumb shit I said, some joke or whatever, and that is where I will say they could have some ground to stand. I was like, hey, you joked about this or whatever. But for 99% of analysis, it is like, we're a fair more for than anybody. Like, we keep it, call it down the middle. We don't play favorites or whatever. Like, so
just the film breakdown, the all 22 breakdown alone.
Well, and that's what drives me. And I said this on the 4th of July mailbag, is the thing that ruined the relationship was my video about firing Joe Schoen. And they made it seem like, oh, I'm just out there looking to just create clicks. And I was like, you know what? You know what's funny? When they sent me the thumbnail for that video, it had flames in it. And I said, remove the flames. That's too clickbaity. I want this. This is not personal. We have relationships with people. We want to this is my opinion backed up with 45 minutes of pros and cons and why I think they should fire him. And they called me after the Ravens beat their dicks off and called me that night complaining about a video that I was like, are you guys out of your anyways? So. And yeah, we're doing the show with Jordan. So that's another thing I want to pull. Like, yeah, I am doing the show with Jordan Renan of ESPN. Like, let me be informed of what we're doing. So,
if I'm not mistaken, I even saw you on like a news broadcast. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and that's the other thing.
Post game, I think, right?
Yeah, on Pixel 11. So I'm actually working to see if I can get another outlet to be like, hey, well, you're our Giants guy for West Virginia training camp. So,
you trying to work every angle I see.
Yeah, because it's important to me. That's the other thing. It's just more important to me than it is anybody else to freaking be at the training camp. So that's the last thing I'll say on it. It's like, I want them. If you guys get good, you're gonna love me. Because if we get good, I'm gonna be your favorite person in the world. If the Giants are good, I am gonna be their biggest cheerleader in the world.
Yeah.
Like the reality is, it's unfortunate that since we've been doing this, they've been so bad that they've beaten us down to where it's like we know too many things about too many things as Giants fans. We shouldn't know about the cycles of what happens when you fire somebody like this and this, and like they've been so bad for so long that we know how all this stuff works. Unfortunately, where 8 years ago when I first started this stuff, I didn't know a lot of the stuff. I didn't know because I didn't need to. The Giants were good, or at least had been good in the recent past. So hopefully they get good. If they get good, training camp content won't mean nowhere near as much anyways. Because guess what? We'll be looking for the games and stuff. So
Yeah.
let's just get damn good. You can, by the way, you can leave whenever you want. I don't want you to feel like I'm holding.
Oh no,
you.
you're good. Like I said, like this is literally where I work remotely. I work from home.
Yeah.
So I'm literally checking my emails while I'm talking to you, and I'm going back and forth with screens. So I'm here. I'm hanging out with you. I won't be here too much longer, but I'm just saying.
All right, let's read some of those emails. Let's share your screen. Let's read your emails. The chat can respond.
It wouldn't be HIPAA compliant. I'm in the medical field, so
okay. You said you're out in Arizona.
Yeah, man, hot as hell. Yep.
Dude, we got a weird place on this wheel. Let me pull it up. Have you heard of? It's
Probably
not.
not.
It's like it's the only place that gets mules bring them the mail.
Yeah, I definitely don't know it then,
Hold on, I'll find it.
unless you're over exaggerating.
No, it's we literally looked it up. It's the last place. Supai, Arizona.
Yeah, no, I couldn't tell you where it was.
Yeah, I think it's at like the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Like the only way to get there is by mule or walking.
Oh, is that where the Indian reservation is? Where yeah.
So
I actually know what.
It doesn't have a lot of submissions, but I am rooting for it. There's also a place in Nebraska on here. It has a population of 1. And the one person that lives there is also the mayor and like grants herself ordinances to like run her liquor store and stuff.
What? So does she sell the liquor to herself?
Yeah, but she gets herself the licensing, and she's the treasurer. She's everything in that city. I'm dying to go to that city and have her on our live show.
Good.
I can't wait to be
Giants fan
about the team. Please do me a favor and turn around. That's the thing, is like go look back at 2022 and see what Giants content creators were saying. We were too positive probably.
Oh man, I jumped out the window.
Oh, it was so much fun, dude. It was, and because we hadn't won in so long. I remember after the Jags game, I remember saying on the podcast, like, dude, we're like going to the playoffs. Like that was the game where it hit me. It's like, we're gonna make the playoffs. Like, and they tested it. They brought it down to the wire. But that was like, oh my gosh, like we're gonna see the playoffs for the first time in 6 years. Are you sure there's internet in the city of one person? No, there probably isn't, but we have internet access all around the globe.
Very good hotspot
with our traveling internet. So, but yeah, do we have some good offensive line talks? What's your biggest worry for the team? I'm talking about for just this year's results, not long term. Just like if we lost, this is the biggest reason why.
Oh man, not improving on the defense, man. I think last year the offense put up enough points. I think that Jackson Dart, despite being a rookie and not being perfect, put the Giants in position to win games, and the defense let us down. So I would be the biggest disappointment would be Denard Wilson not working out for this defense. Like not saying that this defense could be top 5, but just if we look the same way that we looked under Shane Bowen, that would be the most disappointing thing for me.
Yeah, and I could see myself liking the coaching a lot better, and also being like they just don't have the talent. Like I like Patrick Graham in 2021. The defense wasn't good. I really think I'm going to like Denard Wilson as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah,
but just the run defense and then the secondary is just like, man, that's. I said it earlier. I can't remember who I was talking to, where I was like, if we have one weak spot, that's okay. We can't have 3 or 4 weak spots in the secondary, which is what last year was, where everybody like Javon Holland wasn't. I wasn't happy with Javon Holland, but he was the only player who wasn't a weak spot for the team. Every other player in the secondary, actually, no, Flott wasn't. Excuse me, but 3 out of the 5 were a weak spot. And if you got 3 out of 5 weak spots in the secondary, teams are just able to pick on you.
One thing I hated is that Holland had more interceptions that were called back because of penalties. he had like at least 2 of them called back for penalties.
He had one
think-
against the Saints, and then the Abdul Carter offsides. Yeah, he would have had 3 interceptions.
Yeah,
And even a
Yeah.
pick 6 too.
but that's me, man. Defense, man. I need this defense to be better. With the expectations, especially with adding Edmonds and adding Reese. If we're still not able to stop the run, yeah, that'd be the most disappointing because
that's the thing where it's like it'll be interesting to see, like you said, Edmonds and Reese, how that, but it's like you took a defensive tackle room that was really bad and made it worse. That's just a word. Like, again, we don't need to talk about the context. It's just you took a defensive tackle room and made it work, and you're one like injury away to an old guy to being the worst defensive tackle room ever assembled. If DJ Reader misses a game, you're like screw. You're just completely screwed. So
All right. my last question, right? Because you talked about people that you didn't have write-ups on. You talked about Bobby Jamison Travis. I had no clue who Bobby Jamison Travis was. And I remember that part in the draft. It was the 3rd day. I was actually in my car running errands and listening to the draft, and they said Bobby. I'm like, I don't even know who that is. The first time I got to see him, really, I think you put out a breakdown very quickly.
yeah, defensive tackle is a quick one, is an easy one to do. So yeah, I got his out quick.
But watching him, I actually like where we got him. Obviously, he's a 6th round pick for a reason. But I actually think with this defensive line room looking the way that it does, I think he actually gets to play. And to your other point, as far as preseason goes, a lot of these guys are going to be playing, and we're going to be able to get a good idea of what he could possibly do. And I'm hoping that maybe we find a diamond in the rough when it comes to Bobby. So
Yeah, I mean, it's a position where it's like, hey, like because he was strong, he long arm, like he uses length and stuff. It's just like a question, like, all right, what does that look like in the NFL? But like his film was like, oh, it's only one thing where it's like you watch the film breakdown. I was like, it's the most boring film breakdown ever because it's the same play 20 times in a row. But like he did it well, and he had I think it was the 2nd highest run stop rate in the class. So
and he's pretty quick.
Yeah, like he's not going to give any pass, but it's interesting to see what he is if he can be a decent nose tackle, like a backup to DJ Reader, because DJ Reader's good.
We've been spoiled by Dexter Lawrence because nose tackles don't do what Dex does. Like,
no, that's what drives me nuts when people are like, oh, you don't need pass rush from your nose tackle. It's like, all right, well, he did it pretty freaking good, and so now you're subtracting. Like, even like last year, it's like look at the on-off splits with him, and it's unbelievable. Yeah. So I'll miss Dex, right? And maybe that's why I don't have like the same anger towards him for how last year went and not leaving a thank you note or whatever. But it's just he was extremely enjoyable to watch play. I didn't have any anger at him the moment. Last year, said, hey, he is in the run defense, he is not playing the same dominant way he did before. There are times where double teams are winning against him. I'd never seen that before. So he might be on his downturn, and that's certainly possible with someone his size. But when he was right, he was unbelievable. Like it's literally never been done at the position, that kind of drove me nuts. It's like, well, nose tackle's not supposed to do that. It's like, yeah, dude, that's why it was crazy. We had the one guy ever who did that. That's not a bad thing.
Historic numbers for a nose tackle.
Yeah, it's like times 10 what any other nose tackle has ever done in the NFL. So
now I gotta hate him a little bit.
Yeah. Well, at least he's on Cincinnati. He didn't go to Philly or
better.
Dallas
Oh man, Dallas or the Commanders. Good.
It's
Lord.
funny, when Odell. And I'll let you go. But when Odell said, they sent me to Cleveland to die.
Oh man.
Part of me was like, well, you asked to be traded. Your friend Jarvis Landry, whatever. But they might have sent Dexter Lawrence to Cincinnati. He meant to the one, like we were the 31st run defense. They were 32nd. I know they added Jonathan Allen and some other pieces, but like they went to the one defense in the NFL where it's like, yeah, that was consistently worse than the Giants last year.
One quick one.
See how much he can improve it. And with that offense, you don't need to have the best offense, or best defense, but it was genuinely terrible the last couple of years.
I got one more quick question for you. Just a quick yes or no. OBJ makes a 53?
Yeah, but if guys are healthy, I just don't see the role.
Okay. All right.
But you don't know. To predict 5 guys to be completely healthy, that's a bold prediction in itself. The issue with Odell, and we talked about this earlier on the stream too, so I'll keep it quick. Is I watched all the Miami plays, and it generally looked worse than what I expected. Now a year and a half, maybe he's better now. Like he's got some time and rest and let his body heal up. The issue is he's old and the injuries will come back quicker. It's not like I'm not like worried about him getting some big 6-game injury. I'm talking about him getting through training camp and he's just banged up and it slows him down and it's just not the same. Not the same player that he was, but I'm saying like he's not even close to the same player he was in Baltimore. Because like Miami Odell and Baltimore Odell was actually like a significant drop off, and Baltimore Odell wasn't that great either. So,
expectations.
He's on the team now. I do hope he makes the team. I don't want to cut Odell. I want him to have a role that's successful and him to be happy with it. But I
tell you what,
last year this wouldn't be a conversation. This year they built out depth a little bit.
They did.
Like I didn't want Odell. Like I just didn't, and I didn't like Odell at the end. Like he's a former Giants player who I hate watching him because I hated the way his last year went. I felt like he sabotaged the team, and then he talked a lot of shit on the way out. And there's a little you got me on a rant. Odell in his press conference being like, I never wanted to leave New York. I was like, what would have been a good time to say that when they asked you on ESPN on national TV before a game and you didn't answer. You said, you asked if you want to stay in New York. You said, I like LA. And that's when you should have answered that question.
Listen,
but
I love it.
The point being,
I love it. I love the rant.
The point being was, but last year when the injuries happened, I was like, you know what? I know you guys, it's going to sound crazy coming from me. Go out and sign Odell right now. Like you have nobody at this group. You have no depth. Go give him a shot. This year, now that they got Mooney and Austin and Malachi Fields and Neighbors coming back and Slayton and even Juju Smith and Braxton Berrios to an extent, I just don't see the role this year. Where last year, if we just put him on last year's roster and we're doing a July show, I was like, yeah, he makes the roster. I'm pretty confident he makes the roster. So
okay. Surprise player for me before I got here, Calvin Austin. High on Calvin Austin. I expect him to have a pretty decent impact this year.
I think this whole stream is high on Calvin Austin, so I'm hoping we're right on him because I like Austin as well too. So,
but I appreciate you having me, Bobby.
No, I appreciate you jumping on. It was a lot of fun talking. I think we
all
talked.
Right, everybody.
Some
have
good
a good one.
Appreciate you, Big Dash. Oh, hold on before you go.
What's up?
I want people to see your face when I do this.
Boy.
It's not crazy, but I'm putting the link to your YouTube channel in the comments.
I appreciate that.
So go see Big Dash. Did you see that I put you at right tackle? We drafted a Giants content creator offense.
I didn't see it. Is that a video or is that a post you put out?
Well, on the live stream, someone's like, do it, and I put you as right tackle. I feel like you got pretty good quick feet, got good size.
I'm here for it.
I put myself left tackle. I got to do that.
I hear you. Hey, you know what? I wasn't always big. I was a running back, so I got good feet.
Oh, hell yeah.
Now.
I am a good judge.
So you guess what? Yeah,
I put Kid Blue at running back. I was like, he's legit. I think he plays that in flag football. But halfback quarterback.
Kid Blue is also 5'4".
I know. That's what I put. He's our little scat back.
There you go. But I appreciate it.
I put authentic Grump and then Diggy at wide receiver. So
there you go. I appreciate it. Right tackle. I'll take it. I'll hold down the fort.
All right. See you, dude.
Bookend tackles. See you later. Have a good one.
Go subscribe to Big Dash. He definitely is, I think, a very underrated channel. I mean, he's got 11,000 subscribers, so it's obviously doing well. But I always enjoy talking with him, whether it's on our channel or his channel. So, and he's putting out consistent content. I mean, I just clicked on his channel. He's got 5 videos in the last 7 days. So go check him out. Look how our life's there. Like I said, I was kind of just running into a wall there. So that was probably the best hour of Giants talk that we've had. So it is what time it's we just hit 6 o'clock. We're at 6:40, 6 hours and 40 minutes on the stream. So let me slow down. I feel like my jaw is getting tired at this point. Let me check Twitter and see if we've missed anything. By the way, Sonoris Moss is currently up 62% to 38% on Ramses Barden. Good, great question for people. Aren't Ghost? Can you please share a reminder on how the submission process works for homie who was at work all day? So number one, you just did it. So put a location in there. You can either Venmo or Cash App. Venmo is preferred, but as again, tons of people are doing or not Cash App. Excuse me, Super Chat. Venmo is preferred, but Super Chat is very much welcomed as well too. So, so like Dan said, is there any other way to pay? Yeah, the Super Chats for YouTube. As you see, scroll on the bottom, it's $5 for one entry, $10 for two, $20 for five, so a little bit of better deal there, and then $100 for 50 entries. So going from Christian to $2 per entry. And it is for a live show location. So tomorrow morning we will start eliminating them one by one. And the earlier you put it in, the better, because every 45 minutes or so we spin the wheel. And we add bonus selections for wherever lands on the wheel. That's basically it. Again, Venmo is just better because it doesn't take a fee off of it like YouTube does. But either is welcomed and very generous and very thankful. So I love the live shows. I love instead of having the plan one, we'll still have to plan it, but it's just very simple. Like, hey, this is where we're gonna be. So. Right now, I think Naples and Austin, Texas Naples, Florida, and Austin, Texas are the two leaders right now. I think they have 100 entries each. So those are definitely the leaders in the clubhouse. So, but great conversation with the New York Revival guys. Great conversation with Big Dash Knows. That was awesome. So let's check on Twitter and see what's happening. What the hell is this?
That must be fake.
Oh yeah, that is fake. Looks like Ryan Dunn. I'm going to quote tweet that. I just quote tweeted from GNS, if you guys want. I'm assuming a fake picture of Cam Scatterbo. I saw Grump in the chat. Grump, let me know when you're able to jump on. Just let me know when, mate.
You need to tell Ghost Dog to pick up, please.
By the way, Ghost Dog, send. I guess if you're gonna Venmo, you could just do it there. But send a place, and I'll obviously include your super chat in the total of whatever it is. But even if you don't do that, you have at least one entry. So make sure you do that. Let's go, Manoa, Nebraska. Manoa, Nebraska. I want Manoa, Nebraska so freaking bad. Let me look up the money converter. Let's see what Aussie bucks converts to. Let's share the screen. We're going to learn some conversions here, fellas. Let's look up Aussie bucks. There's so many types of money. Australian dollar, $7.99. All right, so we got one for Manoa, Nebraska. I almost want to cheat and make Manoa, Nebraska give a bonus. I might have to give some of my own money to put Manoa on there. But I can't do that. That is truly cheating. Manoa. Dude, if Nebraska wins, it's going to be the coolest shit ever. Deadline for my offer, my first home purchase is in 2 hours, dude. Let's go. Get your freaking house, man. Get a house. Ooh, good question from Abby Schreier. Thoughts on the new Jackass? I don't know if you saw it. We went and saw it. It's sentimental, which I can appreciate. They are old now, so they have to lean into the gross stuff instead of the dangerous stuff, which was never my favorite parts of the movie. But the opening scene, pulling the skit from 1998 that they never aired, is so fun. Like I immediately started giggling. Like I just saw Johnny, like the way they introduced it, where they're like, "This has never seen air." They said it was too dangerous, and then I see Johnny Knoxville in a bulletproof vest holding a gun. You can ask my wife. As soon as I saw that, I just could not stop laughing and just giggling in the movie theater. So I just that probably was the most I laughed during the whole movie. There's other parts, but that was probably the most I laughed in the movie, because I was just like, oh god, I know exactly what he's about to do. And then his friends, dude, be like, come on, dude, this is a bad idea. Wow, what a perfect segue to my location entry. All right, so $5 plus whatever we put on Venmo. 20. Let's see. So 25. So that would give him Mianus, Connecticut. Very, very, very good. So let's see. That's 5. So we'll call that. Hold on. Okay, so we'll put 8 for Mianus, Connecticut. Yeah, I'm doing the math in my head now. Because of the super chat. All right. Let me put the wheel up for people. Okay, there we go. And we got another one too in a second. Washington. That one sounds weird, so let's add it. Washington, Washington. So let's add 5 of those. Let's do a Jewish Nation live show. Let's. If we do Connecticut, that would make sense to do that anyways. Let's look at Washington. Let's look at Washington. Let's see what this is all about. We'll look at Mianus too. Let's see. All right, let's share screen. All right. The population was 211 at the 2020 census. So nice little small town. They've got a little park, so that's cool. So it's small, but it's got something. Let's see. Their goal is to raise horses. The first rail line into the area was completed by Oregon Improvement Company. It's got some good elevation, 1,000 feet. 65 west of Pullman, 86 miles south of Spokane, 22 miles. So it's not too crazy. Let's look at the demographics. There are 208 people, 97 households, 62 families living in the town. The population density was 300 inhabitants per square mile. So everyone lives within a square mile. It's, let's see, 95% white, 1% black, 1.4% native, and then 1.4% other. And then Hispanic and Latino, 2.4%. Okay, let's go look at some pictures of it. Oh, look at that. Happy bus. Ooh, this is a good one. I would not mind this winning at all. Potlatch Jars Incorporated. You have T-shirts. Hell yeah. Let's go. I'm down for Washtuckna. Now let's look at Mianus, Connecticut. Which obviously, Johnny Knoxville did the joke in there. It's very funny. One of the first pictures is Johnny Knoxville. All right, let's look at it. Let's look at what it's all about. Let's see. It's currently an old green. It lies at an elevation of 23 feet. It's home to an elementary school. Wow. World II is rental units for, so it's like a what are those towns called where they build the houses for the people that work for the company? There's no population. Let's look at population. Is there? Oh, it's got some people. It's got 6,700 people. We looked at pictures. It would be funny, you know, for us, because we all love Jackass. Did anyone put some legends from last year stream Intercourse PA? No one's put that. I saw Doug Analytics asked about that. Yeah, we looked at my anus, and then what's the New York City? Fire Island? Yeah. Very funny and just unaware. Like, yeah, this place looks cool. What's going on with Ben? I got to ask you about Ben McAdoo's tiny door. Oh, here's something that's not football or Giants. Cam kind of does look like Bam a little bit too. The Yankees thing with Anthony Volpe is very funny. So Michael Kay goes on radio and talks about how he heard that Volpe wouldn't play second base in the minor leagues. And that's Michael Kay. I mean, maybe he is. I don't know Michael Kay well enough. There's no way that's not true, right? Michael Kay says it on the radio. There's no way that's not true. The issue is sometimes what these guys don't realize that work for teams or whatever is like, that's going to get out there. Then, talking Yanks and people clip it up and stuff. And it's like he refuses to play second base. So he's going to get a lot of hate. Then Michael Kay comes out and says, I went and double checked. It's not true. And then so you have like Anthony Volpe being asked about it, and he's like, I told him I'd play catcher. It's not true, blah blah. So it's very funny. Because it's like it's true. There's there's no way it's not true. So it's just kind of funny. Whereas like, because obviously Michael Kay works for Yes Network and he works for the team, but it's very clear that that's true. There's no way that isn't true, or like a real rumor that's out there. So there's a rocket launch room at 5 a.m. We'll take you guys outside for that. I heard Hyatt is gone. What? I didn't see that. I have been surprised that they haven't just cut him. I don't understand what's the point of there's so many wide receivers. You would think he'd be one you just cut. But if Michael Kay said that and it's not true, I mean that is real. Like that's crazy. And there's no reason for people to not think it's true because he said it. He said it. So pretty stupid to say that if it's not true, or even not close to true, because that's going to get clipped up like crazy. But he does suck, right? And the Giants are just like it. Like is the Giants equivalent of it? Like Is the Giants equivalent of it like playing Deontay Banks out last year when Cordell Flott was clearly better? Like, is that the equivalent? Reminds me of Stevie Janowski. Your dad. So hold on one second. Oh, we got a Venmo. Hana, Hawaii. From Steve Thaw. Thank you, Steve. Hana, Hawaii. Welcome to. So how many entries do we have right now? Right now we have 472. It's been a while since we so we're at 6 hours and 55 minutes. So in 4 minutes we will spin the wheel to add some bonus. So if you want to get some if you're waiting to do whatever, get them in now so they can be on the wheel for when we add bonus locations. But we are at 472. So I want to do something. I want to do the math on like how long it'll take to eliminate the wheel. So we're going to do something here real quick. I'm going to use a timer. Let me share a screen. All right, we're going to see what's the time on an average spin. All right, you guys ready? All right, clicking now. So each one is 10 seconds. So 10 seconds. And it's 10 and a half. So let's go 11 times 471. It's 5,180 seconds divided by 60. So right now, if we just did not stop, it would take an hour and 26 minutes to eliminate all of them. You get down to one. So maybe this ends up going more than 24 hours.
No.
You know, we got to do what we got to do, you know. We got to do what we got to do. So we'll see. I guess we'll see where we're at funds and stuff. Got to put them in a randomizer and do one click. Well, you don't even have to do that. It's just I like doing the elimination. I like doing the elimination. Who would you want on GNS, a celebrity Giants fan? I'm trying to think of who they are. Like Tracy Morgan would be fun. The issue is I also don't want to interview they got to come on and really talk ball with you. Because at the end of the day, it's like people don't care about that stuff as much as you think, you know? And so I do remember when the Jonas Brothers did the Thanksgiving halftime, they're like, yeah, they're actually really big Giants fans. And I was like, are they? I haven't seen them tweet about Andrew Thomas one time. And then it's like, oh, they actually welcomed Andrew Thomas to the team. Can you click to stop it quicker? Let's see. By the way, so whoever left their $1.99, give an extra $3 and you get something in there. Bobby, you got to step up and get a studio, man. You look like a kid in this bedroom. It's not a bedroom. It literally is a studio. I've turned an extra room. Okay, this is all it is. And no, we don't. Why the hell would I spend that type of money? I just disagree. Let's see if we can do it. No, there's no way. It's gonna take us. It's just gonna take some time. Like we're gonna have to just talk over it for the first hour or whatever. So, what's the play you're most excited to see the Giants run with? So I don't even know if there's a good answer for that. I don't even know like how Spider 2. Why would I don't know if there is one. I guess if there's like a play type, it'd be a deep pass to whoever, I guess that from Patrick Ricard out in front. ISO. I'll take John Harbaugh. Like ISO. Nice ISO. All you need. Let me text the guys and see what's the deal. I could use 5 to 10 minutes right now. Give me a heads up when you guys. All right, just texted the boys. How much to get the fireworks fired off at 3:30 a.m.? Did my wife Venmo the cheddar? Jay Mitchell, Naples, Florida. I don't know if separate ones count. She did, by the way. And so another Naples, Florida one for Jay. She did. She Venmo'd the cheddar. We did say the number to do fireworks was 500. So, and you've done 200. So, and you get to pick what time. Did you set used to 3:30 a.m.? Yeah, we'll do that. I'll put it out in the middle of the street too. Bob, are you worried about rookie Colton Hood struggles? No, not rookie. I'm just, corner's tough. I wasn't as high on him as others, so I'm just worried about him overall long term more so than rookie. 13 personnel. Oh, there's one of the boys. I said 13 personnel I formation with Richard and Scat, but it's play action sluggo to Neighbors. That would be nasty. And they bite heavy because of the run. They're worried about the run. What was your game day meal back when you played? It was actually whatever they just fed us. I remember there was a running joke on our team because the lunch, the lady was asking us what we want, and our weightlifting coach was like, spaghetti, and then she's trying to ask us, and he keeps saying spaghetti. So with that spaghetti became a joke. So I guess spaghetti. I don't know. I remember one time because we all played both ways, and we were cramming like crazy, and our coach was just feeding us. Is it Tums or whatever that helps with that? If you land on one, can't you delete all of them? Would probably need the list in Excel and delete all of them from that list. Oh, so here's the thing: is I don't want to. If it lands on Naples, I'm not going to delete every Naples. That would ruin the incentive for people to do that. So no, I want to do that. So hey, I'll do the math in my head once we get to 9 a.m. or whatever, and we'll do it. If we got to go a little over, we'll go a little bit over. But we're going to get the damn thing done. So, and I think, we'll see. It really slows down in the wee hours of the night, but been happy with the turnout so far. And this is just so much different than last year, too. So I don't even know how to exactly judge. Favorite Sopranos episode. When they kill Puss, that is that's an impactful one. And then they just go back to normal life afterwards. It's the first time where you really because it's obviously mafia and they're killing people and stuff. That is the first one where you're like, this is what that is like. It's they sometimes kill people who they thought were their best friend and then just go to a house party afterwards and act like nothing happened. How much do I have to super chat to get you to wear a suit for an hour? I don't know if I have a full suit, and I can put it on a collar shirt or whatever. So, do I get video proof of the fireworks show at 3:30 a.m.? When I'm going to add another Naples, Florida for you. Yeah, and we're going to do it on stream. So what we'll do is I will put I will access StreamYard from my phone and literally just show it. So now this stuff, fireworks actually don't really come through camera with the frequency seeker stuff, but yeah, you'll see it. I'm literally put it out in the middle of the road.
Also, we can record it and play it again.
Yeah, and I'll have my wife record it as well too, and we'll put it. We'll it'll be seen on stream. Good idea. So, yeah. So I mean, it sounds like you want to do it. Where's the best place to sit in MetLife? I would say in the 200s on the like around the 50-yard line. You can get a really good view there. Even high up in the 50s is a good. Like you want to be towards the middle of the field. What's worse, candy corn or licorice? Do you think Paulie and Patsy sold out Tony to New York? Paulie, no. Paulie, definitely not. I generally think they kept his character clean. And I don't think so with Patsy either. I think if he was going to do something, he would have done it earlier because his brother. What's worse, candy corn or licorice? Oh gosh, they're both neither are great. Yes, I'll say candy corn probably. Let's do an 82-0 team. So our best one last with 56 and 26. Let's do a new one. And remember, we're doing this off of
You should do this one.
memory. What's up? All right. We got New York Knicks 90s. I'm sorry, guys, but I don't love anybody from this. I mean, Patrick Ewing. I just don't think Patrick Ewing is getting us to the 82-0. I mean, it's got to be him, right? Maybe we put him at power forward, even though he's not a power forward. What are you guys thinking here? I mean, I feel like black licorice is much worse. I take Twizzlers over candy corn. That's fair. That's fair. I've been to Wisconsin. Yes, I drove through on the way to Minnesota. All right, let's just go. Let's go, Ewing. We'll put him at center. I don't believe in putting him at power forward. He's not a power forward. Dallas, the 2020s. We're going to go Luka. Where do we put Luka? We could put him at point guard because I feel like a lot of these point guards don't do super well. Where do we put Luka? Yeah, let's put him at point. Let's cheat this thing a little bit. Sacramento 20s. Oh gosh. I feel like I'm going to change team. Yeah, let's just change the team. Boston 20s. All right, Tatum. So our best one was the 56 in 2016. Memphis 20s. There's nobody, right? I mean, I like Jaren Jackson a lot, but I don't think he's the type of guy you put on here. And then we're not putting Jaw. I'm sure you could technically put Jaw as a shooting guard, right? I don't even have Joe. What the heck's going on here? Only thing is, if we change eras, Memphis is not great. I guess we could put Marc Gasol at power forward, but Zach Randolph didn't have the numbers to make this a great pick. Conley, no. OJ Mayo, no. Mike Miller at shooting guard, but I feel like we can't. There's no one here. I'm not going to put Jaren Jackson here, right? What are we thinking? Did Bane? Yeah, Jaw has to be at something else. But here's the thing: is I might not get Gasol. Like if Gasol was available right now, I would take him. Bane on 82, and yeah. What is Jaw's real name? John Morant, real name. Demetrius Morant. Okay, just put him as freaking John Morant. Pissing me off. Where is he? He's just not on here. Am I missing him? Oh, he's only point guard. I just don't feel right putting Jaren Jackson or anybody. All right, let's just take a chance and see if we could get Marc Gasol. 90s. Oh, gosh. They had that some good players in the 90s I'm not even thinking of right now. Mike Miller was not 90s, right? He was early 2000s. Sharif was what was Sharif's number? I don't even know what Sharif's numbers were with Sharif is one of those players where it's like like a 3-year prime. I guess we'll go with Sharif up to Raheem. Put him at power forward. I'm interested to see what Sharif's stats were with Memphis. Maybe I'm surprised. All right, so we can't put Anthony Davis here. New Orleans 2010s. I'm assuming Chris Paul won't be on here. Buddy Hield might just have to go for the scoring if he even scored for them. Jimmer. I freaking love Jimmer. Oh, Drew. Let's see. Yeah. Let's go, Drew. 69-13. Not bad. That's not bad. Cheating and putting Luke at point guard is nice. Sharif. Okay, Sharif was a good pick. 21-7. There you go. So that's not bad. For the teams that we got, I think we did pretty good on that one. So Sharif's number. So that's probably Sharif's best. Let's look up Sharif's numbers and see what was like his best statistical. I remember him with the Trailblazers the most. Basketball Reference. Let's see. Remember when Sharif, he got traded to 3 different teams. He got traded from Portland to Atlanta. And I think he's like, I'm not going to play for it. And they traded him to Detroit like 2 days later. Right? Wait, no. Oh, I'm thinking of another guy. I'm an idiot. I'm thinking of somebody else. No, I'm not. Okay, you're right. So we're oh yeah, so I got traded Atlanta. Okay, so I have this right. So what was his highest points per game team? Yeah, it was his best numbers with Memphis. Okay. So I wasn't watching basketball at 5 years old, so good job. Rasheed, that's that guy mixed up. But Sharif was traded to the Hawks too. So yeah, it was Rasheed that was traded to the Hawks, and then 2 days later, yeah, I'm an idiot. Yeah, Luka's not blatant cheating, but it's also So I feel good about that. We'll see if we could beat that a little later. Saying there's the football one. The only thing is I think it's a little more fun just doing 5 basketball players in the football one. We could try it though. Oh, that's the other thing. Are we allowed to? I did forgot. I'm going to retest it just here for a second, just to see. Are we allowed to move players' positions afterwards? So I'm going to go, Detroit. Put whatever here. Oh, so I didn't know that you could do this. Okay. So good to know. I didn't know that you can put a player at a position and then move them afterwards. So I didn't know that. So that's good to know. Because I've been playing a way harder way. I'm like, man, this is harder than you guys realize. Because I'd put one guy at this spot and then I'm locked out of it or whatever. So that's good. So we would have been way better the last time because I would have had SGA somewhere on there. Grump texted me. He said, just jumping in the shower. And then Cranky said, I can jump on for a bit. Have you done the 20-0 NFL game? Let me look it up. Everyone's saying it, so let's try it. 20-0 NFL game. What's the website for it? Maybe it's 17, I don't know. I feel like there's 20 different. Everyone copied this shit, whatever it was. So let's try it. Let's go quick. Seattle running. Let's go Sean Alexander for running back. Oh, I like this because it's a little more simple. What do you mean there's no match? Well, this game sucks. How is Sean Alexander not in this? This sucks. Your site sucks, firstdown.studio. Let me just try other Seahawks players and see. I mean, what is this crap? All right, goodbye. You suck. Let's try this one. All right, you know what? 82 and 0's got to figure it out. This crap sucks. That's current NFL. You're current. Okay. 3 different modes. But you have to sign up email for the all-time. All right, let's try 1905. I'm not giving them my damn email. Where is this crap? Yeah, whatever. 82 and 0 is more fun. We'll get to it eventually. But I'm Grump and Cranky are saying they're going to join, so I don't want to start something if they're going to join here in a second.
No, but this is Grido.
We could do an Immaculate Grid, though. That's a little easier. Immaculate Grid NFL.
This is very easy. Listen.
Okay. 1,000+ yards receiving season. Dallas Cowboys. So let's think of a one that's a little under the radar. So CD, Dez, Pickens are going to be easy ones. Michael Irvin's going to be an easy one. He's like an underrated 1,000-yard receiver for Dallas. Did Cole Beasley have 1,000? I don't think so. Terrence Williams. Obviously, Jason Witten. Chargers and Saints would be funny to just put Drew Brees. Bengals 1,000-yard receiving. We just TJ Houshmandzadeh. I feel like that tight end for them might have done it too. Let's go Tyler Boyd. How about that? That shouldn't be super popular. Okay, 4%. Okay, that was a good one. Chargers 1,000-yard receiving. Vincent Jackson. Would that be a popular one? Mike Williams, I think, had a 1,000-yard receiver. I don't think people would remember that so much. Would people put did LaDainian Tomlinson have a 1,000-yard receiving? David Boston, that's a good one. Tyler Eifert was the guy I was thinking about. Miles Austin was 1,000. Yeah, let's try Miles Austin. I don't remember him distinctively having one, but we could try it. There you go. 9%. Wow, that's actually higher than I thought. Venmo new location. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Let's do Cowboys and Bengals and Vikings. Who's the Bengals and you know who? I don't think it doesn't count if he hasn't played this year, right? It doesn't count. Let's try. It doesn't count. Damn. I'm really bad at these. Like you'll say names and I'll remember them. I'm like, oh, how did I not think of that? But I'm really bad at that. Did Eckler get 1,000 yards receiving for LA? Yeah, but I feel like people more. You know, I'm just gonna go Vincent Jackson. I love Vincent Jackson. Let's see what it ends up at. 13%, so pretty high. Bengals and Vikings. Any tight ends that stick out? Offensive line's always the way to go, but I just never think of it. I so badly want to do Darren Sproles for Chargers and Saints. Let's just do it. Let's just talk about guys we like. 25%. Yeah, I knew that was going to be super high. It's super stupid. Did Linval Joseph play for Cowboys and Vikings? Yes. There we go. There you go. .5%. Great pull. Obviously, it's Giants.
Hey, Ben, you're gonna love this game.
Let's see. Cowboys and Saints. Let's see. Corns. I'm so bad at this crap. Even with Giants players, I get bad at this crap. Chargers, Vikings. Running back is the position where probably I'm the best. I'd be the best at, as you can see with Darren Sproles. Cooks, Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks didn't Brandon Cooks for Cowboys Saints. Yeah, that's going to be too common, though. That's a good one. Any kickers? Or backup QBs. Did Aaron Brooks ever play for the Cowboys? I don't think so. Quincy Carter. Trying to think of some Bengals. You know, Andy Dalton played for the Saints, right? Let's do Andy Dalton, see what's there. I can't remember if he played for the Saints. Yeah. Oh God, it's so high. I guess we should just put guys we know. It's spelled with an I, isn't it? 59%. All right, we're going super high. Martin Gramatica. Dalton Risner for Vikings Bengals. Okay. I know that one. Well, is Risner on their team now this year? Ready to score. Chargers, Vikings. Any linebackers? Vance Iteo didn't play for the Vikings. Denzel Perriman. Antonio Cromartie, no. See Michael Turner, no. LT, no. Darren Sproles, no. Mason Jackson, no. Roman Oben, did he play for the Vikings? I don't think so. Eric Hendricks. All right, let's put it in. Sheesh, a lot. Let's look at some. Brad Johnson. Oh, that would have been a good one. Didn't think about that. Herschel Walker. Yeah, I guess that's a big one. All right. Oh, Gronk. Maybe they don't know I sent them guys links. I'm dying right now. Oh, someone said they left a Venmo. Let me check. Eight Mile, Alabama. I don't. Okay, two for 8 Mile, Alabama. I feel like I'm not familiar, but as soon as I look it up, I'm gonna be like, oh, that's of course. It's an unincorporated community and Mobile County. It's in Mobile. Oh, so it's 8 miles away from Mobile. Okay. Yeah, that'll be easy for us. That'll be very easy for us. What we'll do is we'll just go to the Senior Bowl and then we'll stay for the game and we'll do the live show on Friday. Simple as that, Jack. Yo, what's expecting you? How are you doing?
What's up, my guy? I'm just getting my phone set up right now. How you doing, buddy?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. But hold on, wait.
I'm trying to get you full screen. You hear me?
It's not you, it's me. See? Can you hear me? We got Big Blue Goonie, DBG, NBA champion.
I think you're muted.
I think I'm not. So it's on you.
Hold on, bro. I can't hear you at all.
I'll keep saying things until you can hear me. What's your favorite food you had in Spain? I really like tortilla. It's obviously one of their most popular ones, but I really like tortilla. Croquetas. Well, I'll say this. One of my wife's uncles, he makes stuff out of deer, and it's very good. So, deer chorizo, deer steaks, soup, stew, like and I really like that. All right, we'll add BBG when his screen is no longer blick.
Try to do nothing to ask you.
Oh, here we go. We remove this one, add this one. You
What's
got me
going
now?
on, bro? Your audio keeps cutting out every time it starts.
Can you hear me now?
Fuck, I can't read lips that good, bro. Oh no.
Can you hear me?
What is happening? Every time I enter the studio, I can't. Your audio immediately cuts out.
Turn your volume up.
I'm sorry, Bobby. I can't hear you at all, brother.
Bro, I went to the same computer class as Jordan on. But those Bravas, those are fine, but those would never be like my favorite thing there. Those very much just seem like an American thing. Obviously, like the sauce is unique, but it's like America's the land of sauce. So like those aren't anything crazy. They're not bad. It's just never be my favorite. Oh, we got Grump here too.
Bam.
What's up, dude?
Yo.
What's up, dude? How are you? We're trying to figure out Big Blue Goon. You know what? I'm gonna send this to you. Gator. Or actually, let me not read out his email.
How you holding up right now?
I don't know, dude. It's the watch party will help.
Yeah.
But I just have these every once in a while. I'm like, oh god, this has got to be pretty terrible for people watching this. Big Dash was the savior. His segment was great.
That's about when I was at the gym. So
He came at me with questions and stuff, and got those are the type of shit that gets me fired up. Big Dash was genuinely a savior to the stream, and I definitely had hit like a 6-hour wall at that point where I was like, crap. But every once in a while, we'll play 82-0. Like the NBA roster, like you build a starting five of so stuff like that. We did Immaculate Grid every once in a while. I'll do helicopter game. Whenever I see a person though, it really gets me like, it's like it lets me know I couldn't do isolation. I would just be like super excited to see people.
We had that experiment as a society, didn't we? I guess not so much in Florida.
Yeah, not really. I mean, I just hung out. I was like, I just spent time with my brother. I will say that's kind of created the sticker thing because we had nothing to do besides drive around and put stickers and stuff.
That's the genesis of that.
Well, it just made it a lot easier where we just did it a lot.
I'm so surprised that this is still
so bad. This addictinggames.com
that it's still up. Yeah,
there's so many funny ones. I remember like Spank the Monkey. Where you literally just spank the monkey.
This is what like video games are that people pay for on mobile now, and like I don't know.
I remember I got a score so good on this that I carved it into the desk at the computer library.
I was gonna say this is what got us through class. This wasn't like a choice.
We were so bad whenever we go to the computer library. They used to not be able to trace who was printing what, and so we would just like print out like "fuck you" and stuff to the teacher. Or turn off all the power to every computer. I don't know what happened.
I'm trying to think.
You know how you press shift 5 times? It's like the sticky key or whatever.
Yeah, which nobody uses.
Which we would use it to make the noise.
Well, yeah.
And I remember one of the students in my class getting so mad. He's like, "It's Clayton or whatever." And he's like, watch, I'm going to unplug his keyboard and it's going to stop. And then he unplugs his keyboard and then like 3 other kids start doing it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
it's not him.
Way to announce your plan before it's over, Batman.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me get through this game.
I'm trying to think of messed up stuff that we did. So I had I was in college to be an audio engineer. So I had to take an electronic music class. Or sorry, that's not true. I had to take a ridiculous class. They called it studio maintenance, and it was basically like an electronics class, like basic electricity and like soldering wires and stuff, which soldering wires was about like the only useful thing I learned in that class, because you actually would need to do that in a studio if you want to repair wires, repair boards with basic stuff, that instead of hiring a guy, which studios do and they make interns do. So that was useful. The rest of that class sucked and everybody hated it. And it was in the electronic music lab, which I didn't take any electronic music classes because I wasn't that student. And I didn't know how any of that shit was hooked up or whatever, but there were keyboards on the desks and like piano keyboards, you know what I mean? And they were somehow wired into the computers and into like a PA system in the room. And it was always off, but for whatever reason it was on. Like they had left it on for this horrible, boring ass night class. And this kid, Chris's keyboard was hooked up to like a sound effects panel. So he was just playing like, there was one that was just like somebody throwing up. It's like, or whatever. The teacher like trying to talk through a college level class, by the way. It's like, it's so fucking hilarious, dude. He like couldn't keep it together. Like he knew he had no control over the class. It was like probably the hardest I've ever tried to like hold back tears of laughter in my life.
That was so many dumb shit. I remember just laughing in my teacher's face in the computer library, where she's like, to start a paragraph, press space 5 times, and someone's like, or just fucking press shift. I just started laughing in the teacher's face.
You know, like that person like goes home, like stays in their car before going inside for like 5 minutes reflecting.
Dude, we
on
were
that
dicks. We were just such dicks. What's up, Crank?
What's going on, guys?
All right, so you guys just do an episode of Just Giants, and I'm gonna take a, I'll be back tomorrow.
Go ahead.
Dude, have you paid attention to this Volpe stuff today?
The Volpe stuff?
Yeah,
With
so
Michael
like,
K?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly that's a true story, and then Michael K had the backtrack. He's like, dude, why the fuck would you say that on radio? And so now it's like this thing. It's like, oh, everyone's lying to mess with this kid, and it's like, dude, that happened. They're lying about it not happening, or whatever. And because I know, like, I won't say what. There was one story that I 100% knew happened because I heard it, and it was from like a most reliable source I have. And then they came out, and the player's like, yeah, they're lying about it. It's like, no, they're not. No, they're not. I 100% know that it's true. But yeah, Michael K backtracked on it.
Yeah. Those are stories when your team stinks come out.
Yeah. Well, it's like, I don't understand what K was expecting. Did you expect it to say that on radio and to not get clipped up and get, removed? Like he's
like way too much of a veteran to not know that.
Yeah. So,
of course.
And it's almost worse that if it wasn't true, it's even worse. It's like, why would you say that if you didn't know that was true?
I mean, his capacity of being the play-by-play guy, it's not just some radio hack. I mean, he's like the de facto voice of the team.
Yes.
And the mouthpiece. And, so I don't know.
Yeah. All right. So.
Oh, nice. We got a lot of entries for Myanus.
Yes. Which was great. Have you guys seen the new Jackass?
No,
not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah. It's very much like a sentimental thing, more so than like a whole bunch of new stuff. There is new stuff. Huh?
How old is Johnny now?
Yeah, that's the thing. They're old. And that's a lot of the new stuff is like more gross stuff than like crazy stuff.
I think he's my age, but he looks like my dad. I mean, he's got that white hair, and he looks. Well, I guess if you've been doing Jackass for 30 years,
I was gonna say
you
he's been
look-
abusing his body pretty regularly.
Yeah, well, I'll say there's one thing he does that where it's like that's actually crazy, and then there's some good like never be seen ones that they couldn't put on the MTV show because they wouldn't want to put on TV that are on there that are pretty good.
They won't put that on
He's
TV. They'll put-
55.
But they'll put ridiculousness on for 24 hours straight, but they won't put stuff on Jackass.
Yeah, the issue is that yeah, there's some funny stuff. But it's also it's very sentimental, which I can appreciate. I can go to a movie and be like, hey, I don't have high expectations, but I love these guys, and it is sentimental, and I will support these guys no matter what type of bullshit they throw out.
Who's the one who passed away a few years back?
Ryan Dunn.
That's right.
He was driving like 130, 140 or something.
He was like notorious for that, like going way back, driving drunk at like 90 miles an hour on like residential roads.
Yeah.
April Margera like jokes, not jokes about it, but she says it like in a Viva La Bam episode. There's some for some reason he has her car or whatever. She's like, the guy who's flipped more cars than Evel Knievel has my car.
And then Bam is sober. He's been sober for a little bit now, but you can still like he's not really on it. And it's kind of a good thing that he's not on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then Knox, and that's the other thing is they also are all for the most part are all sober now too. So it's like they were pretty fucked
have
up.
me
doing
on
all
it
of that
now.
stuff. Yeah, which is like good for them. But so
Is Wee Man still on it?
yeah. Which yeah, Wee Man is still on it. The other thing too is like you can't mess with people anymore because everyone just realizes they're being messed with.
Yes.
So it's like like Jackass and Borat were ahead of their time, but now it's like anytime someone does something weird or whatever, everyone's like, oh, wait, like
Now
you got a camera on me, right? You know,
it's just some twerp on Twitter or something, or on TikTok.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just in general, like I remember watching, like I don't know if you've seen any of like the pre-Jackass Bam Margera stuff, like those old CKY movies.
Yeah.
They kind of make up some of season 1 of Jackass or whatever. That comes from so damn long ago. Like that's like 1999. Like nobody was running around with a camera in their face because you wouldn't have anyone to show it to. Like,
yeah,
I don't even know how he like sold those as like DVDs to people.
Well, they're on tape. You had to buy tape. You had to buy videotape. There wasn't.
He had like a
digital.
Super 8 camera. Like now like everybody has like they're always recording themselves at all times. So everyone's just expecting that whatever weird thing is happening is absolutely part of something larger. Whatever, some weird thing they don't understand.
BBU was about or BBU Big Blue Goonie couldn't make it work. I guess his audio was messed up. So yeah, that was good. I want to spin the wheel. So what we're doing, and if people want to get their last ones in before we do a wheel spin, is last year we screwed people by spinning the wheel. It's like Victor got screwed royally because he was like up late night donating, and then it's like, all right, we're spinning the wheel and we're just removing all of these as we go. And then people in the morning donated, and it's like, all right, well, they have way more. So now we're adding to the wheel. When we spin it every 45 minutes to an hour or so. So you get.
I don't have my glasses on. What does that say for Washington?
Washtukna.
We actually drove through that in our big trip a couple weeks ago. For our
It's a
World
cool
Cup
little
trip.
city. It's got a nice waterfall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We were looking at it. So you guys will. There's where is it? Manawi, Nebraska. This is the one I'm rooting for. Has a population of 1.
Oh, this lady? Yeah.
Yeah, and she's the mayor of the town, and she has like a bar, so she she grants herself liquor licenses and stuff. Like she literally owns the city. It's
and she lost the election last year.
Yeah. That would be funny. We should have 2 people move there, and then we'll take over the city for mayor. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Maybe we get Danny
Giants Nation, Nebraska. We should buy.
How do we buy property? How much is that?
I don't know.
I'm gonna
need
try
more
and like
Patreon.
Zillow something in her.
And then another one is Supai, Arizona. It's a Native American reservation. It's the only place in the United States where the mail is delivered by mule. It's like you can't drive there. So
Fill me. I'm catching
us,
up. What
us
is this
going
for?
to a city on mules would be the best thing ever. So I'm rooting for that. So there's some good ones. The strongest ones right now are Naples, Florida, and Austin, Texas.
This
I
is
think
for
they have
live
about
shows?
100 each. Yeah.
Okay.
And so we're gonna do it by elimination tomorrow.
Okay.
So let's add five bonus slots.
I'm low key rooting for Austin. Not gonna lie.
You've got a great chance at it. I'll say that.
Oh,
Philly's not terrible because we would just do a Giants game. You know, we would do it on a Saturday or whatever before Giants game.
there's like a pretty good chance we'll get our asses kicked that way.
Well, that's the only worry is like we get into a fucking fist fight. That's the only thing that would suck about Philly. There you go, Austin. So let's see, we got what were the four that Philly, Naples, Austin. Now we got two more, and then we'll do it again later.
Well, Bobby, I'm going to be in Austin for Florida, Texas in I think October. So you guys want to just meet me there?
Yeah, it'd probably be a next year thing. Fire Island, by the way. Do you guys know what Fire Island is?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know what it was, and I was looking. I was like, "Oh, this place looks cool." So I said, if we get Fire Island, we're just putting Grump's face as the
That's a very woke
Oh, thank you.
graphic. Giants Nation show Fire, and then Pottsville, PA. This is another one it's kind of cool. All right, so copy these five, add them to the list. Yeah, so there's people are like, it's very funny that Bobby is like talking about Fire Island without knowing Fire Island is.
Go to Cherry Grove.
All right, so we have two more for Supai, Arizona. I need to see Bobby riding a mule to the bottom of the Grand Canyon. All right.
Where exactly are we setting up for the show for that?
The very bottom of the canyon.
Yeah, but how are we getting all that equipment down there?
By mule.
So we get mule.
We can also, if this is an event that we know people aren't going to go to, we can very much limit our equipment to a
That's
camera.
true. And
Or we should get
camera
a
and a
blue screen
roadcast.
and pretend
A
like
camera,
we're
a camera roadcaster.
yeah.
You know, that's if we can very much limit equipment. Can you guys hold down the fort for like 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, that'd be a huge favor for me. So.
For the record, I'm trying to look up like Manawi like properties on Zillow. And
Yeah,
there's
you
like
can share screen stuff too. I think you have the access to do some of that stuff.
I
right?
might, yeah. I don't really know what the hell I'm doing.
Just don't, play highlights.
No. I won't.
Bye, Mr. Potato Head. See you later, Tomato Head.
Under a carport because they bounce right off of it. All right, I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
It is always nice, like after 4th of July, how many like Instagram reels and
It's like it's a nice second wave. It's a nice end of the 4th of July. It's like, all right, now let me go see all the videos of people doing dumb shit.
the whole morning, just scrolling July 5th. Getting spam calls. So I was looking through.
All right.
So, all right, why don't you tell us? So, how disappointed were you since we just did a Just Giants episode and you were literally dressed like Waldo or Captain America? I'm not sure which. How disappointed were you in that last match? Not that I don't know. I don't know if anybody cares, but
Well, I'm sure no one does, but I'm going to say it anyway. I was disappointed in the performance and just coming out there just completely flat.
thank you. I don't know shit about soccer, but I was like, yo, I feel like they don't even look like the same team. Like they're just playing defense, like no energy, not attacking shit, letting things come to them. They looked out of sync, like right from the beginning. It was like it's at the bar, and like the bar was dead, like right from pretty much like 10 minutes in.
I was at the same bar the night before for Mexico, England, and that place was an insane asylum. And then for the U.S. match, it was pretty dead even when it was starting. This has been a World Cup where the best in the world have been at their best. We're seeing what Messi's doing. We're seeing what all these guys are doing, and that's where we need our best to be our best. And Pulisic, he pulled a Pulisic. He just, he's soft. He doesn't step up in the biggest moments. He always seems to get hurt at the wrong time, and it was disappointing because I think a lot of the casual soccer fans who don't really watch and they see us winning and they get smoke pumped up their ass by Fox and Alexi Lalas and everything. They think we're actually better than we are, but we are about 14th in FIFA and we lost in the round of 16. So we're properly rated. We lost to a team that's better than us. And
yeah, I don't think my disappointment was in the loss. I think I was going in there being like, I think we can squeak one out. But with the expectation that there's a high likelihood that we're going to lose this game. And, that's kind of what makes it exciting. I wasn't disappointed in just the L in general. It was just how flat they looked. And I don't usually pay attention to first of all, soccer analysis, especially from Americans that don't usually do it except when the World Cup is around or whatever. But Nick Wright ripped into Pulisic. I don't know if you saw any of that.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Well,
and it was justified. There were people at the bar clapping when he got pulled off.
It's also the most.
You beat booping around.
Well, that's idiotic.
There you go. Say that again. You kind of were shitting in and out.
No, I just said that's idiotic to be cheering for, the best American to be off the pitch. I mean, and the one thing that just really bores me more than anything is every match doesn't have to be a referendum on the state of U.S. soccer, where it's going, why we are where we are now, what's happening in the next 20 years, and what happened in the last 40 years. It's especially from people who don't follow soccer, and it's just, it's a different structure. We have a different structure here than they do in Europe and South America and Africa now, to be honest. And, until there's a commitment to get basically 5-year-olds into and it's not in a national program, it's at a club level program. The Man Cities and the Arsenals and the PSGs of the world and the Barcelonas, they have programs that start feeder programs when kids are 7 and 8 years old, and they get them into their academies. And I'm not using the word groom, but they nurture
mold. Yeah.
They nurture these kids, and, they pay these kids, and they support these kids. Kind of like we do for U.S. gymnastics. It's the opposite in the United States. If you want to play club soccer, you want to go to an academy, you want to go somewhere, you have to pay. So it's a different dynamic. And quite frankly, until we start with our kids at 9 years old and 10 years old, we'll never be, at the level of the insane countries are. And I also have another theory too, which I've been saying till I'm blue in my face, and I'll tell it to you and see what you think. I think we have to sacrifice a generation of our best in the U.S. They need to play here in MLS. I know MLS is not nearly the league of Premier League or La Liga or anything, but the best way to get kids engaged in soccer at a young age is to have superstars and heroes here that they can go watch. It's not the same as watching on TV. You can watch Pulisic, on Saturday morning at 8:30 on Paramount or whatever, whatever streamer has his games or anything, but it's not the same. Golf had a huge bump when Tiger Woods was playing, and you can go to a tournament. Michael Jordan, huge because he'd come to your town, he'd sell out the arena, people got excited. I just think there's something missing when these guys aren't playing here. They may suffer in the near term by playing competition that isn't good, but I think it's a cascading effect. Stars play here. More people have more interest in the league. More money gets generated to the league. More money for media rights. You can pay more salaries. Who's to say in 20, 30 years, MLS isn't, it may not be the Premier League, but definitely a place where there's really good competition to get our our athletes, our soccer players, are ready to play in World Cup and Copa and all these different competitions?
I don't know if that's necessarily the answer. I think what you're trying to achieve by doing that is the right answer, right? Is like getting like making MLS large enough where it just entices kids and is has a stage that's large enough for them. I think is important. I think part of it, honestly, I don't know if it's ever gonna be able to get to that level here, because I think like the best athletes we have end up just picking other sports in this and that's so essentially you'd have to take away from future basketball players or future football players. I know the reality is we have plenty of other people that don't play any athletics or whatever, but I mean we have like a 60% obesity rate, so let's not get too crazy here.
We have 300 million people in this country also. You know?
Yeah, I know, but like 200 million and they're obese. So let's work with the numbers that are actually going
to. Who are you talking about? Yeah,
well, a certain percentage of them, like you and me, are going to tear an ACL if we go down the stairs too quickly. So
I tore an ACL watching the match the other night, just sitting there. So
yeah,
but the thing is,
I don't know.
How do you entice the elite athlete? You entice the elite athlete with
money,
fame, and money. You know, and that's how you get it. I mean, look at guys like Messi. Look how many, like, and I hate to bring this down to being a 13-year-old, but like, look how many Instagram followers he has. Look at his Q rating around the world. It's huge. And, you know,
well,
that's because he built that up internationally. That's not all but just because of the US. If you can get someone, if Pulisic didn't pull a Pulisic in this World Cup, let's say he was fantastic and we went another round and lost, his star power would be a no-brainer for NYCFC to sign when the new stadium is coming. Now, I think there's a little short-term shine is off, but he's still our biggest star. He's still our, you know, he's the guy who's going to be in the commercials.
I mean, I think that there is some possibility to what you're saying, right? I mean, think about, well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because I think the nearest comparison you have is hockey. You are able to pull all of the best players from the world and have them play here in the States. What I will say is different is that hockey doesn't really have like an established large global league. You know what I mean? Where there's that competition where people would rather play for their countries other than like the Olympics or something like that. And the closest thing you have is the Russian league. And that's actually the one where, if you know, teams are a little weary of drafting Russian players because they may not leave, they may not come. So, and by the way, this is the only thing even remotely close, and it's there is a gulf between soccer and hockey in that way. I mean, with FIFA and like, I just don't know that you're going to be able to keep getting guys like Messi to come play in the MLS and risk injury playing for something that doesn't mean shit to them. The money will help.
It's money.
Yes, the money will help, but I don't know that. I think at a certain point they understand that the risk is that they're picking one or the other. So,
well,
I think
Messi's 39 years old.
If you do that investment, you may not get the stars, but you might get enough B-level talent out of Europe to make the MLS close enough. You know what I mean? You might get the same end result. Remember, we're not really trying to get stars here. We're trying to get kids to give a shit to play soccer. That is the actual objective. So, I mean, if you can get enough B-level players from Europe to come here and make the MLS more watchable and more respected around the world, then I think that sort of helps. But I kind of agree with what you were saying at the very beginning. Every time the U.S. does anything in the World Cup, whether it's good or bad, doesn't need to be a full referendum on youth sports in America and everything. And like, it's almost nauseating opening Twitter after shit like that. I was literally at the DMV this morning. With nothing better to do than scroll stuff if you know the bandwidth would allow me to reload, but I didn't even want to, because that's all people were talking about is debating like how we fix it, whatever. This person's a clown, that's a clown take, whatever. I think overall, as somebody who grew up before the MLS and then watched it form through young years, you know, I was pretty young when the MLS formed. in the middle 90s, I think, right? 95,
96, 90, 95, 96.
All right. Yeah. So
Let me give you
generally
some more
I'm
historical
just saying,
perspective.
I think it's completely different now for kids in soccer. Just what I see around than when I was growing up. Soccer was like only for little kids or kids that were really, really, really good.
Oh, let me give you some more historical perspective then, because I remember when the NASL was big. So that was a league that was, North America, US, Canada, late 60s to early 80s. And what they tried to do was they just spent on, again, aging European and South America stars. They just went for names. They got Pele, they got Franz Beckenbauer, Giorgio Canaglia, all these guys who were past their primes in their home leagues, but they came here, and there was a hot minute where the Cosmos were drawing 75,000 people to Giant Stadium. It was that big for a fleeting moment. And then the league went bankrupt because they just weren't generating, this is again in the era before we had all the media money and everything, and they couldn't afford it, and it went bankrupt. And it took 20 years almost before MLS started again.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Roberto, we were talking youth soccer and why no one gives a shit. How about you when you were growing up?
I played youth soccer and JV soccer.
Okay, so you went all the way up to JV.
Well, I played JV kind of as a way to stay conditioned for football, and I just got tired of JV basketball. I just was like, I'm tired of these asshole coaches and shit, and point guards who want to shoot the ball 30 times per game. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna play soccer.
The other thing,
my best friends play soccer, and I'll stay conditioned. But I don't. So here's one thing, a little joke before I get back on it is. One thing you learn about watching real soccer is like some of the rules you learn as a kid are like, that's just because you're a kid who sucks, where it's like never cross the goal. And it's like, no, you do that all the time. And professional. It's you 8 years old that are terrible and won't give up goals getting that way. I don't pretend to know the dynamics. I am one of those people who says like, listen, if it was a sport we really cared about, I bet you we'd be good. Like this idea that like, it's just, the issue is we never will care about it, so it's kind of a stupid argument because like, all right, you'll never will. Not to say we'd be dominant the way we are basketball, but we're not. And I don't think there's a solution. I don't think we're ever going to care about it that much, and it's going to be a pay-to-play sport and all that crap. So
the problem is in this country, it's World Cup. This is a tournament-based fan base. They care about the World Cup.
Yeah,
maybe Copa, but they're not. Nobody.
No.
MLS is still very nichey.
Yeah,
I only found out what Copa was like 3 years ago.
What's that?
I only found out what Copa was like 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, it's. I don't pretend that we'll ever be good at it. This team did. I heard you guys talking a little bit. This team did feel like the best team. Probably for me since 2010, and looking at it now, I think 2010 was better. They lost to Uruguay, but it's a very close game. Like Landon Donovan to me is I joke around with my friends who are real soccer fans of like Landon Donovan's the GOAT, but I think he's the greatest U.S. soccer player of all time. Tim Howard I think is a much better goalie than Matt Freese. And overall, Clint Dempsey was a good player. Like maybe I'm just being nostalgic for my high school graduation year being a World Cup year. But I was surprised how bad they shit the bed on this one. People are like, oh, would you rather have a devastating loss or something like that? I said devastating loss. This made me feel like nothing has freaking changed. And, overall, even though I do like Flo Balogun, just kick the ball in front. Just kick the ball in front of him. He's fast.
But again, we are like a top 12, top 13 team in the world. It's like people are acting like all of a sudden we are South Zimbabwe or something. We are still we're still one of the two best teams in CONCACAF. I mean, it's us in Mexico every year. And quite honestly, I think that's a rivalry. If we really want to start building soccer in this country, I think we need to build that rivalry up with us in Mexico. I mean,
but here's the thing: like, if I'm a casual fan, here's the thing. Yeah, It's a rivalry with some people, Crank. Here's the thing: as a casual soccer fan, like when Mexico's playing England, and maybe because it was just 4th of July weekend, I'm rooting for Mexico. Like those are my neighbors.
Oh,
like I'm rooting for Mexico over England, even though I know like there's soccer fans like you shouldn't be rooting for our biggest rival. I'm like, sorry, I'm rooting for Mexico over England.
remember, I mean, this has got nothing to do with politics. That is a fan base that takes piss bombs and throws it at our fans when we play in Azteca. They're the ones that always have the homophobic chants whenever there's a goal kick. They're the ones who cause all the security scenes at the stadium and everything. They, as a fan base,
I thought we were talking soccer, not the Eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing: is we're not paying attention to that though. Like as a casual fan, I'm not paying attention to that. I'm only watching the World Cup and you know.
But that's my
the
point.
Copa Finals if U.S. is in it, you know.
That's my point. Is that the U.S. does play Mexico at least once a year in something, whether it's a friendly or the Gold Cup. And now that we're inviting some CONCACAF teams to play in Copa, we can potentially play them too. That's a rivalry that can generate a lot of interest because whenever they play somewhere in the United States, there's always a lot of Mexican fans there. It's a great atmosphere. It's something that I think if we, I don't know how you promote something like that, but if that ever became like a thing, it really took off. That is as big to promote the game of soccer in this country as the World Cup is.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing: is maybe the only way I think for the U.S. to change a little bit I think they'd have to get to the semifinals. Like the quarterfinals might help, but like this is obviously 2018 they didn't make it. 2022 was during football season, so it wasn't paid attention to. USS success. 2010, this is deja vu. This is the exact same conversation. It's just social media now, and that team finished with a little more goodwill. You know what I mean? Where this team is like
they just lost. Yeah.
Like I joke, Christian Pulisic is taken off of our Coney Island group. They got Tim and Matt Freese coming out of goal and doing a Young Wei coup is like, dude, screw you. I never want to see you. I don't care if you're our best.
That's my goalie.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That being one of our 2 MSL players and our 2 MSL players doing that is like I never want to see an MLS player on the team again. So there is a much worse taste in your mouth after this than there was in 2010. Where 2010 I felt cheated because Uruguay was laying on the ground in the 90th minute and stuff.
This team was built for this year. I mean, this was we're hosting. This generation of players, like they were young 4 years ago. It was like the goal was 2026. 2010 was it was a World Cup year. This was all things are pointing to this tournament, this time, this spotlight.
Well, I think like getting to the semifinals definitely helps, and it generates like a legitimate. If you hit the right like age group, like I don't know, whatever. Young enough where they know what's going on and how big the moment is, then maybe you can generate enough interest. But I just think the World Cup, if that's the only thing Americans are paying attention to, it's just too far apart, and that can be just as easily forgotten.
Yeah,
like
if the World Cup was every year, there might be a chance. Like
exactly.
It's not even trying to be funny. Like I got really into this World Cup. You forget it. Like I don't feel like the pain of the U.S. loss is not bothering me 2 days later. You know what I mean? It's just
like is the Olympics big like for countries that only send like 10 guys? Like I have no idea. Like
it's different. It's not about winning for those countries. It's just we made it.
Yeah,
and they do the parade. Like, Malta has 7 people, and it's like they're more excited than the Americans because they made it. They beat odds to get there.
Yeah, so I love the World Cup, so I don't want to be like, who gives a shit? But I care. Like it really pissed me off that they lost like that. But I also can't pretend I'm like this diehard who's like in it and have the solution how to fix it. I just don't think it ever will be. Again, they would. Again, I think. I don't know. I just don't think. I don't think it is. And I read stuff about like it being pay to play and stuff. And the other thing was like. Yeah, dude. In other countries, that's it. You know what I mean? Like that's their meal ticket. Where that's not it and soccer. Like for every guy that is great, you know, there's hundreds who wasted their youth, you know, trying to become a soccer player to never really be good enough, you know. So
well, up until recently, they haven't had the opportunity. Like another reason why I think there's a better chance for soccer to grow now that hasn't in 20 years is that, 10, 15 years ago, they may have been maybe one Premier League team on TV a week, maybe one game. Now, every game is on. If you want Peacock, you get them all. NBC does a great job of having throughout the week that NBC and USA Network. The other leagues like Bundesliga is now on ESPN. So I remember when I was a kid, the only time soccer was ever on TV was like PBS. They'd have some league, like some Scottish league or something. It was like, what is this? But it was like, there was zero coverage of Premier League and European soccer. I mean, forget South America. None of that.
Hey, gambling helps too.
Yeah.
I'm being serious. I know people that legitimately came from zero knowledge about soccer all the way through knowing all the rules, picking a favorite team or whatever, and it started with gambling. So just being legal. So
both teams to score. That made a lot of money for a lot of people.
Yeah. Who's your pick now that they're out?
I said Spain from before that started.
They haven't. Me too. Spain. I'm biased. They haven't given up a goal, but also they don't look like they have as much urgency to score goals as well either. But if you can't score on them, you can't beat them.
I mean, I'm rooting for Norway. I feel like a lot of people are.
I'm just rooting against Belgium. And that's it. I'm just rooting against Belgium. I want Belgium to get crushed.
I can't root for a guy in Man City.
Yeah, see, I don't have that problem.
See, that's also a cultural thing where United States is different than a lot of other countries. Is other countries put aside the clubs for the greater good of playing for country. And, if we had a World Cup team and the best players from Florida State, I'd be like, I can't even root for this team. I mean, I can't let that go. And a lot of Americans can't let go their bias of, well, he's an Eagle fan, or he's a Giant fan, or he's a Laker, or he's a whatever. I think that's left at the door in Europe.
I don't know, man. I know plenty of Rangers fans that were like legitimately salty that Jack Hughes is the golden goal guy for Team USA, which I agree. That speaks to your point. I know that I'm a Devils fan, whatever. I could give a shit. And for me in that moment, beating Canada, I don't understand that mentality. I just think that it depends on the moment. Like for U.S. soccer,
we have to overcome it.
Where we don't do anything ever. I feel like you could root for somebody, Man City, in that moment.
Well, we didn't do anything. We didn't do anything either in hockey since 1980. That's a long. I mean, most people watching the show weren't alive then.
No, I know. I don't get that. That I can definitely move on the club in certain situations.
Well, if you listen to our show, you know my biases, and they bleed through far too often. So it's something I have to work on myself for big events like that, where it's like it's for country, not club.
You guys just did a pen and pencil episode. It came out today, right?
Yeah, it came out this morning.
What was the basis? What do we get into on that?
Oh, what is that? You want me to go through the rules and what it is, and then
quickly, but I'd more so kind of a preview of the episode. People want to,
So
maybe that'll be my break, as I just played your episode on the screen while I doze off.
Please do.
It's it's a summer episode for sure. So it's just for fun. We don't take it that seriously, but we try it. We don't take it seriously, but take it too seriously at the same time. So we go through week by week and try our best to just kind of look and see how good we feel by July about each game and whether or not we're going to win. And then we get way too in the weeds with building narratives. And it's well, I don't think he's going to be able to, handle this. Whatever.
Come back to just we get into like season-long narratives that we build coming off of this win that I just pulled out of my ass. They'll do this on the road or whatever. But the pens and pencils thing is just inking our confidence level in the win or loss.
Right. There's
So,
a difference.
I can be absolutely sure that we're losing by like 1 touchdown, and that's in pen. And I could be like, there's a chance that we get our ass blown out in this one. But you know, I just have no idea how this one's gonna go. So I just say my confidence level is in pencil.
Yeah, it's more of a confidence thing than a prediction, because it's not like if I say Giants in pencil, it means I think we're gonna win. But if I say, oh, we're gonna lose to the Lions, I'm confident we're losing, but it might be only a 4-point game. That is a loss in pen, because I'm confident we're losing the game. So it's not a prediction for score or margin of victory. It's just confidence in a win or a loss for the Giants. And
Which
we've been
those are
doing
the
this
first
now.
episode I ever listened to you guys of was
Oh, really?
those in the summer. When we had you guys on that podcast, I went and checked it out. I was like, oh, cool. You guys don't sound too stupid. But
What did you learn?
I was on mute, so
and that's the thing. This is before YouTube, so I didn't even get like I'm 100% judging you guys by your voices too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that is interesting, because we moved to YouTube in what, 2020, dude?
Yeah, we weren't even on YouTube until at that point either. So it is kind of crazy to look back and be like, yeah, we just did podcasts with no YouTube back in the day when they first started. But I might actually play like 20 minutes of this when I like eat dinner or something.
I don't care. Yeah, go for it.
But
I also just like Cranky
Cranky
legitimately looks like Waldo.
So is this game's is this game's 9 through 12?
This is
No,
the end. This is the last.
This is
Yeah,
the
this
end.
is the last like
Okay.
7 games of the season.
Okay.
Yeah. So we started with, what is that, week 13? Yeah, San Francisco.
Yeah.
49ers.
I'll be at that game.
Hey, one thing I want to address really quickly. There was a comment that was laid by somebody on this episode. It said, hey, Grump, are you leaving Giants Nation? And it's like, no.
Wait, what? Really?
That's yeah. I had to get
Yeah.
on there and say, no. We've been doing Just Giants now for almost 10 years. And, you know, again, Bobby and Justin, they stumbled upon us for some reason, and even crazier, liked us. And we became friends of the show. And, you know, obviously Grump is, you know, an idiot savant for the Giants, and he blends in perfectly with Bobby. But, you know, this is like the side hustle. This is our little fun thing that we do. We're a lot more looser than Giants Nation. It's a little more opinionated, a little more funs and games, a bit like, you know, pens and pencils, for example. But Grump isn't going anywhere. Grump is, you know,
Well, I mean,
his
the
main
show
gig
is
Giants Nation.
the show is like way less intense for me to handle. You know what I mean? It's almost like an outlet where I can just kind of, I don't want to say like let loose, like it's any different.
Well, it's not that loose. I mean, that is how I discovered you guys and stuff. So, you know, and I legitimately listened to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just fart jokes for 30 minutes. I mean, we do analyze games. We do, you know, but it's a combination of, you know, analyzing
some level
and-
of like, you know, gut feel kind of to it, less like backed up with facts and like breakdown. Like there definitely is that. Like that's 100% like the basis of what started it, is that I was always watching film and you know, whatever, you and I were at the games together live. We have a unique angle because of where your seats are. We're right down the pike there. You know, and that was always the angle, but like it's not the same level of breakdown that GNS is at all.
Well,
and it was never intended to be.
And we pivoted the show too since you joined Giants Nation, where we don't want to try to be a bad imitation of the mothership. We want to have make our show a compliment show to your show. So that's basically where we kind of our little niche in the world is.
Yeah, you guys say some wild shit on there, you know.
Sometimes, yeah.
Well,
There's way more like, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking about then.
Well, no one listens anyway,
GNS
so we can say what we
sure.
want on that show. So who
Yeah,
cares?
because those are like I get like angry on that show sometimes. Like I'm like way more buttoned up and stuff. For GNS, like it's straight ball, you know, whatever. I try not to get like, even after wins, I'm like trying to be tempered. But the Just Giant stuff, like I can I can get like really angry, and then I look back, and I'm like, I was just mad. None of that made any sense.
Well, our goal is we want to be opinionated on that show, more opinionated on the other show, but not hot takey. And that's one of the reasons why we record on Monday nights, not Sunday nights. We want to give a game 24 hours to kind of marinate and stew in our brains. You're doing Giants Nation already, so you're getting your initial thoughts out. I'm just sitting in my room, just banging my head against the wall about another loss. But by the time we get to record, 10 o'clock at night on Monday, we've formulated more rational ideas than we did before, and take that analysis and think about what's going forward.
Well, I think also like I like what's different about our show is that you are, because you're not super duper locked in to specifically the Giants the way that I am. You get more perspective of them throughout the rest of the league that like brings me back down to earth or lifts me up. It's like, and that's something that I knew just talking to you. You know what I mean? That's not even like show related. Just
right.
I've learned just like as I get too in the weeds with Giants, you're paying attention to the rest of the league a lot more than I am, and you can tell me that they're not as bad as I thought, or they're a little bit better than I.
And there's one other perspective that I think I have is, of all of the Giant content creators, I might be the oldest one. So I can bring a little historical, perspective of like, oh yeah, well that team that beat the Broncos in Super Bowl 21, they did A, B, and C or D, or this is not the worst defensive line we've ever had. When we had Ray Handley, we were brutal. So I like to bring that kind of perspective in of, I try to bring more historical perspective.
Are you actually the oldest? I wonder.
How old are you? I know I've asked you this like 3 times.
How old do you think I am? Take a guess.
48.
Well, if I wasn't married, I'd ask you out, but no, I'm 53.
Okay. Oh, and I was only, you made me feel like I was off by like 10 years.
Hey man, when you're 53, though, every year counts. So
that's true. I'm trying to think. Does like reporters count as content creators?
Well, yeah. No, I mean,
if it's not their main gig, like if they're they're a reporter and they do a show, I don't know. But if it's just like someone like us, like this is our thing. I'm not sure who's older. I'm not proud of it, but it sucks.
No, but I mean, like, I don't know, just in general, like, I think you get to see more 4:00 games than I end up getting to see and stuff like that, just in general. And I
get home earlier. Yeah.
People want the burnout video. You know what? It's been a while since we did the super chat.
Go for it.
Get a super chat for the burnout video. How about that?
Let's do it.
And let's see. I'm trying to upload something. I'll tease it because it has been a while since we've gotten a
I knew you were doing something over there.
Yeah, it's very obvious when I'm like trying to do something. I'm like, guys, keep talking while I upload.
I'm trying to keep my eye. It's 2-0 Rays over the Yankees, by the way.
Dude, the Yankees have been like, good Lord. Like, how do you go on such a bad streak? How do you be a team that's like first in the AL and then just like, nope, we are going to suck. We're going to be absolutely god awful, never win a game except for when Cam Schlittler.
They suck.
So I have a firework highlight video. It's nothing crazy, but let's get some either Venmos or super chats, and we'll play some burnout firework videos. How long do I have you guys for, by the way?
I can hang for a little while. I can probably hang till like 9:00.
Okay, that's helpful. What about you, Crank?
So you throw us off, nothing going on.
I'll keep you the whole 24 hours. Like you guys are lifesavers right now. And I know you guys can rap back and forth. I don't have to always be 100% at the front of the conversation. So, dude,
you were talking about how shitty the Yankees
Can I
are.
answer your Yankee question?
Wait, hang on, real quick. The Mets game yesterday. I saw a tweet that was like, "I promise you're not ready for just how bad this play is." And it was like the Royals with like 5 errors in a row where they throw in like 3 runs to the Mets. And then the first tweet after it was like, "I promise you're not ready for how this game ends." And it's like the Royals 16, Mets 12.
Yeah, the Mets are. It's crazy how
It's
bad the Mets are.
unbelievable how bad they are, dude. Seriously, it's unbelievable.
Like that's gotta be the worst record for like a team that's top 5 in payroll ever.
Bengals
Right?
Bears is one of my favorite sports movies of all time.
It's wild that just like there's just teams in New York who it's like the Mets and the Jets where it's like, yeah, no matter what they do or what you think of them, just don't stop thinking good things about them. It won't happen. You know, like Aaron Rodgers literally, dies on his second play as a Jet. They come back, it's total mayhem. The owner is back. The owner comes back from being in the presidential cabinet and just starts blowing shit up. Like it's just
saying like there's like rumors his kids are involved.
Yeah, like
they're named like Rock and Stone or some bullshit like that.
Yeah.
Dude, I will never forget that my friend was
And he
like,
may not be the worst owner in the city of New York.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he may. My friend was like in stitches, like showing me this Instagram reel. It was like Aaron Rodgers 2024 highlights, and it's just him running out of the tunnel with the flag.
That moment was unbelievable. So
it's so funny
with the flag.
Yeah,
there was very funny. There was one of the betting sites. It was like a way, like a promotion to get people just to sign up. It's like over under half a passing yard for Aaron Rodgers in this game. Just like, hey, it's a free bet, And he literally did not have a passing yard, and people lost their free bets. August 14th is the Sussex County Miners game and show. Naples, Florida. I had to switch to my Shoot YouTube account to donate. It took 3 extra clicks. Hashtag above and beyond, says John Hayes. All right, so we got Naples, Florida leading the way. Do we want to see the firework highlight, which isn't that crazy, or do we want to see a burnout video?
It's been a while for the burnout video.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's up to John. Let's John answer.
That's true. Yeah.
What do you want? A firework or burnout? And then we'll do the other one whenever we get the next one. Added 2 Naples, Floridas to the thing. Good job. Nelson says burnout, but it's up to John. John gets the vote.
John.
And the firework is a new thing, if people want to see that. See in Sussex, Luis.
What are some of our crazy locations, by the way, while we're waiting for John?
That place in Nebraska. And we kind of went through the Arizona, you have to take a mule there.
Those are the craziest? Okay.
There's an Alaskan island that's like the city that's the closest to Russia.
Ooh.
That one would actually suck because it supposedly takes a lot of money to get there.
I was going to say that's not going to be cheap.
Yeah, I know you did, Nelson, but I'm saying, we hadn't gotten anything in a while, so I kind of use these as a firework video, says John. All right, let's do it. There's nothing crazy, just kind of our highlights. It literally malfunctioned. The carport is such a game changer. It's like,
oh yeah,
this makes
I
every
think that
firework
first one
twice
is
as
nuts, dude. That first one almost takes his face off.
I knew it was coming too. I was like, dude, stop! Like, just let it go. We didn't get them to all go off at the same time. But carport is just great. I'll play. Let's play it one more time for the people. Listen closely to hear me in the background. Like, oh, dude, come on! Like you got to be more careful. literally malfunctioned. Oh, dude, I really
I've never been so
enjoy
proud to be an American.
I really enjoy the like silence to bow, bow, bow right into the carport. I did tell people that
It literally malfunctioned.
if everyone does one single $500 donation, I'll do fireworks on stream. With this thing.
Star Spangled Swagger. That's awesome.
Yeah. Not in the house, obviously, but
out the window.
So yeah, I guess we did get a burnout in there technically. But yeah, so
where did this 4th of July like fireworks like rank for you? I know you went for it all.
I'll say this: we didn't use all the ones that we bought, you know.
Okay.
So we very much like don't have to buy any next year. I don't know. I'll say this: is nowhere near like the crazy shit we've done. You know, my brother had, you know, pregnant wife, another one with his kid there. So we did nowhere near the top of the list of like great. Like there was one year where me and my brother were just like, hey, let's put a mortar in everything we can find. You know, so 500 more to do. And now I could do a pack of firecrackers in the house. An actual firework would be hilarious, but can't do that. I have too much stuff that I, you know, don't want to be burnt.
I was going to say that $500 is not going to cover the damage.
Yeah. I was thinking about putting it if it's $600, I'll put it sideways and have it shooting down the road.
Oh my gosh.
What
did we see that one in action in any of the highlights?
No.
Okay.
It's a normal just bow, bow, bow. You know, actually, yes, the car. I think that was the carport.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. I don't know what happens if you need to drop a rat. I did. I let Grump and Crank talk for 10 minutes. So we're at 8. Let's
people acting like this is your first 24-hour stream.
Yeah. I actually like mentally prepared. I spent like 3 hours mentally prepared. I slept in like an extra hour or so. Had an actual breakfast. I waited till right before to get my coffee. You know, I stretched. I really got mentally prepared for this one. So,
what's your meal plan?
So here's a question. So this person gave 2. I did Chipotle for lunch. I'm doing salmon for dinner. I just realized when I'm doing salmon for dinner, I'm going to play your guys' podcast, and it is what it is. So this guy gave 200, and he said, "Can I give 300 and add it to my earlier 200?" And we just lost Crank.
Yeah, I don't know. Crank vanished there for a second. He was blipping for a sec too. Keto for the stream.
What do you guys kind of wanted to do is, but if someone, you know, how could I tell someone, hey, you gave 500, but you did it separately? You know what? Yeah. If you do 300, it can be counted to the 500, and you know, it just gets added to. I think you were Austin, Texas, so that really helps you, unless you want to do some.
Yeah, I don't see why not, because the 500 is just for the fireworks thing, right?
Yeah. No, yeah. He gets entries too.
Well, yeah, I understand that. I mean, if he's given 300, then he would get the same amount of entries, no matter what. That wouldn't matter. But I think he's only asking for the 500 total for the fireworks, right?
Well, no, he would get the entries and the fireworks. So he already gave 200. So that'd be like, hey, I gave 500. You said
but he wouldn't ask if he did. You know, he would just give the 300. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but anyways, if he gets another 300, we will do the fireworks at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
and then you'll also get 150 entries of whatever place you want. And I think so. This was Gil. Yeah, Gil tried to do Vietnam, and I kind of talked him out of it. I was like, why don't you do where you live, dude?
Let's keep it continental.
It's like, hey, listen, you can do what you want, and international is double, so you get half the entries and stuff. So you could still do it, you know. But Like I had to turn down a couple that were like, "Hey, you want to go to Iran?" I was like, "Nope, you got to pick another place." So Gil, if you do it, leave a chat and we'll schedule fireworks for 3 a.m. So we will do that. That'll be we're doing the Super Bowl 25 watch party at 3 a.m. That'll be the beginning. That'll be like, hey, we will begin the Super Bowl watch party now.
I think I'm gonna jump in for a little
they
while.
usually do fireworks after the national anthem, like right before the game. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll sing the actually I won't do that. I'm going to be very much trying to set them off and get back in the house as quickly as possible. But
Bobby, I might join at 3:00 for that.
Dude, that would be awesome. If you want to do that, that is. I'm not going to ask you to do it, but if you would do that, that would be very much.
You need to figure out another thing, additional elimination.
No, that 1990 Giant team and that Super Bowl were my favorite team and favorite Super Bowl of being a Giant fan. So that has a special place for me. So I want to.
Let me ask you that: why is that Super Bowl more favored than '86? Oh, we lost him.
No, there you go. I think he was more. I think it was the time. I think for him, he was in high school or something.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Have you watched that game, Grump?
Of course. Yeah.
What do you think of Jeff Hostetler in that game?
Well, I mean, he's kind of Jeff Hostetler. I don't know. That's kind of all I know of Jeff Hostetler, if I'm being honest with you.
I'm just saying, like, do you look at him like, man, what a great quarterback performance? Yeah.
No, but I don't think anyone does, right? The Jeff Hostetler performance, I think, was about that performance in general was like Bill Parcells being like, we're gonna run like 30 plays, but we're gonna nail them or whatever.
Yeah. Also, that was very much if there's one player who's like I rewatching it, I was like, man, who really killed in that game? Mark Ingram. He had some big third down catches of like yak and breaking tackles and stuff. He was like
Tough.
my star of that game on offense. Obviously, Joe Morris got the MVP. I think it was just kind of like, who do we give it to on the offense?
Well, I think, and I think in historical context too, that game is so much more about slowing down Buffalo's offense.
Yeah. Yep.
Than it is about like what Jeff Hostetler did. It's like I think they knew that like they could find some way to score a couple points. Nick Foles over Jeff Hostetler.
Yeah, it's actually not even close when you look. Like Nick Foles' Super Bowl performance was amazing.
What is like the current equivalent to Jeff Hostetler?
There isn't one. I mean, it's only Nick Foles. But
no, I
Super Bowl performance.
No, I just mean in terms of kind of player, like that caliber of backup. Who is that?
Dilfer?
Well,
current day?
Yeah. Like who's a backup that would like if they
like
had
Gardner Minshew maybe.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Let me think.
Or like Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, I guess. I feel like I haven't watched enough Mason Rudolph to fully say. Let's see, NFL.
Yeah, he's really not good.
Yeah, I would say like Gardner Minshew, because it wasn't taking any risks. It was a few nice throws, and just kind of getting out of there without making any mistakes.
It is kind of wild.
Maybe Mariota. Mariota might be a good one there.
Yeah,
because he does. You looking today's quarterbacks, you're not mobile, but they were like, I remember the time, they're like, oh, that's the difference between him and Phil Simms. He can move.
Yeah.
But he wasn't the most mobile guy in the world, but he could move. So that's
also Mariota is not really very mobile anymore either.
Yeah, but he can still, he can move around and
he
scrambles quite a bit.
Yeah.
Quite a better career, Simms or Jeff? It's clear. Yeah, definitely Simms.
Yeah.
And Simms' Super Bowl performance is one of the best QB. I mean, he's basically perfect in that.
Basically perfect.
Yeah, I would say, but I wanted to watch the Super Bowl. We're going to watch that 2007 NFC Championship. Crank is struggling.
Yeah.
Cashmere said, seriously consider skipping work tomorrow to stay up. Hey, do it, brother. I sent you a link.
Put it work. So tell us about the we can't hear you though. Man, all kinds of problems over there.
Oh, we got a new one.
Whoa.
Amber Yavoli, St. Augustine, Florida.
Crank, I think I heard you.
I did too.
No, I did. Not that time, though.
Hold on.
Yep. Hold on. Heard that.
You heard that?
We
Yep,
heard
there
that.
you go.
Heard that, brother.
All right.
He's back.
Technology.
We got
Was
St.
there a
Augustine
question about
thanks to
Sims
Amber
versus
Yavoli.
Hostetler on there?
Yeah,
I don't think it was a very serious one, but
well, I'd say at the time it became one for the Giants. You know,
that's true.
now partly due to Sims' injuries, but
Well, that was one of the reasons why Ray Handley was one of the worst coaches in Giants history, because after that Super Bowl, he benched Sims when Sims was healthy and had Hostetler start the 91 season. And he wasn't very good. That was, there's a lot of problems wrong with that team. I think I mentioned it on our show, or maybe even the show when we were all together on Giants Nation. The 91 Giants game in Tampa Bay, Thanksgiving weekend, is one of my favorite games of all time because Sims is one of my two favorite Giants of all time, him and Ike Hilliard. And he came off the bench because Hostetler got hurt and brought it back to a fourth quarter win. So, yeah.
That was the 4th of July episode. You were saying that was like one of your favorite games that you attended.
That's what it was. Yeah. Can I go back, Bobby? Because you asked me a question about why is that 90 team special to me? Was there anything else?
More than 86.
Yeah, why them more than 86?
Okay. Well, 86, I was a freshman in high school, and I didn't have the history of the Giants. Like, I've been a fan for a few years, whatever. But in 90, that was my freshman year of college. I just moved into the dorms. We all were like, oh, I'm a Giant fan. I'm an Eagle fan. I'm a Steeler fan. I'm a blah, blah, blah. Some girl I was dating was a Giant fan. And all my friends basically ganged up against me that whole year for being a Giant fan. And then as they went 8-0, 9-0, 10-0, I'd go to the old Joe's Deli on 34th Street in Gainesville, me and my one buddy, and watch games. And this is before there's DirecTV, before there's Sunday Ticket. They had to find wild streams to find the feed of the game. So it wasn't a guarantee you were going to see the Giants every week. And then when they just won that Super Bowl, it was just I was just so invested in that team that year. And it was just really, but Buffalo was way better. They had a lot of talent. They were a big favorite. The game was in Tampa, where I was from. It was all these different things. So
we had similar where I was sophomore in high school for the first Super Bowl, sophomore in college for the second one.
Mhm.
Say the first one just because it was the first number one. That Super Bowl was, both Super Bowls were incredible, but it was I guess this first one. And I will say the second one being in college, I probably was a little less in tune with like other sports fandom than I was as a sophomore in high school.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's interesting. So I'm actually the same. I'm actually more in tune with 2011 than 2007, even though for me, I was in, I think, my last semesters of college, I think at that time. In 2007, I was in high school. So no, wait a minute. I have that backwards. Sorry. But 2011, I was more dialed in because I wasn't in school. I think I went to almost every home game for that one. Like I was locked into that season. That season meant everything to me. And like I remember like going into that season where Eli was asked the question about, how he rates himself versus, Tom Brady's of the world and whatever. And like, having to defend him to all the other people I talked to at that time, be like, no, he really does belong up there, whatever. And then have him have like the incredible season that he had. That meant more to me than 2007, even though 2007 is like the more incredible story, etc.
yeah.
I'll be honest. I sold my tickets to that last Patriot game. I didn't go.
Oh wow, that was a great game too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's genuinely a moral victory. Like it sounds stupid. Like no, that was a legitimate moral victory.
It kind of was, because I think it meant something going into the playoffs for both the players and the fans, like just how close they were to winning. That was like fuel.
King Pulp says rank the 5 seasons: Dex 2024, Landon 2016, Jack Robert 2016, JPP 2011, Snacks 2016. I'd say JPP 2011 the top
for sure.
I would go Dex 2024 number 2.
Yeah. Then Jackrabbit 16.
I actually would probably go Landon 2016. And it's not that Landon was a better player, but that season I think he took like 3rd in defensive player of the year. That's the year he had all the interceptions and stuff.
Then Jackrabbit locked down Des Bryant for 1 catch, which resulted in a fumble.
Yeah, I know it's tough. It
is tough. I don't know. I mean, either way, that's 3 and 4. I think for me and Snacks beans.
Yeah, Snacks is good, but he just.
Are we talking about our buddy Snacks, or are we talking about Snacks Anderson?
Yeah, what was he doing in 2016?
He's probably number 1 on the list.
There's like 50 jokes I had lined up, and I was like, I'm not going to say any of those.
I'll do it.
Do you have a schedule for training camp? I mean, it's just live streams after all the practices. Tuesday, Friday episodes, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday player profile episodes. So same as always. Tom Brady broke the touchdown record in that game as well too. You want to know something? I predicted the Giants going 16-0 on a MySpace blog.
How about that?
It's one of my greatest predictions of all time, where I was like, I actually think they're going to go undefeated this year. They're so good without these receivers, and then they added them.
You mean the Patriots?
Yeah, sorry.
I was going to say the Giants' prediction was pretty bad.
Yeah. Too bad it didn't pan out for you. Is what I was like.
So you want to do I'll be interested to see have Crank help me out. Let's do an 82-0 game. Have you seen this game, Crank?
I've seen it. I've never done it, but I'm very curious.
All right, so let's do it. It's pretty simple. You get a team decade. You can do 1 respin on team and 1 respin on decade.
Okay.
So let's start Houston 70s. Who was the best player at this time, Cranky?
I'm making this bigger because my eyes are small.
Oh, yeah, that's tough. Want to just restart?
Yeah.
Moses Malone. We go Moses Malone.
He didn't play for them in the 70s.
Looks like he did. We'll go Moses Malone. I kind of hate the 70s and stuff. Chicago 2020s. Oh, this is rough, dude. There's no.
I keep spinning.
Let's get
the one all that we can do.
Let's respin the era, because if we get MJ, that's huge. So we'll respin the era. 70s, son of a bitch.
Oh, like Artis Gilmore and.
I'm restarting. I'm not doing this on just the 70s. Okay, we're restarting.
So, how was your first 82-0 experience there, Cranky?
In the Indiana 90s.
Okay, let's go. We could do this.
Yeah.
Reggie.
I mean, he has to be on that list, obviously. The two Davis brothers have to be on it. Mark Jackson has to be on it.
Yeah, but you got to think, you're putting together a team that you're trying to go 82-0. Like, Mark Jackson's a good player. He's not. I don't think Reggie is, too. I think Reggie is.
We're talking like compared to other Pacers, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're trying to create a great statistical thing. So it's not trying to build like a team that works together well. You're trying to build the perfect statistical.
Okay. So Reggie has to be on it.
Yeah. But you only get one, and then we respin to a new thing.
Oh, I understand. Okay, we only have one of all of these.
You're making a super team.
Was Antonio Davis, like, was he a 20 and 12 guy?
No.
Okay.
So when they have like Chris Mullin, is it like his career or just the time he was with Indiana?
Just the time he was with Indiana.
Okay, then I would go Reggie Miller then.
All right, yeah. This is not going to be an 82-0 team with Reggie Miller shooting guard.
No, it's not. No
but
defense.
he's a good player.
Yeah.
Indiana in the 2010s. I guess Paul George.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think our best, we went 69 and 13 on my most recent one. Golden State Warriors 20s.
Steph.
Yeah, easy. And in fact, unless Kevin Durant is he was out of there by then.
Steph, Durant had a better score, but I think.
Yeah, but Kevin Durant, he wasn't on, so it doesn't count.
Yeah.
Philly 2000s. Well, we already got rid of we got our guards already.
Oh, wait,
I
I'm
might want to do a
positionless.
respin.
Okay, let's see. Keep going.
Chris Webber didn't do anything with them.
No,
Dikembe is not going to help us here.
no, Brant
Elton-
wasn't.
Yeah, I don't think Elton Brand is. Keith Van Horn, baby, my guy. Iguodala is probably the best answer here, but I think
Probably
we
of this, yeah.
I
It's
would
too bad I can't be positionless. My boy Matt
let's-
Geiger. Mhm.
let's respin
Reese
team.
Spates, Gator.
Yeah, I know. Let's respin team because I like that the 2000s should have some good centers
Okay.
and power forwards. Chicago 2000. Oh my God,
Ugh,
Ben Wallace
mean,
with
it's-
his 8
that
points,
Joakim
12
Noah,
rebounds
but
a
that's not
game.
going to get you anything. A washed up Charles Oakley.
Maybe Luol Deng is maybe on here.
That's not yet. Oh my God, Eddie Curry. I just had a. Oof.
Yeah, Luol Deng is on here.
God.
We could respin the era, but there's not any big. We could put
No.
Scotty might fall under power forward, but I don't think so.
I don't think he was there in the 2000s either.
No, I'm saying if we respun the era and got like
Oh, I see.
90s. I think we got to roll with Luol Deng at power forward.
Okay. We not even make the playoffs. Forget 82-0.
And then Utah 70s for center. You know any of these guys? Let's
Oh yeah,
respin
Neil
and see if we
Walk,
get
Gator.
called.
He was the second pick in the draft. He's the best of that bunch.
Who? Neil Walk?
Neil Walk.
Did he put up 20 and 10? That's my question. Do you think he put up 20 and 10?
I don't think he did in the pros.
All right, let's see if we could get Karl Malone. As problematic as Utah
He's
20s.
problematic.
Center. So on Whiteside.
Not as on Whiteside, no. Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, let's go Rudy. Let's go Rudy.
I'd rather have him than Kessler.
He's a good number. 54 and 28. So Luol Deng 15 and 6. So not terrible, not good. Paul George only averaged 18 a game for Indiana. Reggie 21. Steph.
Yeah, but you
obviously.
remember he had that thing. He broke his leg and he was out for a long time. And
Yeah. So yeah,
That is a really cool game. That's fun.
yeah,
I wish
let's do this again because I understand it.
Oh yeah, let's do it one more time. I will say it's not the only way but to get to 82-0, the best way is to land with Will Chamberlain.
Yep, that's for sure.
that would make sense.
When I was a kid, I had a Guinness Book of World Records, and this is probably like 1982. And you went to like basketball. He had every record. You name it, he had it.
Wayne
It was
Gretzky.
insane.
Someone said, hold on, let me pull it up. Bro, they banned me on Venom. I'm assuming he's talking about Venmo.
Maybe on Venom.
You have Apple Pay. I don't know if I can give you Cash App. Let me check Cash App. Do you have Cash App? And you could also just super chat. It does take a fee, but it is what it is.
Or Grump will just come to your house with a baseball bat. Do that.
I can swing.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. This is my Cash App. But you have to tell me because I'm not gonna check it. Like I'm checking Venmo. Yeah, all right, there's my Cash App.
I don't know how you Yankee fans can watch Yes Network every game of the year. These guys are the worst.
I disagree. I think others.
It's amazing how much they're not the worst because it is a chore to listen to, and then you listen around the MLB.
Well, they're just such gaslighters. I mean,
Well,
they
I'm
can
just
pull
saying, like,
sunshine
yes,
out of anything.
it's nauseating, but you listen around the MLB, and some of them are just awful.
Yeah,
Just
that's
not fun to
that's
listen
like something we'll complain about, like Banks and stuff or whatever. I think Banks' issue is like just be a homer, don't argue with everybody. You know what I mean? When you listen to other radio teams and stuff, like the Vikings and stuff, it's like, dude, this is like
it's unbelievably bad. Like
yeah. Like
Yeah.
I, as much as I give Papa and Banks shit, like they can call a broadcast without making it just obvious, like that they're just rooting for the team 100%, 110%. So
I would bet 75% of NFL radio broadcasts, when a big play is happening, the color commentator is cheering out loud when something happens.
yeah. All right, let's build another.
All right, here we go. Now I'm ready.
Starting with Wizards 2000. They're really screwing us.
Wizards 2010s. Wouldn't that be like Antoine Jameson? That would be
Yeah.
Bradley Beal.
Yeah, Bradley
Beal
Beal.
had big numbers.
Wonder what Gilbert Arenas. I mean, that's his time, you know. So he was.
Yeah, I mean, it might be for how many guns he has in the locker room. That would be a good thing for him.
Yeah, but that's
John Wall.
I think that's bonus points. So we got John Wall, Bradley Beal, and Gilbert Arenas. So who had I would assume Gilbert Arenas is like the play here. I'll be honest.
Bradley Beal he was a big scorer, and Wall was a big
Yeah,
scorer.
but he does no rebound and no assisting, and we could probably get another 2 guard from some other team.
Oh, okay. I'm getting it now. I understand.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, if we're just saying who has the best stats on it, it is Bradley Beal.
So you have to pick someone from this team. We can't pass on Washington. Like, no thanks.
We could, but we only get 2 of those.
Is this one of those times you want to use it?
No, I think that Gilbert Arenas, John.
I think
Wall,
Gilbert
Bradley
Arenas
Beal
has some value.
All right, we'll put Gilbert Arenas at point guard.
Okay.
Chicago 2000s.
Again?
Yeah.
Was Derrick Rose on this team?
No.
No.
Oh, well, yeah, he was at point guard, but we can't move. Damn, that would have been nice.
Shit.
Let's respin and see if we get an MJ.
Yeah. That would help.
Bam.
Yeah.
There we go, MJ. Chicago 90s. Oh, my God. Here, I got an
I have
idea.
him twice.
I got an idea.
Can you put him at the other position too?
Oh, wait. What am I looking at here? Where's Michael? Where is he? I guess not. No. I guess we should go Scotty then.
Darryl Walker. Once a Nick, always a Nick. Forgot he's with the Bulls. This might be a skip.
No, we should do Scotty.
Okay. I always thought he was the most overrated player of his generation. That's me.
Mr. Boston 20s. We'll go Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
We probably put him at the 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he like statistically bad though? Because
No,
it's just
Tatum. No.
No. No. I'm talking about Scotty. I know you're saying he's
I
overrated.
don't know. I think he's
May or not
not statistically bad. Can we go Chris? Was Chris Webber's numbers with the Warriors good enough to put him as our center here?
No.
You're
Ooh,
in the
a
last
blob.
pick. You skipped the whole team.
We could skip another. Let's take it. Yeah, screw it. Let's take another roll at 90s team. Knicks 90s. There we go. That's
Ewing. Ewing's your center.
good. Yeah, that's easy. I think this is going to be our best one. So yeah, 72 and 10.
72 and
That's our
10.
best one.
Damn.
Yeah, that was the Bulls record in that.
Yeah, Gilbert 20 and 6.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get MJ. You were right. Pippen's numbers were. I thought he had at least 20, but he at least
Yeah.
had 7 and 6, and then 2 steals per game. Tatum really good. Patrick. So that was 72 and 10. That's a good one. That's our best one of the day. Let's do one more. Let's see.
Yeah, let's do one more. We're not nothing else going on.
Now that Cranky understands the rules.
Now I understand the rules.
Phoenix 20s. Let's go. Would Phoenix be better than Devin Booker? Probably, right?
Durant does everything.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember, like, what was his statistic? I
He was
think we
like-
should go Kevin Durant, too.
I think Durant was like top 3 in scoring last year. And he rebounds and
Yeah,
does all the little things.
with Houston. Orlando 90s, Shaq.
Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
Houston 2000s. Just create a twin towers of Shaq and Yao Ming.
Yeah.
We'll go Tracy McGrady. You're not a Steve Francis. Are you a Steve Francis stan?
No, I mean,
Ty Lue, Jawan Howard.
oof, there's a lot of names with a lot of guys past their prime.
Yeah, but T-Mac put up buckets.
I would put McGrady on that list if we're picking one.
Washington 90s. I have no idea what we're doing here.
Go through these. Weber.
Would he be good numbers to put there?
He was one of the good guy on bad team guy.
which is kind of perfect for this game. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
All right, fine. We got to get our point guard, which we can respin a team and era. So let's be perfect. Let's see.
Howard Isley. God, Nick fans are.
Starberry.
Yeah, but his numbers weren't overall great. I think this is a respin.
Should we respin era or team? I guess it doesn't make a difference.
Well, unless we get lucky with someone like
Boston 90s. Chauncey didn't have numbers with them.
Ugh.
All right, let's respin the air and see what we get.
Yeah.
Boston 20s point guards.
Rondo did a lot. Didn't Rondo get a bunch of triple doubles?
Yeah, but he's not even on. He's not. I guess Drew will probably be the best one here.
Yeah.
66 and 16.
It's not bad.
His numbers weren't that good. T-Mac 23. KD was the right pick. Chris Webber was a really good one. Shaq.
Mhm.
So, all right, that's fun. How's the chat doing?
Asleep.
This is like anytime I get the Cleveland Browns on that build a QB game. How you get banned off Venmo? That's a good point. I think it's not that hard, to be honest. I think you have like if they just, I don't know. I can see myself getting banned on Venmo for this.
Yeah, I mean anything with financial transactions and duplications, and it's pretty easy to.
Yeah.
Just like there's like bots that just detect that stuff and just shut it down before a human can actually look.
Yeah,
at it.
it's not even like, oh, look at what you're doing. It's just like a bot. Like, oh, this is weird. Shut it down.
Do a bunch of transactions to Cutter. Maybe that might be a problem too.
Yeah.
Having fans on this stream, maybe at like 2 a.m. That's what we did last time. When it's really like just, you know. I know Victor donated last time, and I feel bad because I'm not. But if Victor could jump on, I would love. It doesn't need to donate anything, but Victor is always a good hang.
Yeah.
Oh, that's something I want to talk about. So I think we should create a very exclusive group for our Coney Island thing. Like we should get like invite a group of 20, like celebrities and everything, and see who we get to come with us.
Celebrities and everything.
Well, now some of these are unrealistic, but like maybe Giants players or like some random celebrity who are like, hey, you want to go to see a hot dog? So right now I have our invites. Let me make this bigger so people can see.
All right, so it looks like we're going for like New York royalty is kind of what we're aiming for here.
Well, that was what I did on 4th of July when I was a little buzzed. So we got rid of Christian Pulisic. Like he's not invited.
He's out.
Yeah.
So right now it's me, you, us three, and Danny King. Eli, Derek Jeter, and Jason Kidd aren't coming. Landon Donaldson not coming. So should I just eliminate them?
I mean,
no, I think you should keep them. I like it.
Yeah,
I keep them as invites. But like, who's somebody right now we could go invite? Like, hey, would you be interested in coming to the 4th of July?
Josh Hart.
Yeah.
If you're asking Jason Kidd.
Well, I'm saying Jason Kidd's not.
You want like a real answer?
Yeah, actually, I want to see if we can get like like an exclusive group, and it's like, you know,
Trash Man.
He's got to earn his way in here.
Okay, all right, that's true.
Because you know, once we invite one listener, then it's like it's.
Yeah.
Well, it's just, you know, he's got a whole year to show
and
us.
He also can just go too.
Trash Man. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think of like.
You got to think of like CD-list celebrities.
Like normally, if he didn't blow up for absolutely no reason, and certainly not because he's funny, I'd say like Pete Davidson.
Yeah, I think he's a little too big.
I could see like Bill Murray just walking in and hanging out for 5 minutes and leaving.
You got to think somebody we tweet at, and then they will like possibly respond.
Carl Banks. Would you want to watch a hot dog eating contest with Carl Banks?
Dude, that might be a good one.
Yeah,
maybe better than
he might do it.
If I tweet at that, he's gonna think I'm fucking with him.
He will. Someone else will have. We'll have to get like an
emissary in.
Yeah, we got to get. Yeah, we got to do that. So I was thinking one of the Giants O linemen.
Jermaine.
I don't think he's gonna do it. I think he would
really
say maybe and then come.
What about?
so
Well, hang on. I know he's not a Giant, but Nick Gates,
I thought about that.
Mm.
because that's one that I think could happen.
I think that could happen too. And then maybe
I also would absolutely love that. That would be the best.
Just how do I
Yes, you-
message Nick Gates? Like, hey, dude, we're doing like a group. We're all going to the hot dog contest. Trying to
Yeah, I
get-
think he seems like the guy that would just roll with that. To be honest with you,
maybe we'll
Tony.
just clip this up.
Kadarius.
Kadarius won't go. I would love for him to go. He won't go. I guess we should clip this up
yeah.
and put this out. Be like, hey, who wants to? I was thinking even maybe Marcus Bowe. Marcus Bowe might be like the guy who think it's
Yeah, that would be cool.
Marcus Bowe. Dalen Cambry might be down.
You
But
really
it
don't
can't
think
just be all
Jermaine-
Giants middle of the road Giants players.
I know he's not in the Giants anymore, but like Tommy DeVito, what's he doing?
I don't. He wouldn't do it.
Yeah, he won't do anything for free anymore.
No, not at this point. He would do it for free in like 10 years. But
Yeah, yeah.
this is his
definitely.
moment, and I don't blame him. You know what I
But
mean?
I want to go next year. I want to make sure we get to a chestnut contest before he
Yeah.
dies or he retires.
Oh, I know.
Kashyap.
Thinking of like celebrity fans, somebody who's everywhere is Steve Sharippa from The Sopranos. He's like at every.
Oh, that's a good one.
I'm sure he can crush about 12 hot dogs himself.
Connor Greer's. Oh, I got a cash out. He said Connor Greer. He said he did a cash out. We're taking over the Big Green. Tell me what your location is, and I will put you on the wheel right now. What location you want? Sorry to interrupt. Clem would probably go with us.
Clem would go. What about Frank?
Nah, that'd be too hard to do. He wouldn't do
Yeah.
that with us if he was going to go to that.
That also would bring like a spectacle. No,
All right, so here's all right. So we're creating the invite list. So we got Clem, Nick Gates.
should we do Carl Banks?
Yeah, let's put him on
Sure.
the list, and we'll tweet out the list at least.
Like, if you're gonna clip this up, like he'll see it for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
That would be fun as hell too.
Let's
We need a
So,
woman. And also for
Um,
this.
it's honestly it's hard to do right now. It's got to be random. Like, oh, this person comes across our path, and then it's like, hey, you want to come to the hot dog contest? By the way, you know, like I'm gonna scroll through Twitter, and we're gonna find somebody.
Who is
that's
Giant
exactly
adjacent that would work? I'm trying to think.
Maybe some from NASCAR, but they got to work.
I wish Dable would have left in good graces and it was like 3 years later and be like, hey, come with us.
Yeah, I would.
He's a
love
hot
to do
dog contest guy. What about a giant from like the 90s, like Jimbo Elliott or something?
that. But I want to get away from Giants players a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm
I'm trying to think of who are some like famous fans of the show.
I'm also trying to think of like famous Giants fans, if that makes any sense.
Hunter Church, he was on the U.S. bobsled team. He's a fan of the show.
Okay. That's awesome. On the
Good.
U.S. bobsled team.
Yeah, he was in
That's
the most
amazing.
recent Olympics.
Oh, that-
We replaced Pulisic with him. I'm good.
Believe that was his name. Yeah, okay. Hunter Church bobsled. Yeah, I mean he was YouTube, NBC Sports. Hunter Church drives Team USA to bobsled bronze.
Maybe the MVP of the Sussex County Miners. Like that's their,
yeah, the
that's like-
GM.
that's what they play for. If you're the MVP of the team, you get to go with us for 4th of July.
No, I think we'll just invite the GM because he'll come.
Okay.
And maybe the MVP will come too. Saying
Might be the same person.
Yeah. I think that's good for right now.
Yeah. I'm going to keep my brain working in the background, trying to think of, yeah.
And Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah.
Just gonna like to see her in 4th of July and going out. That's all. Well, she is a Knicks fan. Who knows? Giants QB as opposed to Eli Manning, the cobbler.
Your brain went to the cobbler, dude.
Hey, Eli, when you're done with my sneakers,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
I threw a shoe. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Clem Barstool. It's like when you put last name first.
Who else is like pop culture relevant, like in New York?
Yeah, it's gonna hit. We gotta get a base group of invites, and then throughout the year it'll hit us.
Yeah.
Like there has to be like a comedian that is super obvious and is a Giants fan, and we're not thinking of it.
Well, there's one. I don't know. He's not super famous.
Well, we don't want it to be super famous. We're trying to actually get them there.
Right.
God, I'm gonna forget his name. I even promoted his like little special he did. He's funny. I accidentally caught on to him. I used one of his things as a meme, and he's like, "Dude, I'm a Giants fan." I think his name is Nick Alex Comedy, maybe. Yeah,
What's
Nick
that guy's
Alex.
like name, like Vic DeBetto or one of those?
Oh,
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
yeah.
But if Nick Alex Comedy is seeing this, he so all right, I'm gonna do something right here, and then we'll tweet this out. We'll tag.
I don't think it's going to be possible, but I'm going to do what I can to try and go to the Sussex County Miners game.
What's the date?
The 14th. It lands on a Friday, which makes it kind of tough. But
Yeah, I mean, if you can't, you can't. It is
I think I can do that. It's by your house, right? Your old house, Grump?
it's further.
I know where it is. You know where it is too. We've been to some family events up there. I know where it is.
I mean, I'd gone there a bunch as a kid too. That ballpark's been in existence for a while before Sussex County Miners were a team. I remember as like a kid, like falling asleep on the way home. It was not like around the corner. It's pretty far out there.
I think I drove by it on the way to Binghamton, actually.
Could be. Yeah, that could be. That was a wild ride home from Binghamton, by the way. Like I got like whacked into like a hurricane at one point.
I can
I'm
ask
just
Sally
tagging
Field.
all these people on Twitter.
I'm excited for this.
Tag
I
our
also
show too, so we can spread the word.
Oh, Eli Manning can't be tagged.
I kind of want to find a way to wrap Ruts Hut into Coney Island, like maybe the day before or something.
And I was thinking, because I don't want to do a show in Coney Island, but it will be Like I think figure like
It's just a
whoever's
hang.
Yeah,
right?
we'll do the 4th of July mailbag like the night, a day or two before. We'll do that.
We could do it in person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll pre-record that, and then we just go and hang.
Yeah.
Let me ask this stupid
Yes.
question. Are any hotels in Coney Island? Maybe we just stay there for the 3rd and go
Yeah,
into the
that's
4th.
yeah. If that's doable, that's
Come
we do
out
the show.
play, yay.
all right. Just tag Derek Jeter, Jason Kidd. Let's tag Landon
Isn't that
Collins.
area kind of a dump, dude? Surrounding Coney Island?
It is being redeveloped as we speak.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I've only been around that area like one time, and I was hot, sweaty, waiting for a train. I think even Paradise would have looked miserable to me in that moment.
I was just there about a month ago. Me and Cranky Wife went for a day. That first hot day in June, and we had a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back. That might have been 15 years ago. I was there, so
Mhm.
hell knows.
Are you guys
genuinely
rides?
was
Are you
asking.
guys rides people? Like
I am. I know you're not.
Oh no way! I hate rides. Afraid.
Bobby, are you like restricted from like some rides?
Yes, I'm just too tall. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
For
that
some
was a
of them.
genuine question. Yeah.
But I'm not afraid of rides at all. At least when
No, I didn't
I'm
think that.
frightened by him.
Some it's just like there's some like I remember in like 10th grade at SeaWorld where it's just like this is like right there at the inch of my shoulders, and I probably have grown an inch or so since then. So
Mhm.
One of my earliest memories of Coney Island was I wanted to ride the go-karts and I wasn't old enough. You know, you have to be like a certain amount of inches to fit the, and I missed it by an inch. I remember it ruining my summer.
I just tweeted out the invite list.
And then that happened to you again in high school, and then again in college.
3 weeks ago when I rented a car, same thing.
Did someone put his name? Their location? What was the to taking over the green? I don't know what that means. For when we taken over the big green, I would assume that's a Philly.
Oh, yeah, I don't know, maybe. It would be cool
Connor Greer.
if one of the games that you went to in like December was a Jets home game.
Me?
Yeah, like but Giants Jets. I don't mean just the Jets home game.
Oh, the Lincoln Memorial. He said.
Oh,
Okay, the Lincoln Memorial.
We'll get arrested for vandalizing the pool.
that is also like one of the most crowded memorials in DC.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is we might have to just do Washington D.C.
Yeah.
But
Which
we'll cross
we
that.
could
bridge
find
when
a
we go
really
there.
cool spot there, but like I can tell you, I almost got like trampled down the steps at the Lincoln Memorial.
And listen, if it ends up on Lincoln Memorial as the final spot, we'll do a live show in Washington D.C. We'll go to the Lincoln Memorial for an hour or so during the day. Like,
Oh yeah,
we'll spend some time there. So. Oh, the Greenbrier dummy. Okay. Well, no, here, I'll say this. Don't pick the Greenbrier because we're doing a live show in West Virginia August 7th. We're not going to do one at the Greenbrier. So I would change it. We're sitting here talking about our plans of like if it lands on us. Yeah, how much money would we have to donate to Eli to come to Manawi, Nebraska?
I'll tell you that I invited him to my wedding and he didn't say yes.
Did he respond?
He did not. No.
Have you done the thing of like
Harassing him on Twitter? No.
well, no, like you invite like the whole it's like invite a bunch of rich people to your wedding and they will just send you a gift as like a
Yes, but it was more like joke ones. It wasn't actually to get a gift. It was just like I wonder if they'll do anything. I don't really want anything, but like I can't remember all the because we sent some to like companies, you know what I mean? But my two picks were Eli and Michael Strahan.
okay. Connor Greer, you're driving me nuts, dude. I meant take over the big green, like the Greenbrier. Yeah, I know what you're talking. I'm saying we're not going to do a live show there. Because number one, we can't. They wouldn't let us do a live show. Number one, and number two, we're already going to do a live show in West Virginia August 7th. So I'm saying pick a different place. I'll even give you an extra bid since you didn't realize. And Christian Pulisic is not invited next year, by the way. Just want to.
Pulled.
Is Alexi Lawless invited?
No.
I would have let Alexi Lawless come. I feel like people are being a little too mean to him at this point. Where now they're it's just predetermined. Like we hate everything this guy.
So
says.
let's zag and invite him.
Yeah, I would invite him. But we got to find a connection there. I'm sure he's not like just checking random notifications.
So you just got to keep pinging him. It won't be random anymore. Like the wheel. The more slots
I'm
on
saying
the wheel.
we have to wait till the World Cup stuff dies down, and maybe 2 weeks, and then every day tweet at him like, "Hey, you want to come?"
Clear your
my
4th of
God.
July.
What is the big green? But what place, dude? What place do you want on the wheel? What place? Okay. What place? Wait, right now we have the Lincoln Memorial. What the hell is the big green? He's like, I'm telling you, I mean the Greenbrier. I'm like, yeah, but we're not gonna do the Greenbrier.
I thought you were talking about the Green Monsters, so I didn't.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Let's go to Back Bay, Boston, and hang out there for.
You got 2 minutes to tell us what place, or we're just leaving the Lincoln Memorial on there, Connor. It's gonna be what it is. We're at 9.5 hours now, 9 hours 20 minutes. So once Connor gives us this, we'll do another spin and add 5, get some 5 bonus spots. Let me check Venmo if anyone wants to get any in before we do that, and we'll do that at 9 o'clock. And then Grumpy said you have to leave at 9.
I got a bunch of shit I gotta do.
Oh my gosh, Connor.
What about
crap?
What about
Connor's
Cameron?
got Connor. I gotta slow this down. I was just sending you a nice now about the West Virginia. I know. I understand that. I'm saying, but what live show location? Your money goes towards a live show location. So I need your location. Is it the Lincoln Memorial? If it's the Lincoln Memorial, then we got that figured out.
I like that he's apologizing to you.
Well, I think he might just be like, "Hey, I just wanted the super chat." I think he might be just donating to donate, but you get a live show location. I think that might be where the miscommunication is. He doesn't.
Okay, yeah. So he didn't know. All right, yeah.
Because we also haven't. See, look, he just said that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Because we haven't done one in a while, and we've been doing other things, so the wheel is not up. All right. But here, so this is the process for people who are just joining. Which, hey, it's 8:50, so people are the Lincoln Memorial, Washington D.C. We are doing a live show next year. Last year we did this for a positive plane, which we did, but we paid for the positive plane and then created a budget that we needed to go to Binghamton, which we obviously did. This year, we're not going to do a plane. This year, we want to just do a budget for a live show. So what we are doing is we're taking donations for it. People, you see on the bottom, it's $5 for 1 entry, $10 for 2, $20 for 5, and then $100 for 50, and then so on at that rate. Tomorrow morning, probably starting around 9 or so, I will start eliminating one by one off the wheel. Right now, we currently have 489 entries, and we will eliminate that down all the way to 1 tomorrow morning, and we will pick a live show location. Don't know when we'll be there. Most likely, for most of these, it would be next summer, but there are some that could be sooner, some that could be later. So there's that. And Venmo is the best. You see the little thing in the top right corner of my tag at Bobby Skinner 1 is also in the ticker. Or you could just super chat. Venmo is better because it does not take a fee the way that YouTube does. So, bam.
You're gonna get my live reactions to the 9th inning of Rays Yankees now, so you'll just see my face.
It's already the 9th inning.
Yeah, 3-0.
Oh wow! So all right, so let's
Yo, I can chill for a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and we'll do in 7 minutes. We will spin the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
We'll spin the wheel to get some bonus selections.
I know we want to keep this in the realm of people that are probably going to come to Coney Island, but I think a legitimate invite should be considered to Jack Hughes.
Okay, that's not too crazy.
Yeah. I mean, he might be in the area.
All right, so Jack Hughes, Alexi Lawless. Well, no, here's the thing. We're going to be there to watch Joey Chestnut.
Yeah, he's going to be at work.
And we're not even doing an event in Coney Island. We're just going.
Where's Sinny Island?
Yeah. It's Cinnabar Island from Pokemon Red. What was I going to say?
You need like a New York celebrity, someone who's just like not famous, but like everybody's like, oh yeah, that guy. I like.
Yeah, it's we can't do it all in one sitting. Like it's gonna have to hit us, and they're gonna have a tweet, and we're just like, hey, let's.
Yeah.
If I donate for in front of John Boy main office, will you make it happen if it wins? Well, here's the thing. You got to do. You can't just. You got to do a city. I don't hate you, Connor. I like you. We had to get to the bottom of that. That was the thing. Is we were going in circles, and I wasn't explaining, and you weren't understanding what I was saying because you didn't have the context. We just went, and I was like, all right, let's get us out of these circles. And I hope you better come to the live show too, by the way, Connor, whenever it gets decided. I hope they're there. And I hope you remember me, we went in circles about Washington, D.C. and the Greenbrier.
And now we're
here. Let's take over the green. Are you coming, by the way? I guess you could just talk then. No, it's for the most part, it has to be a city. And then we will decide which places in a city that we would do the live show.
Yeah.
Like there was a couple that were super like Rhett's Hut is the only one where it actually that's a place where it's like I just know we could do a live show there.
What about that ice cream shop was the last scene in Sopranos?
Oh, is that really that big of a deal? Other than that, oh, I don't mean the episode. I mean, do people still do that? Like,
I mean, there's a lot of Soprano references or. Yes, I will be there.
That's going to be our slogan for. I think he created a slogan for training camp, taking over the big green.
Yeah,
that's actually. I'm going to be saying that. Like, if you are you going to come take over the big green with us?
Big blue takes over big green.
Yeah, I like that.
Ask Jordan. Get Jordan to say it.
Do you know what days you're going to be there, Crank?
I don't know yet. It'll probably be 1 or 2. I haven't decided.
If you can, I would say August 7th because we will do an event that night.
Is that the Wednesday?
That's the Friday. That's the second Friday.
Let me write
and
down.
then Grump gets married on the first Friday.
That's
correct. I would assume you're not going to be at that one.
Jesus, Grump, step up. Priorities.
We should do the wedding. You should move your wedding to the Greenbrier.
Yeah.
The big green.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take over the big green.
The big day at the big green.
I can't take over the big green the same day the big blue is at the big green.
We'll make T-shirts taking over the big green.
I have to give my big speech at the big green. I can't wait. I have to rewrite the whole thing now.
I kind of want to put "taking over the big green" no matter where we go as the slogan for our T-shirt for this live show.
Well, I was going to say you could do the anniversary T-shirt every year could be the same shirt design but with updated locations, and the big green could be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Let's go big green. That's how you should end every show.
Yeah. I have decided no matter where this next show is, like last year was For the Cause for Binghamton. Mm-hmm. This year it's taking over the big green. Doesn't matter what this place is, we are calling it the big green.
The big green, DA big green.
Yeah, taking over the big green.
What we should do is
the big G.
Behind us, we should have that big green, like
the shirts will be green, by the way.
A green screen. It can be anything you want.
Green eggs and ham.
It's not easy being green.
Well, we have to wear green shirts that day. Yeah, so that I am very. Connor really kind of walked us.
Connor has no idea what he did.
Yeah, he just really.
Connor just got invited to Coney Island.
Connor Greer.
So our miscommunication with Connor has created our slogan for this year.
Well, that's how the instead of a hot dog contest, we have a green bean eating contest.
Hey, it's Bobby Skinner, another -1, and then you could do the QR code if you can. But it's Bobby Skinner -1. I think someone said to they did a Venmo. Let me check. Taking over the big green. Let's see. Hayden Dillon put a Dick Shooter, Idaho. He says it's a real place.
I have breaking news.
The Rays have won.
The Tampa Bay Rays are now 5 games ahead of the pathetic New York Yankees.
That is unbelievable. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, the Rays took over. They're the better team. The fact that they went in 2 weeks and now are 5 games above is just...
That is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we started to talk about this before I cut out earlier. How did this happen? First of all, the American League stinks. Just top to bottom, it's not good. And quite honestly, without Aaron Judge, the Yankees have one guy in the lineup you worry about. The rest of that lineup sucks. They have really good starting pitching, which is going to probably give them 90 wins, but that team kind of stinks. Dick Shooter.
Yeah, someone put Dick Shooter, Idaho.
I don't know if this is really a town or just like a location.
But that's fine. We can do it in a location.
I just
How
think
far
it's
is
like
it from
a ridge.
Boise?
It's a ridge, a reservoir, and a creek. But we can do it though, as
It
long as we
looks
can.
pretty close to Boise, Crank.
We have
Relatively.
family there.
Maybe like 2 hours.
24 miles.
Is it near like Big Sky?
Can you drive there?
It's relatively flat. Looks like where it is.
Hey man, we
Well,
just
for
drove
the
through.
area.
We just drove through the entire lot of Idaho last week on our big trip, and you can drive through Idaho. It's a lot of nothing. It's pretty, but it's just
Dick Shooter, Idaho, an unfortunate name.
Says who?
yeah. I think it's very fortunate.
Go to the.
Oh, abandoned settlement. Okay, all right.
That's
can mess
perfect.
around. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to the Reddit. Hello, I've come to find information of 2 Dick Shooters. A very odd name. I'd like to find any information on this town itself.
You
Here, I
know
got
Yahoo Junction, Bobby, down by you.
Yeehaw Junction.
Oh, Yeehaw Junction.
Yeah.
It used to be called Jackass Junction.
Really?
They had to change the name when they built the turnpike.
Origin of Dick Shooter. I went back to the same lane. I hear saying I don't want to play ads or something that's going to get us demonetized, but I don't think so. They have hats.
I don't know if you want those cookies.
Oh, that's a hat I need to have.
Dick Shooter.
That'd be a great minor league team.
Yeah. So that I'm rooting for this place.
Our magic number is 69, by the way, for the race to clinch a division.
Nice.
Nice.
Somebody
Dick
asked,
Shooter facts for kids. What is this? Wow, this is a real website.
We're not saying go big green. We're saying taking over the big green.
do you think we can get Jeff Hostetler in West Virginia since he went to school there?
Maybe. So, all right, it's 9:02. So we don't have any new ones. So let's spin the wheel.
Let's give it a spin.
It's never mind. We just got one.
Ooh.
This is a big one, folks. One hundo.
Oh,
Wow.
Albany, New York. It's way better than Dick Shooter, he says. from Andrew Levine. He was at the Binghamton show. He was in the suite with
nice.
us. He's
crime rate
to a lot of the
probably
Albany camps and
0%
stuff.
Dick Shooter.
All right, so that means
might
Albany,
just go
New
this
York
weekend.
gets 50 from Andrew Levine. So let's
Albany.
add. Let me put the wheel up so people can see.
Albany.
Albany would be fun.
Albany would be great. It'd be our biggest crowd ever, too, probably. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me copy.
Shooter.
20, 30, 40, 50. So 50 for Albany. We're up at the 540 entries. Thank you very much, Andrew Levine, who's a big time supporter of the show. He was, came out to the live shows. He's a Patreon. Tony DeMara, the peak of Mount Washington, New Hampshire. See, I don't know if we could do a peak of a mountain unless we
I
could
couldn't
drive
make
there.
it. My heart wouldn't. I couldn't make it.
You're trying to kill Cranky.
You wouldn't be the first.
I know Andrew has a long drive tomorrow. So he's been like not listening to the show, so to save it for his long drive. So here's the thing: it's Tony. Comment either on here, they're like, "Hey, I'm Tony" or whatever, or on the Venmo request. We can't do the peak of a mountain. We got if there's a place around there you can drive to, we could do that. Let's just take the train up. Well, let's look. The peak of Mount Washington, New Hampshire. Peak of, like, if you could take a train up there, and it's not $10 million. So look here. Let me pull it up.
I have never climbed to the top of Mount Washington, nor has my car.
It's 6,288 feet. There is cars up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had the bumper stickers. A lot of cars you see have that.
Yeah, is that not a thing? The further
That's a
south you
thing.
get? No, believe me, I know.
All right, we could put this on. We could put this on here.
Yeah, the Mount Washington thing is a big bumper sticker thing up in the Northeast.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's totally good then. That'd be a fun one. You can't go up that high, Crank?
I can't go higher than like 7,000 feet anymore because my heart can't take it.
Flying doesn't count.
Flying's pressurized.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah, in Denver last October, I had to go to the hospital because couldn't do it.
Sheesh, like Ryan Clark.
Yeah, I have the same condition as Reggie Lewis had from the Celtics and Flo Hyman. And
sheesh,
yeah.
Is it true that Jordan Renaud hates Grump? It is true.
It was me who hates him.
DeFusky, South Carolina.
It stems from me taking his spot on the couch at the Shannon Rose. From then on, it was just no good.
Yeah. We kicked him off his own show. Michael Rodriguez, Clearwater Beach.
Oh,
Michael was in Charlotte. Clearwater Beach is
Yep.
really nice.
that's my second home. Sure.
So we could do it in your apartment, right?
Sure.
All right. I think we let me just refresh one more time. And thank you to
probably do it
everyone
from
who
the
does
pier.
this, by the way. Obviously, it's very much you know, we're not Matt Millering you, but like this is very much out of the goodness of your heart. So this is cool. All right, let's spin it. Five bonus spots.
Spin, spin, spin. Lose a turn.
Naples. Albany. See, came in clutch. Pottsville, PA. Pottsville, PA is getting their money's worth. They've been like on the bonus like a bunch of times. Naples again. This is like the thing about donating early. It really helps you out. I feel like having you guys here has been like a lifesaver. And then Naples again.
You do.
You know, when I don't have to take an entire week for my wedding on vacation, I can actually use time off from work and just do like a huge chunk of the stream with you.
We can get Cranky Wife on here and she can talk 49ers.
This we should do. Just have all our wives on here for an hour.
Just get it, they can bring in a whole different demographic.
Naples got 3. Yeah, actually, we're not going to do that now that I think about it.
Shit where you eat.
Yeah. I don't know what DeFusky is, bro. So I don't know.
It's a place.
Hey, just
requesting a
curious.
Janet's Florida. So here's something I will do eventually, and maybe this will be like a 4th of July. Is do one where I live, and just make it like a big like, hey, if you're involved, you know, you guys, Danny, Jordan, like, hey, it's gonna be a big Giants Nation show party.
Oh, just like a cookout.
Yeah, it'll just be a bit. We'll do some type of show or whatever.
Florida,
so
4th of July
eventually
sounds
that will
great.
happen. Yeah,
A boat trip, if you will.
And maybe it's not 4th of July, or but we will do something in just Brevard County, Florida. Maybe not at my house, but
we could, if I'll open up my tailgate for that Gator game. Anybody wants to come? Should we do?
Oh, let's talk about that. What is the plan for the show? Could we do the show at the tailgate? Do we know, or do we have to do it somewhere the night before?
Preliminarily, we can. I'm just trying to get it finalized, because
okay, cool.
I just don't know when we're allowed to go into our tent. We are good friends with the people who run all that, and I think if we just said, "Hey, look," or just throw him a little money, maybe he'll be fine. But I don't know if there'll be power or anything, but we can be in the tent certainly before dusk.
Yeah, we don't need power. I mean, we have our little mini generators and stuff too. So would listeners be able to come watch or no?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah,
The whole
again,
area by the tents is open, like the night before.
yeah, either way works. But I'm excited for that. That's gonna be a fun one.
But that would be the night. That would be Friday night.
Yeah, we would
That'd
do
be
that
Friday. Yeah, late afternoon.
Yeah, or yeah, it could be Friday daytime for whatever. Honestly, whatever time Cranky says is best for us to do it was the time we will do it. So
Yeah. I don't think they have the power on for night, so when it gets dark, you can't see. But if we did it like 5 o'clock, I think
that would be perfect.
Yeah.
Let's go do some stuff in Gainesville during the day, whatever.
Yep.
We'll go to Steve Spurrier's restaurant.
We're going to Spurrier's Friday night, and then we tailgate early, and we go late.
What time is the game? Is it a 1 o'clock or a noon game?
6 o'clock.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's perfect.
So we
It's gonna
start
be a fun
tailgating
day.
at like 9 in the morning.
That's perfect. So it won't be overly hot either at the game. I'm very excited for
Oh,
that.
you'll die at the tailgate. That will be hot.
Yes.
There's no joking.
I'm very excited for that.
I couldn't believe I got a sunburn in like late October at a Gators tailgate. I remember
Drink plenty of
your
water.
friend Trevor's just like, I feel like his face.
Clem is in. Clem is in.
Clem,
Oh,
Clem,
He's coming to the hot dog contest with us.
I felt like that was a lock anyway, but
Yeah.
it's that you got that response on Twitter.
Yep.
cool. So this is next year we're doing this?
Yeah.
Put it in my book.
If you guys are okay doing it, I would like to do that. I don't want to
Yeah.
sign you up like, hey, you guys have to go.
We
now.
normally don't travel on 4th of July, so
Yeah, I guess you're there, Cranky, so that'll be kind of easy.
Yeah.
And then we'll get a hotel room. We'll just, get all Jason Kidd, Landon Donovan. We'll all get a hotel room together.
Speaking of hot dog eating contests, I this goes in my head every time we talk about Joey Chestnut and everything. Do you watch any of those like Broken Lizard movies, like Super Troopers and stuff?
Yeah, they're making a Super Troopers 3, by the way.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Did you see Beer Fest? Do you like that movie?
Yeah, I think now if I watch it for the first time, I'd be like, "This is not that funny." But when I watched it, it was very funny.
yeah, I think I agree.
Okay. I agreed. That's like one of my favorite stupid dumbass movies that's out there. And every time we talk about the eating, it reminds me of how they recruit landfill to the team. Right? Just like everything about that scene is like amazing, where they're like trying to find their friend from years ago from college, and he's like walking up the stage with a trophy. It's like, oh, no autographs today, kids. Whatever. That movie is so ridiculous. I love that movie. I haven't seen it in like 10 years easily.
Or when he dies, and it's like, wait, your twin brother can replace.
Yeah, can we just call you landfill so it's not weird?
Hey, we need to pick a new movie for a review like we did for
It's
Yeah,
true.
we should do that next. I guess maybe not the next couple of weeks. We has a whole wedding or something. Actually, maybe night before the wedding, we could record it.
we should do a live show from the wedding, Bobby, me and you.
You guys,
Yeah.
are
Like
trying
play by
to get
play
me
and
killed.
analysis. We'll have guests come on.
Yeah, who am I sitting with, Grump?
That's actually this weekend's job is to finalize that. So, you
I'm
are
assuming no one I know, right? Because Cranky will be at the best man table
pretty
and
much,
shit.
yeah. So,
I
but
have my
you're
own
with,
table. Nice.
No, you're in
Oh.
with the bridal party has the center table.
Yeah.
So because
Cool.
you're best man, you're just like at the bridal party table, and wives too. But you're with my my nephews. All three of them, I think, played high school football. All
Oh,
three of them are in
cool.
the military. Yeah,
You'll like
Wotec
them. They're
kids.
good guys.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
awesome. They're fun. That felt like a good fit right there. And also, it's just basically for dinner. The rest of the
I'm
time,
a big schmoozer
You gotta
too. I'll be
move
walking
around.
around everywhere.
yeah. Unfortunately, I think I'll be mostly indisposed, but
If-
I figure everyone's gonna walk around and mingle. And
If I don't get asked to leave after the speech, I'll be walking around.
I'd like to add to the speeches, Kenny Powers style.
It's I will talk offline, Bobby.
The Mike says the algorithm is making me reminiscent. Up next is football today from 1 year ago. GNS is just a better talking Giants, but the real loss was Rose and Bobby covering the whole NFL. We did have fun doing that. I did not have fun putting the work into it, but it was. I actually did think it was a good show. Taking over the Big Green.
Take over the Big Green.
Taking over the Big Green. Do you ever miss doing a full NFL show? No, I actually don't ever. And here's the thing: is I love doing the Giants stuff more, so it allows me to be better at the Giants stuff. So I don't. Now, listen, if we made a really good NFL show, it would just have a infinitely higher ceiling of how much money and stuff we could make. But I enjoy doing Giant stuff so much more.
You can't do a deep dive.
Exactly. I was just gonna say that's why everyone clowns on like the Skip Baylesses of the world or whatever. It's because like you can only do surface level analysis when you cover that much that quickly. You have to pretty much get a panel of minimum 16 people.
We were working. I mean, I was working my ass off. Like it was so unsustainable, and it was still. It's like I didn't get anything on like 4 of these games. Yeah, like I was literally like. I'd watch Sunday Night Football while taking notes. Sunday Night Football is over. I would watch 2 condensed games while taking notes, looking up numbers and stuff. Wake up at 6 a.m., watch a condensed game, go get coffee, come back, watch a condensed game. Like it was, and then you're trying to look up numbers and stuff. Like it was miserable.
Then you got to do a show after that night.
Well, no, we would do the show at like 11 in the morning. That was the other thing too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But like after that whole night of barely sleeping and just crunching, like you're not even going to be like high energy for the show.
It was so miserable. So when they basically were like, "Hey, we're going to totally ruin this show," I was almost like relief. I was like, "All right, fine, cool." Stratford, Wisconsin, home of top 100 Giant number 69, Rich Sorbet. That would be a great one to land on, by the way, because we would have Rich Sorbet there. Like that's the thing. Whenever we do Nebraska, we are gonna do it with Dave Tollefson.
Oh, that would be the best.
And I think Chris Bober lives there too. Do you remember Chris Bober, the center?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Stratford's pretty far.
I mean, Wisconsin's pretty far, yeah.
No, I just mean it's far north. It's not like near like Madison or like Milwaukee or anything. It's like dead center, pretty far north.
But hey, Rich Sorbert would be there, so that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Wisconsin's a pretty cool state, dude.
Cranky, appreciate the Stephen Baker shout out during the 4th show. He was my gym teacher one summer camp at elementary school. Made us call him Mr. Baker, the touchdown maker. That's one that were very funny. 2, we're going to be talking about him at 3 a.m. So
Stephen Baker, the touchdown maker, number 85. I love
such a great 80s football nickname too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, watching that game is very much like, dude, this was sick when it was like this. They used to throw interceptions and not be the smartest about every single play. It'll
be good to watch it sober too, because I was pretty lit up that night.
That's crazy. Were you lit up in 2007 too?
I was in the dorms. I was a freshman.
I know. I'm just I guess that's fair.
Well, I threw up at the game because I was nervous.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I was saying. Like, you're not really like a heavy drinker at the game.
No. It had nothing to do with alcohol. I think I bought a beer. I bought because I wanted the cup. So the beers are like this big, and I drank it, and I was just after the helmet catch. We had that next first down. I just yacked in my cup because I was just so nervous.
That is still funny to me.
It was great. It wasn't funny for the guy next to me, but it was hilarious.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that is like the most miserable experice for the people next to you. Like
Cranky Wife still has on her phone. This is 15 years ago. The text that says, "I just threw up in my cup." So
was she not with you?
Oh, I went by myself. I was on a ski trip and I flew from Denver to Arizona.
I've never done the throw up in the cup. My thing like that is probably we were walking and I'm like, I gotta puke, and I just puke without breaking stride. My friends are like, did you just puke? I'm like, nah.
Were you guys puke and ralliers or just puke and done?
Puke and
rally.
Oh, it's a puke and done.
But that's like a guaranteed way to screw yourself. Like you have to like get yourself to some equilibrium before you go back to bed.
It wasn't my choice.
Well,
I
and,
just-
and I'm
yeah.
not sitting here saying every single time I puke, and there's definitely
Yeah.
times where that was the end by
Yeah.
force. But if it wasn't
Yeah.
by force, it was usually
Oh.
rally.
Boy, there's a
Boot-
Halloween
boot
in
around.
there. There's a Halloween that there's like pictures of me just like on the floor, like it's just like laying down.
I
just
will donate
gave up.
$1,000 if anybody can produce that photo.
No, I have it. It's on my
Remember-
phone. I can send it to you
I'm-
actually.
Remember calling
That
my
is-
buddy to come pick me up, and he guy comes pick me up from he's like, can't find me, and he's like, sees like the handlebars of a scooter moving, and I'm just like, ugh. He's
Frankie,
like,
I'm
"Oh."
gonna find this picture. That's got to be like 20.
Oh, we got a Venmo from Grim Solo for Saratoga, New York.
That's an excellent call.
That's a
horse
great
racing, right?
If we could pull it off like during racing season, that'd be the best. Although
So
it's
think-
very, very, very expensive to stay up there during racing season. So we'll need
We just
extra.
got to keep raising money.
Patreons. Yeah. That's you've been there, you guys, to Saratoga?
No,
I've never been
I've only seen pictures. It looks nice though.
It's a great town, and going to the track is just one of those like you feel like it's 1896.
Sorry, I keep cutting your head off, Crank.
It's just a dream of many.
It's just a flesh wound.
All right, so we got 5 Saratoga Springs, New York. Thank you very much. And then we got another one from. Sometimes I don't want to say these guys' names just in case. Lions, New York, hidden gem of the Finger Lakes. Do you know that place, Crank?
Oh
No, sounds good.
Yeah, I
Beautiful.
believe him. Lions, New York.
I mean, if we're just throwing out ideas, like great places, like we had a blast in Montreal earlier during the playoffs.
Montreal's pretty cool.
It's very cool. Yeah.
I don't know. It's I don't know. It's a little bit more dumpy than I was expecting.
Where'd you stay?
I do not remember. Not in Old Town, but like even walking around, I don't know. It felt like there was like some rampant drug use. Which it's a city. It happens.
Yeah.
It's a big city.
I'm sure even that town with one person has drug use in it. So
She's the dealer and the user.
not just the president.
If we go there, we definitely got to ask her a lot. Like, where do you get this, and who does
Yeah, who's your
Oh.
weed guy?
Can we get her on the show? Just interview her? Like,
Oh, that I mean, we have to get her on the show if we do that.
yeah.
Like, I won't take no for an answer. By the way, I will. We will follow her around.
Follow
with a
her
microphone
around.
and a camera. I'm like, hey, talk to us on the show. Who are you gonna call? The police? She would just shoot us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like-
restore and then we would know. There's a celebrity trap shoot fundraiser in Wisconsin every April. Lots of Giants, ex-Giants attend. Yeah, April would be like the worst month possible for us to do a live show, though. Maybe we could get him to move it. Maybe get him to move it. What time are the watch parties? NFC Championship is at 11. So here's the thing: is YouTube doesn't archive after 12 hours. So we will restart another stream at 11, and then we'll start it off with the 2007 watch party. Again, we're not putting the game on the stream. You're going to have to pull it up on YouTube yourself. And we'll put
really?
the link on it. So you'll have to, have that up or whatever on TV or whatever, because we can't. We'll get demonetized if we.
It is available for free on YouTube.
Is there a way we could watch it at the exact same moment, me and you, or do we have to just play?
Yeah, what I would say, we will, like, everyone that's on a stream, like, all right, this is the second that we're at. Like, press play now, and I'm like, all right, there's 10 seconds
Okay.
left of the clock.
All right.
So, and if you don't have like YouTube Premium where you're getting ads or whatever, we'll try and give as many updates as possible so people know what we're doing. It's also not going to be like an actual watch party a lot. Like, we'll talk. It'll be a little bit of. We're not going to be dialed into every single.
It's going to be
second.
4:30 in the morning.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Some of the analysis might be this.
Yeah, just watching.
I do think the 2007 NFC Championship is one of those moments where the game itself is more exciting than the Super Bowl. Whatever. Like, I know the moment's bigger, the 2007 Super Bowl, but like overall as a game, that's a fairly boring game if you don't follow Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I
the
would
fourth
say-
quarter is lit in the Super Bowl, but
The fourth quarter is the whole game.
and I don't want to spoil it because people are, but like Plax versus Al Harris in that game is amazing. It's so much fun.
He was like hurt going into that game.
Mhm.
I mean, I remember being like, "Oh man, what version of Plax are we gonna get?" And he was like, "Dude, it was like negative whatever degrees. There was like hands catches in that game against Al Harris."
At least we
We
went.
should do a show in Kensington. How much?
Oh God,
I like-
no thanks.
I like that
What
other
is that?
comment.
Probably like
at least
if you're just saying like, hey, do a live show this place, pay us. And talking about Kensington, PA or London? London.
I'm
would be
assuming you
very
meant
expensive.
Kensington Avenue.
I was thinking London.
Oh yeah, I'm looking it up. It's like a lot of. I don't know, probably like $4,000.
Yeah, that's I don't want to go to Kensington.
It's like pays for travel and make us some money.
Somebody had the comment. At least we won the bye week. Grump and I on our show both had us as a win in pencil.
Yeah.
For the bye week.
You never know.
Yeah.
We fire coaches during the bye week. So
That'd be
sometimes that
something
is a
this year.
win.
Joe Judge fought Mark Colombo on the bye week. There's a
Oh,
Kensington
really?
Philly.
That was a bye week thing?
He's talking about Philly.
Yeah, that's Kensington.
Yeah.
Avenue.
Well, that was because Joe Judge was bringing in Dave DiGuglielmo as an
That's right.
assistant.
And then did Gooch stay the next year, or did they go straight to Rob Sale?
He left for like Louisiana Tech, until they hired Rob Sale.
Hmm.
We got another one, Christian Umbro, Key West, Florida.
Oh, Mallory Square.
So my mom did that one too. The issue is like I feel like figuring out a way to do in a show in Key West would be pretty tough. And I also was like, well, the next time I want to go to the Keys, I do want to fully just like not have to work.
Seminal moment for Grump and I, Key West.
Yeah,
that's where you guys
fell in love.
Yeah, my sister's wedding was there, but
Oh,
the
that's
last,
cool.
yeah. Well, I have an aunt that lived there, so it was like kind of like on her key, I guess, or whatever, with like her little neighborhood.
Last
there was
name
like
was
a
West.
clubhouse, or whatever. But I will say the last time I went to Key West, I fully disconnected. Like I think I like shut off my internet for like whole portions of the. It's a really good place to absolutely 100% vacation. You've been there before, though, right, Bobby?
Oh, a bunch of times. I love the Keys.
Yeah.
My wife wants to go, and I don't know when we're ever going to go. Do it during hurricane season, so it'll be cheap. Yeah,
Let's do a show
get
during a
hot as
hurricane.
shit. I've been there when a hurricane was coming, and we had to leave.
Oof, that is terrifying. Because I've taken like puddle jumpers to Key West, and that was scary enough.
Oh, I threw up
I mean,
during
we
that.
drove, but yeah, I love the Keys.
What about a Giants Nation cruise? Like a rock cruise?
I've never done a cruise, but I kind of like I'm not a cruise person without ever taking a cruise.
I mean, if we can get like, I don't know, 50 people and we just hang out with people and like we do a live show and.
So Liam Sheehan, who put the Vietnam in there, which is it's kind of insane that Vietnam made it, thinking it one. He has put it again, so we have one Vietnam on there. Could you imagine it gets like down towards the end of the camp? It's like,
Well, he's sending us to like the major city too, and not even like
Yeah.
a vacation spot. At least when I joked about it, I said Ha Long Bay because it's like
well, we're gonna go
Nice.
somewhere in Vietnam. Like I'm not being tied down to if I'm going to Vietnam, I get to pick what city I'm going to. So I'm just putting Vietnam. But again, we will do it if we have to. It's gonna be it's gonna be just a laptop. We're not even bringing microphones if we do it. It's me and Grumper just gonna sit in front of a laptop and talk with people.
I was thinking Coke cans and a string.
yeah.
Yeah. If we do one in Belgium, because Belgium's on here a few times, I will do it in a Flo Balogun jersey.
And Pulisic's not invited to that either.
Yeah, of course.
Pulled. I have a friend looking up that picture of me on the floor at Halloween.
Okay.
I was positive I had it on my phone, but I can't find it. I'm getting bored.
How long ago was it?
Before I met my fiance.
Okay.
That's part of the reason I was so hammered is because I was with my ex.
Listen to Just Giants After Dark for that story.
No, it's just somebody that makes you miserable, right? Especially around other people and embarrasses you. So you just get hammered, because then you're not really dealing with it. That was like my most unhinged, I think, for drinking.
Dude, a Tim Reeves jersey, no.
Yeah, I mean, he really failed me. I was speaking some high Tim Ream game going into.
Yeah, me too. There's this Instagram page called Triple Coverage.
Oh, I love that.
They're so funny.
They're so good, dude.
I think Boppy can play in the MLS.
Yes.
This
Who
guy
are
is
these people? They're not even in the MLS.
Just like, I think Boppy can play in the MSL. This guy, I watching him is nuts. Yeah.
They keep calling it like Belgium.
Bellingham? Yeah,
Yeah, Bellingham.
I love those guys, dude.
That shit is very funny.
See if I can find I'll find their page and show it to people. Look, it's literally the first thing that pops on my Instagram when I go. Here we go.
Going to be coming hard. Hey, Bellingham, I hope you guys are enjoying your win, but guess what? We are ready for game 2, and we're going to be coming hard. We are ready for this game, and I'm going to tell you right now, there's a reason that in America we have series in the playoff, because game 1, we were resting our guys because we know that we are going to take this series in 5. So I hope you're ready because we're not losing another game in this series.
CSA, Paraguay, it ain't Belgium's day. USA in 5.
Hey, Bellingham.
That's not one of their best ones.
This is what dead air sounds like, huh?
Hang on.
Here we go.
Okay, this might be a crazy hot take, but I think that Boppy could be good enough to play in the MLS. I was watching France, and that guy is extremely underrated. I think he can make it to the big leagues after this World Cup, to play alongside some amazing players over there, such as U.S. player Tim Ream, the best defender in the world.
I think keep an eye on the Houston Dynamite when it comes to Boppy. I don't think he's quite there yet. He's got to come up with some big moments for Francais in the next couple games.
I like the way the second guy, like, Cabo Verde?
Like Canadian AI people.
Let me find one.
This is a message for...
I sent you the first one that I found.
I'm trying to find the Cabo Verde one.
Hey, Belgium.
A team that I see pulling off the unthinkable is a team that no one expected coming into this cup. I think that Cabo Verde is going to be able to pull off the upset against Argentina. Lionel Messi is not going to be able to know what to do when he can't get any shots by elite goalkeeper Bosnia. And I see Cabo Verde advancing, and I think they could do something special in this World Cup.
Let me find the one. Let me see the one you did.
I think you guys are taking Bellingham a little bit too lightly. They have 3 players that are just pure class. They have Jeremy Doku, De Bruyne, and Lukaku. This trio is like the 2013 Miami Heat. It could get pretty scary.
Bro, do those guys even play in the MLS? They sound like a bunch of Nimrods.
I think you guys are taking Bellingham a little.
When the U.S. lost, I almost was like, "Oh, this sucks," because now they can't do this. I mean, they're still doing stuff, but it's not the same. I don't know. It's like it's something that, like, when you explain, it's not that funny, but it's just watching them.
It's definitely one of those things when you're scrolling through and you come across it. It hits.
I think that Boppy can be good enough. This guy
could be good.
These guys have 3 players who are pure class. Cabo Verde versus
Houston Dynamo?
Argentina.
Yeah, the Houston Dynamite.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I didn't watch Summer League yet, so I didn't watch any or Mikael Brown Jr. whatever. I did want Mikael Brown Jr. this year. I did my least amount of NBA draft prep ever, but I did want him, so I was happy with that. We just hit 10 hours.
Hey, maybe that should be a show outside of Barclays for a Knicks Nets game.
Yeah, wouldn't be terrible.
Outside of Barclays, so what, in traffic?
No, and there's like an ellipse, like when you first walk in and you come out of the subway. It's like an open area.
We got another one. Frank, you said keep up the good work and go G-Men. You got to give a location, my brother, for us to do a live show. You get one.
Your money goes towards something, and it's a location for us to go, possibly.
What's up, David? I did my first time ever on Entertain a show was with David. Hope you're doing well, my friend.
We had him on our show once, didn't we, Grump?
We had Tana on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We've had Tana on before.
League neighbor should have been a getaway driver pick. I think he was someone's getaway driver.
Danny.
Crank, did you listen to any of the show after you left?
I did.
Pretty good note by me of having all 6'1" or shorter guys for my bank robbery team, right?
Yeah.
See, that's not normal people don't think about these things. 6'7" people have to think about this one.
See, you know,
like when people measure
later.
themselves at the 7-Eleven of like thing, that's not there to measure yourself. That's there to see how tall someone is when they're running out with a mask.
See, I was completely thinking about the getaway, not thinking about the actual execution of the bank robbery, because then all of a sudden my brain was going towards Reservoir Dogs and who would be Mr. Pink, who would be Mr. Blonde, you know, all that type of stuff.
But you picked all people that had criminal records, so you tried anyway.
Yeah, you picked bad criminals.
You picked people that got caught.
I had criminal records and people that are stealing from the Giants right now.
Oh, that's true.
That's what it was. You just get players, people stealing from the Giants. Evan Neal literally cannot rob a bank. There's like 12 people in the country who have his body type. So.
Yeah.
Does Chauncey? Let's do some real Giants stuff. Does Chauncey Golston have a role in this team, defensive end or defensive tackle, or will he be a surprise cut? So one, he does have a role in the team. They interviewed him with the D line, and John Schmeelk asked them in their interviews they do on media day of like, oh, what do they play in the movie on the inside? And then he bailed him out. He's like, but do you not want to say what the exact plan is? So he didn't answer that. So maybe he moves inside. But I think he does either way. Like, listen, if Burns, Abdul, and Kayvon are fully healthy, sure. But Kayvon has been injured, fairly, decent amount. Like, yeah, I do. It's a very good depth spot. If he plays defensive tackle, I think he'd be like their best pass rusher from that spot. But he'd be a bad run defender, and that's the run defense is the issue with the defensive tackle spot.
What's his cap story?
Cap story? He was a 3-year deal, so I don't think it makes sense to. Let me look it up. I don't think it would make sense cap wise.
Yeah, because I always gravitate towards the number when I.
Yeah, they would lose $2 million in cap.
And he has a role. I think Kayvon's injury history is something that doesn't get talked about kind of enough when we think about like roles on this team and whatever. I think the only time it ever comes up is when people are talking about whether or not you want to resign him.
I mean, let's see how many games does Kayvon miss? He missed 3 his rookie year, and that was the beginning of the season. Mm-hmm. Played his whole year 2, missed 5 games in 2024, and then missed 7 games last year. Probably could have came back last year.
Yeah, but how many of those were?
If there was something,
yeah.
But nothing major.
No, but I mean, that's not a knock on him, in that. It's just if you have to count on the fact that he's going to miss some time just about every year, then you just have to have a role for whoever that is behind him. That's the only comment I have on it. Like, if you can count on him missing 4 games, then who's going to play in his spot for 4 games? That's it. Yeah. And I think Chauncey Golston fills some of that role for you. I'm not worried about running back at all, by the way. Pasquale, Pedro Pasquale, I hope. I think the Greg Roman thing, like I'm legitimately excited. We're going back several hours now. Whoever it was that would like asked like, what's the play that you're dreaming of? And I pulled up some cockamamie like I formation sluggo route to neighbors or something like that. Like the insistence on the run this year, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, and I could see my being like, hey, dude, this running back coming out of the draft or free agency, let's go get him. Let's upgrade. But I don't think I'll be coming out this year and be like, man, these running backs were ass. You know?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing... Yeah, I don't know, actually.
They're being put in the best position to succeed, so...
I'm excited to see... Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see Tracy with a little more space and out on the edges and stuff.
Yes.
You know, the whole thing with Tracy is like, you got to give him some space to be at his best. Well, he didn't have that. Where Scatterbo doesn't need space to be his best, so he shined this year. Tracy, when they were doing a bunch of zone reads and stuff with Daniel Jones and had, like, funny enough, the Chris Hubbard was just squeezing down defensive ends. That's where Tracy was at his best. It's not his best when it's like, all right, you need to kind of like read and, you know, put your pads down more often than not. Tracy was like a one cut and then go back.
Right.
So he just needs space to be at his best, which hopefully we have more of.
Yeah, he has really good vision. He can do all the right things if he's just not somebody who's going to make something out of nothing. So if there's a little bit of something there, he can go with that. Scatterbo is kind of your make something out of nothing guy. Like he'll run somebody over and break a tackle and then give or reverse field or do something silly. But yeah, it's the insistence on it. They're not going to give up. So it's going to be every opportunity for these running backs to do well. They can be upgraded from. I just think that there's probably going to be higher priorities, or if we end up upgrading at running back, it's because there's some complication with Scat's injury or just the way we land in the draft. That's just the best pick at that time.
When do you think this fan base gets a little annoyed that the insistence on the run game and kind of like we're running too much, open it up more? Even if it's not
if we're losing games.
Yeah, before the bye. Because I mean, Bobby, I don't want to, whatever, but we did the pens and pencils thing. We both started 0-2. And like you can see how quickly after going 0-2, how quickly like shit festers. People don't have time for anything. That's pull quarterbacks. That's 0-2 happens fast.
Oh, dude, it's July is the funniest month of the year because like you talk about, hey, this is the way. Like nobody is responding rationally to 0-2, which I think 0-2. Yeah, I'll say this about the Giants season with their schedule. You have the Cowboys. Like at some point we do need to beat the Cowboys and shit. You know what I mean?
That's true.
This year they might beat us in a boat race. The Rams, I don't think anyone, but 0-2, like you said, win at worst 3 of the next 4. At worst, 3 of the next 4. If you win 2 of the next 4, then it's like, all right, dude. Like seriously, what? Like there's real shit that's like, it's Shane. Everything comes back to Shane. But like Dart or what, this defensive player is not stepping up. This player regress, or if you start 0-2 and Brian Burns has 0 sacks, and it's like he's actually getting pressured. That people aren't going to listen to that type of shit. So it's like these July conversations about what you should do and the reasonable and stuff like that stuff just goes out the window, like you said, when you start 0-2. All logic goes out a window. Some rightfully so at some times, but that's why it's like Brian Burns. It'll be interesting to see what he does statistically, because I can very much see this, fan base being like, he's overrated, hating him if he has another, what his typical 9-sack season.
Well, speaking specifically to Greg Roman, because that was like the original thing, it's like he's already got like a track record of essentially being run out of places because people got sick of it. So that exists from other fan bases already. So, starting 0-2, even if it's not the offense's fault, I guarantee you.
But there might have been more rational reasons to run him out. Like this.
There were because
he's not the OC. Matt Nagy will get run. Yeah. Like scapegoat number 1 of the season, and it may not be a scapegoat. We may just be watching the film, bro, and say, hey, not a good OC. It is Matt Nagy.
Yeah.
The defense doesn't have enough talent to be like, oh, the defense coordinator is the one ruining this.
Yeah.
unless he does Shane Bowen, where it is kind of obvious that he's bad.
But you don't think if the
Offensively, there's
insistence on
enough
the run is
talent to
there?
say it again.
You don't think if the insistence on the run is there and we're still not generating points that people will be specifically going after Greg Roman? Or calling
Maybe
for it?
some people, but at the end of the day, Matt Nagy will be the play caller.
I think this coaching staff's going to get a little bit more of a break. I think 0-2, all of a sudden, people are like, why the hell are we giving Joe Shane an extension? He's going to catch a lot of it.
Yeah, Joe Shane will definitely be the first.
Yeah.
But I'd be surprised if the offense isn't good, Matt Nagy will be very much hated.
Yeah, because he's the one that I don't think John Harbaugh.
Well, he's the guy who
really
none of
wanted.
us really wanted to hire in the first place, too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And he's got a stigma around the NFL and stuff. And
Mhm.
so again, if the offense looks good, then we'll. But the reality is, yeah, if the season's bad, Joe Shane is number one culprit in
Well, I think
99%. Because even if Dart is, which I guess Shane owns Dart, even if Dart this is a scenario where Dart is bad and that's Dart's fault. We want to give our guy who had a good rookie year some grace, right? And rightfully so. And even with the whole new offense, I'm judging Jackson Dart on the back half of the season more so than the first half. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm ignoring the first half, but I'm judging the back half more so.
I think he's going to be the opposite of a scapegoat, Dart. He'll be the one who gets the longest leash, even if he's the one who's primarily responsible for the offense sputtering.
Agreed. And then Harbaugh as well too. Harbaugh's not going to get
he's number 2.
any
But
blame.
I think Dart is number 1.
So Dart and Harbaugh will be in a sense protected from public venom. Dart, it won't last long. If Dart is continuously bad, it'll go.
Agreed.
But and then Harbaugh will get no blame for this season if it doesn't go well. None. Nagy and Shane are two people who I could see people demanding, and they're being going. If Dart's just bad, there'll be a portion defending it. We kind of done this. But I also think Dart. I mean, I don't think Dart's gonna be bad. Also, so that's that's hope. Maybe I'm being wishful, but I think his rookie.
I don't think he'll
season
be
was good.
bad. I think the question is going to be more about, did we see the jump from A to B, or is he still at A?
Yeah, agreed. That's my question with Dart. I don't think we're gonna be Dart's bad, but I think it'd be all right, but we need you to be consistently good. That's the thing we need to see out of Dart. So I'd be shocked if I'm in a spot where I'm we need to move off Dart. I just
Not this soon.
I just don't see myself being in that spot. Even if I'm in a spot where I'll probably likelihood be here in a year. I'm just not there yet. I want to see this. So. So, and the thing is, Shane is the guy who takes the brunt of everything because
maybe that's why they kept him.
He's the gentleman. He's the general manager of the team, and literally 93% of people wanted him fired when the season ended.
Maybe they kept him to be the public punching bag, to let Harbaugh do his thing, let Dart and this offense do their thing, defense do their thing.
Yeah, the only issue is that they got lucky, but. If Harbaugh doesn't get fired, then Kevin Stefanski's our coach. That's there's a couple sliding doors things. It's if the Bengals don't offer pick number 10, I'm miserable about the Deck situation.
Mm-hmm.
If the Ravens don't fire John Harbaugh, I didn't even want Kevin Stefanski out of all the other coaches, even the retread coaches. I didn't want Kevin Stefanski anywhere near this team. And maybe I'll end up, he'll do good with the Falcons and make me look wrong. I just do not like Kevin Stefanski. I think he's extremely overrated. I think his coaches of the year are overrated.
But you don't think we would have made it?
I think he's a yes man who would have been a terrible culture fit with the New York Giants, where he would have done whatever they said. He would have jumped in line, and they would have loved him because of it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, is it a done deal that it would have been Stefanski if not Harbaugh? I know that's kind of, if I had to put money on it, that's what I think the Giants would have done, but. Why not go after what's his face in Seattle?
Kubiak. I mean, from everything I've heard, it was pretty.
Okay.
Stefanski was kind of that guy. So I'm looking at polls last year, if I could find them. So end of the year, should Joe Shane be fired? 93% of Giants fans, and we got a good sample size, said yes.
Is the Sonoris Moss poll?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question for you guys. Would you rather have Ramses Barden or Sonoris Moss? My answer is Ramses Barden. He had one good game, which Sonoris Moss never did. I also think Sonoris Moss got more opportunities than him.
He's just bigger physically.
Yeah, if
Give me a chance
Sonoris
with
Moss was named Sonoris Skinner, he wouldn't have even played for Miami, I don't think.
Yeah, well, here's the thing is you could put him in like a little slot role in today's NFL, and that'd be like, hey, he had 500 yards or whatever. I don't think that would happen, but where Barden in today's NFL might not get this, like he's just big and slow, but I still take Ramses Barden.
I would too.
I would too.
Both are bad.
It's quite a question.
Yeah, it is a good question. I think people look more favorably on Sonoris Moss because they won while they had him.
I think people overly remember things that happened preseason, and
Well, he also only had like both of them had like I think Sonoris had like 413 yards and Ramses Barden 390.
I can't believe Barden had that many.
Sorry.
Barden had two really good games.
That Panthers game, he had like 150 yards. He didn't have any touchdowns. I was surprised at that. It was preseason where he had all the touchdowns.
Right.
Barden had really good preseason games too. But that Panthers game, he had like 8 catches for like 150 or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Santana Moss was a beast, though.
Santana Moss was good. There's no question.
And then the Jets stupidly traded him for Laveranues calls back. And then he was like really good for Washington for like a long time after that.
I remember that. He was a pain in the ass.
Bobby, have you looked at any restaurants, sports bars in West Virginia to go after practice at night? Heard Lewisburg area. Most people be staying. Yeah, probably around Lewisburg. And Grump, if you want to share your wedding date, you don't have to though.
Oh, I mean, it's during a training camp practice. Big apologies. Planned wedding before Giants Nation show existed. So
you knew it was going to be in West Virginia, though. You knew
Just Giants was around.
You wouldn't have cared.
We're on a schedule.
Yeah. What's that, Bobby? What's that?
I said you got to do pens and pencils the night before the wedding.
For what? Each year of the wedding or the marriage or what?
No, your vows. Be like, this one pen, this vow is going to be held 100%.
Just do it right there in front of everybody. Like, do you solemnly swear? No, that's not what they say. But like, I'm supposed to repeat after like the minister or whatever. Just be like,
yeah. Give some Larry David.
Yeah. Yeah.
You ever see the minister praying, and the guy's like grabs his hand. He's like,
oh yeah, yes.
Has anybody seen that new Larry David show?
I have
no.
No, I want to though. Have you?
It's fun. Not yet. Looks great though.
Yeah, it does. Oh my god! Talking about Terrell Thomas in the chat. I remember being devastated when I saw him tear his ACL in that 2008 preseason game.
Yeah,
I just knew it. Just nope. He's done.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Terrell Thomas might be like one of the most favorite Giants of all time. So y'all know Corey Washington is not a deep cut. He's not.
It's not a
That's
deep
not
cut.
deep cut.
He was. His preseasons were unbelievable. To where I was like, I wasn't as in depth with Giants as I remember being outraged they cut him.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, the guy had 19 touchdowns in this preseason, and you cut him.
Rob Carpenter. He's a deep cut for you. Running back in 1980.
Paul Perkins.
Yeah, I didn't have that. Paul Perkins Paul Perkins had he started games in 2016. I feel like you can't be starting running back in a.
Soup Harris is a deep cut.
That's a deep cut.
I remember being outraged that Marcus Harris didn't make team. Who was the other guy with the hair? Preston Parker. Is that a deep cut for you, Bobby? Preston Parker?
Didn't he make the team?
Oh, yeah. He was super far depth, though. I think it was more so like those meaningless week 14 games where he was racking up some stuff.
Willie Ponder. There was someone in my middle school that's last name was Pondering, so I just called him Willie. Andre Williams, dude, he had so many yards at Boston College.
Yeah, he seemed like a nice guy too. I was talking to him for a little bit one time.
He's just so slow.
I legitimately asked him like in that moment too. I was like, "Yo, is this your year?" And he was like signing something, and he's just like he like stopped. He's like, "This is my year."
Thanks, Arnold.
I wanted it to be, but it didn't happen.
And I'm gonna bolt at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I have dinner on its way here, and then I gotta do some stuff. Nat Burhay.
Okay, let's
Nat Burhay
we
was
check
another
and then
one.
we'll,
Damn.
we'll do a final wheel spin.
Yeah.
Bobby, did you like Nat Burhay?
Yeah. Let's see, Maxwell, Port Gamble, Washington. All right, so we got a new one.
Oh, yes.
All right, so let's add some bonus entries before you guys go.
All right.
This is very much appreciated.
Naples.
Good Lord, Grump, that's a great
Good old
picture.
Naples.
Dude, I told you.
What the fuck is this? Oh, sorry, what is
Taking
this?
over the big green.
Wow.
Austin,
That was
Texas.
hell yeah. That was probably the most I went hard on a Halloween costume in my life too.
Well, you're like 280 pounds in this.
Naples, Florida.
Just 280 pounds worth of vodka in me in that picture.
Ugh.
Yeah, it was not a fun.
Seabright, New
Seabright.
Jersey. I think that was 4, right? Let me check.
I've actually never been to Seabright.
Yeah, it's 4.
I have. It's nice.
That's
Maybe
my
maybe
boss-
we'll
really
all be
far
there.
south, right?
What's that?
Is it really far south?
No, not terribly.
Okay.
My boss had like a beach house there.
Key West. Jake Carlock. I love Jake Carlock. He might be my favorite. Jake Carlock was also my ultimate like call it. I was like, hey, this guy's probably not going to make the team, but I'm telling you, he's going to be exciting in preseason. And then he tips a pass to himself, pick 6 in the first preseason game.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's like I did it.
And he had a sack in that game too. All right, so Naples, Austin, Naples, Seabright, and Key West. You get 5 bonus spots.
When I know you were doing the math on the countdown, the spins. When are you starting that?
It depends. I got to do the math again. So, like right now, there's 568 entries. If it takes 9 seconds, and you can't speed up the spin either.
Mm-hmm.
So each one, let's say, is 10 seconds times 568 divided by 60. That's an hour and a half if I don't stop spinning. So let's say 15 seconds each, because I got to press the remove.
I'm completely confused how you're doing this.
I'm eliminating it one by one. So like, I'll
Oh,
do
you're
spin
eliminating. You're not picking one. You're eliminating.
Yeah, eliminating till we get done. So it's going to take a couple hours. So like, I'm just going to be doing it while not like even looking at it.
Will there
So
be a
right
live
now,
feed
like,
of this so we can watch?
It's
going to be during the stream.
If we started
Okay.
right now, I would press the remove button.
Mm-hmm.
Not
I
remove all,
gotcha.
just remove, not remove all, but just remove.
And just keep doing the same thing over and over.
Now, the fastest way would just be to, and probably the way to make the most money, because it'd keep it going longer, would be just to pick one, just like whoever it lands on is where we're going.
Right.
But I like the elimination. Maybe I'll do elimination for an hour and then we'll do that, depending on, because I don't want to go over 24 hours.
Trevin Wade. Trevin Wade seemed cool. Dante Dion, 5'8" wonder. from Boise State. Was a big fan.
I'm gonna shut down.
Yeah, boys. I gotta run get some dinner.
3 a.m.
All right. I guess I need this. Can you make the part 2 thumbnail? So I need to schedule the 11 p.m. one. Appreciate you guys. You guys been on for what? How long now?
A couple hours. Do me a favor.
3 hours.
Send me the link for the that Super Bowl that you're going to be watching from. So at least I'm got the same.
The 3 a.m. one or the 11 p.m. one?
3 a.m. one.
All right, I'll do that.
So that way, at least I'm on the same YouTube link that you are. So it's like not weird cuts and different ones.
Yeah.
I was never vegan. What?
What the?
I don't think I would make it like a week vegan.
Connor Greer taking over the Big Green right now.
Wow.
Attaboy, Connor.
That could be in the 4 o'clock hour. We do that.
All right, fellas.
All right.
I want to jump back on in the morning, Bob. Before
Hey, whenever you guys want is very much welcome. So
I'll text you when I wake up and stuff.
All right.
I need Danny King to come save me.
Yeah. All right, fellas.
See you guys
later.
And it's back to me on the road again. How's everybody doing? It's weird to not talk to people now. Now I've gotten used to talking to people. Now I have nobody to talk
Do you
to.
want me to change the picture or just?
No, keep it the same. Just me and my fireworks. All right, you know what I need to do? Do I cook a lot? No, my wife does. I should have my coffee. What fireworks are not happening at this point. We need someone to do a $500 dono. Oh yes, Trash Man. I can hop on if you like. Trash Man, I would like. Lorenzo Carter's top 10 or top 8 or whatever in giant sacks over the last 10 years. You can't be that random. Be very much appreciated. And I don't know if Danny's listening, but he can join as well too. I know you're talking about doing the late night shift. Bryson John's a good one. Coffee. Coffee. The sticker they put on this thing is a pain in the ace.
Do you want me to take you with my nails?
No.
Good luck.
How many on streaks likes on the stream to light off fireworks in the room? There's no amount of likes. I said, and listen, we said if we get $1 million, Cheyenne, you don't know. Someone doesn't have to. Like I said, that's out there, but that's not a someone has to. I am pressuring you guys to do this, stuff, but I also don't like, if something's gonna screw you, don't do it, is what I'm saying. So what was I even saying? So that's, but if we raise $1 million, we'll hire Nick Filato. I will do fireworks in the house. I'll probably do to my bedroom because that's probably like, I know the matches there, but it's probably my bedroom is probably where I have the least amount of valuables. Gang. Trashman, by the way, I sent you the link already, Trashman. Did you send the new thumbnail?
I'm literally
Okay. All right, so we're at 10 and a half hours now. That's the crazy part. It's like we're not even halfway through. At some point, I will move to the office couch. I don't speak Spanish, but I miss Hablando Gigantes. Yeah, we need to do something like that with Ruben again. Nacion de Gigantes or something, you know. I mean, we'll just call it Hablando Gigantes. That we could kind of do that.
Not right now. It's 4 a.m.
He has now. Almost Darkwill. Do I sleep on stream? No, I don't.
You should.
I might pay Trashman just like I do. Just stay up the whole night with me. We haven't gotten a single. You know what's something I'm surprised? I'm surprised nobody's like, hey, let me put a Binghamton in there just in case. If you got to eat dinner and get drinks with any past Giants head coach, excluding Tim Coughlin, who would you or Tom? Well, are they current age? Because I feel like Parcells at this point would be like, oh man, you're. No, I'm not hitting the smelling salt. It makes me feel bad. I think we threw those away too. They're not that strong, and they just don't do. You know, they don't feel good. Let's say since Coughlin, since they're you got McAdoo, Shermer, Judge, Dable, and I won't count Harbaugh. So out of those four, probably Judge. Like I kind of like Judge as a person. What's a food item or beverage they have a vendetta against? Christmas goldfish. We had red and green dye goldfish when we were kids, and it literally poisoned. Like never been in so much pain in my life. Whoa, what's up, babyface? Can you hear me?
Oh boy.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you now. Hold on.
Go into your settings. And and you'll see the microphone and then audio. Click the I'm gonna text you. Click. This happened to Big Blue Goonie too. Speedy, yeah, that's true.
Button next to the mic. It's playing.
You don't have an iPhone, so I can't FaceTime you. Hello, hello, hello. I'm going to send you a picture.
I just don't know why I can't hear you.
This happened with BBG too.
Because I can listen to the stream, but now there's going to be a delay there.
Hold on. All right, so what I am doing, you know what? I can share my screen from here. Actually, there's no. Yeah, the link and stuff will be on there. Check your phone.
Yeah, okay.
This happened with BB.
I did that, but it has the right output device. I don't know what. Okay. This makes for a great live stream. this week.
Well, right now I am scheduling the part 2 as we figure this out. Part 2. So I'm scheduling the part 2 for people to join in less than an hour. Actually, no, it's at 11:30, so it's a little more than an hour.
Oh, did I get it?
Did you get it?
Yeah, I did.
Let's go. Okay, I was panicked
Holy
there.
Fuck. I had to
was
set it
it?
as my
So-
default in my settings.
Oh,
In,
okay.
in the settings in the computer, I have to set it as a default for some effing reason. I don't know. I just don't understand why they have to make a million points of failure for Bluetooth headphones. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But regardless,
you shaved.
Let's not bring it up. I had a whole condition. You can kind of see it a little bit.
Oh, okay.
So I got annoyed and I had to shave my beard off and scare my family. So
it probably grows back quick though, right?
Yeah, I hope so. You can kind of see it coming in a little bit now.
Hold on. Let me get a couple. Let me added a couple details in the live stream.
How many people are still rocking with this?
Let's see. 142. I mean, it's been a consistent 100 to 200 in here. And
That's pretty good.
And actually, I'm going to put the link for the next live stream in the chat right now, just in case we want to pull it up when ready. We'll start that at 11:30. And I'm changing the customization, subscribers, 1 minute. Slow
So you say 225 bench. I'd hurt myself doing that probably. I could squat a lot more than I can bench.
Live chat replay. Save. Earn. Do you play the college football game?
Say it again.
Do you play the college football game at all?
Not the newest one. I played it the first year it came out.
Yeah, I've seen there's people boycotting the new one or whatever.
For me, I haven't bought a new Madden, and I can't even tell you the last time.
Madden was the one I used to always I get the new one, and this last year was the first. I should get it because I like to have the one for Jackson Dart's rookie year, but I just don't play it. That's the thing. I played I bought World Cup or Football Club, which kind of sucks compared to FIFA, but I've been playing that a little bit. But besides that, I don't play. I basically have 2 months to play video games too.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then it's that's over for now.
I was talking to Max. He said that he wanted to do some racing on iRacing, and I have to get with him at one of these.
So I would love that too, but I feel like you got to put effort into getting skilled and good at that shit too. So.
I think as for you, it would be just buying the stuff and then getting iRacing and then buying a couple tracks, and then you just probably race with us. If you go online and you go race some of those guys, they take it super seriously.
Yeah. I remember when we did it for Talking Giants, and now the announcer loved us at the end because we're the only people who brought in views to their thing. But at first, he's like, "Well, I'm not going to say that." So much shit they were saying.
No, I remember one of my first races. I was racing trucks at Richmond, and I traded it NASCAR or 05, Thunder. So I took it 3 wide. It took out half of the field.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is there's just not room for error. Where it's at least on the video games, it's yeah, you can't do whatever you want, but there's room for error.
Right.
That shit, when our driver, he was getting ready to win the championship. He spun out by himself coming out of turn 4 at Phoenix to win the championship, and I was like, all right, I'm just done. You can't choke like this, and me be a super supporter. And I like the guy Anthony; he's a nice guy, but that's why I was like, I'm not watching this as much anymore.
Son of a bitch!
You choked a championship.
So you've had some time to sit on it while we're on the topic. How do you feel about Jesse Love and the Wood Brothers next year?
I think he's going to suck, to be honest.
Yeah,
especially if Penske doesn't figure it out. People are like, oh, they're waiting on the new nose. I was like, that's gonna make it harder. Like, no one gets a new nose as good right away. That's usually an excuse. Look at Chevy.
Right.
I like him. The issue is I just know that like if he shows any promise, then it's like, all right, well, he'll be taking over for Cindric in a year or whatever. But I do like him. I like him specifically. I just don't know if he's gonna have success early on. But
right.
I don't know. Sometimes that's the thing. It's like it's not all these guys who are like these dominant Xfinity drivers, and then they come into the Cup and are really good. Like it's not always a 1-to-1 case. So
well, I remember them talking about that he was looking for a Cup ride. I thought it was kind of early still when he finally decided to do it. And then I'm happy for him for the opportunity, but that's still like I don't know. Like and you said it best. Like with Penske and everything, Ryan Blaney, they probably just make that car super loose and just send him out there. And then he just drives it. He just drives the shit out of it.
And that's the thing is and Barry has been it's been just this. That's the thing is this year has been so bad. It's one thing to have like there's like they just wreck every freaking week, and it's just brutal.
I knew you'd like my message last Sunday. Are you ready for another depressing Sunday?
Yeah. Well, I was excited to get off the road courses, and then it was like, well, no, not that exciting.
These 1.5 miles are painful too, and Pocono's painful because you already know who's going to win at Pocono. And everyone else, it just feels like Penske or like any Ford is not competitive. And the fact that RFK looks so much better is, that's crazy.
Maybe that's why more Penske could go to Dodge and Woodrose could get back hooked up with RFK.
I'm praying. I know they won't because they're the top Ford team, but I pray to God they get Dodge.
Yeah, I mean, someone's going to have to do it besides Colleague, So,
right.
I know Colleague will probably be the first team next year, but I like Jesse Love. He was the young guy I did like. It kind of hurts to watch Josh Berry start so good, not just the win. Like they were legitimately fast all the time, and then it's like, nope, we're another 2-year guy. Like less time than Harrison Burton. And Harrison Burton made being a Woodrose fan not fun because he was just like, all right, we're not competitive unless it's a plate race. And even then, he wasn't good at those, despite the fact that he did win one. He wasn't. It's one thing to be like a fan of Ricky Stenhouse, where it's like, yeah, he's not going to win anyway, but like the player, he really gets aggressive and takes chances and he's good at it. Harrison wasn't. Now again, he won one, and I was there, so I'll always be thankful for that. But
that was a big one too, 100.
Yeah,
that's
so it's
huge.
Like I'm saying all that while he delivered that, but that was a very much. If you ask me how would he win, I'd be like half the field would wreck, and he'd just end up at the front at the end on a restart, and he'd just hold his line and win. That's exactly what happened. So you should play a little FIFA on stream, Cream Belgium. But that's the thing that sucks about the new FIFA is Belgium's not even on it. Like Brazil's not even on. I was so shocked. It's
really they don't have like a FIFA setting with the.
They do, but a lot of the teams didn't allow their rights to be on it or whatever. So because it's not called FIFA anymore either. It's Football Club 26. So I think they just don't have the rights for a lot of this
to like anything.
Yeah. Now they have Spain and England and all, and Portugal and USA, but even then, like USA, they didn't have Flo Balogun on the team. So
yeah, who would win between you and Issa?
Me. I played a lot of FIFA back in the day. FIFA 10 on PS2 was my jam. We played that a ton.
On the PS2.
So, what do you got on your mind, Giants wise?
You already hit the offensive line, and that's usually what I like to go to. And so I won't. What would be like a good line for you for Malachi Fields? I think that'd be interesting.
The most. What do you put the over under at? Because the situation depth chart wise, I don't have like this. Hey, have this big statistical season. But also, like wide receiver is not like a hey, you come along slowly position, man. You hit the ground running, and so it's like I could see us at the end of the year him having like 390 yards with some big plays and one big game in it, and being like, hey, that's good. And then year 2 comes around, he's a starter, and he's still kind of that guy. And it's like I don't. There's nothing outside of him having 700 plus yards or 600 plus yards, and like. Here's my thing of Malachi Fields. If he just takes over the job by the end of the year, Take like you own that job. You're better than Darnell Mooney and Darius Slayton. Then I'll be happy. If he's not better than those two guys at the end of the year, it's hard for me to go into year 2 and be like, all right, he's a better player than Darnell Mooney and Darius Slayton. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the trade though is kind of. I feel like that puts a lot of weight on his shoulders.
It does. And I was looking for. I was you're doing some PPP notes. So it's like you just go through some old tweets looking for stuff. And one thing I came across was like, the Giants have not traded down in 4 drafts. So they've lost all these picks and they haven't replenished any of them because all their trade ups. So it's like you feel like every trade up has to just hit. You got to hit the jackpot.
Right.
So it's like, hey, Jackson Dart's good. Every other trade up in the draft, bad because they don't replenish the picks at all. So it's like, yeah, it's like Malachi Fields' 3rd round pick. It feels like the expectation for him though was like a high 2nd round pick because of the trade up and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's interesting. I certainly think he's got the ability to be better than those guys. I liked him coming out of Notre Dame, and I certainly think a projection of that is not far fetched at all. But I do think like it's probably the first time I said it was when you just asked. It's like I want him to be clearly better than Slayton and Mooney by the end of the year, not show flashes or have a couple good games. Be like that he is the starting receiver next to Malik Neighbors because he's better than those two guys.
Now, I don't remember you covering him during the draft. Does he have issues with separation?
Fields?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't put him on the wide receiver draft preview. Yeah, he's got to become a smarter route runner. You know, he's obviously big. He's never going to be a great separator, but he can be better than what he was at Notre Dame. Like it's like if on the film breakdown, the slants because they didn't put he didn't run a lot of routes, but the slants were like pitiful. And some of it's like, dude, you just put a little more attention to detail here, right? We don't need you to be Wan'Dale Robinson, like, you know, use your size. But so that's the things that he can get better at, and wide receivers do get better at. It's not he can't get off. It's not Jalen Hyatt where it's like, hey, he can't get off the line or he doesn't have any quickness to make a cut. He doesn't have great quickness. So, but I will. If he's not able to build up speed, he's not separating against man coverage. Like I said, a slant, he can get better at a slant and using his size better. But yeah, he's not a separator. I think the analytics back that up as well too. I think that's why a lot of people didn't like him was because the analytics, you know, he's not a separator.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of something else that maybe you didn't hit on as much. It feels like it's easy to hit on everything. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was we've been talking for 11 hours, so we hit a lot.
It doesn't help.
Big Dash was great. He was came ready to go. But the Fields thing is I feel like that he's been like an underrated talking point of the summer. You know what I mean? Usually in a draft where you draft a linebacker, an offense, a guard, and a corner, your first 3 picks, the wide receiver would be getting a lot more like juice. You just feel like you didn't get that out of OTAs. But he the wide receiver spot is another camp thing. Malik Neighbors not being in camp will be muddied up a little bit, but it will be interesting to see what the dynamic is exactly with that. And I'm sure they're going to want to give Odell some, you know, snaps with the first team and stuff too, and even Juju. But Fields, I think that was probably the first time I thought that is when you asked, it's like, what do I want out of Fields? It's like, it's not even a stat line. It's end of year, just better than Slayton and Mooney. Because if he's not better at the end of the year than Slayton and Mooney, for what reason would I have this projection? Like, yep, he's better than Slayton or Mooney going into year 2. Like,
right.
But wide receiver is just not that position. It's not a guard or whatever. You develop, but you don't develop like crazy from year 1 to year 2. Usually if a guy jumps as wide receiver, it's more so it's like, oh, well, his quarterback, it's, you know, Nico Collins, his quarterback play got better. When you think of guys who make big jumps statistically, which is something I should go look at. Like what is the typical day 2 wide receiver jump from year 1 to year 2 statistically? How many guys go from less than 500 yards to 800 yards?
Yeah. I don't anticipate they're going to be throwing the ball a ton this year anyways. I wonder what I really want to see a run game though. As much as Jackson Dart adds to it, I really would like to see a good running game independent of Jackson Dart. I mean, that would really set them up for success, I think.
Well, I'll say this. I don't think you're going to see it independent of Jackson Dart. I think Dart's going to be very
His help
involved.
sets it up for sure, but it would be nice to take some of the pressure off him if they could just run power or something. You know what I mean? Like just like be able to really play smash mouth football without having to, you know, the threat of a read. Or
yeah, like when you look at
zone
the
or
Giants
whatever.
rushing last year, it's like, well, they ran it a ton and Dart added a lot.
Right.
I agree. So it's like where you're looking at, it's like, yeah, but it's Dart's rushing yards added us, but we are a good rushing offense without Dart's legs.
Right.
So
Trying to avoid the offensive line. I'm trying my best.
yeah, and I think I'm interested to see how they run a training camp, because even if you want to run the ball in training camp, you mostly do pass in training camp. And I remember what year it was. It might have been year 2, where it's like they didn't even run the ball at all in practice. It was actually, looking back, it's like that was crazy. Or they ran the ball like 3 times per practice. It'd be interesting to see how much they're drilling run in training camp, because I feel like training camp coaches very much kind of get locked into like, all right, let's develop our passing game and all that stuff. And it's like, all right, run game, we know what we run and we'll do it. It'd be interesting to see how often they're drilling that, because I'll be honest, as a training camp watcher, I don't want to see the run game for the most part. This year's different because I want to see what they're doing, but like I do want to see the passing game more so in training camp. I want to see, that's where I'm judging them. Run game is hard to see unless it's truly dominant or truly terrible. So hopefully, I'll say this: if they don't look really good in training camp, there's an issue, because the run defense should not be very good by the Giants.
And then it's you touched on it earlier, but I can't. I was thinking about how to ask you this, if I was going to hop on today or not. But like, how are you going to be able to differentiate between the poor or the lack of depth on the defense and good offensive performances in training camp? It feels like it's going to be impossible.
Yeah, that's why I would say it's like training camp is about individual performance more so than like all the offenses cooking or the defense, because again, you're playing against the whole other team. It really is about individual performances, and also not overreacting to individual performances either. Like, like the Nick Jones, Bo Collins of the world are fun, but it's like that has to be in the context like they're making the roster, not making the starting lineup in it. And then you get position battles and stuff, and then we'll always pay it every day. Like, hey, how did Jackson Dart look? And if he has a bad day, people that weren't there will tell me I'm overreacting for saying that he had a bad day. What was I? Shit, there's something I wanted to say.
While you think about that, no, Donald, you can still put locations in.
Yeah, yeah. And I'll put the wheel up for people. What the hell happened here? It says the wheel needs to be removed. What's going on here?
You probably put too many locations on that bad boy.
Oh, you know what it is? I had the wrong screen. Okay, there it is.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, and it's either the Venmo is preferred, but super chats are very much welcome as well. And we probably have some Venmos while we were talking, and and I got to get your 5 locations too. So, and we don't have any new Venmos. Here's what I'll say. So the summer is every year where it's like, oh man, if they do this, they'll win. And it's like, we don't really talk about the opposite. And I want to win so bad this year. You heard me talking about the beginning of the stream. It's like, I just want to win.
Right.
I want a season
please,
winning.
oh God.
I really hope it's real, but even if it's fake, I just can't do another year like the last 3 years, man. It's just been brutal to be not only a fan of the team, but having to live and die every second of every year with this. It just sucks. And here's the reality: if they're really bad again, I just don't see a world where I'm feeling great about Jackson Dart. Even if I'm not saying move on, if they're winning 4 games, how do I find myself in that boat? But I can also see like we talked about earlier with like you'd be 0-2 or whatever. It's like I could also see this team being 2-4, man. And it's like, why did we think anything else? Like, look at this run defense and look at the secondary. Like, why did you think that this team could win? Like, so I could see myself in that situation where I'm not going to spend the whole next training camp talking about, hey, run defense is screwing us. We're not going to be good. I'm telling you guys, we're not going to be good. Like, I'll always take a glass half full to this 3 months. But it's hard for me to look at that run defense and that secondary and the reliance on, a rookie in Arvell Reese to be the savior of the run defense and just be like, yeah, that they're going to be good. Now, Denard Wilson in the defensive ends gives me a hope, because maybe Denard Wilson can do enough on the back end to where the defensive ends can win more for them. But I'm more worried about the defense. The offense I'm excited for. Like I actually am kind of excited for the offense. I like the O-line. I like Dart. I like the way they're going to build the run game. The receiving group, with Neighbors. I feel great about Neighbors, and then you got the 2 tight ends and the other receivers. Like, I feel I do have legitimate excitement for the offense, and not just being hyped up. The defense, I could see just being fucking pitiful and losing them games again. And it's like, all right, do we have the offense to boat race teams? Which I don't think they have that as much as I am excited about them. So,
well, I know it was probably the lowest part of the year last year, or probably I'd say after Jackson Dart's start, it felt like the turning point when it was like, okay, this is going to be a bad season again. The Broncos game actually gives me a lot of hope. I know that they choked it away at the end, but the fact that they could go to Mile High and play a team that was a serious playoff contender, like, I don't know, that gives me a lot of hope for this season coming up at least.
Yeah, and they were right there with Chicago and stuff as well too. So
again, and barring Deontay Banks entering the game.
Yeah, legitimately Deontay Banks, like I was celebrating a win, and someone's like, "Not so fast, Deontay Banks." I was like, "Okay, I get it," but it's literally like if Deontay,
it was so true.
If Fought doesn't get injured in that game, we win it. So Donald asked because he had a super chat, and I forgot to put it on the wheel. So thank you, Ocean View Pier in Norfolk, Virginia, home of the largest pier on the East Coast. Okay, so that's a location thing besides just city that works. So we're gonna go Norfolk, VA, Pier. I'm sure we'll be able to figure it out. Oh, so since I'm doing it, what would you like for your 5 locations? Would you like to get Binghamton back on the? Imagine Binghamton wins again. It's like which I wouldn't be too mad at. It would suck for this to put all these and then end up at Binghamton, but eventually I do want to go back to Binghamton. Number one, because the main thing is, one, the crowd was awesome, and then the Rumble Ponies. I think the Rumble Ponies realized, like, oh, this wasn't just a couple of dickheads,
like a scam, like a Nigerian prince type deal.
Yeah, they were like, oh wow, they actually did bring out a crowd to our game, and had a bunch of Giants fans and stuff in the fans. So I think they would want us back.
No, I won't make you come back here. I think. I'll probably do Albany. I'll probably hop on the Albany train for all my friends in there that couldn't make it. And then BBG has to show up if he does that one. He said he was going to come to Binghamton, that son of a bitch. Big blue gooner.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what his deal was. What the hell happened?
He said he was coming. I told him he had no choice, and he didn't show up. Son of a bitch.
Albany would be. I want to give this show a year of like preparation and let people build up and like, hey, you got to go. But Albany is one we could actually do in training camp if we really wanted to. But we won't rush it on that.
And it looks like you'll be able to cover. I know you want to do your all 50 states thing, so that was in the back of my mind too, trying to get you to a different state. It looks like Austin, Texas is going to do pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, also it's the reality is Austin, Texas, Albany, and Naples, Florida are the heavy favorites. Now, all it takes is somebody to come in with the same type of heat to put another place on the map. So I think Trevor Donnelly, who was actually a guest on Superman Radio, by the way. Manasquan NJ. He says /Guam. Well, we'll go with Manasquan NJ.
Guam. We're going to Guam to scout the next Giants offensive lineman.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I can say this without it being a spoiler if it doesn't work out. We're probably going to get on Jared Gray, the International Pathway Program offensive lineman. I did try to get him on the 24-hour stream because I was like, well, that'd be it'd be an amazing 50, time killer for it. And the reality is he's not adding any views to a podcast. But I just wanted to do it. In fact, let me check and make sure if he's messaged me. So
when you guys were doing your Coney Island list, I'm surprised no one mentioned Hugh Jackman. I think he's a Giants fan. And you have the M with Illuminor now.
That's true. Yeah. The reality is that 99% of people we get for the list are going to say no, but maybe if the Giants are good enough, then we could get like some clout to get it on. I also think that it's probably just a stupid idea in my head, and it's just going to be me, Grump, and Cranky, and Danny, which I'm fine with, and anyone who else wants to show up. It's a free country. Which I do. I don't know if we'd ever. I almost want to do like we had the idea when we were at Top Golf in Charlotte. If we do a Protect Our Parks Giants Nation show,
See, that'd be great.
and we just never release it. It's just it's a piece of media where it's like, it's never released.
Never released.
Or release it, 10 years, when we retire.
Go in the archives. Like, remember this time? That'd be great.
So yeah, I think maybe eventually we'll do something like that, where we just buy we just like buy an extra road, just set up like 10 microphones and just get 2 hours.
Just go to town.
Yeah, just get 10 microphones and do like a case race or something.
Okay.
That'd be bad. Chicago at the start of Route 66 would be sweet. Also, I'm more nervous about the offense and how the loss of Dable impact start. Yeah, that's a real thing with me too.
That's a good point.
So Chicago, Illinois, which again, I have friends in Chicago. I've been really wanting to go meet and not meet, but visit. And so that would be a good excuse. Kadarius Toney's hometown, 8 Mile, Alabama.
8 Mile. There's more than one.
You know why it's called 8 Mile?
Why?
Because it's 8 miles away from Mobile, Alabama. So that would actually be easier than like my hometown.
They had a road sign that they left up, and they're like, no, that's just the name of the town now.
Yeah,
like
it's
8 mile 8.
Alabama.
Oh, it's 8 miles.
They just crossed off the from. They just crossed
That's
off
the
from
most
Mobile.
Alabama thing I think I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. No, I was like, oh, they have their own 8 mile road. It's like, nope, it's just 8 miles from Mobile, Alabama. And we also want to do like a Route 66 tour. Maybe that'll be a live show thing, maybe not. But that we need an RV for that one.
You do like a vlog style thing.
Yeah. Here's the thing with vlogging is that you feel really weird doing
I'm not
it.
saying going to crowds of people. Some of those people are psychopaths.
Yeah, it's just it's just a weird feeling doing it it's like, oh, and you feel the need to like I mean, you hung out with us all day in Binghamton. We are very much cracking jokes every chance we get. But when there's a camera on you, it feels weird when you're cracking. It's like almost like cracking jokes for the camera. So anytime we've tried the vlog, I'm just like, this just feels weird. I guess if I did it enough, I would get over it. But we would do something. But what the idea would be, we just do our regular pod. We wouldn't do a live show in every place, but we would do an episode. So like we do regular episodes, but we just do it somewhere else. Like we did like the preseason mailbag last year. We did it at South of the Border, but that was just a normal episode at South of the Border.
That'd be good.
So we'll get some spins in here.
Danny King's child support. Where is Danny King? Is he dead or something?
I don't know. I think he probably got like maybe I don't want to jump on stream. But again, he is 4 hours behind.
I was just gonna harass him about Ithaca for 3 hours.
Yeah. He's gonna be at the Sussex show, so that'll be nice.
Oh, that's sweet.
Because I don't think Grump's even gonna be there, so that'll be a ton of fun on LPG. So all right, so we have 40 minutes, 50 minutes until we switch over to the next stream. Let's do a spin. Let's spin this bit a little bit.
Come on,
and then we'll do 5 more when we right before when we get to the next one.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm upset that I won't be here for the Tehran moment for elimination. That was electric last year.
Is Tehran on it? I thought I didn't allow it.
No. I'm saying I won't be here, or I won't get to witness it like last year when it got eliminated.
Oh. Yeah, that was... Vietnam is on there, and it's crazy. Vietnam made it last year with 1 entry. So, like,
yeah,
the chance of a 1 entry getting there is possible. Naples is just killing it in this bonus rounds. They've gotten 2 of the first 3. Wilmington, North Carolina. Nice little bonus spot there.
You've been backing this up, right? The list of towns?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I could just see this website crashing.
Well, the thing is, if you come back to this website, it'll pop up too, though.
Oh, that's good.
Austin, Texas. So Naples got 2. Austin, Texas got 2. Right? I got that right. Yeah. So Naples got 2, and then Wilmington, North Carolina got 1 bonus.
See, I like how you did it this year. It is compounding, like the earlier donations, because the more bonuses you get, the more likely you'll get more bonuses in the future.
Yeah, and I've said it helped out Binghamton because you guys made a late push.
Yeah.
But I felt
That's
bad,
true.
even though I really didn't want to go to Las Vegas. I did feel bad for Victor, who literally Victor stayed up to me with me like 4 a.m. on stream, who donated like $250, and it's like we got to like 9 a.m. It's like, yeah, there was like 20 Las Vegas last because we've just been eliminating them in your face ever since you donated them. Here's again, it's when are you starting elimination? Probably at around 9:30. But it's like I'm gonna have to be not even thinking about it. Just click remove. I can't sit there and go through every single one. Like the first hour. So I'll probably go through an hour and then see like, all right, what does this look like? And maybe we get to a spot where it's like, all right, this is because I don't want to go more than 24 hours just because we'd have to create a 3rd stream. I'll put Pine Barrens. That's a funny one. I don't want to create a 3rd stream. So if we get to a point where it's like, hey, there's 30 minutes left. We are the next one it lands on. We do, or the next 4 it lands on will become the final elimination or whatever.
How many entries did we have last year?
I don't know because we removed so many as we went. One I didn't keep track, but we could always I could probably go back and look. But I mean, right now we're at 585. What's the top submitted right now?
It's be Naples, right?
It might. It's either Naples or Austin. Let me look.
Taking over the big green.
I think Naples and Austin are the same. Naples probably has a couple more because they've gotten a little more bonus ones, but they're basically the same.
Dude, no, you're gonna go blind. No dark mode for you. One guy said in the comments, "Say dark mode, please." No, we'll burn your retinas out.
Is that better or worse for my eyes?
Better
if I go in dark mode.
If you go in dark mode, it'll be less
should
strenuous on your eyes.
Draft month actually like kind of messed up my eyes. Where I had a twitch for like a month.
Do you have a reader mode on your monitor?
Probably, but I have never used it. I've never heard of that before.
I would look into that. It's a little easier on your eyes. Blue light glasses, all that stuff can help. It's still like you're still staring at a screen for hours, but it'll take some of the edge off.
Hold on one second. Yeah, I probably should do that because like I'm not even joking. How you feeling taking over the big green? I'm excited to take over the big green. Is draft month really? I think actually messed up my eyes. I've gotten blue light glasses, but I just take them off. I don't like wearing glasses. I watch so much film draft month. Like I literally all day up till 2 a.m. like every single night was just watching film, and I was having fun doing it. I just had the mindset like, hey, let's get another prospect in before bed. Let's get a 6th rounder in, which had us way more prepared. And by the end of the draft month, I had like a twitch in my eye. So
yeah, I believe
it. Turn up the blue light and blast that thing. We're doing. I don't even. Can you do dark mode on this thing?
I think you have to go into your browser and do the settings. The website might have something different, but
I probably would get used to it quickly. I'm just more like this is what I was born into.
It's way better.
This is what I stay with.
No, I think it's one of those things that once you make the transition, you're like, why wasn't I doing this before?
Hold on one second. The Juke. Juke, if you want to jump on for any point tonight, let me know. DM me on Twitter. I think Juke came on the show this last year for a little bit.
Can you break something?
I sometimes I feel like things that I do annually are trolling because the Giants are bad. It's like you're just like, oh, but like I'm putting out like the stats of the last 10 years. Daniel Jones is at the top of a lot of these lists, like rushing and touchdowns, and passing, and it's like it almost feels like I'm bringing it up. But the sack sort of the last 10 years isn't too bad. Interceptions I thought was, even though there's not a lot, the names on there are all good.
I held on to Daniel Jones way too long.
Yeah, receiving yards is depressing. Well, here's the thing: is like
receiving yards.
It's like held on. It's like, you know what? Sue me. I hadn't won a playoff game in 10 years, and the guy came in and balled out in a playoff game. Sue me that I wanted to, not blow it up. Like, like I had given up on Daniel Jones going into that year. They made the playoffs. He balled out in a playoff game. Like, sue me that I wasn't, just had the big picture in mind to say, blow this up. Forgive me for not, whatever.
Armadillo, can you give me a little bit more why you're anti-dark mode? I'm going to need an explanation on that. As best you can. I know it's a YouTube comment, but...
We should have known after. That was a very funny moment because it was like I know every single fact there is to know about Daniel Jones. And they're sitting there in, the Bronx being like, wait, he has contacts? Like I know what sports this guy's sisters and brothers played and what colleges, and I didn't know this guy had freaking contacts after 6 years.
For me, it was the Seattle interception. That was for me. I was like, all right, we're done. We're done here.
Yeah, Seattle was a bad. So that Seattle was that O-line screwed him a lot that year. Seattle was the first game where it's like, all right, like the first half he owned like half of those, like those sacks were his issue. But I also understand it's like sometimes we forget the human element. It's like imagine just getting the shit kicked out of you for 5 weeks, like
weeks, years.
Like, and we've seen him in Indy, by the way, too. Say whatever you want about Daniel Jones. Like, he's not as bad as 2023 Daniel Jones.
Right.
And then 2024 was just a mess. Like, he was inaccurate. He hated Dable hated him. He hated that year was a mess. So he's better than what he was over those 2 years. I was of the mind I was like, all right, this is I was like, this is over. You kind of got to move on. So the Colts did give him a contract. I know it's all funny to laugh at, but he did play well for them last year.
How many years was it again?
2 years. So it's only a 2-year deal.
Only
so
2 years.
Even if it goes bad, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think it's true.
I agree.
When it's been a couple years, so we don't talk about it. But when after 24, when I was saying to fire Shane, I was like, I don't care about the Daniel Jones contract. It has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Let's see. They could save it'd be a $35 million dead cap hit if they cut him after 20 this year, but they would save 11 mil. So they could save money by cutting him next year if it was that bad. So it's not like the Giants situation.
That's pretty good.
But it's also got a $26 million void year to 2028, so it's not that good either.
There's never going to be another career like his, though.
No, with the rookie quarterback contracts and stuff, he's
right.
The last. He was the last of he gets the he had the biggest lease with the one team since Alex Smith. Alex Smith was kind of the last. Which, looking back, I guess it's probably good because you don't have rookies holding out, and that sucks. Rookies holding out and shit, and with the more player empowerment, it would have gotten worse and worse and worse. But veterans kind of screwed themselves when they fought they let the NFL come in and do the rookie wage scale because they didn't realize all that's going to do is them just move the vets out quicker to get in the cheap rookies. but it also like, hey, you could draft a quarterback in the first round, and you could just move off of him if you don't like him.
Right.
Where before you had, he was the high. If you drafted a quarterback first overall, he was the highest paid quarterback in the NFL that day. So that inherently gave you more patience with guys, which I would like, and I would like there to be more veteran presence and not just moving guys out because of contracts and shit. I do think if Jackson Dart's good, he eventually will be on Giants Nation show, and I'm not talking about some bullshit like this sponsor is giving us for 15 minutes of an interview.
Tampa Bay game.
Bobby, here's an idea for a fan event. Just rent out a movie theater for an afternoon and do a live film breakdown on the big screen. Somebody has to have a good enough game. Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing, but eventually I would like to do some stuff in Jersey. Where it's like, hey, we have a player come out and we sell tickets to it in a theater. Not a movie theater, but like a hall or whatever. So eventually, but the Giants, someone said, it's like, hey, the Giants are bad. You got to be good to start doing stuff like that.
Right.
What was the most underrated bad Daniel Jones moment? So rookie year, I don't think there's anything like that. The fumbles were accumulation, so those weren't a moment. Year 2.
I don't know about underrated. All his moments to me stand out, like the big ones, like the Eagles game, him tripping over nothing. But that one's not underrated. That one's like,
that's his most known, and that was a genuinely good game for him as well too. The two Tampa the 2020 Monday night Tampa game was the worst, and I love Daniel Jones in year 1. So going to year 2, he was my guy. That game broke my heart. Was that 2020 Tampa Monday Night Football game that they almost won. And then he actually kind of got on a hot streak right after that moment, which kind of pulled me back in. Let's see, 2021. 21. I remember having the take in 2022. I was like, I think he's using his legs better. I don't think he's improved a ton. I think the offensive coaching is just so much better than what it was last year. So I think 2021 Daniel Jones, he had some bad games. I don't think he was that bad of a quarterback that year. I think he had some really good moments, and his bad games weren't like these awful, terrible games, except for that Monday night game against Tampa when Garrett got fired.
But he was hurt a lot too.
Well, he injured the neck that year. So
when I think of bad moments, I'm not necessarily thinking about him, but I'm thinking about all the circumstances around him. He had a couple clumsy moments, but I never really, I don't know.
2024, week 1 Vikings was like, oh my God. Like his final year. Let me look at the schedule.
You know what's an underrated one to me was when the underthrow to Malik made me think of it, was when they were in training camp and Malik's trying to get him to throw him the ball before the break. And he's like, no, I need to see you open first. It's like, no, you need to lead him a little bit.
I don't remember.
Because I can't tell you how many incomplete passes I've seen on the sidelines where he needs to wait to see some separation before he throws it. It felt like his timing was always off like that.
For some reason, I don't remember that.
It was a clip. Obviously, it was Malik's rookie year, and they were having a conversation about him in the break.
Yeah,
maybe.
I don't remember that for some reason. That last Carolina game was rough. When it was like, all right, this is
that game broke me. That game was so bad. I was like, I hope they lose this.
That was crazy. They lost that game. The Panthers the Giants played so bad, and it still went to overtime. And then Tracy fumbled, and people were fucking celebrating it. Tracy's want to cry, and Giants fans are want to build a statue for him. That Pittsburgh Monday night game was, I don't know. I feel like his bad moments were not underrated bad. They were just bad.
They were just bad, or it just didn't happen. I don't know.
Yeah,
a lot of it is it just didn't happen. And then you're talking about sacks or fumbles or whatever. And then I don't know. I'd have to go back. You'd have to go back and look, and you'd have to see a wide open receiver, and you're why aren't he throwing it? Or
you know what I'll say? Here's an underrated bad. His third game against the Vikings, he missed a lot of guys in that game. Guys were open, and they had the chance to go 3-0 in his first 3 games, get a winning record. And he had that great pass to Slayton in that game, so that's the memorable play from that one. But he missed Shep on some like easy, nice, big plays in that game. So also that's an underrated bad. It's Week 5, 2019. How about that? You go back and look at his rookie highlight film, and it's like, dude, we never saw anything like this again. Some of those plays were so sick, and it just never saw it again.
Do you think we get a different Daniel Jones if Pat Shurmur stays?
Yes. I'm not here saying it's good, but it's definitely different. It's a more aggressive player.
Fucking Jason Garrett.
Yeah, I'm not sitting here being like, hey, he's our franchise quarterback right now, but it's definitely different, and I think it's different for the better. It'll always drive me nuts that the Giants fell for that shit of like, go listen to the press conference of firing Shurmur and keeping Dave Gettleman, and go listen to the press conference after 2024. It's identical. The words, the things that John Maris says.
I don't want to do that to
analytic shit.
I'm gonna be so mad.
It's
I get so
identical,
pissed
dude.
off.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god, it's the same exact press
I'm gonna get
conference.
so mad just thinking about it.
Oh man.
Oh, the Wii remote.
Bobby, any new shirt designs coming out for merch? No, but what I need to do is the shirts that we printed for the events. I need to put those out for people. I was thinking about creating like an eBay store. That way I can kind of get around some copyright stuff. Is like whatever.
That makes sense.
And then or putting on Patreon or something like that. Mike Niddle, we're gonna do that. Everyone talks shit about the Jones trip. Dude ran the fastest QB has ever ran. Yeah, it was. It was
true.
It was the fastest time ever. I remember joking. It's like he's the fastest quarterback in the NFL.
He's like the most unathletic person I think I've ever seen in my life.
He just didn't have
like he
that
had
wiggle.
it there, but there's like a cross wire somewhere, so his legs just didn't work the right way. But he was only fast in a straight line. Like him cutting, like that's why like I don't think options really ever took off for him because the speed was there, but he just couldn't cut.
Yeah. He also was reckless as fuck too, where he would just run through people, which in the beginning I loved. Though his final year, like I remember he did in the Seahawks game, and where everyone's, I was like, this shit does not excite me anymore. Like, don't fucking like. It feels like you're trying to injure yourself almost.
You didn't feel that at all with Jackson Dart though this past year. That you were like, well, with him constantly getting pulled. I mean, I guess.
Well, no, I think Daniel Jones kind of broke it out of me, where I was like, you know what, I maybe this is me maturing. I want my guy on the fucking field. You know what I mean?
Right.
And a lot of darts were stupid. Like most of darts putting his shoulder down were just so unnecessary. Down at the goal line, like Daniel Jones running over Grady Jarrett against the Falcons is probably the most fired up about a regular season play I've gotten in the last 10 years. But I remember even Nick Gates, that was the game after he broke his leg, like tweeted out like, that's my fucking quarterback.
Nick Gates breaking his.
He threw a pick against the Buccaneers in primetime. That was the 2020 year. That game broke me because there was guys open. Like that could have been their coming out game, like beating Tom Brady and the Bucs on Monday Night Football. So yeah, I don't know where Danny King is.
Where are you, Danny? Child support needs collecting.
Reese was evaluated as an edge, and goes put your location. I put wherever during the draft process. So now knowing he's going to play inside linebacker, how does he stack up next to Styles at that position? I mean, he's more athletic and has the ability to like create havoc. I have serious like, and this is a safe place, and we actually got to start the watch party for the 2007 NFC Championship here in a second. We'll keep answering chats and stuff as that starts. I do have questions of like, how does he fit in at linebacker? You just didn't see him make plays at inside linebacker at Ohio State. It didn't show up a ton, And not even Sonny Styles, I think more towards the end of the year started to come on because Styles didn't do it a ton all the time either. So like I'm not counting on Reese having like a breakout, like start the season balling inside linebacker. Like I think he's gonna have to grow into it. And even some of the best linebackers, like Roquan Smith had to grow, and he was just a true stack. Roquan Smith, he didn't hit the ground running coming out. So
it's gonna be a lot of processing for him.
And the other thing is the defensive tackle room is so bad that it's not going to be easy for him. Where if you had a really good defensive run group in front of him, it'd be like, hey, play your gap and play it fast, my boy. With this defensive tackle group, guys are going to be getting bounced down gaps and shit. It's going to be a mess. So
just hopefully he can lean on his athleticism because when the guy like goes, it's like lightning.
Yeah, that's why
I've never seen anything like that.
And I hope they trigger that in him. Like, hey, you got Edmonds as your number one guy. Go. Just go. You're going to make mistakes, but just go.
I'm probably he's as excited as I am for Maui Noah. He's who I'm the most excited for, just because of the athletic flashes. I know he'll struggle for a little bit, and the DTs aren't going to help him and keep him clean. But I mean, the plays he's going to make are going to be electric.
You could talk ball, by the way, Ghost Dog, but just put a location with your question. You're very much able to do that if you guys do these. You can leave a question with your location. So yeah, like Reese. I'm not counting on Reese like fixing the run defense. You know what I mean? Like I haven't put that expectation on rookie Reese. What does Shermer's tenure look like if he was able to bring Stefanski with him for OC like he intended? I don't think it looks much different because the defense is why he got fired, and the fact that he doesn't a type of person who inspired like whatever, you know what I mean? Like, wasn't the most inspiring figure in the world. So I don't think it looks much different, but that was a good like a therapeutic Daniel Jones conversation.
Yeah. Now the door's finally shut. We have some closure.
Yeah.
We can move on finally.
Was Kerry Collins the Super Bowl? I loved Kerry Collins. It obviously ended quickly, but I loved Kerry Collins. He was a gunslinger. What are the entries for? That's a good. I guess it is good to refresh people every once in a while, and make sure you give us a location, Ghost Dog. Phoenix, Arizona, because it's criminal. Okay, so we got 2 for Phoenix. I'll put the wheel on the screen for people. It's for a live show. It is a live show location. And you have like the instructions on the scroller of like how to get into it. And we will pick a live show at the end of this, tomorrow morning we will start eliminating. And so Venmo's is appreciated because there's no fees, but again, super chats are very much appreciated as well too. I'm thinking that we wait to do the 2000s. We'll just start the next stream. We'll do a couple spins and then we'll, instead of trying to, all right, everyone pause the NFC Championship game. So we'll just start with that. I kind of had the mind of starting at 11 a.m., but I pushed back to 11:30. So wheel looks like a slinky. Yeah, the wheel looks pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, it's an abomination.
It's at least it'll give me like some juice to finish the damn thing off with.
I wonder if my wife's still listening. She might be asleep right now. Let's just wake her up.
You awake,
Emily.
Move Evan Neal and Falele to defensive tackle. I would actually be very excited. Just like let's put them at defensive tackle in practice.
tackle. Why? So he could be a turnstile, but going the other way.
My favorite Evan Neal picture will always be him against the Cowboys, where he looks like he's rushing the passer on Drew Lock. Which I got that screenshot. I felt bad about it, but it was, like you can never have enough pass rushers. And it looks just like he's running exactly like his Wikipedia picture, which I've never seen someone have such a worse Wikipedia picture than Evan Neal. And pull it up for people.
Oh god,
it's so funny. Here, where is it? I'm not donating.
Oh my god. Dude, he's always like he can't help himself. He's the goofiest looking dude.
I
like,
know, dude.
at
I feel
all
bad. Like he's
times.
bad, but like he also has to deal with like he's become a joke too, where it's like the Evan Neal, the Pro Bowl Gano stuff, and
Oh man.
there's just so many funny screenshots of him.
There's
you
so
know.
many fan bases that don't know either. And they're missing out.
Yeah.
You know, we've had to deal with a lot of pain. Don't get me wrong, but it's been pretty funny. Some of the
Yeah,
shit
he's
that's
been
happened to us.
probably the funniest bust we've ever had. You know, like Eric Flowers was just bad. Like
Yeah, he
Eric
wasn't- he was
Flowers,
just bad.
we hated him as a person. Like he was like it was just Eric Flowers. When you think of him, it's it's like Walter White, just like fuck you. Evan Neal, it's like you big doofus.
And think about it, it's this guy is going out in woods with guns and shooting them at living things.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to know like what he's shot, like what his biggest trophies are. I really wonder about that now. He has to have some on Instagram, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he's got a
Some
good amount
dirty
of gators
shot.
from Okeechobee and stuff. So
Really?
no, Tony was funnier, but he wasn't like. It was more laughing with Tony than.
Yeah.
And
Evan
Tony
Neal,
was
we're
so
laughing
damn
at him. There's no
stupid.
mistake about it.
I don't think Evan Neal's an idiot. Tony was an idiot. But yeah, that photo is just killer.
What do you think Evan Neal does after football, though? He has to do something, right? Like, what's he going to do?
Something with Alabama, maybe something with Alabama, or
Like, he goes back. Like, goes to high school or something.
yeah, probably a high school football coach or something.
I see him on the Outdoors channel.
Yeah, this is the other thing is Pro Bowl Gano started the Evan Neal thing, and it got hijacked like Drake May and all that stuff, which is hard to be like, hey, I created that, but
And it's like, who'd you create that with? Evan Neal? Who?
yeah,
Flip burgers.
oh, and the stupid bird. It's like, dude, you're an idiot. Like, how'd you not know that was going?
And then but that gave us what's his name for yes there for the network. He does the Devils games. LaGreca.
Don LaGreca. Yeah, Don
That
LaGreca.
he gave us some of the best LaGreca moments we'll ever see in our lives. And then, not to mention the 40-0 Cowboys game gave us the best LaGreca grant I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember that rant. I remember that.
I posted it several times. It's when he's like when you walk in, your best friend's wife or your best friend with your wife on top of her or whatever, and he has a crack pipe in his hand.
DM it to me
You
on
might
Twitter.
not leave her.
I'll play it. Oh, and then Mike Cook donated the Denver,
I have to
Colorado.
find it.
Let Mike Cook. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not, you don't have to do it this second, but
that thing's big.
see him in the mall. Boom.
Like I said, the greatest moments of LaGreca we'll ever see came because Evan Neal wanted to open his mouth about flipping burgers.
This is a line, and that shit plays when you're a high school and college athlete. When you get to the NFL, it's like you're not doing it. It's like, dude, fuck you. And I don't get offended by like players and shit saying that, and I think most people don't. But I remember when that happened. I was actually heading to Spain in the airport. I just put on film. I was like, hey, dude, can you get to your third step? We've been asking you to do that for fucking 3 years, Okay, get to the third step
Before
in your
you
kick
turn.
step. You're an NFL player. Can you get to the third kick step before you open up your hips all the way? Okay.
All right, I think I got this. You might have to play it first before.
People were saying LaGreca's not a good Devils commentator. I thought people liked him.
I've actually heard that too, that people aren't a big fan of his play calling, right? Because is he color or is he has to be color?
I would
right?
assume he's. I don't know. Actually. I don't know if he's color play-by-play. Yeah, I'm going to see if I could find third step on my tweet.
I hope that's a clip. Because I have so many half clips and stuff. My folders on my phone are a mess. Just from the ISIS memes and everything. Just all of it. I'm waiting for like my wife to go through my phone one of these days and like, Kyle, what the hell's all this?
I have a tweet. Got to get that third step, big dog. Same issue for 2 years, and it was somebody on the Seahawks just blowing past him, and there's just 100 replies of like, "How can you see this film, you burger?" Everyone just he's a lion, Bobby.
Wasn't that all from like one post and every athlete like quoted it for like an entire year?
You know what drives me? You know what drives me crazy too is this is similar. People like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over. That's not the definition of insanity. You're driving me insane by repeating that lie. Like whoever said that just started the biggest lie ever.
You can't be telling me this because I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night and just send it to you at 12 a.m. You know what the definition of insanity is?
So it's like a meme. It's like only God. I remember a lot of people were saying only God can judge me. I feel like I don't see people like only God can judge me. It's like
I just killed a family of 3. Only God can judge me.
Someone's like, that's Tupac, not the Bible. Get your ass in church. Huh.
No, someone quoted you remember that line? What was
he was saying it's a
line
Far
was it?
Cry trailer or whatever.
Oh, that's even worse. Far Cry, really? Far Cry? Oh my god!
Far Cry could
What
have also
life.
taken it from where it was taken from. I think we have like 3 for Vietnam.
Man, this has just been a walk to the past. How far back do we want to go?
Yeah,
Dark Ages. Do we want to talk about Danny DeVito or Tommy DeVito?
That's what these are for. That's what these are for.
Just a walk to the past, our painful past. Think about how good that Super Bowl is going to feel in 30 years, though.
Oh god, we have to get one this decade. We cannot let this decade die with without us being able to say we got one in each of the last 5.
Man, I can hope. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. Every time I see my stepfather, he just apologizes for bringing me into this life. I'm sorry I did this to you.
Well, I'll say this.
I got 2 Super Bowls.
That's what I was going to say. People our age got 2 Super Bowls. So it's like, as much as it sucks, and we have been the second worst team in the NFL the last 10 years, we did get 2 Super Bowls,
And not just any Super Bowls. One, biggest upset. I don't care about the Jets Colts. That was 100 years ago.
Yeah.
That to me is like the biggest upset in NFL history.
And it's one of the greatest, finishes to it,
Right. That is like the NFL moment. Like they've been trying to chase that forever, and we've had several blowouts and
Super Bowls lately. You know how ESPN, I used to love it. SportsCenter would do, I think on New Year's Eve, they would finish it with like images of the year, like images of the decade for the 2010, 2000 aughts or whatever for the NFL. I mean, it might be Tyree with the ball on his helmet.
Right.
Those are obviously we can't play them right now because they're literally all they are is copyright of sports clips and music over top of it. But those SportsCenter images of the year or whatever, those were killer.
I sent you the LaGreca thing. I don't know if you're getting notifications.
Oh, sorry, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't reach. And
That'd
in
be a good
18
clip
minutes,
for
we're
this.
going to go to the new stream. I'll put the link for that here in the chat just so you guys won't get it pulled up.
Do you want to kick me off for your watch party?
No. If you want to stay, you're
as long as
welcome to
possible.
stay as much as you want. I'm not trying to put pressure on you, but you are.
No, you're good.
I'll have to send you a new StreamYard link for that.
Okay.
In fact, I'll send that. So I'm going to put the link for the next one. I'm putting in the chat right now.
Chris Dickinson, we don't talk about those uniforms.
Those were so ugly.
The New York.
I wasn't mad at
Canadians.
them because it's like, hey, you can't go back and say, hey, these are our uniforms for the 100th anniversary. Those were the ugliest uniforms I've ever seen. I was shocked that people bought them, to be honest. They were so ugly. And a lot of people did buy them.
Well, it's a big deal, like 100 years. I understand that they're ugly. The pants were an interesting choice. I just take some creative liberties.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't mind the Giants using them and stuff. Like, because again, that was your jerseys 100 years ago. It's, you guys had terrible taste. Is what it is. It is just, it was very smart from them to just use it one game and then be done with it. I sent you the invite link for the next stream. Now I'm going to play the clip that you were talking about.
I hope that's the whole thing. It should be good.
His wife and your best friend's on top of her. She's got just like a married man.
Just
like a married man walks in on his wife and your
I
best
would
friend's on top of
definitely
her.
gonna have
She's got a
start
cracked
from
knife in her
zero.
hand. You might not leave her, but you're definitely gonna have to start from zero.
What was that about?
That was about Brian Dable. Because that was because remember all the hype build up because that was right after the playoff game. Everyone thought that Dable and Jones were going to be the next, Kings of New York.
Yeah.
And then he was so pissed off that was after the 40-0 game. And he was saying that Dable, it's like, no, he's still my coach, but and then he went off like that.
What a weird analogy, Don.
It's one of my favorites.
I'm sure I'm
so
sure
unhinged.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's like I feel like 0.0001% of divorces in this country are because of that. Like I don't know how it's common. Maybe one or the other.
It will forever be one of my favorite clips. It will forever.
It's unbelievable. Those red uniforms were great. I love the red uniforms. I will always quote tweet that when people say should they bring them back and say yes because one year they will bring them back.
No, I'm not.
I love them, dude. They were so good.
The Reds. I don't know. I like the 80s. What is it? The 80 throwback uniforms that they use. Those are good. They just got to change the helmet color.
Here's my thing: is I just feel like they don't look like them. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. It just maybe it's because they look like the Bills uniforms now. It doesn't feel like it when they run those. Oh, these are the uniforms from the 80s. They just feel so modern where it's not the same.
I understand. I personally just like them, and you can only do so many creative things with like the red, white, and blue. Or I'm sorry, it would be blue, white, and red.
Yeah. So I like what they have now. I like the current. I'll always be biased for their current white jerseys because they won 2 Super Bowls in them. And they were so much better than the Kerry Collins whites. Those ones were terrible. Those are probably the ugliest ones they had. They had some ugly jerseys in the 60s or 70s. Let me find old time Giants. I have a hat of one of these. It's a cool hat, but it'd be cool. Giant
Nick Bear, I think you're smoking crack. I never liked those Reebok uniforms in any era.
Here we go.
I don't like Reebok jerseys at all. I never liked them.
So these were the 1975 ones. It's not a good logo, but because it was just 1 year, it's a very cool. Like it'd be cool to throw it back to that.
Right.
And obviously, the 1940s to now are not realistic.
The only acceptable red jersey, and I see Jake said it in the chat. I do agree. The red Shockey jersey is the best red jersey.
I disagree with Plaxico.
You really think so?
Jeremy Shockey's good. The Plaxico one was just cool. It was a cool jersey.
Yeah, it's cool if you put a gun in your waistband.
Yeah, it is kind of cool.
It's just when it goes off, there's a problem.
Yeah. Oh God, could you imagine that 10 seconds? Like, oh shit. And that's
you're trying not to freak out,
not to like glorify like being idiots, but that 07 team is so special to me. You want to know what was so special? Because you got a guy like Antonio Pierce be like, yeah, I'll lie. I will falsify a police report to try and help you. I will try and work over the doctor to get this. Like that's not happening anymore. That 07, that bond of the 07 team is genuinely so special. Like
it is a special.
It's probably the most old school locker room of like the last 25 years, where they just had it was like a high school football movie type of bond in that locker room.
Oh, before I forget, just a quick question: who was the guy that said if you're scared, go to church? What was the lineman? It was at the Senior Bowl. I think you were covering it that year. Because I think I heard
Max Iron-Acre.
Oh, okay. Was that him?
Wait, no.
Because it was earlier, right?
It might have been a defensive tackle. It was Christian Haynes. It was Christian Haynes out of UConn.
Oh, that's right. Someone quoted it the other day, and they had no idea. They don't watch football at all. I was like, where the hell did you hear that?
Well, he
I
got
have
that from somewhere
flashbacks.
else. Christian Haynes got that from.
Oh,
That's been
okay.
around for a long time.
Okay. That's the first.
I think
time
that might
heard
have been
about
from the Miami, Oklahoma, bowl game way back, like with what was the Boss? Let me see. If you're
it. I don't know,
scared,
man.
I think it came from that. It was almost. I think it came from the coin toss.
Oh my God, he said at the coin toss. I aspire to have that kind of confidence to start talking shit at the coin toss before anything's happened.
Let's ask Cora. I didn't know Cora was still a thing. Someone's saying it came from Ice Cube.
Christian Haynes. That's another one I wanted.
Yeah, I feel like he hasn't really gotten a chance with the Seahawks, which could speak to who he is, but
I'd love to see the Giants try to get that center from the Raiders.
Jackson
I'm awful with
Powers
names.
Johnson.
Yes.
Yeah. Issues, I think he's super injured. Like he gets but it's
Like all
weird.
the time.
It was one of those weird things where it's like, why do they not like this guy at all type of thing? A very weird thing. I don't know what they're doing with him this year. But his rookie year wasn't bad. Let's look up Christian Haynes.
It'd be worth it.
See,
for
that would
me.
be like the type of move I would like to see them do. Like, hey, just throw a pick swap at that, in camp or whatever.
Right.
Let's see. He didn't play this year. He had 38 snaps.
First thing went downhill after Jeff Brown became the kicker.
Yeah. Christian Haynes had 38 snaps this year. He started. Oh no, he didn't even start any games as a rookie. He came in. He had a good amount. He had 160 snaps. But who is the Seahawks? I know they drafted Gray Zabel.
What's another one?
Let's buy team. Let's see what the Seattle starting.
I'm just
lineup
happy
was.
we got Polynesian. The hit rates on those are way higher.
Yeah, I know. It's not even a joke. Lakin Tomlinson started for them this year. So Lakin Tomlinson and wait, no, that was 2024. 2025. Anthony Bradford and Gray Zabel. But Anthony Bradford, I think, kind of sucked for them. So he needs to take Anthony Bradford. Yeah, Anthony Bradford's been terrible. So Christian Haynes has got to get in there. We got 9 more minutes before we go to the next stream. $12 hours. It's feels like we just started. It doesn't, but feels like I can't believe we're only halfway. I scheduled a countdown video for 13 days to go, and it's going to be very awkward if Odell is cut because I think it is scheduled for the day after cutdown day.
I hope that you just keep it there just for the hell of it.
Oh, I will. And it's a good
Right.
video. It's. I went and I clipped all 13 touchdowns from his 2015 season. So,
man.
Josh Brown was the abuser. But it'll be very awkward. And sometimes I wouldn't have signed Odell, but part of me is like, you know what? Maybe we could stop worrying about optics and again, if they're willing to do this. If the Giants cut Odell, it's gonna be one day of people being pissed. And then the day it's what does it change? 2 days of
Right.
being pissed. Either you're good or bad. If you're good, no one's gonna care. If you're bad, it's not gonna be the reason you're bad. So why even care what people say? So that's where I go. As long as they're willing to do it, that's the hope of Harbaugh, as he is. Where I know that, you go back and look at last year and how they handle the ball on the roster, and it's genuinely moronic. And that's
Yeah,
the type of shit that
bad.
sometimes it's I'm like, am I being too harsh? But then I'm like, you know what? These are some of the dumbest such things ever.
That's why I always come back to, though, is year one, it was they're finding all these guys that are contributors right away, especially in the playoff year. And then just to totally go away from that is just mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, it's just so weird. And it's again it'd be one thing to make the mistake, but they kept on doubling and tripling down on
Right.
it with guys. That's the part that's weirds me out. It's but you how are you not learning your lesson here?
I don't know. Maybe if Odell, being signed again, maybe that will finally end the boat curse.
Yeah.
Maybe. We've tried everything. Holy Water's not cutting it anymore.
The boat trip, Burris, Triggerfinger, JPP fires. These are supposed to be once in 100 years events.
I forget about JPP's flipper sometimes.
That's crazy, dude.
I almost did that to myself with a roll of firecrackers.
Dude, so I played I think with a roll of firecrackers, you wouldn't do it.
I like burn the shit out of my thumb, but
yeah, you'll burn, but I don't think firecrackers will like hurdle. I was screwing around one time. I went to go throw firecrackers out my window as I was driving, and it hit the edge of the window and landed back in my lap. And it burned my shorts a little bit, but it didn't hurt. Obviously, I wasn't holding my bearing. It would hurt in your bearing. I don't think it would like blow a limb off firecrackers.
Dude,
a mortar would.
My mom, I hope my stepfather is watching the stream right now. My mom had I had my maybe, I don't even think she was a year old yet. Daughter. No, she had to be a year for the 4th of July, and a mortar went off. We were standing right next to it, and it blew up in the tube. I just about lost my mind. I was like, that's it. We're going home. I was like, I can't do that shit anymore. I can't shoot bottle rockets at